In the realm of Tianyuan, within the Zhao Kingdom, lies the Hongduan Mountains, at the heart of this mountain range. A fifth-tier spiritual vein emanates a rich aura, serving as a sacred sanctuary for cultivators. However, this bountiful resource is monopolized by the esteemed Lineage sword sect, the foremost sect of the Zhao Kingdom. Those who have not joined the sect are, by consequence, denied the opportunity to partake in such fortune, relegated to the outskirts of the Hongduan Mountains, where they can only absorb the meager remnants of spiritual energy that leak from the sect, struggling to cultivate, while the powerful practitioners of the Lineage sword sect feast upon the bounties. The unanchored and solitary cultivators can scarcely savor the thin broth of spiritual energy available to them. On a clear day, a Taoist clad in azure robes soared through the air on his sword, shattering the tranquility of countless wandering cultivators in the vicinity. Is that not Li Cheng? How has he become so injured? Unable to maintain his flight, he ventured into the ruins that appeared in the Hongduan Mountains, truly reckless, attempting to seize opportunities from the disciples of the Lineage sword sect. It's akin to courting death. Alas for us, the less gifted wandering cultivators. The path to eternal life is fraught with insurmountable challenges. Li Cheng's pitiful state elicited sighs and headshakes from the surrounding wanderers, who observe him fall near a small hillside cave that he did not occupy, feeling an unsettling calm within. Such occurrences were all too familiar to them every year. Familiar faces vanished, while new ones emerged at this very moment. Xia Changge remained diligently engaged in his cultivation. His talents were lacking, possessing the four elemental roots of fire, earth, wood, and water. Coupled with his limited comprehension, he ultimately failed to gain admission into the Lineage sword sect, finding himself relegated to the status of a wandering cultivator. Nevertheless, his unwavering determination and profound interest in cultivation propelled him to toil for over 20 years, and he now stood at the 5th level of the Qi refinement stage, earning a notable reputation within his small circle. Sensing a disturbance outside his cave, Xia Changge promptly rose to investigate. There he found Li Cheng collapsed at the entrance of his dwelling. Hastily, Xia Changge rushed to assist him, concern etched across his face. Li Taoist, who has inflicted such harm upon you? In that moment, Li Cheng was a tempest of disarray, his dantian rendered useless, the specter of death clinging to him like a shroud. After desperately returning on his sword, he was beyond the help of even the most potent healing elixir soft which Xia Changge possessed none, being impoverished himself. Li Cheng, acutely aware of his own deteriorating condition, understood that his time was fleeting. Yet, he clung to unresolved concerns, unwilling to succumb to death just yet. He grasped Xia Changge's shoulders tightly. Xia Taoist, I was wrong to disregard your warnings and pursue that opportunity. Now that Sai, the Lineage sword sect, is too tyrannical, treating us wandering cultivators as mere insects beneath their feet. Those who ventured forth have faced near certain death. Xia Changge found himself at a loss for words. It was a truth universally acknowledged that self-awareness is a valuable attribute in the eyes of the Lineage sword sect. They were but parasites surviving at the mercy of their might, and any inadvertent step forward could trample an entire multitude without a second thought. Li Cheng, trembling with trepidation, cautiously presented his storage pouch into the hands of Xia Changge, beseeching, Dear friend Xia, I am well aware of your virtuous character. Amongst the hundreds of fellow cultivators nearby, I can only place my trust in you. I have a wife and a daughter in the mortal realm. My daughter is but 4 years old. I implore you, kind Xia, to look after my wife and daughter for the next decade or so. This is my humble offering. I beg of you. Having been neighbors with Xia Changge for 5 years, Li Cheng was well acquainted with his neighbor's disposition, one who has never engaged in malevolent deeds. In all that time, he had yet to witness Xia Changge slaughter a chicken or fillet of fish. Of course, he had seen him partake in meals. Yet he had never observed Xia venture beyond 100 miles from their dwelling. Xia Changge shunned perilous explorations of relics, maintaining a life of serene detachment. In Li Cheng's eyes, This gentleman's tranquil and unassuming nature inspired trust far greater than that of any other neighbor. This, alas, how could I refuse a dying friend's request? Xia Changge lamented, his heart heavy as he faced a brother who had but recently shared insights on cultivation, now entrusting him with final affairs. Thankfully, he had not succumbed to the allure of the relic left behind by some. Golden core, cultivator otherwise, his fate would have surely mirrored that of his friend. Upon Xia Changge's agreement, Li Cheng, whose tense demeanor began to ease, let his weary arm fall to the ground. Xia Changge gently closed Li Cheng's unblinking eyes and then lifted the storage pouch. 27 low-grade spirit stones, 3 qi gathering pills, a low-grade magical artifact, a wooden stone shield, and a tome capable of guiding one to the 8th layer of qi. Refining stage, along with 3 basic spells. This is Xia Changge meticulously surveyed the contents. Seeking anything of value. To his astonishment, Li Cheng's accumulated wealth far surpassed his own, as a reclusive cultivator who seldom ventured beyond his abode. At present, Xia Changge possessed a mere 3 spirit stones, his financial state alarmingly meager. These characters, how can this be? He discovered a book among Li Cheng's possessions. Its script distinctly not that of the Tianyuan realm, but rather the script of his past life. Saintly Heart Technique? Surely this is a jest. Upon seeing the title, Xia Changge momentarily lost his composure. Those 3 characters were utterly familiar to him. The Saintly Heart Technique comprises 9 levels. Cultivating the first layer extends one's life by 20 years, the second layer by 50, and the third layer by 120, allowing one to condense true longevity. Energy, enabling the reattachment of severed limbs and even resurrection. As he read the description, Xia Changge's astonishment only grew. This was not merely a technique for cultivating immortality, it was a martial arts method. Yet, it rivaled many immortal cultivation techniques in efficacy, perhaps even surpassing numerous others. That if I could extend my life by over 100, even 200 years, wouldn't that allow me to effortlessly survive until I establish my foundation? And then I could extend my life by another 150 years. Xia Changge's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. Those solitary cultivators, devoid of resources, find their progress agonizingly slow. Having reached the 9th level of qi refinement, they teeter on the brink of death, making the prospect of foundation establishment seem utterly unattainable. However, with the Sacred Heart Technique at hand, even in his 100 or 200 years of age, he could maintain a vigorous vitality. When the time comes to break through the foundation establishment stage, would not his chances of success be significantly enhanced? Moreover, even in the event of failure, the repercussions would be minimal, for he could effortlessly recover. Let's give it a try. Xia Changge felt emboldened this time, for this endeavor was intrinsically linked to his future. He first employed the fireball technique to incinerate the remains of his dear brother, placing the ashes in an urn for safekeeping. He then commenced his cultivation in accordance with the teachings of the Sacred Heart Technique. It can be done. After 2 hours, Xia Changge's dark eyes gleamed, his elation evident upon his countenance. He could distinctly sense that mastering the Sacred Heart Technique posed no obstacle. It would not be long before he reached the 1st level, an extension of 20 years of life. Dear Taoist Li, you have bestowed upon me such a magnificent gift. If I do not repay your kindness, how can my heart find peace? One is undoubtedly the most aware of their own physical condition. Feeling a significant enhancement in one's vitality, one might truly extend their lifespan by 2 decades. Xia Changge was overwhelmed with joy. Regardless of the circumstances, an increase in longevity is undoubtedly one of the most joyous occurrences. Glancing at the clay pot on the table containing Li Cheng, Xia Changge let out a sigh. The gratitude he felt towards his friend Li was immense. Without him, Xia Changge would never have attained this fortuitous opportunity. In light of this profound gratitude, Xia Changge must repay it. Otherwise, the future Xia Changge may find it difficult to sleep peacefully at night. Let us heed the words of Taoist Li and pay a visit to his abode. Xia Changge commenced an inspection within his modest cave abode, meticulously gathering all items of even slight value. Once he confirmed that no precious possessions remained, he ventured into the neighboring cave of his companion, Li Daoyu, conducting a thorough search both inside and out. For solitary cultivators, most valuables are typically carried on one's person. After ensuring that everything was in order, Xia Changge placed the urn containing Li Qing's ashes into his storage bag and retrieved his flying sword. Valued at a single spirit stone, before departing the Hongduan Mountains. Barring unforeseen circumstances, he likely would not return to this place. With 30 spirit stones now in his possession, Xia Changge intended to immerse himself in the bustling town of Xiuxian, within the Hongduan Mountains where he was dependent on others. The Light Sword sect could easily take a disliking to him, leading to the perilous fate of many wandering cultivators who might vanish without a trace. Upon exiting the mountains, Xia Changge began his journey aboard a steed commonly used by mortals. Regrettably, the spiritual energy outside was nearly negligible, and the consumption of spirit energy during sword flight was substantial. Hence, Xia Changge endeavored to conserve spirit stones wherever possible. After a week of travel, Xia Changge arrived in Mo City, where the wife and daughter of Li Daoyu resided. This was a true mortal city, home to approximately 20 to 30,000 inhabitants. Following the information left by Li Qing, he made his way to a bustling estate within the town. Upon knocking at the door, a young girl, appearing to be around 14 or 15 years of age and dressed as a maid, opened the door. With large, inquisitive eyes fixed upon Xia Changge, she inquired, "Esteemed uncle, may I ask whom you are seeking?" Xia Changge displayed her most radiant smile and inquired, "Little girl, is this the estate of Li City? I am a friend of Li Qing, and today I am here at his behest." Upon observing the demeanor of Xia Changge, the young girl was convinced he was not a nefarious individual and thus led him inside. Xia Changge also caught sight of Li Qing's wife, and in that fleeting moment, he was rendered speechless. Could it be that this is the wife of his neighbor, Daoyu Li? How can one be so exquisitely beautiful? She exudes an aura devoid of spirit, merely an ordinary mortal. Yet, her demeanor appears as pristine and unblemished as that of a highly cultivated female practitioner. The aura she exuded was reminiscent of the female elder of the Golden Core realm from the Liantian Sword sect, a sight that Xia Changge had only encountered before. Though not a lecherous individual, Xia Changge was, after all, a typical man. Throughout his 23 years of cultivating in the realm of immortality, many female cultivators had taken the initiative to propose cohabitation and dual cultivation with him. However, upon realizing that Xia Changge had no intention of venturing out to earn spirit stones, merely existing through her cultivation, those individuals departed. They were unwilling to toil relentlessly outside to gather spirit stones to support Xia Changge's ascetic pursuits. They were all virtuous women, reluctant to add to Xia Changge's burdens. Occasionally, Xia Changge overheard nearby fellow practitioners discussing that once they reached a certain age, if their cultivation yielded no success and they grew weary of the life of immortality, they would return to the mortal realm, marrying 10 or 8 beautiful mortal women to enjoy a leisurely existence in their later years. In retrospect, such a notion appears rather appealing. This esteemed immortal, may I inquire what task your husband wishes for you to convey to me? Li Qing's wife, Zhang Miaoyi, bore a name that was not particularly melodious. At this moment, her eyes shimmered with anticipation, as if she were reminiscing about the cherished moments spent with Li Qing. She also felt a tinge of envy towards the ethereal figure of Xia Changge. Zhang Miaoyi was aware that Li Qing was a cultivator, and it stood to reason that his friends would be as well. Lacking spiritual roots, she was destined to remain an ordinary mortal, and she harbored admiration even for those at the initial stages of cultivation. Xia Changge found it difficult to convey the sorrowful truth to Zhang Miaoyi. Yet the reality was immutable. He produced an urn containing Li Qing's ashes and, laden with grief, spoke. Taoist Li ventured forth to seize opportunities, only to meet his untimely demise. Before his passing, he entrusted me to provide for you and your daughter. Please accept my condolences. Although Li Qing entrusted him with the care of Zhang Miaoyi and her daughter for over a decade, presumably until his daughter's marriage, such a burden was not one that Xia Changge would bear for 10 years. The absence of spiritual energy in the vicinity meant that one could only rely on spiritual stones for cultivation. This was not an ideal choice for Xia Changge, who possessed but a few spiritual stones. Upon hearing Xia Changge's words, Zhang Miaoyi's delicate face instantly turned pale. She could never have imagined that her husband, who possessed celestial abilities, had actually passed away. For Zhang Miaoyi, this felt no different than the sky collapsing. At that moment, a 4-year-old girl stumbled out of the house, seemingly aware of the gravity of the situation, her expression a blend of confusion and sorrow. It must be the 4-year-old daughter of Taoist Li. Ahem, may you find solace in your grief. If you have any plans moving forward, feel free to share them with me. At the behest of Taoist Li, I will assist you in achieving your desires. After arranging his belongings, Xia Changge turned to gaze at the heavens. He observed Zhang Miaoyi, tears welling in her eyes as she carried a clay pot into the main hall. Xia Changge intended to remain for a few days. Zhang Miaoi organized a simple funeral for Li Cheng, with Xia Changge, a cultivator of the 5th level of qi refinement, standing guard. Those who coveted Li Cheng's substantial estate left in a panic upon learning of his demise, as well as those who desired Zhang Miaoi's beauty. Consequently, the nefarious elements lurking in the shadows scattered in disarray, abandoning their schemes. That night, Xia Changge strolled leisurely by the pond of the estate. As a cultivator, he had long since shed any reliance on sleep. Meditating for half an hour restored his body far more effectively than a full night's rest for an ordinary person. Still keeping vigil? Upon noticing the flickering lights at Li Cheng's memorial, Xia Changge could not help but approach for a closer inspection. Indeed, after lulling her daughter Li Yijiao to sleep, Miaoi approached Li Cheng to express her yearning and anguish. This elicited a sense of envy from Xia Changge. Li Cheng truly possesses discerning taste. Unable to restrain himself, he walked over. Upon hearing the sound behind her, Zhang Miaoi turned and, upon realizing it was Xia Changge, uttered softly, "Immortal master." At that moment, Xia Changge found himself at a loss for words to describe Zhang Miaoi. After much contemplation, he could only encapsulate his thoughts in 2 words: criminal. Indeed, Xia Changge was perplexed as to why he felt compelled to address Zhang Miaoi, the celestial master. It was only after several earnest calls from Zhang Miaoi that Xia Changge regained his composure. He hurriedly feigned calmness and said, "Well, you could be considered my half-sister-in-law. Dear sister-in-law, please do not overexert yourself. Take care of your health and rest early." Having spoken, Xia Changge forced herself to depart. "Oh, Xia Changge, after decades of cultivation, have you truly channeled all your efforts into the essence of a dog? How is it that a mere mortal has rendered you utterly powerless?" Xia Changge strolled along the street, engulfed in profound self-reproach, convinced that her cultivation was still woefully inadequate. Yet, she was undeniably beautiful. As she recalled the moment she first laid eyes on Zhang Miaoi, with her delicate, heart-wrenching demeanor, Xia Changge's mind was plagued by conflicting thoughts. How could one behave so inappropriately towards a being who was the widow of Taoist Li, someone akin to a half-sister, just as Taoist Li had departed? How could one even contemplate such actions? It was truly despicable. Xia Changge gently slapped himself across the face, perhaps due to this sudden act. He found a moment of clarity that lasted 3 seconds. However, after this brief interlude, he succumbed once more to self-deception. Li Dao was no longer present, and his wife and daughter could no longer find their footing in Imo City, had it not been for him. This mother and daughter duo would have already faced dire consequences today. Li Dao entrusted him with the guardianship of his wife and daughter for over a decade. Was this a subtle hint of something deeper? Xia Changge pondered this notion. Indeed, by acting as he had, perhaps he was merely aligning himself with Li Dao's intentions. He ultimately remains merely an ordinary cultivator. His previous actions were merely driven by a fear of death, lacking any noble virtues. Are we, the lower-tier practitioners, destined to have our life trajectories predetermined? Xia Changge pondered the wisdom imparted by the elder wanderers within his small sect in the Hongduan Mountains. They had conveyed that true cultivators, in the initial stages of their lives, cultivate with a heart free from desire, struggling amidst the mundane world. It is only in their later years, when the hope of immortality fades, that they divert their focused minds towards other realms, unable to embody the independence of genuine immortals. Had Xia Changge not acquired the Sacred Heart technique, he would indeed find himself in the twilight of his years. After all, a qi refinement practitioner barely reaches a century. The Foundation establishment realm seems devoid of hope for him. Xia Changge has indeed arrived at the juncture that those elder wanderers spoke of, the time to branch out and proliferate. Specifically, it signifies a period of hopeless cultivation, when the path to establishing a foundation is obstructed, prompting one to seek a suitable place to expand, in hopes of begetting offspring endowed with spiritual roots. If one can establish a foundational realm, then even in the face of being unable to transcend the golden core stage, one may still branch out and flourish. Most immortal families have emerged in this manner. Enough of such thoughts. Let us focus on cultivating the Sacred Heart Sutra, aiming to reach the 3rd or 5th tier soon, which will bring a greater sense of tranquility to my heart. Xia Changge shook his head and, after meandering around the vicinity of the Li residence twice, returned to the room that Zhang Miaoi had arranged for him in his estate to continue his cultivation. In a place like Imo City, the practice of immortal arts is indeed quite arduous, yet martial arts can be cultivated with relative ease. Out of humanitarian consideration for his neighbor, Taoist Li, Xia Changge granted Zhang Miaoi and her daughter a period of 7 days for personal arrangements. During these 7 days, Xia Changge did not entertain any other thoughts, dedicating himself solely to his practice. Is this the essence of true qi? In merely 4 days, Xia Changge's sacred heart technique reached a state of complete perfection at the first level. Within him, a vibrant essence of true energy began to coalesce. He delicately made a small incision on his fingertip, and the speed of healing was markedly enhanced. This serves as a further testament to the extraordinary nature of the sacred heart technique. Theoretically, one can only condense the life-restoring energy capable of reanimating the deceased upon reaching the 3rd level of the sacred heart technique. Could it be that the environment in which I find myself, regarded as a veritable sanctuary for martial practitioners, has significantly augmented the efficacy of this technique? Xia Changge resides in an environment of celestial realms, a realm that undoubtedly surpasses the martial world by an immeasurable extent. It seems quite natural for martial arts techniques to exhibit slight mutations in their effects upon entering this world and undergoing cultivation. In contemporary times, it appears that this transformation is indeed progressing in a favorable direction, a most welcome change. Without much contemplation, Xia Changge sought out Zhang Miaoyi after the 7-day period concluded. Regardless of the circumstances, it would be ideal to reach a resolution today. At this moment, Zhang Miaoyi remained clad in simple mourning attire, which, when combined with her delicate figure, rendered her even more pitiable. Her modest daughter, Lineage, merely 4 or 5 years of age, obediently stayed by her mother's side. Sister-in-law, I am uncertain about your future plans, Xia Changge sincerely inquired after lighting 3 incense sticks for his companion. Zhang Miaoyi wiped away her tears. Kneeling with her daughter at Xia Changge's feet, and in a feeble voice implored, I am but a frail woman, incapable of even the slightest exertion. Without the support of my husband, how can I possibly find a place to exist in this world? I do not lament my own demise, however. My child is but 4 years of age. I implore you, esteemed master, to consider the bond you shared with my husband and extend your benevolence towards my daughter. Xia Changge hastily reached out to assist Zhang Miaoyi, yet she appeared obstinately resistant, as if she would not rise without his consent. Xia Changge was reluctant to exert too much force, fearing that he might inadvertently harm his fragile sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, permit me a moment to ascertain whether my niece possesses a spiritual root. With no other recourse, he acknowledged the adage that one is beholden to those they rely upon. Let us first determine whether Lineage possesses a spiritual root. The approach Xia Changge would take would undoubtedly differ depending on the outcome. Without spiritual roots, Xia Changge could at most be a little maid by her side, looking after her until she reached the age of 15 or 16, at which point a suitable match would be arranged for her, fulfilling the promise made to Taoist Li. However, if she possessed spiritual roots, there might be a chance for some cultivation, although it is highly likely that she does not. Upon hearing Xia Changge's words, Zhang Miaoyi hurriedly took her daughter's hand, urging Xia Changge to conduct an examination. Before proceeding with the inquiry, Xia Changge asked, Sister-in-law, has Taoist Li ever assessed whether my niece possesses spiritual roots? Zhang Miaoyi shook her head, saying, I am but a mortal. How could I possibly comprehend the celestial techniques employed by beings such as yourselves? He has not returned home for 6 months. Upon mentioning this, she appeared to harbor some grievances. Thus, Xia Changge mused to himself, it is truly excessive of Taoist Li to leave such a delicate wife to guard an empty home while he ventures out into danger. Cough. Cough, cough. If one possessed a higher level of qi refinement, it would be exceedingly simple to ascertain whether a young girl possesses spiritual roots, lacking sufficient cultivation. However, one must invest additional thought to avoid errors. This is, after examining for the better part of the day, Xia Changge could only detect the pure essence of water within Lineage, devoid of any other elemental attributes. Could it be that this little girl is actually a water attribute heavenly spiritual root? Surely, it cannot be true. Li Cheng, merely an ordinary scattered cultivator with 4 elemental roots like him, surprisingly possesses such extraordinary fortune. Is it truly a 1 in a billion chance that he encountered it? In order to avert any errors, Xia Changge resolved to conduct 2 additional checks. Zhang Miaoyi also scrutinized the work with utmost seriousness, refraining from any distractions. After confirming 3 times, Xia Changge ultimately conceded. At this moment, a tempest of emotions surged within him. Oh, Li, my dear companion, you truly are. Xia Changge felt an overwhelming desire to express how exceedingly generous you have been to me. He has ascertained that Li Yijiao is indeed a rare talent with a singular water spiritual root. This revelation is an unparalleled treasure for Xia Changge. Those prestigious sects that recommend prodigies endowed with celestial roots are rewarded handsomely. For individuals like him, who are at the qi refining stage, Attaining resources to effortlessly break through to the foundation establishment stage is a mere trifle. Cultivators at the foundation establishment stage who recommend such talents may, with the aid of their sects, aspire to reach the golden core stage, particularly in the case of someone as young as lineage. Nurturing her is akin to cultivating a direct descendant, one who harbors no ulterior motives. However, this situation poses significant risks for free cultivators like Xia Changge. After all, Li Yijiao is still young and not biologically his own. Should Xia Changge meet an untimely end, the repercussions would be negligible. At this moment, Li Yijiao holds only a scant impression of her biological father, Li Qing, let alone that of her uncle, Xia Changge, whom she has only known for 2 days. It is evident that Xia Changge cannot possibly send Li Yijiao to the sect. Uncle Immortal, I wonder if Yijiao. Observing Xia Changge's expression, Zhang Miaoi speculated that her daughter might indeed possess spiritual roots. Xia Changge smiled gently and said, "Congratulations, sister-in-law. The niece has a spiritual root. Although it may not be the most exceptional, it is sufficient for her to embark upon the path of cultivation in the realm of immortality." This statement undoubtedly provided Zhang Miaoi with a sense of reassurance. Simultaneously, she inquired with eager anticipation, "Master, is it truly impossible to cultivate without a spiritual root?" Indeed. In her family, both her deceased husband and her young daughter were practitioners of the immortal cultivation realm, rendering her a stark anomaly among them. Zhang Miaoi harbored a yearning deep within her heart. Xia Changge cast a glance her way and remarked, "Theoretically, that is the case. However, I have heard whispers of certain dark arts that allow one to transplant another's spiritual root into their own body, which might enable one to cultivate as well. As long as one's thoughts do not waver, there are always more solutions than difficulties." He had indeed encountered such tales by chance. And there were even rumors of certain spiritual entities capable of nurturing spiritual roots. Yet, such occurrences are exceedingly rare and should not be contemplated without profound mastery. This surely provided Zhang Miaoi with a glimmer of hope, although she was acutely aware of how minuscule that hope truly was. "Sister-in-law, might I inquire if you have any family or kin? I can escort you home." Li Yijiao and Xia Changge could nurture and guide Zhang Miaoi, which would be of great benefit to Xia Changge. However, Zhang Miaoi, Xia Changge confessed that he might have been a tad ruthless. He found Li Cheng to be unreliable, and there was no mention from Li Cheng about having a father. Upon reflection, the only option left was to see if he could return Zhang Miaoi to her parents. Perhaps that would be the wisest choice. Zhang Miaoi shook her head bitterly. "I too was rescued by my husband from the clutches of thieves. Now my only remaining kin is Yijiao." Such words indeed placed a burden on Xia Changge, rendering him somewhat at a loss. Seemingly perceiving the discomfort etched upon his face, Zhang Miaoi feigned strength, saying, "Uncle Immortal, you need not concern yourself with me. I can take care of myself. As long as Yijiao can lead a good life in the future, I shall find contentment." Xia Changge responded with a light-hearted smile. "No matter, I can linger here for a while longer. Li Yijiao is still quite young and cannot grasp the intricacies of cultivation techniques. Even the most gifted disciples of prominent sects typically begin their training around the age of 8. Thus, for the next 2 years, it is unnecessary for me to worry excessively. I shall focus solely on cultivating the Sacred Heart Sutra to enhance my longevity. Thank you for your care, Uncle Immortal." Zhang Miaoi once again bowed deeply to Xia Changge, who hastily assisted her in rising. This time, Zhang Miaoi did not resist, but instead rose in accordance with Xia Changge's gentle support. Intriguingly, Xia Changge sensed that perhaps his sister-in-law was subtly drawing him in. A pair of bright eyes sparkled with allure. At that moment, Xia Changge comprehended the situation. Following the demise of her companion Li, Zhang Miaoi's future was fraught with uncertainty. Should fortune turn against her, she might become a mere plaything for others. After all, Zhang Miaoi's beauty, among mortals, could be deemed catastrophic to nations. It appeared that she sought to cling to him, hoping he would assume the role of her support in place of Li. Upon realizing that she might only accompany Li Yijiao henceforth, did she find herself in a state of panic? It can be said that Xia Changge could effortlessly summon with a mere flick of his finger. In an instant, Xia Changge clarified his thoughts. Regardless of his self-proclaimed identity as a cultivator, Xia Changge stood in stark contrast to Zhang Miaoi, who was merely a first-tier mortal. In their dynamic, it was unequivocally Xia Changge who held the dominant position. Despite having received benefits from Li Qing, he found himself at a disadvantage in front of Zhang Miaoi. A situation brought about by his own humility. It became evident that he needed to adopt a more resolute attitude moving forward. As night fell, Xia Changge continued to diligently practice the Sacred Heart technique. Yearning for an early breakthrough to the second layer, which would grant him an additional 50 years of life. With such an extension, he could gradually cultivate his way to the foundational realm. What was that? At 10 minutes past midnight, Xia Changge could distinctly sense the presence of an additional figure outside his dwelling. By the silhouette, he surmised that the individual beyond the threshold was none other than his sister-in-law. Indeed, what was destined to occur has finally come to pass. Master, have you retired for the night? After a brief moment, the delicate voice of Zhang Miaoyi broke the silence. Xia Changge wished to disregard it, yet ultimately found himself compelled to respond. Sister-in-law, what brings you to seek me at such a late hour? Is there something of importance? Zhang Miaoyi softly inquired. Master, it is bitterly cold outside. May I come in and engage in a deeper conversation with you? Xia Changge is indeed a quintessential good-natured individual. Were it not for such a disposition, he would have long since succumbed to avarice and appropriated the wealth of Li Cheng, rather than genuinely visiting the Li family. Contemplating this, Xia Changge gently pulled the door latch, and it swung open. At that moment, Zhang Miaoyi seized the opportunity to enter. Xia Changge was taken aback. It was no wonder Zhang Miaoyi had remarked on the cold outside. Dressed as she was, how could she not feel the chill? He retrieved a wolf fur cloak from his storage bag and draped it over Zhang Miaoyi. His considerate and modest nature caused tears to shimmer in her eyes, and she immediately nestled into his embrace, encircling his sturdy waist with her arms, softly calling out, Uncle Immortal Master. The following day, after much internal turmoil, Xia Changge could only feign a sigh and murmur, Taoist friendly, I am deeply sorry. You have entrusted your affairs to the wrong person. Yesterday, Xia Changge was indeed persuaded by Zhang Miaoyi. After all, both of them are single, and their actions are candid and upright. Their mutual affection requires no consideration of others' opinions. Taking matters into my own hands is also aimed at ensuring a better life for her and her daughter, thereby fulfilling the trust that Li Dao has placed in me. Well then, I shall no longer entertain thoughts of joining any sect. Instead, I will seek a suitable place to cultivate my family's growth. In the realm of cultivation, Xia Changge has become acutely aware of the myriad dangers. Those who lack the resolve to take decisive action should not aspire to seize opportunities from others. Furthermore, Xia Changge himself is unable to affiliate with any sect. Thus, he must content himself with the humble life of a farmer. His indecisive nature will not allow him to thrive in the outside world. Given his long lifespan, agriculture presents an excellent choice. Moreover, with his niece Li Yijiao, a gifted individual with celestial roots, the future of his farming family will have a visible protector. This arrangement also ensures that he can care for the wife of his friend, Li. After a brief moment of reflection, Xia Changge stepped out of his room. Zhang Miaoyi had risen early, engaging in early education with her daughter in the garden. As the summer song approached, Zhang Miaoyi gazed into his eyes, filled with deep affection. Playfully teasing his daughter, he coaxed, Yijiao, quickly call him father. Mother, did you not ask me to call him master yesterday? Why? Why is she calling you father today? Li Yijiao, nestled in her mother's embrace, spoke with a tone of confusion. Zhang Miaoyi gently tapped her little forehead, replying, just be obedient. Xia Changge hastily interjected, sister-in-law. It is merely a title. She can address you as master. There is no need to impose such demands. Zhang Miaoyi's action surprised Xia Changge, revealing her genuine concern that he might abandon them, prompting Li Yijiao to tether him. Indeed, every individual must exert their utmost efforts for survival. Xia Changge could not confidently predict whether he would encounter a situation like Zhang Miaoyi's in the future. All right, I will heed my uncle's words, Zhang Miaoyi answered obediently, then encouraged Li Yijiao to play outside while she discussed serious matters with Xia Changge. For a child, the freedom from early educational tasks was undoubtedly a blessing, and she skipped away joyfully. Once Xia Changge settled onto the stone bench, Zhang Miaoyi pressed her lips together and said, Uncle, Yijiao is still young and knows nothing. She can take your surname. When she matures, she will surely regard you as her own father and honor you. Uncle, do you think it necessary for Yijiao to change her name in the future? Xia Changge understood that at this moment, Li Yijiao was still quite young and lacked understanding. If she were to call him father from such a tender age, even if she were not his biological daughter, she would inevitably regard him as her true father upon maturing. However, this sentiment felt rather hasty to him. It imparted to Xia Changge an impression that, with the demise of his brother, he had swiftly usurped his brother's estate, along with his wife and daughter. Xia Changge was merely seeking a modicum of dignity. After all, it would be prudent to wait until 100 days had passed since his brother's passing, wouldn't it? Alas! Nonetheless, it must be said that although Taoist Li's wife is merely immortal, the intricacies of her being are difficult for Xia Changge to forget. Radiating brilliance, It appears that Taoist Li is unable to partake in such profound blessings. As for Xia Changge, possessing a tenacious fate, he should encounter no significant issues. Perhaps it is also possible that Taoist Li has borne the burdens of calamity on behalf of Xia Changge? Observing the unwavering expression of Xia Changge, Zhang Miaoi felt a twinge of reluctance in her heart, yet she managed to comprehend his resolve. She mused that time was on her side, with a little persuasion. Xia Changge might yet reconsider his stance. With a nurturing disposition, she stood behind him, gently kneading his shoulders. Zhang Miaoi harbored a few clever schemes, which Xia Changge was not oblivious to. Otherwise, the events of the previous night would not have transpired. In Xia Changge's eyes, these minor stratagems lay well within the realm of control, warranting little concern, since he had resolved to engage in a battle of endurance against other cultivators. Relying on his extensive lifespan, Xia Changge was determined to prepare accordingly. As for Zhang Miaoi, well, she might as well remain by his side, for he found himself unable to resist her presence. Still, he understood that she had merely erred in ways familiar to all men. Zhang Miaoi attended to Xia Changge while gently inquiring, "Uncle, may I ask what your plans are next? Are you perhaps headed to the abode of your esteemed master?" Zhang Miaoi harbored a desire to venture to such places, to broaden her horizons and explore potential avenues for cultivating her own path to immortality. Xia Changge shook his head, stating that one must be at least 7 or 8 years old, with a nascent maturity of thought, before embarking on the journey of cultivation. Prior to that, there is no need to venture into the Immortal City. The Immortal City, in comparison to the mundane small town of Imo City, is undoubtedly far more advanced. Established upon a spiritual vein, it is home to numerous cultivators. The more prosperous a place, the greater the inherent dangers. Should anyone discover Li Yijiao's extraordinary talent, it would pose a significant setback for Xia Changge. He certainly would not wander about with a prodigy endowed with a heavenly root, for that would be akin to a child flaunting gold in a bustling marketplace, courting disaster. Remaining here until Li Yijiao reaches the age of 7 or 8 before venturing to the Immortal City seems quite prudent. If Xia Changge aspires to expand his family's legacy, settling in the Immortal City is undoubtedly essential. Zhang Miaoi found Xia Changge's response somewhat agreeable. Although it meant foregoing the opportunity to explore the realm of the immortals, at least Xia Changge's presence here ensured that her life would not descend into ruin. Contemplating this, Zhang Miaoi relaxed her grip on his shoulders, softening her touch. Xia Changge had lingered in Imo City for over 2 months, diligently advancing his cultivation of the Sacred Heart Sutra to the 2nd tier. Theoretically, this would extend his lifespan by 50 years. Yet Xia Changge believed his life expectancy had been enhanced far beyond that. 2 months later, an unexpected guest arrived at Xia Changge's home. He was a cultivator, possessing the 6th level of qi refinement. His attire indicated that he was likely a member of the Zhao dynasty's court. This 6th level qi refinement practitioner exhibited a remarkably pleasant demeanor, greeting with a smile and politely inquiring, "Fellow Taoist, I have heard that you have settled here for several months. Do you intend to reside here for an extended period?" Xia Changge was not well acquainted with such circumstances. Previously, when confronted by cultivators at the 6th level of qi refinement, he would undoubtedly be overwhelmed by fear, for he was no match for them. However, now, endowed with the remarkable restorative powers of Changsheng True Qi, Xia Changge felt he could contend with cultivators at the 6th and 7th levels of qi refinement. Nevertheless, he was certainly not inclined to reveal his trump cards so easily. Moreover, given that this fellow cultivator treated him with courtesy, how could Xia Changge harbor any ill intentions? Uncertain of the identity of the visitor, Xia Changge inquired, prompting the 6th-layer qi refinement cultivator to introduce himself. "I am Zhao Junjie, a humble guest of the Ding family in the Princess Mansion of Yunnan County, Zhao Kingdom." Xia Changge promptly responded, "It is a pleasure to meet you, Zhao Daoyu. I am Xia, a solitary cultivator who has dedicated 20 years to my practice. Having now quelled my wanderlust, I indeed contemplate remaining here for several years." Xia Changge's response brought great joy to Zhao Junjie, who then asked, "In that case, would you be inclined to become the Lord of Imo City and manage this place on behalf of the Emperor?" This indeed left Xia Changge perplexed. To manage this mundane little town of mortals? In the realm of cultivation, even a low-level practitioner at the 4th or 5th layer of qi refinement can effortlessly slay hundreds or even thousands of mortals without encountering any resistance. Therefore, managing such a small town poses little challenge. It seems this individual aspires to establish a lineage here, perhaps hoping to invigorate the prosperity of Imo City. Even a family of the qi refinement realm can bring benefits to an ordinary place. Rest assured, my friend Xia, you will not labor in vain. Serving the Holy Monarch comes with an annual salary of 15 spirit stones. At this point, Xia Changge found himself quite intrigued. He had originally intended to remain in this locale for several years, and now with the prospect of spirit stones, how could he possibly disregard such a delectable opportunity presented before him? Xia Changge was aware that acquiring the spirit stone might not be an easy task. So he got straight to the point. Taoist Zhao, may I inquire what is required of me? His words clearly indicate his intention to assume the role of the Lord of Imo City. Xia Changge hastily clarified, stating that there is no need for excessive effort. One merely needs to maintain order in this place. You must also be aware that in our world, even the most ordinary beasts can transform into demons with a mere stroke of fortune, posing a significant threat to ordinary folk. Over the past 5 years alone, more than 20 beasts in the vicinity of Imo City have metamorphosed into demon beasts, resulting in the demise of hundreds of citizens at their jaws. However, you need not worry. They are merely beasts of the first and second levels of chi refinement, and dealing with them would be a trivial matter for someone of your caliber. Xia Changge's words illuminated a new understanding for Xia Changge. From the fourth layer of the Sacred Heart Sutra onward, any enhancement necessitates the cultivation in conjunction with life-extending substances. These demon beasts undoubtedly represent one of the finest choices available. Who would have imagined that within just 5 years, Imo City would witness the emergence of 20 chi refinement level demon beasts? Doesn't this perfectly cater to the needs of Xia Changge? Very well, I shall acquiesce. I wonder what formalities need to be completed? Remaining in offers numerous advantages. How could possibly refuse? Xia Changge readily agreed, much to Xia Changge's delight. He responded, there are no significant issues. Fellow Taoist Xia merely needs to accompany me to the public security hall in Imo City for a brief introduction. Typically, Imo City lacks a formal lord. It is overseen by a public security hall comprised of young men chosen by the citizens to maintain order. After all, the Zhao Kingdom is a realm of cultivation, and the taxes from a mundane town like Imo City hold little significance for the royal family. What cultivators seek are spirit stones, not the trivial gold and silver of the mundane world. Initially, the Zhao Kingdom dispatched a chi refinement cultivator to each mortal town to uphold security. However, over time, this proved to be a considerable drain on resources. There are thousands upon thousands of such towns within the Zhao Kingdom, each requiring a chi refinement cultivator. The regular expenses necessitate a substantial supply of spirit stones to sustain a cultivator-esque practice for a year. Otherwise, who would be willing to serve in a place devoid of spiritual energy? It is necessary to allocate approximately 100 spirit stones here. Furthermore, it is implausible to expect these chi refinement cultivators to labor for an entire year without retaining some spirit stones for other endeavors. Therefore, in addition to providing for their daily cultivation needs, a portion of spirit stones must also be allocated as their genuine remuneration. Altogether, the state of Zhao must expend approximately 200 spirit stones annually. This figure pertains solely to the outcome of dispatching a chi refinement cultivator from a mere mortal city. The cumulative expenditure is substantial. Most significantly, these mortal towns yield no profit for the Zhao Kingdom. The royal family essentially incurs losses in their maintenance. After the ascension of the previous ruler of the Zhao Kingdom, such a system was abolished, transitioning to a model where mortals oversee public order, with expenses being solely the gold and silver required by the mortals themselves, thereby imposing no financial burden on the Zhao Kingdom. When mortal towns encounter crises involving demonic beasts or malevolent cultivators, individuals from the nearby celestial cities will be dispatched to address the issues. As for the mortals who may perish due to temporal discrepancies, they are not a consideration. Encouraging loose cultivators to settle in mortal towns is also a policy of the Zhao royal family, regarded as a benefit to the populace. After making arrangements for Zhang Miaoyi, Xia Changge accompanied Xia Changge to the public security hall in Imo City. Along the way, Xia Changge seized the opportunity to entice Xia Changge further. If you choose to settle here permanently, the Holy Monarch will grant you 200 spirit stones as support. And should you reach the foundation establishment stage, the Holy Monarch will bestow upon you second-tier spiritual plants and 1,000 spirit stones to assist you in establishing a foundation establishment family. In response to Xia Changge's words, Xia Changge merely smiled. To expect to cultivate a foundation establishment practitioner with merely 200 spiritual stones was, of course, a fool's dream. The second-tier spiritual plant he mentioned was an exceedingly rare treasure, capable of generating spiritual energy once planted. The spiritual energy produced by a second-tier spiritual plant could sustain the daily cultivation of over 20 chi refinement practitioners. Many desperate elderly foundation establishment cultivators would indeed choose to establish families in the mortal realm for the sake of such second-tier spiritual plants. My friend, there is another unspoken command, Xia Changge continued. Should you agree, the women within Imo City are at your disposal. You may take 100 as wives or 1,000. As long as you abide by the laws and refrain from employing demonic means to harm others. Xia Changge quietly pointed out the hidden benefits, for after all, mortals held little value for the Zhao kingdom. Rather, the union of Qi refinement practitioners with mortal women held the promise of birthing children with spiritual roots. A Qi refinement cultivator's worth surpassed that of dozens or even hundreds of those without spiritual roots. Indeed, I shall consider this carefully, Xia Changge replied. He had yet to determine the most suitable location for his stronghold, yet it certainly could not be in Imo City, a town devoid of spiritual energy. For the moment, he chose not to refuse. The two of them chatted amiably as they arrived at the Imo City Public Security Hall. Upon meeting the Immortal Master, they found themselves surrounded by mortals, akin to constables, all donned in uniforms. There were both men and women, most aged between 20 and 50. Following Xia Changge's arrival, all the security guards knelt and paid their respects. Xia Changge took great pleasure in receiving such reverence from ordinary folk. With a solemn expression, he declared, Old Zhang, young Lin, from now on, this immortal Xia shall be the city lord of Maching. You are all to follow his commands. Should any insurmountable troubles arise, report them to immortal Xia, and he shall resolve them, protecting the people of Maching. As Xia Changge finished speaking, Xia Changge sensed dozens of eyes turning toward him. Unfazed, he faced them with composure. Everyone, I am generally quite approachable. The daily security of Maching will still rely on your efforts. I shall not interfere. The members of the security hall promptly responded, Understood, Immortal Xia. Once matters were settled, Xia Changge prepared to depart. A place like Maching, devoid of spiritual energy, was not somewhere he wished to linger for even a moment longer. Then I shall trouble fellow Taoist Xia with this. The items you are owed will be delivered to you in half a year. With those words, Xia Changge soared away on his sword. The security hall members watched with undisguised envy, shouting in unison, We bid farewell to Immortal Zhao. Previously, when demonic creatures had wreaked havoc in Maching, it was always Xia Changge who resolved the crisis. Thus, the people held him in both awe and admiration. Rise, all of you. In the future, there is no need for such formalities when you see me. Also, do not spread word of my presence among ordinary folk. I wish to avoid disturbances in my daily life. Should any unsolvable matters arise, seek me out privately. After a brief inspection, Xia Changge memorized their faces before taking his leave. Many wished to speak further with him, but found no opportunity. However, knowing his residence, they understood there would be chances to interact later. In their eyes, Xia Changge was far more amiable and approachable than Immortal Zhao, lacking any air of superiority. He was also the only cultivator they could interact with at such close quarters. Xia Changge returned to the Li residence, where Zhang Miaoi stood outside the gates, directing servants in replacing the plaque. The former Li Manor had now become Xia Manor. This small yet meaningful change brought unexpected joy even to Xia Changge, who seldom dwelled on such details. Uncle, Zhang Miaoi greeted softly upon his return. Still graceful in her courtesy, Xia Changge nodded slightly, offering no further words. Social interactions were not his forte. Once her tasks were complete, Zhang Miaoi returned to attend to him. Now, the former Li residence had been transformed into a home befitting Xia Changge's tastes. From his storage pouch, Xia Changge retrieved 5 spirit stones. These are spirit stones. They generate the spiritual energy we need for cultivation. Place them by Yijiao's bedside. They will greatly aid her progress. Unable to provide a proper cultivation environment, Xia Changge could only resort to spirit stones as a substitute. For a child with spiritual roots, residing in an energy-rich environment was immensely beneficial to cultivation. Once Li Yijiao could begin cultivating, Xia Changge would have to relocate to a place abundant in spiritual energy. Otherwise, her progress would be hindered. His words filled Zhang Miaoi with delight. She accepted the spirit stones, examining them with fascination, marveling at these treasures of the immortal world. Xia Changge offered little explanation. That afternoon, many visitors arrived at the Xia residence, presenting a plethora of items cherished by mortals. Among these, the majority consisted of herbs aged several decades. While these herbs held no spiritual potency and were of little use to cultivators, they proved to be quite beneficial for Xia Changge. Although they could not aid in the pursuit of immortality, they certainly facilitated the practice of martial arts. Xia Changge retrieved a 50-year-old herb and promptly consumed it with a decisive crunch. His cultivation level at the 5th stage of qi refinement assured him of his capacity to withstand its effects. He sensed that these substances would significantly aid in the cultivation of the Sacred Heart technique, perhaps with a bit more. He could ascend to the 3rd layer of the Sacred Heart technique. Cultivating martial arts' inner strength in the realm of immortal heroes is indeed a remarkably simple endeavor. These individuals, alas, find themselves merely squandering their resources. Indeed, the constables from the public security hall who present gifts do so with a naive sense of hope. Regrettably, Xia Changge is unable to assist them. He is but a humble practitioner of the 5th level of qi refinement. Here, he may reign supreme. Yet in the realm of cultivation, he is merely a trivial pawn. Uncle, Lin Tangzu is outside, seeking an audience with you, claiming to possess something that may prove beneficial. These offerings were received by the maidens of the Xia residence, as Xia Changge received no guests himself. After all, his status here remains quite formidable. During his cultivation, Zhang Miaoi sensibly refrained from disturbing him, let alone the servants. However, on this occasion, Zhang Miaoi sensed the gravity of the matter at hand and mustered the courage to report outside. For the visitor is the vice master of the public security hall of Mo City, and she is quite beautiful. Most importantly, she asserts that she possesses an artifact of the celestial realm, a claim that Zhang Miaoi cannot afford to dismiss. Oh, Xia Changge meticulously stored the remaining medicinal herbs. He was indeed captivated by this statement. Presently, he found himself destitute, should he encounter any artifacts belonging to cultivators in this location. Even fragments of inferior-grade magical tools could be exchanged for several spirit stones. Sister-in-law, please allow her to enter. Xia Changge tidied up briefly, preparing to receive guests. Upon meeting Master Xia, Lin Maishan entered the living room and gracefully bowed to Xia Changge. Perhaps due to her time in this role, a hint of valor adorned her demeanor, and she appeared quite spirited. Xia Changge held a vivid recollection of her, for her aura was distinctly unique. He gestured slightly, inviting Lin Maishan to take his seat, and spoke amiably, Master Lin, may I inquire about the celestial item you mentioned? Lin Maishan appeared somewhat hesitant, as if she were grappling with an important decision. Xia Changge did not rush her, allowing her the time to contemplate. Immortal Master, I can present the treasure to you first, but I hope you might grant me an opportunity. I wish to follow you in my cultivation. After careful consideration, Lin Maishan once again knelt on one knee to express her submission. Xia Changge had anticipated this outcome. He possesses patience, for after all, he currently has little to occupy his time. Before this, has anyone ever tested your spiritual roots? Lin Maishan shook her head, stating that her ancestors were not practitioners of immortality. Hence, she had never undergone an assessment for spiritual roots. Although the Zhao Kingdom, despite being a mere frontier nation, boasts a population in the hundreds of millions, it is simply impractical to account for each individual. Such an endeavor would be monumental. The ability to ascertain whether a descendant from 10 generations back had the potential for spiritual roots is already considered a significant achievement, as the inheritance of such roots can occur within 10 generations. Lin Maishan's words led Xia Changge to a conclusion. It was highly improbable that she possessed spiritual roots. However, in an effort to reassure Lin Maishan, Xia Changge beckoned her closer. She approached him and extended her right hand willingly. After a brief examination, Xia Changge regretfully shook his head. Lin Taoist Master, I wish I could assist you, but you do not possess spiritual roots, and thus cannot absorb the spiritual energy from the universe for cultivation. Indeed, Xia Changge could not help but desire to encounter a beautiful female cultivator with spiritual roots, as they could potentially form a family and peacefully nurture their own lineage. Lin Maishan met his aesthetic standards, yet, alas, she lacked spiritual roots. This revelation was a considerable blow to Lin Maishan, despite her prior mental preparation. Master, does she possess spiritual roots? Lin Maishan summoned her courage to inquire about Zhang Miaoi. Xia Changge continued to shake her head, stating that she herself lacked spiritual roots, yet her daughter, Lineage, possessed commendable ones. Xia Changge offered no further explanation, rendering Lin Maishan's knowledge of this fact somewhat futile. This revelation allowed Lin Maishan to grasp certain truths. If I were to unite with the Immortal Master, would our offspring possess spiritual roots? Lin Maishan suddenly lowered her head, no longer exuding the initial cheerfulness, but rather displaying a feminine shyness. Xia Changge remarked, it is possible, albeit not certain, and the likelihood is quite low. However, if both parties possess spiritual roots, then there is a considerable chance that the next generation will inherit them. The concept of spiritual roots eluded Xia Changge. He could only elucidate based on the knowledge he had acquired. In a moment of desperation, Lin Meishan knelt before Xia Changge, beseeching, "I humbly request, esteemed immortal, that you grant me a child with spiritual roots." A cough escaped Xia Changge, startled by such audacious words. Indeed, there was a hint of masculine bravado in her plea. It finally dawned on him why those without prospects would choose to live their latter years in the mortal realm. Here, life resembled that of an emperor. "Master Lin, I believe it would be wise for you to maintain your composure and refrain from acting impulsively." Xia Changge understood that in order to establish a lineage, he needed to exert considerable effort. One sister-in-law alone would not suffice. Yet, he could not recklessly bring misfortune to another's daughter. Lin Meishan shook her head, asserting, "Esteemed immortal, I am quite composed. I do not wish for my child to be confined to this small city of Mo, living as a frog in a well. I implore your benevolence." Ahem, what if the first individual lacks a spiritual root? Have you, Master Lin, contemplated this possibility? To be candid, it is indeed fortunate that Xia Changge possesses a relatively commendable character. Otherwise, had there been even the slightest deficiency, Lin Meishan would already be in tatters, both in attire and in essence. Should one fail, there would be 2, 3, or even 10, until a spiritual root is finally attained. Lin Meishan seems to have regarded the birth of a child with a spiritual root as her primary objective. Such a frenzied notion caused Xia Changge to shake his head in disbelief. It was not out of pity for Lin Meishan's body, which would undoubtedly suffer from such reckless actions, but rather due to other apprehensions. If the child lacked a spiritual root, it would be easy to raise. Xia Changge could manage 100 or so. However, the thought of himself, a dark-haired individual, sending forth a group of white-haired offspring decades later was indeed troubling. This profoundly influences the mindset of those who seek immortality. Furthermore, for mortals, it is excessively cumbersome, especially now, as Xia Changge has yet to select a suitable place to settle. In a few years, he intends to depart from here to the immortal city with Zhang Miaoyi and Li Yijiao, a journey that is indeed considerable. It will be a challenge for him to care for both Zhang Miaoyi and Li Yijiao. Should he encounter any unforeseen circumstances, the situation would become nearly unfathomable. Xia Changge plans to expand his lineage only after establishing a stable abode. It is merely a mundane town, devoid of resources, unsuitable for prolonged residence. This is why a vast majority of wandering cultivators venture into the mortal realm, like to establish families, which ultimately fade into obscurity after a mere century. Without the means for cultivation, procreation holds little significance. Hence, Xia Changge conveyed this harsh reality to Lin Meishan, and in doing so, also related to Zhang Miaoyi. What does it matter if one is born at all? Lacking sufficient resources, one finds it impossible to cultivate, ultimately rendering them no different from an ordinary person. Lin Meishan timidly spoke, "But, isn't there still you, Master Xia?" To Lin Meishan, it was evident that a celestial master like Xia Changge must be exceptional. Raising a child is certainly no trivial matter. Xia Changge, in an effort to preserve her image, refrained from disclosing the truth of her current status as a mid-tier qi refining practitioner, languishing at the lower echelons of the cultivation world. Instead, she fabricated a convenient excuse. "Mo City is merely a temporary refuge for me, and your mortal existence is but a burden." Lin Meishan felt a profound sense of discouragement, convinced that Xia Changge, a celestial master of such esteemed stature, regarded her as nothing more than an ordinary, unremarkable woman. "Oh, celestial master, grant me an opportunity. My relatives assure me that I am quite capable of bearing children. I could surely provide you with perfect descendants." In this moment, Lin Meishan had entirely cast aside her dignity. With a heavy sigh, Xia Changge replied, "Perhaps you should return and reflect upon this matter." Lin Meishan was on the verge of despair, her voice trembling as she said, Then I shall not have a child. May I remain by the immortal master's side to serve you?" Xia Changge fell into a moment of silence. Confronted with such a situation, his indecisive nature was indeed a source of helplessness. In truth, within the depths of Xia Changge's heart, he harbors a desire to refrain from forging overly intimate connections with mundane individuals. The presence of a spiritless woman like Zhang Miaoyi has already proven to be quite burdensome for him. Should another such individual enter his life, he foresees difficulties in the future. However, since Lin Meishan bears no grievances against Xia Changge and even offers a precious gift, he finds it challenging to express himself harshly. "Immortal Master, the celestial treasure you seek is concealed within my home. It was salvaged by my grandfather during a hunting expedition in the mountains and has been meticulously preserved. Would you care to accompany me to take a look?" Lin Meishan seemed to comprehend Xia Changge's intentions, feeling a tinge of despair. Nevertheless, she did not lose sight of her second purpose for the day, which was to present the treasures of her family to Xia Changge. Xia Changge spoke in a deep voice. Did you not consider offering the treasures to Taoist Zhao? Perhaps he can help you fulfill your desires. Lin Meishan shook her head, expressing her perception of Master Zhao's disdain towards ordinary individuals like themselves. In contrast, Master Xia exhibits a far more approachable demeanor, showing no harshness towards them simply for being common folk, which is precisely why she sought him out. Yet, Lin Meishan remains uncertain about the true nature of Xia Changge. She is aware that Xia Changge also looks down upon women lacking spiritual roots. Nevertheless, he is willing to invest time in crafting excuses to comfort them. Lin Meishan chooses to embrace the illusion of Xia Changge's kindness, allowing herself a semblance of self-deception, unlike Xia Changge, who offers no opportunity for such indulgence. The thought of Xia Changge demanding reverence from them upon their initial meeting indeed seems excessively ostentatious and arrogant. Perhaps it is a consequence of having been subservient at the princess's residence for so long, now that he has finally arrived in a place like Imo City. He feels compelled to assert himself in a manner that defies the humility he once endured. In comparison to Xia Changge, Xia Changge is not significantly superior. One might say it is merely a case of the pot calling the kettle black. However, it is precisely this modest 50-step difference that has afforded Xia Changge an opportunity that Xia Changge could not grasp. Well then, I must trouble Miss Lin. Regardless of the value of the treasure, Xia Changge must express his gratitude for Lin Meishan's kind intentions. With Lin Meishan leading the way, Xia Changge followed closely behind. Suddenly, Lin Meishan turned around, her eyes filled with anticipation as she looked at Xia Changge. Xian Master Xia, may I perhaps experience the sensation of ascension that you, as an immortal master, feel? This is the greatest aspiration of my life. Xia Changge, undeterred by Lin Meishan's somewhat annoying requests, patiently smiled and replied, certainly. But I prefer not to be overly ostentatious in Imo City. This evening, I can accompany you for a stroll outside the city. Thank you, Master Xia. Lin Meishan exclaimed, her heart brimming with excitement after receiving his consent. Xia Changge followed her to Lin Meishan's residence, which, among mortals, was relatively affluent. She was not an orphan, her parents were alive, and her grandparents were also present. Moreover, she had several siblings, creating a lively and bustling household. Father, mother, brothers and sisters, come and meet the master. The statement made by Lin Meishan transformed the previously cheerful demeanor of her family, who believed that Xia Changge was the partner she had retrieved, into one of solemnity as they knelt before him, tremblingly addressing him as immortal master. This prompted Xia Changge to furrow his brow, urging them to rise. There is no need for such reverence in my presence. He still found it difficult to embody that exalted status, as not long ago he had merely been a destitute wanderer outside the Liantian sword sect. Lin Meishan promptly stepped forward to assist her family members in standing. Father, where is the immortal treasure that grandfather found on the mountain? The immortal master requires it, she said softly as she approached her father, Lin Qingshan. Understanding her intent, Lin Qingshan led Xia Changge to the storeroom. Immortal master, this is the item, he declared, producing the treasure his father had discovered. Given its origin from an immortal, they were cautious not to flaunt it or sell it carelessly, lest they invite peril. Xia Changge accepted the item, examining it closely. Although it had been in existence for several decades, it still possessed a certain spiritual essence. Is this a high-grade spiritual pearl artifact? He pondered, uncertain as his prior experiences with artifacts had been limited to lower-grade ones, due to his lack of affiliation with any sect and a rather narrow social circle. His knowledge of artifacts beyond the inferior grade was merely theoretical. This item does hold considerable value, he stated. Should you have any requests, do not hesitate to convey them. I shall not refuse what I am able to grant. This artifact was undoubtedly of a higher caliber than any he had previously encountered, and it was functional. Therefore, Xia Changge was determined to claim it, to justify his acquisition. He felt compelled to compensate the Lin family. His promise immediately quickened Lin Qingshan's breath. With the immortal master's assistance, how could the Lin family not prosper? Surely, they could become the wealthiest family in Imo City. However, Lin Meishan interjected, Immortal master, my grandfather has been bedridden for many years, and the physicians in Imo City are at a loss. Might you be able to offer some assistance? Her words filled Lin Qingshan with anxiety, as he considered his daughter South's request to place the immortal master's promise upon an elderly man to be rather foolish. Yet, as Xia Changge was brought by Lin Meishan, he found himself unwilling to speak against it. I am not skilled in medicine, but I can take a look, Xia Changge replied. Acknowledging the hierarchy of knowledge and the specialization of skills, He was no physician and had little understanding of healing. However, he felt it necessary to feign a semblance of expertise. Very well, please lead the way, he added. Lin Meishan hastily guided him to her grandfather Lin Qingyun's room. Upon reaching the door, Xia Changge was met with a pungent odor of medicinal herbs. Inside, an elderly man with graying hair lay weakly upon the bed, clearly in the twilight of his years. Shaner, is this? Lin Qingyun managed a faint smile upon seeing Xia Changge, momentarily mistaking him for his beloved granddaughter's companion. If Lin Meishan could resolve this issue, he would have no lingering attachments upon his departure. Lin Meishan sought to elucidate Xia Changge's identity, yet was halted by him. Ultimately, Lin Meishan merely stated, "Grandfather, this is a physician from afar, here to attend to your health." Lin Qingyun simply smiled and replied, "Do not trouble yourself over this. I am aware of my condition. At my age, it is nearly time." Xia Changge refrained from further words and placed his hand upon Lin Qingyun's pulse to conduct an examination. Through this pulse assessment, Xia Changge effortlessly discerned the specific ailments afflicting him. Perhaps due to his advanced years, his bodily organs had begun to deteriorate, particularly the liver, which was nearly non-functional. After a moment's contemplation, Xia Changge infused a portion of his life energy in an attempt to alleviate the situation. After all, it would undoubtedly provide some benefit, albeit modest. As the life energy flowed, Lin Qingyun's vitality visibly improved. Recognizing the need to withdraw, Xia Changge understood that his connection with Lin Qingyun was tenuous, and given his age, providing relief from suffering for the coming years was a compassionate act in itself. Very well, your grandfather's suffering should significantly diminish in the years ahead, he stated as he exited the room. Thank you, esteemed master. Lin Meishan expressed her heartfelt gratitude, fully trusting Xia Changge's abilities without a trace of doubt. Her martial prowess had been cultivated from childhood under her grandfather's tutelage, and the bond between them was profoundly strong. Do you require any further compensation? Xia Changge inquired once more. Lin Meishan shook her head. No need, esteemed master. After all, we have no use for that item. If you have the time, might you also examine my siblings to see if they possess spiritual roots? This modest request was one Xia Changge did not refuse. He proceeded to assess her 5 siblings, only to find that none possessed spiritual roots. The entire Lin family seemed rather disheartened, as they had harbored hopes for one of their children to emerge as a master, which would have brought great honor to the family. After the assessments, Xia Changge escorted Lin Meishan out of Mo City, summoning his flying sword to fulfill her desire to ascend into the heavens, thereby satisfying her request. As they parted ways, Xia Changge sensed the intense gaze upon him from behind, yet regrettably, he offered no response. Upon returning to his abode, Xia Changge immediately entered his secluded meditation chamber, retrieving the artifact he had recently acquired. Decades had passed, and the remnants left by the previous owner had long been erased by time. Effortlessly, Xia Changge inscribed his mark upon the artifact, transforming it into his own. This object possessed the remarkable ability to store the essence of flames, which could be detonated on demand, yielding surprising and effective results. After refining the artifact, Xia Changge came to understand its capabilities. It must be said that for Xia Changge, a cultivator who abhors direct confrontations, this item proves to be exceedingly useful. Flames, this is hardly a challenge. While he cannot procure exotic fires, ordinary flames are abundantly available. Currently, the magical tools in Xia Changge's possession are rather unimpressive. One is a low-grade wooden stone shield left by Li Qing, and the other is an inconsequential flying sword. Xia Changge rarely engages in external struggles. He scarcely possesses any spirit stones, let alone magical artifacts. Thus, the flame-devouring pearl holds significant importance for him. After completing the ritual, Xia Changge fell into a brief contemplation, still reminiscing about the recent flavors he had just begun to indulge in. He arrived at the door that once belonged to his friend Li, gently knocking. With Xia Changge's presence, Zhang Miaoi, who was sleeping alongside Li Yijiao, would naturally not suspect an outsider at the door. Xia Changge's initiative brought joy to Zhang Miaoi, who thought to herself that she still possessed considerable allure. She delicately adjusted her nightgown, revealing more of her chest, and feigned a frail demeanor as she opened the door. Upon seeing the tall and imposing Xia Changge, her expression mirrored that of daylight, and she greeted him softly, "Uncle." Perhaps due to an excess of herbal medicine, Xia Changge felt a surge of vitality, igniting a considerable fire within him. "Sister-in-law, may I come in?" he inquired. Zhang Miaoi nodded gently. Thus, Xia Changge cast aside any pretense of being a virtuous man and embraced the moment, stepping inside with her. "Sister-in-law, be sure to remain vigilant." Early the next morning, Before Li Yijiao awoke, Xia Changge prepared to depart. As Zhang Miaoi assisted him in dressing, he offered a subtle reminder. Her hand momentarily froze, for she understood the implication of his words. However, being an ordinary woman, she feared being discarded once Xia Changge grew weary of her, yearning to bear him a child. Ideally one with spiritual roots like Li Yijiao's. Yet, Xia Changge was not open to such considerations at this time. All she could do was force a smile and nod in agreement. As for Xia Changge, to fully relish his desires, he knew he must extract some sacrifices from Zhang Miaoi. Since Li Cheng had toiled tirelessly and met his demise at a mere 40 years of age, entrusting his entire estate and exquisite family to Xia Changge, the latter had become resolute in his desire to lead a leisurely life. He had no intention of toiling away in battles for the sake of family. He would not allow another man to benefit from his efforts. As for children, he would wait several years until he had established a comfortable means of livelihood before considering fatherhood, being alone without kin to assist him. He understood the necessity of proceeding cautiously and meticulously planning each step. In the forthcoming 2 months, Xia Changge appeared remarkably unhurried. He procured numerous aged medicinal herbs within Imo City to aid his cultivation of the Sacred Heart technique. After 2 months of diligent practice, he finally ascended to the 3rd layer of the Sacred Heart technique, granting him an extension of life by 120 years. Upon reaching the 3rd level of the Sacred Heart technique, Xia Changge realized that to continue his cultivation, he must pair it with a longevity item, one that must be at least a century old. Furthermore, the 4th level of the Sacred Heart technique not only extends one's lifespan by an additional 300 years, but also bestows 2 new abilities, the Blood Curse and the Absolute Ice. The Blood Curse draws upon blood to render the opponent in a state of relentless bleeding until their demise. To unleash the Blood Curse, one must first breach the opponent's defenses and inflict injury. The Absolute Ice, on the other hand, introduces an ice-based technique, regrettably lacking an ice attribute's spiritual root. Xia Changge mused that this technique could have become his innate divine ability, usable at any time. The Absolute Ice primarily relies on the condensation of true energy into ice. However, true energy, in the realm of immortal heroes, is often insufficient in terms of damage. Had Xia Changge possessed an ice attribute's spiritual root, he could have drawn upon it to execute the Absolute Ice's ethereal techniques, thereby enhancing the power of this ability alongside his own growth. It is indeed a pity. I must seek out some chi-refining realm magical beasts. In Imo City, Xia Changge found it challenging to elevate his chi-refining cultivation. Yet, he could not simply idle away his time without making any progress. He needed to bolster his self-defense capabilities. Alas, there were no magical beasts active in the vicinity. The transformed beasts that Zhao Junjie spoke of had not appeared over the past few months. Moreover, purchasing them would be financially burdensome, as the mere 20 or so spirit stones in his possession were woefully inadequate. Financial constraints necessitated meticulous budgeting. As Xia Changge found himself at leisure, he perused a book documenting mundane herbs, hoping to expand his knowledge, which might prove useful in the future. Uncle, Miss Lin is outside seeking an audience. Just as Xia Changge was lost in thought, Zhang Miaoi's gentle voice called from outside. Zhang Miaoi was the kind of person who, while typically gentle as a stream, could become a tidal wave at crucial moments. Since that fateful night, Lin Meishan had not sought Xia Changge again, nor had he gone looking for her. He had presumed that perhaps their paths had diverged for good, yet unexpectedly, she had returned today. Please let her in. Xia Changge, not one to be devoid of compassion, nodded to indicate Zhang Miaoi should usher her in. Upon seeing the spirited woman once more, Xia Changge greeted her with a smile. Lin Meishan, however, appeared somewhat anxious. Immortal Master, a beast has appeared in Shirlu village, 10 miles north of Imo City. We are no match for it. Dozens have already perished. Please, Immortal Master, lend your strength to eradicate it. Oh, a beast? Xia Changge exclaimed, filled with delight. Finally, an opportunity had arisen. Do you know the beast's exact location? Just as he lamented his stagnant progress in cultivation, fortune had smiled upon him. Lin Meishan nodded vigorously. Having lived in the area since childhood, she was quite familiar with her surroundings. Thus, Xia Changge grasped her arm, summoned his flying sword, and together they set forth towards the north. In just a few minutes, Xia Changge arrived at his destination and located the troublesome demon wolf. This creature, a carnivorous beast, exuded an aura comparable to that of a third-tier chi refinement practitioner. The wolf was drenched in blood, currently feasting upon the corpse of a young man. What a vile beast! Fortunately, Xia Changge possessed 2 flying swords at that moment. One was his own, while the other had been left by Li Qing. Although neither sword was particularly remarkable, they were sufficient to deal with this malevolent creature. As Xia Changge descended to a height of just over a meter from the ground, he gently released Lin Meishan. She, possessing a modicum of skill, steadied herself upon landing and gazed expectantly at Xia Changge's prowess. With remarkable speed, Xia Changge soared towards the demon wolf. Having already slaughtered over 10 individuals, the wolf was in a frenzied state. Faced with a prey that exuded an enticing aroma, it instinctively lunged to attack. Its speed was beyond the capabilities of ordinary beings to withstand. After drawing forth a wooden shield to block the wolf's decisive strike, Xia Changge swiftly pierced its throat with the sword. A vile creature indeed. Though the wolf possessed considerable intelligence, during its demonic transformation, it lost the rationality akin to a human succumbing to madness. This was advantageous for Xia Changge, making the hunt relatively effortless. Witnessing Xia Changge's effortless annihilation of a creature that would instill fear in ordinary mortals, Lin Meishan's admiration and reverence for him deepened. "Let us provide adequate compensation to the families of the injured and deceased," Xia Changge stated as he retrieved the demon wolf's body from Li Cheng's storage bag. Aside from offering gold and silver to the families of the deceased, he was uncertain what more he could do. Lin Meishan nodded gently, reflecting on Xia Xinshi's genuine compassion. Unlike Zhao Junjie, who dealt with the beast and departed without a second thought, Xia Changge exhibited a sense of responsibility. Lin Meishan had hoped to ride Xia Changge's flying sword back, yearning to experience that sensation once more. Alas, that opportunity had slipped away. Xia Changge took to the skies. Leaving Lin Meishan to handle the aftermath, he returned directly to the training chamber, where he presented the demon wolf's corpse. Without hesitation, he began to channel his energy to refine the wolf's essence for his own use. There was no need to consume it directly. Merely refining it with his true energy sufficed. It proved useful, yet still lacking in abundance. Within half an hour, the demon wolf's body had completely withered, devoid of any vitality. Xia Changge's cultivation, however, had only progressed marginally. A mere inch gained could describe it. The demon wolf was simply too low in rank. It appeared that to break through to the 4th tier, he would require beasts of 1,000 years or more, or a multitude of such demon creatures. As Xia Changge reminisced about the Sacred Heart secret, he recalled that it was created from the blood of the auspicious beast, the phoenix. In the realm of martial arts, the divine beasts are revered, yet in the world of immortals, even if their strength cannot rival that of 1,000-year-old demons, their functions remain significant. Presently, Xia Changge lacked even the qualifications to encounter such ancient beasts. For a demon beast to reach a millennium in age, it must undoubtedly possess the prowess of the Golden Core realm. With a mere breath, Xia Changge would be left with nothing but bones. He desired a complete form of the creature, whether fashioned into blankets or leather garments. Xia Changge produced the desiccated corpse of the demon wolf. Gesturing for Zhang Miaoi to attend to the matter, Zhang Miaoi had just learned of Xia Changge's formidable feat in slaying the demon, leaving her utterly stunned. Upon seeing the carcass, her heart quaked with trepidation. The thought that Xia Changge could vanquish such a creature was indeed impressive, befitting a master of the immortals. She obediently instructed the servants to carry the remains away and summoned the most renowned artisans in the town for the task. When the tailor realized the pelt was from a demon beast, his hands trembled with excitement. Fortunately, his exceptional skills aided Xia Changge in achieving his goal. After 3 months of gradual cultivation, despite Xia Changge's usual obliviousness to subtle cues, he sensed something amiss. Observing the flustered and suddenly departing Zhang Miaoi, he began to form a suspicion. When Zhang Miaoi returned from her procurement, Xia Changge beckoned her over. Startled, she momentarily hesitated to heed his command, remaining rooted in place. As Xia Changge's tone deepened, she complied and approached, allowing him to examine her pulse. "Ah, my dear sister-in-law, you have truly bestowed upon me an immense surprise." Moments later, Xia Changge released her, exhaling a sigh. He found himself torn between joy and anger. Joy, for he had finally secured a true successor. Anger, for he had repeatedly emphasized the importance of caution, only to discover that Zhang Miaoi had disregarded his counsel entirely. He chuckled at the thought of her earnest claims of having taken her medicine and heeding his advice. Indeed, the more beautiful a woman, the more adept she seems at deception. Xia Changge realized he had been somewhat negligent, too focused on his own enjoyment to ensure everything was thoroughly concluded. Realizing she could no longer conceal the truth, Zhang Miaoi hastily knelt before Xia Changge, clutching his leg and pleading, "I am sorry, uncle. I truly adore children, and I wish to do something for you. You have been so kind to me. yet I feel I have not reciprocated. I am indebted to you." Indeed, Zhang Miaoyi had neglected to follow Xia Changge's advice and had not taken any precautionary measures. After several months, had there been no response, Xia Changge would have had to consult a physician. "Uncle, please do not harm this child, I beg you." Zhang Miaoyi wept, her face a portrait of sorrow. No matter how furious Xia Changge felt, he could never bring himself to harm an innocent child. Could he be so cruel as to directly condemn his own descendants to death? In the end, he said nothing and passively accepted this outcome. Now, within Xia Changge's heart, there lingered a faint hope. May this child possess a commendable spiritual root. Otherwise, the only fate awaiting them would be to be temporarily placed in a common family in Mo City. The strategic triumph had granted Zhang Miaoyi a sense of tranquility. After much interaction, she had disowned her uncle's Achilles heel, his excessive compassion. By targeting this vulnerability, she could, to some extent, manipulate her uncle. Although childbirth could be fraught with pain, it paled in comparison to the agony of being abandoned and falling into the hands of others. Zhang Miaoyi earnestly wished that Xia Changge would allow her to rely on him for a lifetime, not merely for her own sense of security, but also for the fluttering of her heart. Once Xia Changge acquiesced, Zhang Miaoyi felt a wave of relief wash over her. Despite Xia Changge's outwardly distant demeanor due to anger, she continued to tend to him in daily life. Xia Changge did not refuse her care, which made Zhang Miaoyi find her elder uncle utterly endearing. As time passed, Zhang Miaoyi's belly gradually swelled, adding a certain radiance to her being. One day, Lin Maishan happened to deliver herbs to Xia Changge and, upon seeing the pregnant Zhang Miaoyi, turned pale. She cast a sorrowful glance at Xia Changge, as if questioning how he could have claimed not to want children, yet now found himself in this very situation. Did she not deserve to be chosen, having presented herself so willingly? Heartbroken, Lin Maishan left after placing the herbs down, tears streaming down her face. After all, being rejected in such a manner was a profound blow to a young maiden. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Miaoyi suggested, "Uncle, I am currently in no position, and I am merely a withered flower, unworthy of a celestial master like yourself. I believe Lin Mimi would be a suitable choice. She is a tender maiden, eager to devote herself to you. Perhaps you should seize this chance to take her as your partner." Xia Changge, slightly vexed, replied, "You know nothing. Refrain from concerning yourself with such matters." Recalling Lin Maishan's earlier grand declaration of wanting to bear 10 children only added to his trepidation. How could he dare approach someone so stunning when he himself lacked any spiritual roots? If he were to pursue her, the outcome could only be one of two. Either he would become utterly heartless, indulging in pleasure while neglecting his responsibilities, or he would end up with several sons, uncertain of their spiritual potential. The greatest difference between humans and beasts lies in emotion. Xia Changge could never disregard his blood relatives. He envisioned himself in this mundane town, indulging in pleasures, only to venture to the celestial city years later, burdened with a multitude of family members, 7 or 8, or even more. Perhaps a dozen or 20, all mere mortals? The thought of such a scenario filled Xia Changge with dread, for it would not be a boon but an overwhelming encumbrance. Oh, as Xia Changge remained silent, Zhang Miaoyi felt an increasing sense of delight, naively pondering whether her uncle favored her alone. Was this not a tad too idyllic? Although her uncle professed his exclusive devotion, she was, after all, merely a mortal woman who would inevitably succumb to the ravages of time in a decade or so. While her uncle might still be in his prime, it would be selfish to think otherwise. She must prepare a suitable replacement for her uncle in advance. 3 months later, Zhang Miaoyi successfully gave birth to a son, a boy. Whether or not he possessed spiritual roots was indeterminate at this stage. It would take at least 3 or 4 years for his innate qualities to manifest. "Uncle, could you think of a name for the child?" In this era, bearing a son was a source of immense joy for a woman. Despite her physical discomfort, a smile graced Zhang Miaoyi's face as she eagerly looked at Xia Changge. Xia Changge's heart was a tumult of emotions. He never imagined that a simple request from a neighbor would so drastically alter the course of his life. "Let us set this matter aside for now. You should rest," he tenderly advised, glancing at the frail Zhang Miaoyi. He then signaled to a maid to take the baby outside. Fortunately, Xia Changge was a prominent figure in Mo City, with ample herbal remedies available for the recovery of ordinary women. Coupled with his life essence, healing the mortal was not a formidable challenge. Thus, Zhang Miaoyi's postpartum care was quite straightforward. Stepping outside, Xia Changge sighed deeply. "Congratulations, Master Xia." Upon seeing the chubby infant cradled by the maid, Lin Maishan felt a pang of envy. "Master, may I hold him?" she implored, gazing at the child with longing. Xia Changge nodded in acquiescence. He certainly would not bear the child himself. It would be far too cumbersome. Having someone to assist was a most fortuitous arrangement. Taking the child from the maid, Lin Meishan gently cooed. Though merely a young maiden, she radiated a maternal glow. Master, does he possess spiritual roots? After a moment, Lin Meishan posed this question to Xia Changge. It was uncertain at present. Such revelations required 3 or 4 years to ascertain. As hopeful parents, who would not desire their offspring to be extraordinary? Yet, if the child were indeed exceptional, Xia Changge would face the dilemma of providing for his cultivation needs. Otherwise, should he send him to a sect to cultivate? But this world is not devoid of wisdom. Most outstanding cultivators emerging from families chose to remain within their sects rather than return home. Moreover, sending a child to a sect at a young age could jeopardize familial bonds. What path Xia Changge should take in the future truly posed a conundrum. Lin Meishan fell silent for a moment before continuing. May I bear a child for you, master? Indeed, this notion had never left her mind. Previously, her aspirations had been subdued by the words of Xia Changge. However, upon witnessing Zhang Miaoyi possessing the bloodline of an immortal teacher, her ambitions were rekindled. Xia Changge felt the urge to massage his temples. Had he perhaps been a tad too kind and gentle, allowing a mere mortal to relentlessly pursue him? Frankly, if Xia Changge had not accepted the magical artifacts from Lin Meishan's family, thus incurring a debt of gratitude, he might have found this incessant annoyance intolerable. Xia Changge merely gestured for Lin Meishan not to overthink matters and chose to disregard her. In the ethereal city of immortals, the currency for all transactions, including sustenance and shelter, was spirit stones rather than mundane gold and silver. The meager amount of spirit stones Xia Changge possessed was utterly insufficient. He could not even afford a decent low-tier magical artifact. During his time as a wandering cultivator, he had cultivated spirit rice outside his cave abode. For the wilderness offered ample land. Yet, such an environment was non-existent in the immortal city. Residing near the Li Tianjian sect was also virtually impossible. A passing golden core cultivator could easily discern the qualifications of his less-than-ideal niece, leaving Xia Changge with little control over the situation. It was conceivable that apart from lineage, the rest of the family could vanish without reason. However, now that circumstances had escalated to this point, he could only brace himself and endure. Zhang Miaoyi continued to serve Xia Changge with unwavering enthusiasm, showing no signs of hurt from his apparent neglect. In fact, the 5 spirit stones he had placed beside lineage were promptly taken by Zhang Miaoyi and set beside her child. This left Xia Changge both exasperated and amused. He did not believe his child would possess exceptional spiritual roots. Even having 4 attributes like his own would be quite remarkable. There was a significant possibility that the child might lack spiritual roots altogether. This foolish woman's actions seemed to reflect a bias towards sons. Or perhaps she sought to garner more affection for herself. With no other recourse, Xia Changge reluctantly produced another 5 spirit stones. These stones would, over time, be absorbed by a child with spiritual roots, ultimately becoming depleted as their spiritual energy waned. Currently, he was reliant on Xia Changge to bring him his year's commission in a few months. In the following 2 months, 2 demonized chi refinement beasts emerged outside Imo City, which Xia Changge effortlessly dispatched. These were carnivorous creatures that had undergone demonization after amassing sufficient vitality. At long last, after eagerly anticipating his arrival, Xia Changge finally welcomed Xia Changge. Ah, Xia Taoist, congratulations. You have been blessed with a son. Upon entering the Xia residence and seeing Zhang Miaoyi with the infant, Xia Changge greeted him with a broad smile. Xia Changge responded with equal joy. As Xia Changge handed over 15 spiritual stones to Xia Changge, he continued to entice him. Friend Xia, with children now, what is there left to venture into the world for? Remaining in Imo City, the 200 spiritual stones for establishing a home will be sufficient for you to cultivate to a profound realm. Members of the royal institutions in the Zhao Kingdom, after helping itinerant cultivators settle and register under the imperial roster, receive rewards for their efforts. Xia Changge was not a fool. If he were to agree, the few hundred spiritual stones in his possession would hardly have warmed in his hands before others might seize them, treating him as mere fodder. After all, he was merely a 5th-layer chi refinement cultivator, and 200 spiritual stones was not a trifling sum. In a place like Imo City, devoid of security, it was wiser to exercise caution. Perhaps a few more years would suffice to ascertain whether his son possessed spiritual roots. Xia Changge refrained from making an absolute statement. Wishing not to offend anyone, Xia Changge smiled, choosing not to dwell on the matter, and deftly shifted the conversation. I have heard that you have slain several Qi refinement realm beasts these past months. Would you consider selling their pelts? I am willing to offer 3 spiritual stones per pelt. Would you entertain this proposition? This left Xia Changge inwardly cursing the man for his audacity. The pelts of Qi refinement beasts were worth at least 5 spiritual stones. This information had been gleaned from the gathering of itinerant cultivators at the Light Eon Sword sect. After all, where itinerant cultivators congregated, there were bound to be trading posts. This man was nearly pocketing half the profits. What was he made of? Nevertheless, this fellow had inadvertently provided him with a means to earn some spiritual stones. Ultimately, Xia Changge chose to concede. I appreciate your offer, Zhao Daoyu. With a beaming smile that betrayed no reluctance, he instructed his maid to retrieve the pelts of 2 wolves and 1 tiger he had acquired. They exchanged goods for payment. Today's tally amounted to 24 spiritual stones. This sum was quite satisfactory. Farewell for now, Daoyu. I have other matters to attend to and must notify other friends in different towns. Reflecting on his journey through several towns, where he could potentially net 20 to 30 spiritual stones, Zhao Junjie's smile was genuine. After a few courteous words, Zhao Junjie took his leave, soaring away without lingering in this mundane realm. Uncle, was he not too harsh with his pricing? After Zhao Junjie departed, Zhang Miaoyi approached. She was not the naive type. Upon realizing that her uncle had struck a deal with Master Zhao, her expression turned displeased once he left, sensing a potential loss. Xia Changge would not return home to vent frustrations on his relatives, for that would be the act of a fool. In truth, he had not suffered significantly. He had merely given up a small advantage by allowing Zhao Junjie to collect the goods. Xia Changge gestured for Zhang Miaoyi to remain untroubled. Do not be disheartened, uncle. If you wish to express your frustrations, you may do so upon me. Zhang Miaoyi has now vaguely grasped that the exalted immortal masters she had envisioned also engage in struggles. In an effort to avoid inciting her uncle's ire, she thoughtfully spoke up. Xia Changge reassured her that he was not upset at all. However, witnessing the kindness of his younger sister-in-law, who was over a decade his junior, he reflected on his own situation, having not visited the night door for half a month due to the responsibilities of fatherhood. He simply remarked, "Then come inside with me." In the blink of an eye, 6 months slipped away. Xia Changge had already spent a year and a half in this small ink city. Within this time, his cultivation remained at the pinnacle of the 5th layer of the Qi refinement stage, while breaking through to the 6th layer was not particularly arduous. It required a supply of 10 or so spirit stones. Xia Changge decided to postpone that, as a frugal man must meticulously manage his resources after all. The cost equated to a year's worth of his wages, and he could not be careless. In his practice of the Sacred Heart technique, he had barely completed less than 1/10 of the 4th layer. During these 6 months, for demonic beasts in the vicinity of the Ink City had successfully transformed through the accumulation of their vital blood, all meeting their demise at Xia Changge's sword. Their blood had been refined by him, significantly enhancing his vitality. The increase in his lifespan of over a century left Xia Changge surprisingly indifferent to the passage of a year and a half. As for Zhang Miaoyi, a year and a half had passed without a trace of aging. Perhaps nourished by Xia Changge's life-giving true qi, she appeared even more youthful and alluring. Naturally, her days were spent in comfort, observing her son, Xiao Moxing, who had grown considerably, alongside the extraordinarily intelligent 6-year-old Li Yijiao, brought Xia Changge a sense of solace. He was filled with bright aspirations for their future life together. Friend, pardon the intrusion. On a serene day, a cultivator arrived in the Ink City, boasting a cultivation level of the 7th layer of the Qi refinement stage. This prompted Xia Changge to act with caution, promptly offering his greetings. I have the honor of meeting you, fellow cultivator. May I inquire what brings you to this mundane realm? Though he felt no fear of the 7th layer cultivator, he understood the importance of maintaining appearances. Dear friend, you are too gracious. I am merely a merchant traversing the various locales of the Union Immortal City. Upon learning of your esteemed presence here, I came to inquire if you might be interested in any items from my modest shop. The merchant, at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, politely articulated. In that moment, Xia Changge comprehended the situation. It turned out that the visitor was a traveling merchant, primarily earning a living by capitalizing on the price differentials of errands. For cultivators like Xia Changge, who were distanced from the Immortal City, there remained a demand for such merchants. This indeed appeared to be a promising trade. Xia Changge, only partially informed about the local circumstances, recognized that this merchant likely possessed extensive knowledge of the area, making their conversation potentially beneficial. After signaling Zhang Miaoyi to prepare tea, he smiled and inquired, "May I know your esteemed surname, and what items do you possess?" "My humble surname is He, and I possess a considerable array of items here. Esteemed friend, you may take a look. Should you require something that I do not have, I can make a special trip to the celestial city of Yunnan to procure it for you. Xian adopted the demeanor of a merchant, exuding warmth and enthusiasm. Naturally, Xia Changge could not afford much at present. Observing the smoothness of this fellow's speech, he candidly inquired, "Do you possess a map of the surrounding area?" The only information he had obtained from Li City was merely a map leading home, with little else available. Xian retrieved a scroll from his storage bag, a cheerful smile illuminating his face. This map delineates the celestial city of Yunnan at its core, accompanied by 7 surrounding celestial towns, as well as over 60 smaller towns akin to yours, depicted in great detail. It can be yours for just 3 spirit stones. Noting the exuberance of Xian's smile, Xia Changge could surmise the profit margin involved. Perhaps this item was worth only 1 or 2 spirit stones in the celestial city of Yunnan. Yet, Xia Changge found himself in need. He produced 3 spirit stones and accepted the map after a cursory inspection. Do you require any magical artifacts or elixirs? After a modest profit, Xian's service became even more enthusiastic. Xia Changge shook his head. You truly overestimate me. I currently lack the financial means. Perhaps I could purchase some spirit rice. What price do you have for it? A cultivator at the Qi refinement stage can abstain from food for a few days, but continuous fasting is impossible. For over a year, Xia Changge had subsisted on delicately crafted grains, and the spirit rice he had cultivated at the Liantian sword sect had long been consumed. Now, with the opportunity at hand, he could finally return to a familiar taste. The price for spirit rice is quite reasonable, only 1 spirit stone for 10 jin. With young children at home, it would be prudent to stock up, Xian revealed, producing another storage bag likely dedicated to spirit rice. This price was nearly half again as much as that at the scattered cultivators gathering in the Liantian sword sect, perhaps due to the low profit margins on spirit rice. 50 jin, then. You work so hard. Do your children appreciate your efforts? Xia Changge, without hesitation, handed over 5 spirit stones while casually inquiring further. Upon discussing these matters, Xian sighed, "Alas, if it weren't for those ungrateful ones, would I need to toil away like this? Even a 7th-layer Qi refinement cultivator must run errands." Xia Changge pondered his future endeavors with uncertainty. After completing his purchase of spirit rice, he declined any further items. Xian's income in Mo City was satisfactory. Even a modest profit of 2 or 3 spirit stones was a significant improvement over the 0 income during the times when no cultivators resided in Mo City. With a smile, he indicated that his next visit would be in 4 or 5 months before taking his leave. Once Xian departed, Xia Changge eagerly unfurled the map, measuring over a meter in length and width, to examine it. Zhang Miaoi seized the moment to steal a few glances from the side. Heavens, is it truly this vast? Zhang Miaoi could scarcely fathom the enormity of the Zhao Kingdom's territory. Xia Changge, however, merely shook his head. This was merely a celestial city, representing only the vicinity of the nearest such city to where Xia Changge resided. The map also bore the names of several other celestial cities within its expansive bounds. Among them, the one Xia Changge was most familiar with was Jianyan Celestial City, which was adjacent to the Liantian sword sect. It was there that he had been born. Yet, the other locations were merely names, devoid of detailed maps. Perhaps, a celestial town would be my most prudent choice at present. The celestial town serves as a bastion for the celestial city, benefiting from the spiritual veins, albeit in a more modest manner. Additionally, towns like Mo City, which are presided over by foundation establishment cultivators, can also be designated as celestial towns. After all, they are home to a second-tier spiritual herb capable of sustaining a dozen or so Qi refining cultivators, thus justifying the celestial designation. Generally speaking, the level of cultivators within a celestial town tends to be considerably lower, with typically only 1 foundation establishment cultivator present. Naturally, powerful foundation establishment families would have several. Such a semi-divine, semi-mortal realm is ideally suited for individuals like Xia Changge, who are in need of transition. After some searching, Xia Changge discovered the small town of Mo City. Oh, Huaying Celestial Town seems quite appealing. Huaying Celestial Town is the nearest celestial town to Xia Changge, merely separated by 4 or 5 mundane towns. It would indeed be a splendid choice for him to visit there in 2 years' time. Xia Changge initially planned to depart for Huaying Xinjin when Li Yijiao turned 8. However, this plan was disrupted by the birth of Xia Moxing. At the age of 8, Li Yijiao was merely 3, and her spiritual roots could not yet be assessed. Ultimately, Xia Changge resolved to wait an additional year and 3 months. With a lifespan exceeding 2 centuries remaining, what was one more year? This delay served two purposes: to ascertain his son's spiritual roots and to earn a bit more commission over the next 2 years. He felt that his diligent efforts should not yield no reward, thus benefiting others instead. Meanwhile, Lineage could only utilize the consumption of spiritual stones to refine her foundation, which would support her initial cultivation. Xia Changge estimated that Lineage would likely break through to the first layer of qi refinement by the age of 10. After all, even the most precocious 8-year-old could not compare to an adult. While she possessed innate talent, her mental acuity was still developing. Xia Changge himself had reached the first layer of qi refinement by the age of 19, having formally engaged in cultivation at 15. After over 3 years of idling, he assessed his son's roots when Xia Moxing turned 4. Zhang Miaoyi was filled with anticipation, perhaps the most eager in the world for her son to possess spiritual roots. Her hopes were driven by a desire for her son to achieve greatness, complemented by a mother's aspiration for her child's success. How could she not dream of such prospects? Xia Changge felt a sense of trepidation as well. As a father, he too harbored deep desires. His foremost wish was for his son to possess a heavenly spiritual root, ensuring both a stroke of fortune for himself and a promising future for his child. Alas, imagination often remains just that, imagination, as reality has a way of shattering idyllic fantasies. Nonetheless, this reality was not overly harsh for Xia Changge. His eldest son did possess spiritual roots, distinguishing him from ordinary folk. However, he would undoubtedly be unable to compare with Lineage. His roots were merely a genetic inheritance, identical to his own, with roots in fire, earth, wood, and water, yet lacking metal among the 5 elements. Perhaps this was fate. The future seemed likely to mirror his own, merely an impoverished, ordinary cultivator. If Xia Changge did not develop further and left no legacy for him to inherit, his son might fare even worse than himself. "Uncle, how is Xing'er?" Zhang Miaoyi eagerly inquired as she noticed Xia Changge retracting his hand. "He has spiritual roots." The simplicity of those 3 words sent Zhang Miaoyi into a state of sheer ecstasy. "I knew it. Uncle, you are undoubtedly the most remarkable." Gazing at her son, Zhang Miaoyi felt an even deeper admiration for Xia Changge. With her hands clasped before her chest, she looked at him in a reverent pose of surrender. Xia Changge was at a loss for words. He found Zhang Miaoyi to be quite extraordinary herself, having given birth to 2 children with spiritual roots despite being an ordinary woman, a feat of remarkable odds. As for himself, he wondered perhaps he indeed surpassed Taoist Li in strength. Yet, he could not match Taoist Li's fortune, a daughter with heavenly spiritual roots. However, it seems that such a fortuitous individual has exhausted the luck of Taoist Li, leading him to report to the King of Hell prematurely. Being ordinary and unremarkable is rather agreeable. One must ensure that one's offspring do not usurp their destiny. Prepare yourself accordingly. It is time to tidy up, for we shall depart from Mo City in 3 months. Now, not only must Xia Changge arrange resources for his own cultivation, but he must also provide for his son and daughter. Li Jiao, having spent considerable time with Xia Changge, was only a little over 4 years old when Li Qing passed away. In the days to come, after being swayed by her scheming mother, she ceased to address Xia Changge as master and instead called him father, with an endearment that was truly heartfelt. This unexpected and inexplicable fatherhood, blessed with a beautiful and intelligent daughter, should surely bring a smile to Xia Changge's face, no? The moment Li Yijiu called him father for the first time, she had already adopted the name Xia Yijiao. On this day, Zhang Miaoyi had been waiting for quite some time. In truth, there was little to take away. Merely a few garments of theirs. Gold and silver were inconsequential. "Uncle, Xing'er possesses a spirit root. Should we not celebrate this with a banquet or something similar?" Zhang Miaoyi ventured cautiously. Xia Changge, naturally averse to ostentation, preferred to keep matters low-key. Yet, given that this concerned his son, a celebration seemed only fitting in theory. "I understand, uncle, that you prefer discretion. Perhaps we might invite 1 or 2 guests. After all, it is only proper to acknowledge the occasion," she suggested, gazing at Xia Changge with hope that he might acquiesce. Xia Changge understood. "You wish to invite Lin Meishan, correct?" To be honest, he had nearly forgotten her name, having not seen her in over a year, and was unaware of her marital status. Throughout these years, 16 monsters had emerged in Mo City, initially reported to him by Lin Meishan. However, as Xia Changge deliberately distanced himself, she seemed to retreat in resignation. He felt a sense of relief at this. Now, with Zhang Miaoyi mentioning her once more, Xia Changge found himself recalling her presence. In Mo City, Lin Meishan was the only acquaintance of Zhang Miaoi with whom she had cultivated a good rapport. Miss Lin has remained virtuous for you all these years. After all, with you as a paragon before her, it is no wonder that ordinary men fail to catch her eye. Uncle, I do not mind if you take another wife. You have been so kind to me. I feel quite indebted, Zhang Miaoi earnestly explained. Xia Changge contemplated the impending journey to a realm of cultivators, where his identity as an inconspicuous practitioner would be unmistakable. The grandeur of Imo City would be but a memory. Given this juncture, perhaps unveiling the truth in advance would yield a favorable outcome. It might be beneficial for Lin Meishan to confront the harsh realities that awaited her. Very well, summon her to me. For I also have matters to discuss with you both. Xia Changge harbored desires for companionship, yet Lin Meishan remained but a mortal. If Xia Changge were indeed a scoundrel, he would be free from such concerns. Being a rogue has its own simplicity. However, for a man of integrity, possessing a mortal partner poses challenges for an ordinary cultivator like him. Furthermore, should Lin Meishan arrive, she would not be alone. She brings with her the prospect of children. Moreover, Xia Changge's impression of Lin Meishan, and even of Zhang Miaoi, was less than favorable. Zhang Miaoi, after all, was the wife of his brother. Yet, merely a week after his brother's passing, she attempted to seduce him, her uncle, driven largely by his esteemed identity as a cultivator. While Zhang Miaoi's actions could be construed as self-preservation, they were still disheartening. As for Lin Meishan, her fervent interest in him seemed predominantly linked to his status as a cultivator rather than to his intrinsic qualities. Should Xia Changge take them both under his wing and bring them to Huaying Xinjian, where they would encounter other formidable cultivators, how could he possibly predict the ensuing events? As evening fell, Lin Meishan arrived. Outside the Xia residence, she donned an elegant coat, which she shed upon entering. At that moment, she appeared strikingly radiant and alluring. Yet, Xia Changge remained impervious to her beauty, casting a casual glance at Zhang Miaoi. It seemed this woman was determined to secure his companionship. After seating Zhang Miaoi and Lin Meishan on either side of him, Xia Changge began to address the pressing matters at hand. Do you wish to understand the circumstances of the cultivation realm? After sipping a couple of cups, he initiated the conversation. This simple inquiry ignited interest in both Lin Meishan and Zhang Miaoi, especially the former. Upon learning that Zhang Miaoi, a fellow mortal, had given birth to a child endowed with spiritual roots, thereby altering her lineage's destiny, Lin Meishan's aspirations intensified. She too yearned to bear a child with spiritual roots. Believing that such an offspring could elevate her entire family, granting future generations a chance at glory, a most honorable pursuit for any family. Among us cultivators, there exists a hierarchy. At this moment, Xia Changge's expression betrayed the weight of his thoughts, no longer reflecting the confidence of a ruler confined to the small city of Imo. Instead, a profound melancholy clouded his visage. The realm of cultivation is divided into numerous stages within the borders of the Zhao kingdom. The most powerful are likely those in the nascent soul stage, who gaze down upon the entirety of Zhao. Following them are the golden core and foundation establishment cultivators, while the weakest, like himself, belong to the Qi refinement stage, of which there are many. In fact, those like him are as numerous as the stars, struggling at the very bottom of the cultivation hierarchy. Xia Changge's revelation left both Lin Meishan and Zhang Miaoi astounded. They could scarcely fathom the vast number of cultivators that populated the world. In the city of Imo, the number of Qi refinement practitioners who have visited is exceedingly limited. Given the presence of so many cultivators, it seems rather unfortunate that they cannot count themselves among them. Zhang Miaoi is somewhat relieved, for at least her son and daughter are destined to become extraordinary cultivators. Although she claims not to be a practitioner herself, she is nonetheless a partner to one. The Qi refinement realm is divided into 9 levels, and I possess merely the 6th level of this realm, which is rather mediocre. Despite my prominent status within Imo City, outside its confines, I am insignificant. Therefore, do not overestimate my capabilities. Some matters require careful consideration. Xia Changge, in a bid to elevate his own standing, elevated his cultivation from the 5th to the 6th level of Qi refinement. He possesses the ability to reach the 6th level at any moment, but hesitates to expend his spirit stones. He cannot bring himself to be an irresponsible scoundrel. Thus, it would be best for Lin Meishan to abandon her infatuation and seek a partner more suited to her, allowing her to live a fulfilling life. Uncle, regardless of circumstances, you will always be the most formidable figure in my eyes. Xia Changge's candid revelations somewhat shattered Zhang Miaoi's illusions. Nevertheless, she still reached for his hand, leaning against him. Regardless of his perceived weakness, he remains someone she looks up to. Zhang Miaoi possesses a keen self-awareness. Even if other cultivators surpass her uncle in power, can they match him in character and integrity? As long as Xia Changge treats her well, she feels entirely content. Her desires have always been simple. Companionship suffices. Regrettably, my prior demands of you were driven by my intentions to settle in Xian Town and prepare adequately, which led to my current flustered state. Xia Changge found himself gently stroking Zhang Miaoi's silky hair. He resolved to wait until he attained the 9th level of qi refinement before contemplating children. By then, even simple endeavors would yield a decent income. Supporting a few children should pose no issue. In the absence of foundation establishment practitioners, a 9th level qi refinement cultivator, while not invincible, would certainly not fall easily. He envisioned a future where he could witness his children grow, all striving together. Surely, some would reach the foundation establishment stage. Zhang Miaoi's tender comfort brought Xia Changge a sense of reassurance that eased his insecurities, deepening his affection for her. Her intuition suggested that perhaps her uncle's heart was opening to her more than before. She softly confessed, "I wish to understand your struggles, uncle. However, years from now, when I am no longer youthful, I fear I may lack the ability to bear children for you. I am truly sorry, uncle. It seems I have acted selfishly." Xia Changge could only gently pat her back and sincerely advise Lin Meishan, "Miss Lin, you are a wonderful young lady. However, in a few months, we shall depart from Imo City. Therefore, it would be wise to relinquish those immature fantasies and seek a suitable partner to forge a happy life together." Lin Meishan, who had just been admiring the relationship between Xia Changge and Zhang Miaoi, was taken aback by his words, exclaiming, "Master, are you truly leaving Imo City?" She could hardly fathom that Xia Changge intended to depart. She had thought otherwise. Xia Changge nodded gently. "This place lacks spiritual energy, and my 2 children are approaching the age for cultivation. I cannot deprive them of their potential. Thus, we will be leaving, and I do not anticipate a return in the future." Imo City had never been within Xia Changge's considerations. After all, without even the most fundamental assurance of spiritual energy for his cultivation, remaining here would be akin to courting disaster. "Master, please show some compassion and assist the Lin family. I beg of you. We do not wish to remain ordinary forever. For you, it may be a trivial matter, but for our family, it represents a significant change that could impact generations." Aware of her lack of spiritual roots, Lin Meishan did not harbor hopes of cultivating herself, but she yearned for her descendants to seize this opportunity. She dared not presume that they would again encounter someone as admirable, kind-hearted, and endowed with potent lineage as Xia Changge. Xia Changge had not anticipated that his words would lead to such a reaction. Yet as he recalled his own yearning for spiritual roots since his arrival, he began to understand. "Rest assured, Master, the children, they do not require your sustenance. I will find a way myself. I only need you to." Lin Meishan's words revealed her perception of Xia Changge as merely a means to an end. Xia Changge felt uncertain whether to be surprised or not. "Uncle, please assist Miss Lin." Zhang Miaoi also chimed in, urging him. In the end, Xia Changge became the very man he despised, a man devoid of responsibility. For the forthcoming month, he served merely as a tool. Was he happy? Perhaps a hint of joy lingered, yet he remained numb. He considered the fine magical artifact brought by Lin Meishan as a slight consolation. Anticipating eagerly, Xia Changge arrived as promised, presenting a commission of 15 spirit stones. Acknowledging Xia Changge's efforts over the past year, "Friend, shall we engage in a trade of beast hides, as per our usual arrangement?" Xia Changge was well aware that Xia Changge had hunted 5 qi refining realm beasts this year alone. This venture promised nearly 20 spirit stones, an opportunity he could not afford to overlook. "Ah, Zhao, I fear I cannot partake in this transaction." Once the money exchanged hands, Xia Changge became irrelevant to Xia Changge. There was no longer a need to relinquish benefits to him. Over the years, Xia Changge had profited handsomely from the disparity in spirit stone values, and that was quite sufficient. "Did you perhaps sell to a wandering merchant?" At this, the smile vanished from Xia Changge's face, replaced by a flicker of indignation. After all, who wouldn't feel a twinge of frustration when a prized opportunity slipped away? Xia Changge shook his head. "No, my fortunes have shifted. My son possesses a 4-element spirit root. Hence, I must venture to Huaying Immortal Town to seek my livelihood. Zhao, it appears we must part ways." This revelation took Xia Changge by surprise. "Xia, those towns are fraught with peril. With your family in tow, it is indeed dangerous. Would it not be wiser to remain in and cultivate your child to the 4th or 5th level of qi refinement before making such plans?" For Xia Changge, Xia Changge represented a stable source of income, and the thought of letting him go is unwelcome. Xia Changge shook his head once more. I hail from the Lientian sword sect. How could I be ignorant of the depths of the cultivation world? I am grateful for your care these past years. Should we meet again, I shall celebrate our reunion. Xia Changge extended the courtesy he deemed appropriate. To cultivate my child to the 4th or 5th level of qi refinement, in a place as lacking as, it would take at least 3 years for a spirit root of that caliber. Not to mention my son, with his 4-element root, who is barely over 3 years old. It could take decades. Ordinary cultivators could not afford to squander time as Xia Changge had. With his words laid bare, Xia Changge had no choice but to wish him well. Then I wish you a future bright with promise. Yet, despite his words, Xia Changge harbored skepticism regarding Xia Changge's potential for success. The cultivation world was replete with underprivileged qi refinement cultivators lacking any background. After Xia Changge departed, Xia Changge called upon Zhang Miaoyi to prepare for their departure. What significance did these herbs hold if left behind? He observed as Zhang Miaoyi had others excavate the medicinal herbs sent by the families of the beasts he had slain, including some freshly unearthed specimens. Xia Changge chose not to consume them, instead planting approximately 10 in his courtyard. Zhang Miaoyi proceeded to unearth those herbs in their entirety. Xia Changge shook his head in disapproval. Herbs aged 2 or 3 decades hold little value in the realm of cultivation. Only those aged 80 or 90 years possess significance, as they can be fully transplanted to places rich in spiritual energy, where their efficacy will undergo profound transformation after a decade or so. A herb of such vintage could fetch several spirit stones. However, in all his years in Mo City, Xia Changge had yet to encounter even a single specimen, as they had all been claimed by those in higher positions. This world is not lacking in clever individuals. Who knows, they may prove useful in the future. Zhang Miaoyi, displaying remarkable thoughtfulness, appeared to embody the qualities of a devoted wife and mother. In her perspective, her young daughter and son might someday benefit from such herbs during their cultivation, which is a positive notion. After all, a dozen herbs are hardly burdensome and occupy minimal space. Xia Changge did not interfere with Zhang Miaoyi's endeavors, as it merely delayed them for a few hours. Are you afraid, Yijiao? Xia Changge noticed his daughter, Xia Yijiao, standing nearby with a hint of reluctance in her expression. He knelt before her, gently holding her small hand while smilingly inquiring. Xia Yijiao shook her head. With her father present, she felt no fear. Children often harbor a fondness for the places where they have grown up. Reflecting on the journey with Xia Yijiao and Zhang Miaoyi thus far, Xia Changge felt a twinge of guilt, though it was not overwhelming. He had indeed honored his commitment to take good care of the mother and daughter, as per his friend Li's request. Xia Changge felt he had done well in this regard. Surely, Li would be comforted knowing his family was in good hands. Such a good girl, Xia Changge said, lifting her onto his shoulder. Once he confirmed that everything was in order, he decided to gift the residence to Lin Maishan. It could be seen as a modest inheritance for the child, whether a son or daughter, that he would one day have. There was no way Xia Changge could afford to wait several more years for a second child. Doing so would squander Xia Yijiao's potential, which would be counterproductive. In the future, Xia Changge would primarily rely on his daughter, blessed with a heavenly root. Whether he could establish a foundation would hinge on Xia Yijiao's capabilities. He mused that a return in approximately 4.5 years would suffice. Upon his return, he would assess whether Lin Maishan's newborn possessed a spiritual root. If so, he would take them both away. If not, this villa would serve as a means for securing their livelihood. In the mortal town of Zhao, safety remains quite high. Regardless of whether the child is a boy or a girl, having this inheritance will ensure a comfortable life. Indeed, the Sacred Heart technique is known to grant longevity. However, would Xia Changge dare to share it so freely? Even a whisper of its existence could lead to his utter ruin. After all, who in this world does not yearn for immortality? Thus, the question of disseminating the Sacred Heart technique is one Xia Changge would not entertain in the near future. Lin Maishan's pregnancy, still in its early stages at just under 4 months, showed no signs of complications at this time. After delivering Zhang Miaoyi and 2 small children to the carriage, Xia Changge left behind a simple yet profound statement. In a few years, I will test the children's spiritual roots. This unadorned phrase deeply moved Lin Maishan, causing tears to shimmer in her eyes. Master, I will wait for you here, she pledged. At least, this indicated that Xia Changge still cared. He chose not to look back, but instead drove away. With his current cultivation level in the qi refining stage, it was beyond his capability to transport 3 individuals at once. Although Lin Maishan's heartfelt words stirred something within him, He merely nodded in response. Through the window, Xia Changge could discern a hint of reluctance in Zhang Miaoi's heart. Being a native of Imo City herself, albeit from a less fortunate village nearby, her sentiments were not malicious. Uncle, are you truly leaving Lin Mimi behind? Isn't it rather pitiable to leave her here? Ultimately, she was just an ordinary woman from a mountainous village, her intentions not cruel. What of it? You may stay here with her if you wish. But do not expect me to overlook the squandered potential of your daughter and son. Taking Lin Meixin along? A pregnant woman enduring the bumpy journey would surely be detrimental to her health. Furthermore, after giving birth, Lin Meixin would require at least 2 months of rest. A newborn could not embark on a long journey immediately after birth, nor would it be feasible to wait several years. Imo City, relatively safe, had Lin Meixin's family to assist in her care. If Xia Changge could establish a stable life in Shenzhen, he would certainly return to fetch them. When the topic of her children arose, Zhang Miaoi's thoughts swiftly shifted. While she expressed sympathy for Lin Meixin, she could never jeopardize her own children's future for her sake. After a journey of over 20 days, they finally reached Huaying Shenzhen. The pathways between various towns in Zhao country had been well repaired, which proved convenient for cultivators. The walls of Huaying Shenzhen towered twice as high as those of Imo City, its prosperity vastly surpassing that of the modest city. Xia Changge had learned beforehand that entry into Huaying Shenzhen required a toll. Cultivators paid 1 spiritual stone, while mortals were charged 1 or 2 silver coins. The differentiated entry fees were accompanied by separate gates for each category. Moreover, to enter the main city, Yunnan Xiancheng, any living being had to pay 3 spiritual stones, effectively barring unrelated mortals from entry. This intelligence was gleaned from traveling merchant Xian. Fellow cultivator, have you come to seek a suitor for the young lady of the Xiao family? The influx of people into Huaying Shenzhen was substantial, and Xia Changge noticed a surprising number of over 100 qi refining stage practitioners. He silently marveled, thinking it rather exaggerated. Considering this was merely the queue at the city gate, how could a mere Shenzhen boast such a multitude of qi refining cultivators? Initially, Xia Changge had intended to establish his own family in Huaying Shenzhen, aiming to develop step by step through a strategic encirclement of the Xian city. Establishing a family in Huaying Xian town appears to be no simple endeavor. Perhaps it is time to reconsider the plan and lower the level of difficulty? While Xia Changge was waiting in line, a square-faced cultivator behind him inquired about the selection of a suitor for the young lady of the Xiao family. This notion was utterly foreign to Xia Changge, who was oblivious to the particulars of this matrimonial arrangement. Indeed, the third young lady of the foundational Xiao family in Huaying is preparing to choose a husband, and cultivators from all walks of life are eager to partake in the festivities. The square-faced cultivator replied, his expression tinged with unrealistic fantasies. Forgive me, friend, but you have misunderstood. I have merely come to settle in Huaying Xian town. I am already married, with children of considerable age. I am simply here to establish my residence. Xia Changge had no interest in becoming a son-in-law. A man of integrity should not live under another's roof. Although your wife is indeed beautiful, she is merely a mortal. In comparison to the third young lady of the Xiao family, they are worlds apart, the square-faced cultivator remarked. Casting a sly glance at Zhang Miaoi beside Xia Changge, his eyes gleaming with mischief. Zhang Miaoi, feeling the weight of his gaze, instinctively moved closer to Xia Changge. A wave of self-doubt washing over her. Amongst so many cultivators, she felt out of place as an ordinary mortal. Xia Changge's countenance darkened. Yet he was unfamiliar with the local customs and refrained from taking action. He wished to express that one should possess self-awareness. With such a demeanor, one ought not to aspire to be a son-in-law, lacking any remarkable talent. He chose to disregard the man entirely, just as the square-faced cultivator was about to speak again. Xia Changge shot him a cold glance. With a cultivation level of merely the 4th realm of qi refinement, the cultivator was overestimating himself. Under Xia Changge's piercing gaze, the rogue promptly fell silent, instinctively maintaining his distance. After a brief wait, Xia Changge entered the city. Through a series of inquiries, he located the place to conduct property transactions. He was determined to establish a home for himself here. Firstly, he intended to reside for the long term. Secondly, obtaining a residence permit would facilitate future entries and exits from the city without the need for further fees. The properties available included those priced in mundane gold and silver, as well as those requiring spirit stones. Ultimately, Xia Changge opted for a residence near the bustling market, necessitating the use of spirit stones for purchase. This location offered greater convenience and safety. He spent a total of 10 spirit stones. equivalent to 6 months of wages from his service to the Zhao kingdom. Fortunately, the estate he acquired was quite satisfactory, featuring 7 rooms, which he deemed a worthwhile investment. Xia Changge understood that he would need to arrange his new abode, including implementing some protective formations. However, such tasks could be addressed gradually. You stay at home with the children. I shall go procure 2 maidservants to assist you and the little ones with your daily needs. After a brief period of rest, Xia Changge informed Zhang Miaoi and then closed the door behind him as he ventured out. Upon arriving at the humble abode of mortals in Huaying Shenzhen, Xia Changge unexpectedly encountered several individuals engaged in the unsettling trade of selling children. Though a twinge of compassion stirred within him, he recognized the futility of overly indulging his empathetic sentiments, unless, of course, he were to ascend to the throne of the Zhao kingdom. After locating 2 young girls, approximately 14 or 15 years of age, who met his criteria, Xia Changge approached to inquire about their price. As mere commoners, the currency they sought was nothing more than mundane gold and silver. Xia Changge produced 30 taels of gold from the several hundred he had acquired in Mo City, employing a subtle ploy to deposit the sum directly into the woven basket of a stooped elderly man. This maneuver unmistakably signified his status. The old man promptly knelt in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, immortal master." The combination of Xia's identity and his generous offering left the man overwhelmed. With a sigh, Xia Changge chose not to intervene further. At times, he felt his own power was insufficient to counteract the prevailing societal tides. "I shall take these 2 with me. Rest assured, during festivals and holidays, they will return to reunite with you." This arrangement could hardly be deemed a transaction, but rather a form of employment. A touch of humanity infused into the situation was preferable. The 2 girls, resembling one another closely, glanced at their father before ultimately deciding to follow Xia Changge. He then casually procured some provisions, mindful that the 2 girls and Zhang Miaoi would require sustenance. Once his purchases were complete, Xia Changge escorted the young girls back to his courtyard. "Allow me to make introductions," he stated, handing the mundane gold and silver to Zhang Miaoi for safekeeping and distribution, thus relieving himself of the burden of such matters in the future. After addressing these trivialities, he turned to the 2 girls. "Master, I am Chuier, and this is my sister, Luer," the slightly taller girl replied, her voice tinged with nervousness. Xia Changge offered a reassuring smile. "There is no need for anxiety. From now on, you shall accompany the mistress and diligently fulfill your duties." Chuier and Luer readily agreed. "Sister-in-law, I leave the arrangements to you. I must focus on my cultivation," he declared. The spiritual energy in this place was already quite satisfactory for Xia Changge, although it paled in comparison to the environment he had initially experienced at the Liantian Sword sect. It was sufficient to support his advancement to the 6th layer of qi refinement. It had been quite some time since Xia Changge's realm had seen any progress, and with such conducive conditions, he felt compelled to seize the opportunity. "Yes, uncle," Zhang Miaoi replied, her heart swelling with joy. For her uncle's growing strength offered her an enhanced sense of security, choosing a room situated centrally. Xia Changge locked the door and commenced his practice of the qi refinement technique, the Yang Yuan Jing. This method permitted him to cultivate only up to the 8th layer of qi refinement. Subsequently, he would need to address the complexities of his technique. After 9 days of arduous training, Xia Changge's qi expanded once more, naturally propelling him to the 6th layer of qi refinement. He sensed that the cultivation of the Sacred Heart Sutra had also yielded considerable benefits for his path to immortality. Once his practice was complete, Xia Changge emerged from seclusion. "Uncle, the esteemed master from next door expressed a desire to make your acquaintance. Previously, when he came to visit, I refrained from interrupting your seclusion for cultivation." After Xia Changge emerged from his retreat, Zhang Miaoi promptly approached to report the recent developments. This unexpected warmth from the realm of cultivation took Xia Changge by surprise. Could it be that the neighbors were eager to make his acquaintance? Reflecting on his previous neighbor, Xia Changge felt a peculiar sensation. What manner of individuals resided next door? Regardless of their intentions, he felt compelled to discern their true thoughts. It turned out to be a young couple, and the lady appeared as ethereal as a celestial being. Zhang Miaoi envied her. This encounter marked her closest interaction with a female cultivator. Though Zhang Miaoi herself was not lacking in beauty compared to female practitioners at the qi refinement stage, the disparity in their statuses, one being a cultivator and the other a mere mortal, imbued her with a sense of inferiority. "Oh, have you introduced them to Xinger and Yijiao?" After gathering the essential details, Xia Changge inquired about a crucial point. His son was unremarkable, an ordinary child with 4 spiritual roots, but his daughter was someone whom outsiders must never meet. Zhang Miaoi shook her head repeatedly, explaining that the couple had been polite and, upon learning that uncle was in seclusion, had left shortly thereafter. Very well, you attend to your own affairs. I shall pay a visit to the neighbors. Xia Changge sensed that the neighborly kindness might harbor ulterior motives. Having reached the 6th level of qi refinement, combined with his formidable healing abilities, Xia Changge felt confident that even against an 8th level practitioner, he could employ an unexpected strategy to gain the upper hand. Of course, he would refrain from such measures unless absolutely necessary. He approached the neighbor's door and gently knocked. Moments later, an exceptionally intelligent woman opened it. Her cultivation stood at the 5th level of qi refinement, yet she appeared to be no older than 30, significantly younger than Xia Changge. Not wishing to address her too casually, he politely said, "Esteemed fairy, I reside next door and have heard from my wife that you and your partner wish to discuss something with me." Upon hearing this, the female cultivator's face illuminated with a welcoming smile. "Ah, it is Brother Xia from next door. Please, come in and converse." She opened the door wide and gestured invitingly. After a moment's contemplation, Xia Changge stepped inside. Her partner soon made his appearance, exuding a robust aura, likely at the 8th level of qi refinement. No wonder such a beautiful wife accompanied him. Strength often attracts beauty. "Greetings, Brother Dao," Xia Changge promptly saluted. The man welcomed him inside and offered fine wine. After a round of exchanges, Xia Changge became acquainted with the couple. The man was named Liao Hui, and the woman, Tan Xier, both of whom were wandering cultivators in the vicinity. According to their account, they had settled in Huaying Xianjin for 3 years. Brother Xia, as wandering cultivators, we face many trials. You see, I have toiled for 4 or 5 years outside. Yet I still lack enough spirit stones to purchase the techniques for the 9th level of qi refinement, Liao Hui boasted with a hearty demeanor. Following a spirited drink, he transitioned into the main topic at hand. Xia Changge possesses a considerable understanding of this matter, as the teachings circulating externally are primarily regarded as esoteric principles, with most believing that one reaches the pinnacle at the 8th layer of the qi refinement realm. This situation reflects the control exerted by prominent families over loose cultivators. To acquire subsequent techniques, one must either serve these individuals or expend vast sums of spirit stones for purchase. Among the community of loose cultivators, perhaps only 1 in 100 might stumble upon a method for advancement through fortuitous circumstances. For the majority, reaching the 8th layer of the qi refinement realm necessitates allegiance to a foundational family or sect. Indeed, the path is fraught with difficulty. Xia Changge himself lacks the heart method for the 9th layer of qi refinement, as well as for foundational cultivation. He merely shares his grievances with Liao Hui. Yet, he finds solace in the fact that he has a daughter, Xia Ijiao. Once she attains the 8th layer of qi refinement, she will effortlessly join a prestigious sect and take a formidable female mentor, thereby allowing him to easily obtain the foundational methods, benefiting his son as well. His lifespan is ample. He can endure. His son is younger and possesses lesser talent compared to his daughter. By the time Xia Ijiao reaches the 8th layer, it would be commendable if Xiao Moxing achieves the 5th or 6th layer of qi refinement. Thus, both father and son may patiently await their ascension. Xia Changge harbors no concerns regarding this matter. As for Zhang Miaoi, this mundane woman, her fate will unfold in due course. Does Brother Xia possess the heart method for the 9th layer of qi refinement? Liao Hui's sudden query might have been a test. Xia Changge forced a bitter smile. "Brother, you overestimate me. How could a mere cultivator of the 6th layer possess such a precious heart method?" Liao Hui had been anticipating this response from Xia Changge. "In that case, why don't we join forces to hunt demonic beasts together? United, we can purchase the techniques and cultivate side by side." Xia Changge felt no inclination towards Liao Hui's proposal. Cultivating together? The methods would surely fall into Liao Hui's hands first, and whether he would share them with Xia Changge is not a matter to be taken lightly. Xia Changge was unwilling to relinquish his autonomy to another. Furthermore, upon arriving, he had inquired about the residence he occupied, which had already changed owners several times within a few short years. While this could be mere coincidence, or perhaps unrelated to his current experiences, Xia Changge could not afford to be complacent. "Brother, had this been years prior, I would have eagerly joined you in pursuing vengeance and camaraderie. However, with 2 offspring now, I must consider other matters. Therefore, I must regretfully decline your generous offer." Xia Changge politely rejected him with a smile. Wasn't this an obvious statement? With a stable path to advancement, why take such significant risks? Liao Hui attempted to persuade him further, but Xia Changge preemptively rose. "I am grateful for your hospitality, but I have pressing matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." Without heeding the gentle entreaties of Tan Chi, he departed. Xia Changge's immediate priorities are twofold. First, to procure array tools to safeguard his modest abode. While he is secure within his home, the situation outside poses considerable challenges. The home, devoid of any semblance of security, left much to be desired. Holding a sword and being without one are two entirely different matters. Xia Changge could not entrust the safety of his wife and daughter to the goodwill of strangers, no matter how benevolent they might appear. Especially considering that his neighbors might harbor ulterior motives. Xia Changge would not let his guard down simply because Lao Hui seemed affable and Tan Xie appeared gentle. Next, Xia Changge contemplated the possibility of securing a decent job. Presently, he possessed a mere 52 spirit stones, along with 6 pelts from magical beasts that could fetch him around 30 to 40 more stones. Beyond that, his resources were depleted. He could not afford to be idle, especially since he had no mountain to rely upon. If there were a viable means to earn money, one that did not compromise his dignity, he would be willing to accept a modest sum. Having researched protective array devices, Xia Changge knew of a practitioner at the 9th level of Qi refinement within the loose cultivator community of the Liantian sword sect, who had surrounded his mountain peak with such a formation. Xia Changge realized that such devices would cost at least several hundred spirit stones. Should he sell the flame-devouring pearl? Given his current financial situation, the prospect of purchasing an array device seemed like a mere fantasy. The only valuable item he possessed was the flame-devouring pearl, which he had fortuitously acquired in Huayingxian town, where the safety standards were comparatively higher. He decided to first purchase an array device to secure his home. After considerable deliberation, Xia Changge resolved to part with the pearl. If he were a lone wanderer, retaining the flame-devouring pearl would be the wisest choice. However, with a family to consider, he had to weigh other factors. As he did not plan to leave the city for an extended period, the pearl would serve little purpose. He ventured into the market and found a shop named Duobao Trading House. Xia Changge had previously encountered this establishment in the Liantian sword sect area, and its presence here suggested a reputable business. How much does a first-tier array device cost? He inquired after subtly altering his appearance. A trivial task for one proficient in the Sacred Heart technique. Satisfied that he looked entirely different, he stepped into Duobao Trading House and posed his question. May I ask what type you are seeking? A device with a broad coverage or a more compact one? I have first-tier array devices capable of warding off practitioners at the 9th level of Qi refinement. The smaller one costs 800 spirit stones, while the larger one is priced at 5,000. Despite having mentally prepared for such figures, Xia Changge was nonetheless taken aback by the cost. Indeed, his meager savings were utterly insignificant in a gathering place for cultivators. This was merely a fairy town. Life in a fairy city would likely be even more exorbitant. However, the pricing was understandable, given that such devices could be portable and even passed down through generations. What is this item worth? Xia Changge queried, producing the magical artifact he had obtained from Lin Meishan's residence. He had used it once and found it exceedingly effective, holding a fondness for it. Yet, for the safety of his children, he felt compelled to pawn it. With this artifact, his combat prowess could potentially increase by 30 to 40%. Regrettably, for the sake of his family, he ultimately compromised. In his eyes, this was a superior magical artifact, and exchanging it should have sufficed to acquire a formation device. After all, superior magical artifacts are typically reserved for cultivators at the foundation establishment stage. It was astonishing that a fellow cultivator possessed such a precious item. I shall offer 800 spirit stones for it. What say you? The shopkeeper, who received Xia Changge, had his eyes gleaming with excitement. Clearly, he found it remarkable that a 6th-layer Qi refining cultivator like Xia Changge could present such a rare treasure. The price the shopkeeper proposed was tantamount to treating Xia Changge as a fool. He seized his flame-devouring pearl and turned to leave. Please wait, my friend. There is room for negotiation. If the price does not meet your satisfaction, we can discuss it further. The shopkeeper, a cultivator of the 8th layer of Qi refining, hastily restrained Xia Changge. 1,200 spirit stones, Xia Changge tentatively suggested. The realm of superior magical artifacts was unfamiliar to him. He had only glimpsed their value in texts, noting they often exceeded 1,000 spirit stones. The shopkeeper wrestled with his dilemma, but ultimately gritted his teeth and acquiesced. Xia Changge exited the treasure shop with 440 spirit stones and a first-tier formation device, feeling a sense of emptiness. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his spirits. After all, the flame-devouring pearl had been a windfall for him, and with such gains, he ought to feel content. Could I possibly consider having another child? He mused. having sold the furs of the demon beasts and amassed an additional 40 spirit stones alongside his initial funds. Now, with nearly 500 spirit stones as savings, he suddenly contemplated this notion. To establish a family, 1 or 2 children would evidently be insufficient. He must exert greater effort. However, did this mean he would regard his sister-in-law merely as a means of reproduction? Such a thought, would it not be rather inappropriate? After spending a few years together and having children, a bond had developed between him and Zhang Miaoyi, though it was not one of unwavering fidelity or steadfast devotion. He naturally wished to show respect to Zhang Miaoyi and realized he could not overstep his bounds. Could it be that he should seek another volunteer like Lin Meishan? In truth, what Xia Changge desired most was to find a qi refining cultivator to be his partner. Someone with whom he could genuinely cultivate together. Her cultivation level was not paramount. Preferably, she would be younger, perhaps 18 or 19, and undeniably beautiful. For only in the company of such youthful maidens would Xia Changge feel like a young man rather than someone in his 40s. Alas, as a family man, finding a suitable qi refining female cultivator who met his criteria seemed an arduous endeavor. Next time, I should pay a visit to Lin Meishan's home and inquire where that old fellow acquired such an item. Who knows, there may be other treasures as well. Xia Changge pondered on his journey back. Possessing a superior magical artifact is indicative of no ordinary individual. They must, at the very least, possess the cultivation of the foundation establishment stage. Where might the artifact have been left? Perhaps a storage bag was also left behind, simply undiscovered? While the likelihood seemed slim, Xia Changge still felt an impulsive desire to explore the possibility. He had contemplated this before but refrained from acting on it. His cultivation was too weak. Should he rally others to search, Xia Changge would undoubtedly catch wind of it. Even if they succeeded in their quest, it would likely benefit someone else. Perhaps he should wait until he is stronger. That old man should be able to live for another 5 or 6 years without issue. He could revisit the matter then. Xia Changge did not return home immediately. Instead, he took the time to familiarize himself with the surrounding environment. He mingled among the throngs of people and, after some time, changed his appearance. Given his considerable wealth, he was concerned about attracting unwanted attention. A butcher. Upon reaching the entrance of the Cloud-Forgetting Tavern, renowned as the finest establishment in Huayingxian town, Xia Changge was pleasantly surprised by the recruitment notice he saw. The tavern was seeking butchers with a cultivation level above the 5th layer of qi refining to assist in the slaughter of demon beasts in the kitchen. This opportunity was nothing short of perfect for Xia Changge. His 4th layer of the Sacred Heart technique required the essence and blood of longevity creatures for advancement. Not only would this aid his cultivation, but he would also receive payment in spirit stones. Xia Changge felt no reluctance whatsoever. While he possessed some funds, they were insufficient for the rigorous demands of cultivating the Sacred Heart technique. Having acquired experience from slaughtering dozens of demon beasts over the past few years, he believed he was well suited for this position. Without further ado, Xia Changge stepped inside. Esteemed Immortal, how may I assist you? The tavern primarily catered to cultivators. Yet most of the staff were mortals, which was a means of cost saving. The arrival of Xia Changge prompted the waiter to bow respectfully. I have come to apply for the position of demon beast butcher, Xia Changge stated while surveying the tavern. It was spacious and bustling, serving primarily qi refining cultivators. I see. Please follow me, the waiter replied, leading Xia Changge directly to the 3rd floor. Upon reaching a private room, he spoke softly, Miss, an esteemed immortal has come to apply for the butcher position. As the words fell, the wooden door of the private room opened. The waiter gestured for Xia Changge to enter. Upon stepping inside, Xia Changge noticed a delicate figure practicing calligraphy by the window. He could only see her profile, which was striking enough to evoke admiration. He envied the leisurely and vibrant life that a family with spirit stones could afford. The young woman, undoubtedly of far greater cultivation than Xia Changge, was difficult for him to assess, likely concealing her aura through some hidden method. Without looking at him, she spoke coolly. Have you done such work before? Xia Changge replied, I previously served as the city lord in a mundane town, where I slaughtered dozens of demon beasts. My experience may not be extensive, but I believe I can fulfill the requirements of the position. The young lady remained silent for an extended moment. Perhaps it was only after the incantation had been inscribed that she turned around. It was then that Xia Changge was able to behold her visage. The eldest young lady? Surely, she must be the matron. No matter how Xia Changge viewed it, she possessed the attributes of a married woman. Follow me, the proprietress beckoned, her experience necessitating practical application. As she glided past Xia Changge, a fragrant allure lingered, enticing her to trail behind. They arrived at the bustling kitchen of the tavern. where numerous chefs toiled, yet all were mere mortals. It was no wonder they required a chi refinement cultivator to serve as the butcher. Slaying beasts of that caliber was no easy feat for these ordinary folk. What is required for the next dish? Upon entering the open courtyard of the kitchen, Xia Changge observed an array of various demon beasts, each bearing wounds yet still alive, all glaring at her and her companions with palpable animosity. Upon the arrival of the eldest young lady of the Xiao family, Xiao Wan, the kitchen supervisor followed closely behind, eager to heed her instructions. Having managed the tavern for quite some time, Xiao Wan was familiar with the procedures and inquired of the dish-passing chef. The beasts must indeed be slaughtered on the spot. Yes, beef cuisine, the chef promptly responded, cautious that the name of the dish might offend the ears of the esteemed young lady. Go ahead. With that pronouncement, Xiao Wan gestured to Xia Changge. It was now her turn to perform. Shall I collect the blood of the ox? Xia Changge inquired. Recalling the scene of pig slaughter she had previously witnessed, wishing to clarify to avoid any mishaps in her technique, Xiao Wan shook her head. No need. This response greatly pleased Xia Changge. It was undoubtedly for the best. With that, she unsheathed her humble flying sword and unlocked the cage containing the iron-skinned demon ox. The moment the iron gate swung open, the demon ox instinctively sought to flee. However, Xia Changge had long since mastered the art of confrontation. Moreover, given that the demon ox had likely endured starvation for an extended period, it was far from its prime condition. With swift precision, she pierced the creature's neck, effortlessly concluding the skirmish. After extinguishing the life of the demon ox, Xia Changge collected its blood using a wooden basin from the kitchen. Excellent. You shall be the one. Xia Changge's performance was undoubtedly commendable, and Xiao Wan nodded in agreement. You may commence this task immediately, considering the tavern's business will likely multiply tenfold over the next month. I shall compensate you with a spirit stone per day. After a month, we shall discuss further. After a brief contemplation, Xiao Wan encouraged Xia Changge with a glance. Xia Changge also learned that the only foundation establishing family in Huaying Xinjiang, the Xiao family, would be selecting prospective sons-in-law in a month's time, thus presenting hope for many. This led to a notable surge in the number of cultivators in Huaying Xinjiang recently, with many from surrounding areas, particularly loose cultivators, flocking to the town. After all, the previous two sons-in-law of the Xiao family had both hailed from the ranks of loose cultivators. This development not only instilled hope in them, but also invigorated the business of Huaying Xian Town. Yun Wang Restaurant, in particular, experienced a substantial surge in patronage. Whereas they typically sold not a single demon beast in a day, now they could sell over 10, if not more. Engaging ordinary individuals for this task could lead to complications. Hence, they employed someone like Xia Changge to assume the role of a butcher. Yes, miss. Xia Changge responded in accordance with the server's instructions. Without overthinking, he decided to work for a month first. Earning 30 spirit stones for a month of labor would allow him to rest for a year thereafter. If you perform well this month, I could consider recruiting you into my family's beast hunting team, Xiao Wan said with a smile, casting a seemingly meaningful glance at Xia Changge before turning to leave. Xia Changge had a fair amount of experience in hunting demons and was sufficiently skilled, making him a viable candidate for the Xiao family's team. This statement left Xia Changge perplexed. Was Xiao Wan employing a mere tactic of enticing employees with grand promises? How naive. Without dwelling on this, he lingered in the back courtyard, awaiting their request for work. Master Gao, could you come here for a moment? I have a few questions. Xia Changge called to the waiter during the afternoon break. Gao Yan hurriedly approached Xia Changge, respectfully inquiring, Immortal Master, what instructions do you have? Although they were all subordinates serving the Xiao family, there existed a hierarchy among them. An immortal master like Xia Changge was evidently of the highest rank. Master Gao, I am new here and unfamiliar with this place. Could you enlighten me about the eldest young lady's situation? Xia Changge appeared quite approachable, devoid of any airs. Gao Yan regarded Xia Changge curiously and replied, Immortal Master, are you sure you wish to know about the eldest young lady, and not the third young lady? Xia Changge affirmed, is the eldest young lady married? Gao Yan chuckled, certainly. The third young lady is set to marry, let alone the eldest. However, the eldest husband has been deceased for many years, and she has not remarried, dedicating herself to managing the family's restaurant. The eldest treats us exceptionally well, providing our wages on time. This revelation confirmed Xia Changge's suspicions. Adequate wages? For cultivators, exploiting the wealth of ordinary mortals holds little significance. All right, I understand. By the way, when do the restaurant's shifts begin and end? After gathering sufficient information, Xia Changge inquired about the working hours, which was his primary concern. For the morning shift, you should arrive at the hour of Chun, and for the evening shift, it concludes at the hour of Hai, Gao Yin answered cautiously. Once Xia Changge comprehended the schedule, he dismissed Gao Yin to attend to his duties. Since commencing his role as a butcher, Xia Changge had slaughtered 13 demon beasts. Collecting their blood, which he had yet to utilize, stored neatly in a basin. He intended to refine it upon returning home, as it was rather inconvenient to do so at the restaurant. After a long day of toil, Xia Changge finally endured until the hour of the Hai. This was his first experience working for someone else for such an extended period, and he found the sensation somewhat unappealing. Yet, he did not feel fatigued, rather. He was filled with excitement. Master, there are still some remnants of beast meat here. Would you like some? Xia Changge had meticulously sealed various beast blood, preparing to take it back with him. The waiter, Gao Yin, approached him respectfully and inquired. Oh? Xia Changge walked over and indeed noticed an assortment of beast meat remaining in the kitchen: tiger, wolf, sheep, cow, and more. Is it permissible for us to take some, miss? If it were free, Xia Changge would certainly not be modest. Gao Yin nodded. If we use this meat tomorrow, the flavor will change, affecting the reputation of the establishment. The young lady has graciously permitted us to take a few pounds. With such an allowance, Xia Changge felt no hesitation and proceeded to cut 5 pounds of beef. One must not be overly greedy. Although he could have taken dozens of pounds of meat, it would be unwise to provoke the young lady, Xiaowan. Thus, he exercised restraint. Upon seeing Xia Changge take only a small portion, the other mortal chefs breathed a sigh of relief. Had he taken everything, they would have felt too intimidated to speak. Fortunately, this celestial master understood the nuances of human interaction. As time grew late, it was a blessing that the head of the household had not yet returned, and the maidservants and Zhang Miaoi dared not rest. Xia Changge placed the beef he had brought back on the table. This is beast meat. You may eat it once it is prepared tomorrow. Upon his return, Zhang Miaoi approached to assist him in removing his outer garments. The scent of blood clung heavily to him. Uncle, why are you so late returning today? She inquired, suspecting he had been out taking lives, given the overwhelming odor. I've taken up work as a butcher for the next month. I shall be rising early and returning late. Sighing, Xia Changge had once been resolutely independent, yet now, with 2 children depending on him, he found himself up before dawn and home after dusk. You are truly wonderful, uncle. Seeing her once lethargic uncle so diligently laboring for the sake of the children brought Zhang Miaoi comfort. A responsible man reassured several women. After removing his outer coat for the 2 young maidens to wash, Xia Changge retrieved the array device and, following the instructions, set it up in his courtyard one by one. The core of the device was placed in the room where he and Zhang Miaoi slept. Once arranged, the array devices began to resonate with one another, powered by Xia Changge's spiritual stones. His residence thus formed a barrier, shielding it from external perception. Anyone wishing to enter would first need to breach this protective domain. Do not tamper with this. It will safeguard you in my absence, preventing outsiders from entering. Even if something were to happen, it would hold until the city guards arrive. A spiritual stone, undisturbed by external threats, is sufficient for half a month's use. In the town of Huaying, fighting is strictly prohibited. With protective formations in place, it would be troublesome for anyone below the foundation establishment stage to trouble Xia Changge. Indeed, dear uncle, you are truly kind. Zhang Miaoi gazed at the ethereal white barrier coalescing outside the courtyard, feeling an overwhelming sense of security. Please lull Yi Jiao to sleep first. I have matters to attend to and will come find you later. Their eldest son, Xia Moxing, merely 4 years of age, was blissfully asleep without a care in the world. However, Li Yijiao, nearing 10, felt anxious in this unfamiliar place and could not find rest without Xia Changge's return. Xia Changge signaled for Zhang Miaoi to tend to the children. Understanding the unspoken cue, Zhang Miaoi quickly resolved to manage her daughter, the small troublemaker. Xia Changge then retreated to his designated training room, retrieving the blood of various demon beasts he had collected from the tavern. The combined blood from over a dozen beasts exceeded 100 pounds, even after considerable wastage. With other tasks awaiting him, Xia Changge wasted no time and began to circulate the sacred heart technique, which he had not practiced for a long while, refining essence into qi. After more than an hour of training, Xia Changge emerged from the room. This time, the progress on the 4th layer of the sacred heart technique had reached nearly 1/3 completion. If he continued diligently for the remainder of the month, he might well achieve a breakthrough. The 4th layer of the sacred heart technique could extend one's lifespan by 300 years, surpassing even that of foundation establishment practitioners. Coupled with his original lifespan, he would then stand a chance against golden core cultivators, further solidifying Xia Changge's resolve to persevere. At that moment, the courtyard was enveloped in silence. Xia Changge opened the door to his room, and as expected, Zhang Miaoyi was still waiting. For ordinary mortals, this hour would be a time of exhaustion, yet Zhang Miaoyi appeared exceptionally animated. "Uncle, you're here," she exclaimed, her beautiful eyes shimmering with excitement, captivating all who beheld her. In this moment, Xia Changge grasped the nuances of allure. "Sister-in-law, I have begun to accumulate some savings." Perhaps he initiated his plan for expansion. Yet, before proceeding, he sought her counsel. This left Zhang Miaoyi momentarily taken aback. Had her uncle found a way to prosper? Just recently, he had been quite reluctant. "I will heed your wishes, uncle," she replied, wrapping herself around him like an octopus, her voice gentle. Xia Changge sighed. "Ah, I fear that my actions may cause you undue burden." Zhang Miaoyi felt a surge of gratitude. Her uncle was indeed considerate of her feelings. She reassured him, "Uncle, I cannot speak for others, but I, along with Lin Mimi from Mo City, share similar sentiments. We would feel immense joy in giving birth to a child of a cultivator such as yourself, especially one endowed with spiritual roots." Yet, the more Zhang Miaoyi expressed this, the more Xia Changge's heart ached with reluctance. "Let us wait until Mo Xing has grown a bit larger. By then, he will also be able to assist in taking care of his younger siblings. I cannot bear to see you suffer. Yes, as he matures, he will be capable of looking after them. This is a small lesson in child rearing. In that case, dear uncle, you might seek out young ladies akin to Miss Lin." Xia Changge shook his head repeatedly, declaring, "No, they are mere mortals. Pursuing such a course would invite too much trouble." Currently, he wished to avoid surrounding himself with those lacking spiritual roots, as managing such relationships would be exceedingly cumbersome. Zhang Miaoyi and Xia Changge were at a loss on how to navigate this situation. She was the mother of 2 children and had accompanied Xia Changge for quite some time. He truly found it difficult to confront the inevitability of her aging and eventual demise. Yet, the Sacred Heart technique, Xia Changge dared not teach it recklessly. "Uncle, you must strive diligently to pursue the celestial maidens from other families and bring them home." Zhang Miaoyi chuckled, covering her mouth. Xia Changge harbored similar desires. Yet he lamented that such aspirations could not be realized in the short term. "I understand now. You must be quite shy, hesitant to court those ethereal beings. Just as in the beginning, when others honored your late husband, your gaze clearly betrayed a longing to devour them, that you lacked the courage, or perhaps the face, to act." Zhang Miaoyi's eyes twinkled mischievously as she relished this insight. "What are you saying?" At that moment, Xia Changge appeared genuinely flustered. Zhang Miaoyi laughed. "What is the matter? Have I struck a nerve, dear uncle? Are you angered enough to probe the limits of my patience?" Indeed, since Zhang Miaoyi dared to unearth his secrets, he felt compelled to delve into the depths of his sister-in-law's boundaries. As a cultivator, Xia Changge found that a brief respite was sufficient to rejuvenate him for work. When he returned to Yun Wang restaurant, the timing was fortuitous. The mundane days passed for 13 days. After this period, the vital energy he required for his cultivation was finally sufficient. The technique of the blood calamity had ultimately fallen under his control. Now, he could extract the blood of these demon beasts without the need for lengthy waits. A mere thought could drain their blood entirely. The 5th level of the Sacred Heart technique promised an extension of life by 800 years. Returning to his training chamber at home, Xia Changge felt his breath quicken at this revelation. 800 years of lifespan. This surpasses the longevity of most Golden Core realm practitioners. To put it bluntly, even a pig could attain the Golden Core if it lived for 800 years. The 5th level required the consumption of the powerful Eye of Beasts. Xia Changge gasped at this information. Eating eyes? In his life, he had only ever consumed fish eyes. He had no appetite for cow eyes or the like. However, there was a silver lining. This would grant him an additional technique that harnessed the power of one's gaze, stunning eye calamity. This was far more appealing than the alternative method, the enhanced version of the profound ice absolute, known as the cold sky absolute, which held significantly greater allure for Xia Changge. Practicing this would wield tremendous lethality against the weak. Xia Changge finally grasped this principle. These methods are merely employed to bully the weak. To confront someone more formidable is nearly impossible. I hope to remain at the cloud-forgetting restaurant for more than half a month, and I wish for success. Xia Changge does not partake in the eyes of living creatures. A typical cultivator of the right mind would likewise abstain from such things. Within the cloud-forgetting restaurant, the eyes of the beastly creatures are discarded without a second thought. With Xia Changge's skills, it is effortless for him to stealthily procure them. He could even remove them during the slaughter without encountering any difficulty. Xia Changge's butcher profession continued until the day before the third lady of the Xiao family was to select a suitor. Xiao Wan, the proprietor, approached Xia Changge to settle his wages. He understood that a prominent family like the Xiao clan would never default on their debts. Thank you, Mississippi. With 30 spirit stones in hand, Xia Changge could comfortably sustain himself for several months. Your abilities are commendable. Would you consider joining the Xiao family as beast hunting team? Just as Xia Changge was securing his spirit stones, Xiao Wan made this proposition. Xia Changge inquired, the beast hunting team? To hunt beasts? Xiao Wan nodded, indeed. We venture into areas inhabited by ferocious beasts for large-scale hunts. Typically, we recruit cultivators at the 8th level of Qi refinement. Oh. For scattered cultivators at the 8th level of Qi refinement, advancement often necessitates servitude to families like the Xiao clan. They hunt in regions where beasts reside, as opposed to the accidental transformations Xia Changge previously encountered. Such endeavors carry a high degree of danger, even in groups. Xia Changge shook his head. I appreciate your kind offer, miss, but I am aware of my limitations and must respectfully decline. He had 2 children to care for and was unwilling to engage in such perilous activities. Xiao Wan expressed her regret and turned away, stating, very well. I shall not insist. You need not come tomorrow. The restaurant's business will not match today's. The demand for beasts will dwindle to merely 1 or 2 a day, rendering your presence unnecessary. As for the items needed for tomorrow's banquet, there will certainly be designated individuals to handle the slaughter, so your assistance is not required. Xia Changge had anticipated this. He knew such a situation could not last indefinitely, and thus remained unfazed. That night, after finishing his tasks, he took some goat demon meat home. Perhaps he could take his children out for a stroll tomorrow. He thought of how his wife and children had been confined to their modest courtyard for nearly a month, seldom venturing outside, lacking the freedom they once enjoyed in Mo City. Xia Changge felt a touch of helplessness. However, most male cultivators in Mo City would likely be at the Xiao family's residence tomorrow. Many would be drawn to observe the spectacle at the Xiao clan. Those remaining on the streets would mostly be ordinary mortals. Thus, he could seize this opportunity to take his children for a walk. Xia Changge had no intention of joining the throngs at the Xiao family. The sheer number of visitors was overwhelming, likely in the thousands. He did not wish to gamble on such slim odds. The following morning, at the break of dawn, Xia Changge adorned himself with a touch of elegance and awaited outside the courtyard. Women, after all, tend to take their time. Moreover, with 2 children in tow, the delay was only natural. Ah, Fairy Tan, what brings you here? At that moment, Xia Changge's neighbor, Tan Xier, sat beneath a willow tree, her demeanor heavy with contemplation. As neighbors do, Xia Changge simply acknowledged her presence. Oh, friend Xia, are you also headed to the Xiao family? A glance at Xia Changge revealed a tone in Tan Xier that was not as gentle as before. Rather, it bore a hint of derision. Are there any good men? Xia Changge, somewhat perplexed, responded, Fairy Tan, what do you mean? When did I ever mention going to the Xiao family? Could it be that a relative has arrived? Yet, one must ponder, do female cultivators have such relatives? Tan Xier dismissed Xia Changge's explanation as mere sophistry. If you are not going to the Xiao family, why then are you so meticulously dressed? I do not recall you being so formal before. Xia Changge smiled. It is a rare occasion to rest, and I intend to take my wife and children for a stroll. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Miaoyi emerged, 1 child in her arms and another in tow, thus validating Xia Changge's words. Tan Xier felt a wave of shame wash over her, realizing she had wronged him. Yet she found herself at a loss for how to apologize. Fairy Tan, are you alone? Where is Master Liao? Zhang Miaoyi inquired with a hint of envy. Tan Xier truly was both beautiful and capable, a figure of admiration for Zhang Miaoyi at this stage. However, Tan Xier's expression quickly darkened. Where else could he be? Naturally, he is at the Xiao family. Now, Xia Changge fully understood the situation. It appeared that Tan Xier had likened herself to a man who forsakes his family. Ahem. Brother Liao does not seem to be that kind of person. He cautiously interjected. Liao Hui did not appear to embody such traits. After years of striving, one would assume he was an independent man, yet it seems he has grown weary and reluctant to exert himself. Tan Xier scoffed. One may know a person's face but not their heart. Do not presume I am oblivious, though he claims to be out with friends. The truth is quite apparent. Xia Changge and Zhang Miaoyi refrained from further comment, recognizing it as a matter concerning another's household, and one that should remain private. In truth, Zhang Miaoyi felt a twinge of secret delight, pondering that even a fairy is not immune to unhappiness. It seemed she had better discernment in choosing a partner than Tan Xier. Would the fairy like to join us for a walk? Zhang Miaoi unexpectedly invited, catching both Xia Changge and Tan Xia off guard. Concluding that remaining at home held little significance, they agreed, with a woman joining them. The atmosphere transformed into one of lively conversation. Xia Changge simply reclined, one arm cradling a child, while two others accompanied him silently. At this moment, the bustling city of Mo was no less lively than usual. With only a few hundred cultivators residing within its confines, the majority remained ordinary mortals. The presence of cultivators at the Xiao family gathering hardly altered the scene, for it was still the common folk who displayed their wares and conducted business in the streets. Indeed, there were scarcely any cultivators to be seen along the way. They were likely all at the Xiao family affair. This, in turn, spared Xia Changge and his companions from any trouble. "Xia, how long have you been with Master Liao? Why are there no children yet?" Xia Changge had no intention of eavesdropping on their conversation, yet proximity rendered it nearly impossible. Faced with Zhang Miaoi's inquiry, Tan Xia momentarily found herself at a loss for words. After a brief contemplation, she replied, "We are still young, and having children is not solely my decision. It should also be that Huaij still wishes to strive for success." At this point, Tan Xia's demeanor became somewhat awkward, her true thoughts obscured. Reluctant to press further, Zhang Miaoi shifted the topic to lighter matters. After wandering for approximately 2 hours, and noticing an increase in the number of cultivators on the streets, Xia Changge surmised that the events at the Xiao family had concluded. He signaled to Zhang Miaoi that it was time to return. As they made their way back, they coincidentally encountered Liao Hui, who had just returned. Outside the house, Liao Hui paced anxiously, his expression darkened by worry. He was acutely aware that his excuse was flimsy and could not deceive his partner. However, the allure of becoming a foundational cultivator through the Xiao family's connections was simply too great to resist. This led Liao Hui to harbor confidence that aligning himself with the Xiao family would enable him to achieve the foundational realm using their resources. Thus, he had secretly participated in the Xiao family's selection of suitors. Unfortunately, his hopes were dashed. Although Liao Hui felt a pang of disappointment, he consoled himself with the thought that he still had a partner. Yet upon returning home, he was alarmed to find her missing. Had his home been robbed? Was his beloved Xia seeking retribution for his infidelity? Fortunately, when he saw Tan Xia returning with Xia Changge and his family, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. After all, Xia Changge was like a brother to him, and with his partner in his company, there seemed to be no cause for concern. "Brother Liao," Xia Changge greeted him with a respectful nod, understanding his current vulnerable position. "Xia, my dear brother, it seems you have taken your family out for a delightful excursion." Liao Hui responded with a cheerful smile. Xia Changge waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Seizing a fleeting moment of leisure, I sought to foster bonds with my children. They are tired now, so I shall take them home for a rest." With that, he took one child by each hand and cradled another in his arms, leading them into his private residence, where he promptly activated the protective array. "My dear brother Xia has truly come into wealth, acquiring such array instruments. It is indeed enviable." Liao Hui mused as he gazed at the faint white barrier shimmering above Xia Changge's estate. He has been hunting demonic beasts outside for quite some time, having slaughtered nearly 100, yet he still finds it challenging to procure such an array. After all, he is not alone and must also allocate funds to care for his Dao companion. Tan Xia remained silent, making her way back without a word. Liao Hui, undoubtedly with a beaming smile, followed closely behind. Upon entering the house, Zhang Miaoi instructed the two children to rest on their own. "Uncle, I believe that the lovely Chi from next door is quite beautiful. Perhaps you should." Once they were alone, Zhang Miaoi began to offer her counsel. Xia Changge's expression shifted dramatically as he forcefully smacked his already corrupted sister-in-law. "Are you out of your mind? Liao Hui is a cultivator at the 8th level of Qi refinement. You must be seeking a change in partners." Zhang Miaoi shot him a reproachful glance. "Nonsense. No one compares to you, uncle." Xia Changge fell silent, pondering how he would navigate the days ahead. Should he diligently absorb the somewhat decent spiritual energy in Huaying Immortal Town for cultivation? With the meager amount of spiritual energy available, he feared it might take him 3 to 5 years to reach the 7th level of Qi refinement. Under normal circumstances, attaining the 8th level might take him nearly until he was 60. His talent was simply too lacking. Liao Hui, at just 40 years old, had already reached the 8th level of Qi refinement. "Uncle, I speak sincerely. The bond between Qi and her Dao companion does not seem particularly strong. As long as you put in the effort, there is still considerable hope." Zhang Miaoi continued to embellish upon seeing Xia Changge's silence. Unfortunately, Xia Changge pressed her firmly into a chair. After that, Xia Changge refrained from seeking out tasks, as there was still a modicum of money left in the household. All he could focus on was qi refinement. Without the aid of the eye of biological insight, his sacred heart technique could not progress. His lifespan had already extended well. So there was no rush. Cultivation was indeed crucial, but for Xia Changge, nurturing his daughter, Xia Zhao, to achieve the first level of qi refinement as soon as possible remained his primary concern. Once she reached the first level, she would be able to take off. So to speak. Uncle, what is that? One leisurely day, while supervising his nearly 6-year-old son's initial learning in the courtyard, Xia Changge was interrupted by Zhang Miaoi pointing at the sky. That must be the formation of Huaying Immortal Town, right? It seems to envelop the entire town. What has happened? Xia Changge, possessing a certain level of knowledge, recognized it as a kind of formation. But the scope it covered was astonishing. We won't be affected, will we? Zhang Miaoi expressed her concerns. They had barely begun to enjoy their time in the Immortal Town. Xia Changge shook his head. Not at all. This is a safe area. It seems someone has provoked the Xiao family. Next door to Huaying Immortal Town is the Yunnan Immortal City, which is protected by golden core cultivators. In a mere breath, a golden core expert could arrive. What could possibly go wrong? Simply remain calm and stay at home. If nothing occurs, it has nothing to do with Xia Changge. When calamity strikes, it is indeed a grave matter, and Xia Changge cannot escape it. Therefore, one must remain calm. After all, given the peculiar circumstances surrounding Xia Changge, even if an entire family were to perish, he might still possess the means to resurrect them when the opportunity arises. That said, Zhang Miaoi still ushered her children into her room. Brother Xia, may we take refuge in your abode for a while? At that moment, the voice of Liao Hui echoed from outside. Ah? Xia Changge was somewhat taken aback, but quickly grasped the situation. Perhaps Liao Hui was concerned that something had gone awry in Huaying Xian Town, and given the protective formations surrounding Xia Changge, his residence would offer a measure of safety. However, Xia Changge hesitated. He feared he might be suffering from a persecution complex, worrying that Liao Hui might exploit the chaos to target him. After much contemplation, Xia Changge ultimately chose to open the door. After all, they were neighbors, a modicum of trust was warranted. Brother Liao, what brings you here? He inquired. Feigning ignorance as he opened the door, Liao Hui, somewhat embarrassed, responded, I'm not sure what has transpired outside, but it's quite chaotic. It's certainly safer here. Xia Changge nodded. Do you have any knowledge of what has occurred outside? Liao Hui spoke in hushed tones. It seems that the son-in-law chosen by the Xiao family has been murdered, and in a most brutal manner. The Xiao family is furious and determined to apprehend the culprit. As he spoke, Liao Hui couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. The chosen rogue cultivator was at the 8th level of qi refinement and was assassinated within the Xiao family. Had he been selected, his fate would likely have been equally grim. It was indeed tragic that the unfortunate fellow had met his end before he could even relish his fortune. Xia Changge was taken aback by this revelation and tentatively remarked, I heard while working at the Yunwang Tavern that the Xiao family's eldest daughter's husband has been dead for many years. Could there be a connection? This incident led Xia Changge to ponder that immense fortune could indeed precede profound misfortune. His friend Li and this inexplicably chosen rogue cultivator were both victims of fate too cruel to bear. As they delved into gossip, particularly concerning the Xiao family, Liao Hui became animated, elaborating. Indeed, there is a connection. That individual was also murdered, and not only him, even the husband of the Xiao family's head was slain. Noticing Xia Changge's bewildered expression, Liao Hui understood that as a newcomer, he might not be well versed in the intricacies of the situation and continued, You see, the Xiao family has only been established for about 40 to 50 years. Among the numerous foundation establishment families within Yunnan City, they are the youngest. Moreover, the founder of the Xiao family was a female cultivator of the foundation establishment level. Ah, a female cultivator? How could she possibly establish a family? Xia Changge was momentarily taken aback. It is indeed a formidable challenge for a woman to found a family. If she intended to create a lineage, she would have to bear children herself, thereby ensuring her surname would prevail. The reproductive rate of women is approximately 1 child per year, and at the very least, it requires 10 months for gestation. No matter how advanced her cultivation level may be, such as reaching the foundation establishment stage, it does not expedite the process of childbirth. This pace is incomparable to that of men, who can father dozens or even hundreds of offspring in a year. Moreover, female cultivators in the foundation establishment stage are particularly vulnerable during pregnancy and childbirth, one must not underestimate the possibility of enemies seizing the opportunity to place them in peril. Indeed, Liao Hui continued, that senior, Xiao Yun, has only borne 3 children, and not a single son among them, only daughters. This essentially shatters her dreams of establishing a lineage. After hearing this, Xia Changge couldn't help but chuckle. If she had given birth to a son, he could have begun procreating by the age of 17 or 18. With a foundation establishment cultivator as a mother, countless female cultivators would likely flock to him. Perhaps she could have successfully nurtured her family's growth. Unfortunately, with 3 daughters, that becomes quite challenging. Fortunately, his first true child is a son, which brings Xia Changge some reassurance. Therefore, it appears that someone has taken extreme measures. Given that the deceased are all sons-in-law rather than Xiao Yun's 3 daughters, Xia Changge seemed to grasp the underlying implications. It was merely a means to eliminate a certain possibility for the Xiao family. The Xiao family's wealth is considerable, and without a male heir to inherit, the situation becomes precarious. Liao Hui nodded in agreement. It should be so. I have heard that senior Xiao Yun possesses a rare opportunity. The court has bestowed upon her a second-tier spiritual plant for establishing a family, which seems to be on the verge of advancing to the 3rd tier. A second-tier spiritual plant emits just enough spiritual energy to barely satisfy the cultivation needs of a foundation establishment cultivator. For a chi refining stage cultivator, it could accommodate around 20 individuals. In contrast, a 3rd-tier spiritual plant is worth 100 times more than its 2nd-tier counterpart, even attracting the attention of golden core cultivators. If it truly matures into a 3rd-tier spiritual plant, the density of spiritual energy in Huaying Xinjian may surpass that of Yunnan City. After all, the spiritual vein beneath Huaying Xinjian encompasses the entire town, while a 3rd-tier spiritual plant concentrates spiritual energy in specific areas. A foundation establishment cultivator like Xiao Yun would likely struggle to protect such a precious asset. The Xiao family may face difficult times ahead. This truly feels like murky waters. It seems that Huaying Xinjian is no place for prolonged residence. Xia Changge mused. In the days to come, a fierce struggle between the Xiao family and those secretly coveting their fortune is inevitable. Thankfully, he had declined Xiao Wan's invitation to join the Xiao family. Otherwise, he might not even know how he would meet his demise. Xia Changge also worried whether he would be caught in the crossfire. He had only just settled in Huaying Xinjian, establishing a comfortable place to call home, and now he might have to move again? Some people lack self-awareness and still choose to wade into these murky waters. At that moment, Tin Xier coldly interjected. Liao Hui also felt somewhat awkward. Since the last time he attended the Xiao family's selection of suitors, the relationship between Tin Xier and him had grown quite distant. Many years ago, the first son-in-law of the Xiao family had a partner before being chosen, but naturally cast aside their companion upon selection. Tin Xier must have been aware of this, leaving Liao Hui at a loss on how to mend their relationship. I wonder, dear brother, what are your future plans? Will you depart from Huaying Xinjian? Liao Hui refrained from engaging in a dispute with Tin Xier, as such an action would undoubtedly exacerbate the situation. Instead, he continued to converse casually with Xia Changge, shifting the topic away from the Xiao family matters. Tin Xier softly addressed Xia Changge, Taoist brother, I shall have a word with my sister-in-law. The relationship between Xia Changge and the neighboring family was rather convoluted. Although he was older than Liao Hui, the latter possessed greater strength, and in the realm of cultivation, power commanded respect. Thus Xia Changge referred to Liao Hui as brother. Conversely, Tin Xier, being younger and weaker than Xia Changge, created a perplexing dynamic in their address, leaving them to speak in their own respects. Xia Changge instinctively wanted to refuse, as Zhang Miaoyi was resting in their room, where the core of the formation was also located. He was reluctant to allow outsiders entry. However, Tin Xier had already taken several steps forward, making it seem too late for him to intervene. He could only hope that nothing untoward would occur. The strength of those around Xia Changge was still rather feeble. Without his input, Zhang Miaoyi lacked means for self-protection. Given the might of my calamity, even if Tin Xier were to take his sister-in-law hostage, I should still be able to respond promptly. Reflecting on the resources he currently possessed, Xia Changge felt a measure of reassurance. Ah, Taoist brother. We wandering cultivators truly drift along with the currents. After Tin Xier departed, Xia Changge resumed his banter with Liao Hui. Liao Hui glanced enviously at the barrier above Xia Changge's courtyard, remarking, Brother, you are no ordinary wandering cultivator. When you achieve success, do not forget about me. Xia Changge shook his head. It is merely an ancestral relic. At present, I scarcely possess a handful of spirit stones. I was previously working at the Yuwang Tavern, earning a meager living to support my family. Upon hearing this, Liao Hui pondered similarly, feeling envious of Xia Changge's fortune, thinking that his ancestor must have been remarkable. Yet, in the next moment, Liao Hui felt a jolt of realization. If the ancestor had access to such a formation, they must have once enjoyed considerable wealth. Could it be that Xia Changge? Liao Hui's heart stirred with excitement, contemplating whether he should. Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside. Open the door. It happened to be the Xiao family. The leader was someone Xia Changge recognized, Xiao Wan, the owner of Yuwang Tavern. Consequently, Xia Changge promptly withdrew the restrictions. 7 Qi refining realm cultivators entered, with Xiao Wan at the forefront. At that moment, the aura emanating from Xiao Wan compelled Liao Hui to bow his head, unmistakably indicating a cultivation level of the 9th layer of Qi refining. It seemed that Xiao Wan had previously concealed her true strength, which Xia Changge had failed to perceive. It is you, Xiao Wan exclaimed, surprised to see Xia Changge. She never expected that the summer-long song, who had been working for herself for a month, would actually reside here, and moreover, what is this array device? It is utterly inconceivable. A loose cultivator who can afford an array device still needs to work as a butcher in a tavern? My lady, I'm not sure what your intentions are. Summer-long song already had her own assessments in mind, yet pretended to be perplexed. Search, let the people inside come out, Xiao Wan replied sternly. In truth, after the commotion outside, Zhang Miaoi and Tan Xier had already prepared to confront the situation. He is. Xiao Wan inquired about Liao Hui from Summer-long song. Summer-long song clarified, this is my neighbor, Taoist Liao, who has come to chat with me. This is my wife, along with our 2 children. And this is Taoist Liao's companion. With this simple explanation, Xiao Wan grasped the general situation. You two, return to your own rooms. She commanded decisively after glancing at Liao Hui. Naturally, Liao Hui dared not voice any dissent, quickly signaling to Tan Xier, and the two retreated together. Following this, Xiao Wan conducted a thorough search of Summer-long song's quarters. Perhaps due to their acquaintance, Xiao Wan's subordinates behaved relatively normally during the search, refraining from excessive roughness. Once confirming there were no issues, Xiao Wan signaled for the others to step outside. Recently, there may have been some turmoil in Huaying Immortal Town. But there is no need for excessive concern. It will only last a few days, and it is best not to go out during this period. Before departing, Xiao Wan kindly advised. Thank you for the reminder, my lady, Summer-long song replied courteously, appreciating Xiao Wan's goodwill. It must be said that her arrival indeed provided significant assistance to Summer-long song. He needed to devise a way to enhance their self-defense capabilities. At this moment, the vulnerability of his sister-in-law became evident. In the face of cultivators, they possessed almost no means of counteraction. How should he adjust to this outcome? Should he learn talisman crafting? Or perhaps weapon forging? These were all options. Although his talent was not remarkable, he enjoyed a long lifespan and could slowly hone his skills. What others mastered in 10 years, he could afford to take 50. Yet, what Summer-long song sought was a method that yielded swift results, clearly. These pursuits did not align with the goal. Ultimately, he could only venture into the market of Huaying Immortal Town to see if he could find any inspiration. The minor chaos of the past 5 days saw the culprits behind the scenes apprehended by the Xiao family. 8 cultivators at the 9th level of Qi refinement were executed. Their bodies displayed at the city gate of Huaying Immortal Town as a warning to others. What forces lay behind these individuals remained unknown for now. However, the members of the Xiao family should have a rough understanding of it. After casting a cursory glance, Summer-long song entered the market. He first approached a stall run by a loose cultivator selling miscellaneous goods. This was an individual vendor. There wears a hodgepodge, with prices fluctuating. Whether one could acquire good items depended largely on luck. Nevertheless, due to the stature of Huaying Immortal Town, there were very few individual vendors on this street. If it weren't for the recent selection of a son-in-law by the Xiao family attracting numerous loose cultivators, there might have been even fewer. Given the limited funds at his disposal, Xia Changge was naturally hesitant to squander them. As he traversed the path, he truly had not encountered anything beneficial. Ultimately, he stepped into the Duobao trading house. Ah, esteemed friend, what a rare visitor. What brings you here today? Upon seeing Xia Changge, the proprietor, Zhang Chuan, who had previously attended to him, displayed an unusually warm demeanor. After all, the item Xia Changge had presented on his last visit was indeed extraordinarily precious. Boss, I wonder if you have. Xia Changge articulated his request. Zhang Chuan smiled slightly, saying, the item you seek is certainly available here. Please wait a moment. After a brief interval, Zhang Chuan produced 3 boxes and opened one before Xia Changge, explaining, this is a flame burst talisman, which, when activated with spiritual energy, can unleash a force comparable to the full strength of an 8th-layer Qi refinement practitioner. Xia Changge shook his head. I require something usable by mortals. This stipulation momentarily left Zhang Chuan at a loss. Let me think. After years of conducting business in Huaying Xinjiang, he had never catered to the needs of mortals. After some contemplation, he seemed to arrive at an answer, albeit one difficult to articulate. Xia Changge urged, Boss, speak candidly. There is no need for circumspection. Zhang Chuan then lowered his voice. I possess a secret technique that allows the use of a living Qi refinement practitioner's body to create a puppet. The resulting puppet will obey its master's commands, even if that master is immortal. This revelation left Xia Changge somewhat unsettled. To transform a living person into a puppet? Beyond its cruelty. Acquiring a living Qi refinement practitioner seemed an impossibility. Is there no secret technique from the realm of the living? For instance, puppet mechanism technique? Xia Changge inquired. Unwilling to relent, Zhang Chuan shook his head. I have heard of the puppet mechanism technique, but it is not available at Duobao Trading House. We only possess the puppet technique. Although it is indeed somewhat unsavory, it is far superior to the vile practices of corpse refinement. If you are interested, I can offer it to you at a reduced price. Xia Changge was torn. If I were to cultivate this technique, would I be branded as a heretic and hunted down? This technique required living or conscious Qi refinement practitioners as its material, which was inherently too nefarious. The proprietor shook his head. That will not occur. Heretical practitioners are those who cultivate by taking countless mortal lives. Normal methods among practitioners will not be impacted. After much hesitation, Xia Changge suddenly had an epiphany. He recalled that upon reaching the 5th layer of the Sacred Heart Sutra, he would unlock an additional technique called Heavenly Palace Illusion, capable of exerting mental control over others. If combined with this, would it yield an exquisite effect? What is the cost of this technique? At this moment, Xia Changge felt an overwhelming allure, yet his expression remained conflicted. The proprietor pondered briefly, raising a finger. 100? This price fell well within Xia Changge's acceptance range. The boss shook his head and said, Are you jesting, my friend? If this method is employed correctly, it could even transform a foundation-building cultivator into a spirit puppet. 100 spirit stones is nothing short of a jest. It should be 1,000. Xia Changge turned to leave. Friend, this method is undoubtedly worth that price. Are you truly not considering it? I have only 300 spirit stones at my disposal. If you agree, I will purchase it. If not, I am left with no choice. Xia Changge expressed his dilemma. Zhang Chuan grew anxious, wondering if Xia Changge really had no other resources to draw upon. Alas, it seemed he had overthought the situation. This secret technique was not from the Treasure Merchant Guild. Rather, it was a serendipitous discovery. Hence, he certainly hoped to sell it for a high price. But now, fine, let's make a deal. Zhang Chuan was also preparing resources to attempt a breakthrough into the foundation-building realm, and 300 spirit stones was no small sum. Xia Changge was indeed parting with a significant amount, leaving him with little remaining. Under normal circumstances, 200 spirit stones could sustain him for 2 to 3 years. The 5-color human puppet technique. After achieving his desire, Xia Changge returned to his training chamber to examine it. This secret technique could create puppets of 5 different ranks: copper, black, silver, gold, and white. The copper puppets were suitable for those at the 3rd level of Qi condensation or below, while black puppets catered to the 4th, 5th, and 6th levels. Silver was for the 7th and 8th levels, gold for the 9th, and white was at the foundation building level. However, the white puppet's creation instructions were incomplete. Thus, Zhang Chuan had played with words, suggesting it might be possible to create one. This technique required a substantial amount of vital blood to nurture the puppet, potentially affecting one's lifespan. No wonder that fellow was hesitant to practice it. In the realm of cultivation, longevity is the most precious asset. Practicing the 5-color human puppet technique, due to its connection to the Yin realm, could indeed have repercussions on lifespan. Unfortunately, cultivators at the Qi condensation stage must expend considerable amounts of their vital blood to ensure obedience from their puppets. These puppets could also be referred to as blood puppets. Such a tremendous cost is something most individuals cannot bear. Yet, for Xia Changge, he needed to contemplate whether it was truly worthwhile. Generally speaking, nurturing a single puppet does not significantly impact one's lifespan. However, the burden becomes unbearable with multiple puppets. Upon understanding the specifics, Xia Changge felt reassured. Not to mention, he intended to create only one puppet, and his own vital blood replenishes swiftly. Even if it shortened his lifespan, it would only be by 3 to 5 years, hardly substantial. For Xia Changge, it was merely a minor inconvenience. The required materials were not particularly rare. They merely needed a high-purity metal to cover the surface of the puppet and certain herbs to preserve the corpse from decay. This type of puppet pales in comparison to marionettes and even zombies, with a relatively short lifespan of about 20 years. The most challenging aspect was selecting a target, as he currently lacked the most essential components. For now, he would set this aside. He could only attempt it when the opportunity arose, as he could not simply resort to murder for the sake of creation. The fifth layer of the Sacred Heart Sutra. I have only completed 2/3 of it, and I feel that the enhancement from the demonic creatures at the chi refinement stage is becoming increasingly negligible. Observing the martial arts upon which I rely the most, Xia Changge let out a sigh. When the Sacred Heart Sutra reaches its final stage, the body can even transform into particles, a phenomenon of incomprehensible mystery. An essential choice for survival. Regrettably, achieving the preliminary stages of cultivation still poses some challenges for Xia Changge. At this very moment, in the neighboring room, Liao Hui had already descended into a state of madness. Observing Liao Hui's growing impatience, Tan Xier felt a twinge of fear, genuinely concerned that he might resort to something dreadful. Xier, I suspect that the fellow next door possesses the means to break through to the 9th level of the Qi refinement stage. Why don't we? Liao Hui began to propose to his partner. Tan Xier's expression changed upon hearing this. Are you out of your mind? Yet Liao Hui laughed maniacally. Out of my mind? Don't you wish to break through to the 9th level of the Qi refinement stage, or even to the foundation establishment stage? Tan Xier fell silent. Ever since Liao Hui had taken her along to participate in the Shao family's selection of suitors, she had realized that this man was not particularly reliable. However, the bond they had formed over the years was not to be dismissed lightly. Never mind, it's just a mere ant at the 6th level of Qi refinement. I can handle it alone. After a moment's contemplation, a wild grin spread across Liao Hui's face. Do you dare to act in the city? Are you tired of living? Tan Xier was momentarily bewildered by Liao Hui's demeanor. To act within the confines of Huaying Immortal Town could lead to dire consequences if discovered. It's just a 6th level Qi refinement practitioner. A mere slap should suffice. What could possibly go wrong? The rest are just the old, weak, sick, and disabled. A mortal woman who could scream all day without anyone paying her any mind. Liao Hui chuckled dismissively, and a terrifying thought seemed to cross his mind. As if struck by an idea, Liao Hui retrieved his storage bag and tossed it to Tan Xier. She was somewhat perplexed, given that they had recently been at odds. Although she yearned to forgive Liao Hui, she found it difficult to lower her pride, now that he had entrusted his little treasury to her. Tan Xier felt her anger dissipate significantly. Was he implying that even if he failed, she would still be well taken care of? Sighing, Tan Xier could only express a silent apology to her mortal sister-in-law, feeling utterly helpless. Is Xia here? I have matters to discuss with you. Let us chat. Liao Hui said with a smile as he stepped out and approached the neighboring room. Xia Changge was meditating in the courtyard, and upon hearing Liao Hui's voice, he thought to himself that what was inevitable had finally arrived. Taoist Liao, can't you just enjoy your good life? Why must you interfere? With Tan Xier as his cherished companion, Xia Changge was perfectly content to remain at home for decades, provided the finances were in order. Unfortunately, Liao Hui is a man whose greed knows no bounds. After so many days, his sudden visit suggested he had made a decision. Sister-in-law, please take the child inside. Regardless of what transpires outside, do not come out. Before opening the door, Xia Changge made arrangements for Zhang Miaoi. The ensuing events took a rather gruesome turn, rendering them unsuitable for the young. Moreover, the methods employed by Xia Changge to deal with Liao Hui were rather ruthless. Zhang Miaoi harbored her suspicions and voiced her concerns. Uncle, could anything go awry? She was acutely aware that Liao Hui's prowess seemed to surpass that of her uncle. Rest assured, I have long been prepared. Xia Changge reassured Zhang Miaoi, gesturing for her not to fret. For the safety of the children, Zhang Miaoi had no choice but to usher the two little ones inside. Xia Changge deftly dispelled the barriers, allowing Liao Hui to rush in at once, as if fearing that Xia Changge might reconsider his decision. At that moment, Liao Hui was already blinded by greed. Even if Xia Changge possessed no advanced techniques, the artifacts in his possession could be sold, combined with his own savings, sufficient to procure a method for cultivating to the 9th level of Qi refinement. Brother, I have come to discuss a matter with you. I possess several hundred spirit stones, amassed over the years, and I wish to present them to you, dear brother, in hopes that you might grant me an opportunity, Liao Hui declared, producing a storage bag as he approached Xia Changge. Xia Changge appeared to be utterly entranced by Liao Hui's storage pouch. which only served to strengthen Liao Hui's conviction that Xia Changge possessed something truly remarkable. This further solidified Liao Hui's resolve to take action. His fate could not be shackled by a mere six-layer qi refinement cultivator. To defy destiny was to commence today. As Liao Hui approached Xia Changge, he struck with lightning speed, delivering a powerful blow to Xia Changge's crown. The swiftness of his attack left Xia Changge with no time to react. Instantly, blood spilled, and Xia Changge collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Brother, do not blame me. This is all of your own making. Had you shared your treasures with me, I would not have resorted to such dark measures. Liao Hui feigned remorse as he looked down upon Xia Changge's corpse. If only Xia Changge had revealed his secret sooner, perhaps this tragic fate could have been averted. Without hesitation, he reached for the storage pouch at Xia Changge's waist, believing him to be beyond revival and entirely defenseless. Little did he know. A piercing scream of horror erupted. Xia Changge had delivered a swift kick to Liao Hui's vital area. In a moment of calamity, Liao Hui found himself utterly defenseless. Xia Changge quickly drew forth his flying sword, severing Liao Hui's right leg with brutal precision. Brother Liao, if you lack compassion, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. The once-dead Xia Changge launched a sudden attack, leaving Liao Hui in a state of disbelief. Impossible. How? How are you still alive? Liao Hui's expression mirrored that of a ghost encountering the living. He was certain that his earlier strike would have sealed the fate of a six-layer qi refinement cultivator. Xia Changge offered no explanation. Instead, a cruel smile graced his lips as he methodically dismembered Liao Hui's limbs. In doing so, Liao Hui was rendered incapable of rising again. You are truly vicious. Typically, a person who has lost all four limbs would either perish or succumb to unconsciousness from the agony. Yet, Xia Changge possessed the true qi of longevity. Rather than reattaching Liao Hui's limbs, he instead employed his life-giving energy to staunch Liao Hui's bleeding, even healing the flesh around the wounds. Thus, while Liao Hui endured excruciating pain, the prospect of death eluded him. Though my methods may be cruel, they pale in comparison to your heartlessness, brother. After collecting Liao Hui's severed limbs, Xia Changge grasped Liao Hui by the hair, dragging the now limp figure into an empty room. Xia Changge had never shown mercy to his adversaries. After unceremoniously tossing Liao Hui inside, he silenced him and sealed his energy channels. Without hands or feet, Liao Hui found movement an insurmountable challenge. After casting a disdainful smirk in Liao Hui's direction, Xia Changge closed the door behind him. Once he had tidied the bloodstains outside and ensured there were no lingering issues, Xia Changge entered his own room, gently pushing the door open. Zhang Miaoi, having heard the cries outside, hesitated to venture out. Fortunately, it was Xia Changge who entered, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief, her voice trembling as she asked, Did you take care of it? Xia Changge reassured her. Brother Liao has not visited today, has he? Zhang Miaoi nodded repeatedly, knowing how to respond if anyone inquired about the future. Killing Liao Huixia did not evoke any fears of retaliation, for it was Liao Hui who had come to provoke trouble. After ensuring the safety of his wife and child, he opened Liao Hui's storage bag. What a disappointment. This storage bag was likely a ruse Liao Hui had prepared during his escapades. Inside, there were merely 23 spirit stones and some clothing, hardly worth anything. Aside from that, Liao Hui's magical tool remained, which appeared to be of medium grade, an iron hammer valued around 400 to 500 spirit stones. Naturally, Xia Changge did not believe that a cultivator at the 8th level of qi refinement like Liao Hui would possess such meager savings. The money must have been entrusted to Tan Xie for safekeeping. Damn it, Brother Liao, you truly are a seasoned veteran. Experience speaks volumes. Xia Changge couldn't help but sigh. This was indeed a lesson learned. What could he do? Sneak into the neighboring house and kill Tan Xie? Her strength was formidable as well, and Xia Changge could not ensure a swift victory. If an accident occurred, he would be branded a home invader, leading to inevitable trouble. Should he then allow Tan Xien's actions to go unchecked? She would likely surmise that Liao Hui's absence was due to, in a fit of anger, she might spread rumors about Xia Changge possessing profound and inscrutable abilities. That would certainly lead to complications. Suddenly, an idea struck Xia Changge. Instead of waiting passively, why not take the initiative and play the thief to catch the thief? With this thought, a smile crept onto his lips. Initially, he only wished to live a stable life. As individuals from the lower strata, why must they complicate matters for one another? After casually stowing away the spirit stones and magical tool into his own storage bag, Xia Changge reflected. He then slapped his arm, feigning a grievous injury. Meanwhile, Tan Xie, who had been anxiously waiting at home for Liao Hui's return, felt a sense of unease. Could it be that Liao Hui had met with misfortune? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Liao Hui was at the 8th level of qi refinement, while Xia Changge was merely at the 6th level. He could not possibly be Liao Hui's match. Tinchier, come out. At that moment, Xia Changge's furious voice rang from outside. This startled Tinchier. Could it be that Liao Hui had truly failed? Was Xia Changge here to kill her? Panic surged within her. She was only at the 5th level of qi refinement. In a confrontation, she would surely be no match for Xia Changge. Brother Xia, this matter has nothing to do with me. I know nothing. Tinchier could only buy time, hoping to create enough commotion to summon the city guards. Yet, Xia Changge paid no heed to her ploys and declared, your partner, Liao Hui, whom I trusted and esteemed as a brother, has betrayed me by robbing my storage bag and has vanished. You must come with me. This sentence instantly jolted Tinchier awake. What? Liao Hui has stolen something and fled? Is this true? Tinchier was momentarily bewildered. Wasn't Liao Hui supposed to kill Xia Changge? Why did he fail at the crucial moment? At this juncture, Xia Changge had already kicked the door open. Liao Hui, lacking both a formation device and knowledge of such arts, stood there helpless. Upon seeing the gaping wound on Xia Changge's forehead, blood still oozing, and his arm seemingly broken, he appeared as though he had endured a brutal beating, suggesting that, perhaps it was all true. Brother Xia, this has nothing to do with me. I genuinely regarded you as a brother. I had no idea Liao Hui would commit such an act. You know well that Liao Hui and I have been at odds lately. Tinchier timidly attempted to explain. Xia Changge, however, would not hear any of it. Humph. You are Liao Hui's companion. Now that he has fled, you shall bear the consequences. I will summon the Shao family to handle this matter. The Shao family serves as the magistrates of Huaying Xinjiang, responsible for maintaining order in the town. A home invasion of this magnitude is not easily resolved. Brother Xia, please. I am unaware of the losses Liao Hui has caused you, but I possess his storage bag, containing all his life as savings. I implore you to consider a private resolution. Tinchier inwardly cursed Liao Hui, unable to fathom his betrayal. There was no choice but to sacrifice wealth to avert disaster. If this fell into the hands of the Shao family, she feared it would lead to unbearable suffering. She handed Liao Hui's storage bag to Xia Changge, who accepted it with great satisfaction. Seeing Tinchier gazing at him expectantly, Xia Changge shot her a fierce glare. The mental attack from the surprise ambush made Tinchier avert her gaze immediately, lowering her head in trepidation. Seizing this opportunity, Xia Changge slyly switched the storage bags. Since he had resolved to play the part of the thief, he would follow through entirely. Ah, Tinchier, do you think I am so easily bullied? We shall see the Shao family. Xia Changge tossed the storage bag back to Tinchier and turned to leave. He paid no heed to whether she would notice the discrepancy. He simply needed to assert his claim. After all, he had no genuine intention of going to the Shao family. His primary objective for coming here had already been achieved. Tinchier was immediately flustered. Could it be that Xia Changge looked down upon these savings? But she was truly out of options. Brother Xia, this is all of Liao Hui's savings. I really have nothing else. At most I can offer you around 100 spirit stones. In the realm of cultivation, there is no custom of women managing finances between couples. It is always the stronger who holds the reins. Clearly, Liao Hui had been the one in charge. The majority of their shared assets were under Liao Hui's control, leaving Tinchier with only a meager portion. This was also why Tinchier, despite knowing of Liao Hui's infidelity, dared not to sever ties completely. As a practitioner of immortality, Tinchier certainly must have some spirit stones reserved for emergencies. Yet now, she finds herself compelled to relinquish everything. In haste, she presents her storage bag. Please, take a good look inside. Xia Changge halts, retrieves the storage bag. And without an ounce of politeness, he revels in this unexpected delight, then sternly admonishes Tinchier. Trembling, Tinchier bends to collect the storage bag, and upon inspection, she nearly faints. This is undoubtedly Liao Hui's storage bag, a fact she can discern. The clothing within unmistakably confirms it. Tinchier could never have imagined that what she thought was Liao Hui's life savings amounted to nothing more than a few tattered garments. When Liao Hui had given her the storage bag, she had refrained from looking inside, as she had an inkling of their collective savings. Moreover, she believed Liao Hui would soon return, thus she set it aside. Little did she suspect that it contained nothing of value. No wonder Liao Hui would spare Xia Changge's life. It seems he had ulterior motives. What more do you have to say? Seeing that he had genuinely intimidated Tinchier, Xia Changge felt a surge of triumph. It appeared that Tinchier's character was indeed somewhat feeble. With her weakness apparent, Xia Changge felt emboldened to act more brazenly. Brother Xia, I too am a victim deceived by Liao Hui. Sob. Tanxier felt like a fool. Completely duped by Liao Hui. How foolish she had been to invest years of sincerity in him. Especially when she had just intended to reconcile and rekindle their romance that very night. She never anticipated such an outcome. When Liao Hui attended the Shao family's selection event, she should have recognized his true nature. Regrettably, she naively hoped he would have a change of heart. You are a victim? Am I not? My hard-earned savings just vanished? This was meant to be the resource for my children's future cultivation. Xia Changge intensified the psychological pressure on Tanxier. After all, Liao Hui was currently unable to converse with her, and given that Tanxier had begun to believe Liao Hui had absconded with her storage bag, Xia Changge exaggerated the figures to make his case more compelling. After all, wasn't it precisely because they believed they possessed the wealth of a foundational-level family that they targeted him? Xia Changge's words sent a chill through Tanxier. No wonder Liao Hui chose to flee. Who could have imagined he plundered such a wealthy household? It was no surprise that Xia Changge possessed such treasures as formation tools. His family was indeed affluent. Yet, contemplating how Liao Hui hoarded such riches, only to abandon her and leave her as a scapegoat, a vessel for Xia Changge's ire, caused Tanxier's fingers to dig into her flesh. Brother Xia, I understand your anger, but I truly have not a single spirit stone left. If you remain unsatisfied, then please send me to the Shao family. In that moment, despair began to take root within Tanxier, the heartache of being cast aside weighing heavily upon her. After confirming that Tanxier truly bore no profit, Xia Changge had no intention of letting her off the hook. Liao Hui could cause him trouble, thus, Tanxier's best choice was to turn a blind eye. He was certainly not a soft persimmon to be easily manipulated. However, certain words should not be uttered by Xia Changge. Consequently, he left with a cold expression. Once Xia Changge departed, the tension in Tanxier's heart finally eased, and she succumbed to tears of sorrow. How intriguing. Upon returning to his residence, Xia Changge resumed his haughty demeanor. His injuries healed swiftly thanks to the operation of the Sacred Heart technique. He opened Liao Hui's true storage bag. At last, he had money again. It was no wonder there was a saying, killing and arson bring golden belts, while building roads leads to no corpses. 730 spirit stones. The fruits of Liao Hui and Tanxier's years of labor. Alas, it was their greed that ultimately facilitated Xia Changge's untroubled conscience. Besides these spirit stones, there were also some cultivation techniques that Xia Changge found useless, as well as a graded flying sword, precisely what he needed most. In contrast, Tanxier's storage bag contained only 125 spirit stones and a low-grade flying sword clearly meant for women. Xia Changge had indeed become extraordinarily wealthy. The artifacts used by Liao Hui were certainly not for him. Otherwise, it would expose him. He planned to sell them at the market. Altogether, he would have approximately 14 to 1,500 spirit stones. With this newfound wealth, Xia Changge could not only afford to live comfortably for many years, but also extend his generosity to 1, 2, 3, or even 5 young women struggling in life. Upon returning to his room, he shared this development with Zhang Miaoi. Uncle, you are quite cunning. Zhang Miaoi never imagined Xia Changge could play such a trick. Around evening, go check if Tanxier is still next door. If she is, persuade her, understand? Enemies should be resolved rather than exacerbated. After teaching Tanxier a lesson, one must not go too far. Xia Changge accepted Liao Hui's money. He must also take good care of the person. Uncle, it seems you truly lack the courage to approach a girl yourself. Xia Changge urged her to undertake this task, and Zhang Miaoi did not refuse. As she had always wished for a female cultivator to be with her uncle, she was delighted to discover that her uncle seemed genuinely hesitant to engage with the opposite sex. Nonsense. What girl? She is already married. Bring her here, and let us see if I dare. Xia Changge spoke with righteous indignation. He indeed felt somewhat bashful, no matter how shameless he might be. He could not brazenly commit the misdeed of coveting another man's wife. His previous sister-in-law, Zhang Miaoi, was a neighbor entrusted to him at her death. He could not act recklessly. The current Zhang Miaoi was likewise a situation where he had just fought fiercely with Liao Hui. Thus, it was best to let things unfold naturally. Xia Changge did not immediately venture outside to dispose of the stolen goods. Rather, he made his way to the adjacent room where Liao Hui was confined. He tossed 2 storage bags before Liao Hui and even retrieved Tanxier's flying sword. Examining it meticulously in front of him, Liao Hui, whose heart was ashen, instantly widened his pupils and bellowed at Xia Changge. What have you done to Qier? She is innocent. Spare her, I implore you. Xia Changge's smile was disarmingly benign. I have done nothing of consequence. I merely pointed out that she absconded with my foundational cultivation techniques and several thousand spirit stones. I sought to hold her accountable, and Tanxier, trusting my words, relinquished all her assets to me. Pray tell, fellow cultivator, why does your partner harbor such mistrust towards you? Liao Hui could hardly fathom such an outcome. Recalling the moment he pursued Tanxier with merely a hint of intention, he lamented that his beloved sister was indeed not very astute, which rendered the situation all the more probable. Please, grant her some mercy. Devoid of spirit stones, she will struggle to survive. Liao Hui pleaded with Xia Changge. A beautiful female cultivator without spirit stones, if forced to seek employment outdoors, would undoubtedly face numerous unjust treatments, particularly from a certain few who had long coveted his chair. Without him, she would likely. Miss Chair, you surely do not wish for a life of discontent, do you? The very thought sent chills down Liao Hui's spine. Rest assured, fellow Taoist, I shall come to her aid should she require it. Xia Changge was once a person of such kindness that he refrained from taking lives. Alas, the world of cultivation was gradually transforming him. You will meet a dreadful end. Liao Hui, fully aware of the implications behind Xia Changge's words, erupted into a tirade, only to be silenced by Xia Changge's intervention. His decision to spare Liao Hui was undoubtedly strategic. Liao Hui was his first adversary in this realm of cultivation, a fact of considerable significance that Xia Changge intended to handle with care. As his preparations were not yet complete, he required Liao Hui to endure a while longer. Consequently, he silenced Liao Hui and pondered before ultimately confining him within a large box, just to prevent any unforeseen incidents. After these events transpired, Xia Changge finally stepped out of his courtyard. He discreetly glanced next door, confirming that Tanxier was likely still within, before heading to the market of Huaying, Immortal Town. This time, Xia Changge refrained from seeking out Zhang Chuan, with whom he had established several previous collaborations. After all, having recently confided in Zhang Chuan about his lack of funds, approaching him today with a mid-grade magical artifact for trade might jeopardize their future dealings. Moreover, selling the mid-grade artifact to the Duobao Trading Company would entail some intermediary markup. However, trading directly with loose cultivators, while slightly more risky, promised greater profits. Today, the market was noticeably less populated with loose cultivators. The crowd that had gathered to witness the Shao family's commotion had largely dispersed, restoring the number of cultivators in Huaying, Immortal Town to its usual state. In this manner, one could indeed regard this place as a paradise for mortals, where one's offspring might leisurely wander beyond its confines. Xia Changge secured a favorable position and meticulously arranged several volumes of qi refinement scriptures, among which the most valuable was Liao Hui's cultivation of the earth spirit technique, attaining the 8th level of qi refinement. It was evident that this particular method contained further secrets, the source of which remained elusive. The title was striking, ensuring a steady stream of onlookers, including vendors from neighboring stalls. Is there no continuation to this technique? Inquired some naive cultivators. Xia Changge replied coldly, You desire it? I wish for it as well. He too could cultivate this method, yet it was regrettably limited to the 8th level of qi refinement. The technique held little value, as numerous such methods circulated outside. Xia Changge priced it at merely 20 spirit stones per copy, successfully selling 7. He also offered Liao Hui's mid-grade magical artifact for sale. However, at 400 spirit stones, the price deterred these wandering cultivators. For most, a low-grade magical artifact valued at around 100 spirit stones was far more attainable. Xia Changge was minimally dependent on such artifacts. As long as they served their purpose, he was content. The stall remained open until evening. And just as Xia Changge prepared to close up, a buyer arrived. Her cultivation was not particularly high, merely at the 6th level of qi refinement. Yet she was a striking fairy. From Xia Changge's experience, she appeared to be untouched by worldly affairs. With great generosity, she offered 400 spirit stones without so much as a flicker of her brow. This was undoubtedly a fortuitous occurrence for Xia Changge. Upon returning home, Zhang Miaoi was ready to step out next door. During Xia Changge's absence, she had refrained from inviting Tanxier to her home, fearing that a sudden disagreement might jeopardize her children's safety. Zhang Miaoi's visit next door was a subtle means of ensuring Xia Changge could attend to the children. At this moment, Tanxier had resolved to sell her estate, hoping to acquire a few spirit stones, as her financial situation had become dire. All she possessed was an empty storage bag containing a few of Liao Hui's garments. Sister-in-law, I apologize. I truly do. Upon Zhang Miaoi's arrival, Xia expressed her regrets. The scoundrel Yao Hui had absconded with all his gains, leaving her to bear the burden. Zhang Miaoi approached Xia, gently patting her shoulder, and began to reveal her ulterior motives. Sister Xia, what are your plans moving forward? Xia replied meekly. I find it increasingly difficult to establish myself in Huang, Immortal Town. I intend to sell this property and seek refuge in a mundane town, perhaps to live out my days there. Indeed, she planned to depart. Yet, a flicker of hope lingered within her. Perhaps once she left Huang Immortal Town, Liao Hui might come searching for her. Zhang Miaoi expressed her concern. Sister, you possess such ethereal grace. To resign yourself to despair would be a grave misfortune. Xia recognized that her decision was indeed a failure, yet felt powerless to alter her course. Sister Xia, what if? Zhang Miaoi leaned closer to Xia's earlobe, softly suggesting an option. Xia's complexion changed instantly, her voice trembling as she stammered, Sister-in-law. What do you mean by that? Zhang Miaoi replied earnestly, I am but an ordinary woman, blessed by uncle's affection to enjoy this blissful life. Yet, I am acutely aware that I am not the ideal match for him. Sister Xia, you are young and beautiful, possessing talents that rival those of uncle. What if? Xia shook her head in confusion. How can this be? Reflecting on how Xia Changge had treated her earlier that day, she found it hard to lower herself to such a level. Seizing this opportunity, Zhang Miaoi recounted her own story, leaving Xia in a trance. No wonder these two, clearly a couple, insisted on calling each other uncle and sister-in-law. It was for this reason. Uncle is a responsible man, and Sister Xia, you will surely not regret following him. Lure, Chuyer, quickly take the ferry for a bath. After a series of earnest exhortations, perhaps it was also due to Xia Changge's self-proclamation and his wealth. Even if some was taken by Liao Hui, he must possess foundational cultivation techniques. As long as she diligently followed him, perhaps she could alter her own destiny. Ultimately, Xia accompanied Zhang Miaoi next door. She genuinely perceived a possibility of seizing the nest. After all, Zhang Miaoi was merely an ordinary woman. What of having 2 children? In another decade, she would age and fade, and even with elixirs to maintain youth, life is fleeting. She is a cultivator, despite having such thoughts. When Xia heard Zhang Miaoi suggest she take a bath, she felt as if she were not a celestial being, but rather a fairy sent to the doorstep like a gift. The term fairy felt particularly jarring. Yet, having come this far, Xia realized there was no turning back. She would tread this path to the end. Liao Hui, in a drowsy state, suddenly perked up at Zhang Miaoi's words, yearning to voice his thoughts. Yet, he found no opportunity to speak, forced to witness everything unfold helplessly. Xia Changge was the quintessential tyrant at home, bold within his domain, yet humble and discreet outside. When faced with those weaker than himself, he always sought thrill. Sister Xia, are you prepared? Xia Changge gazed at the first Qi refinement female cultivator delivered to his door, having no intention of declining. If he were to refuse, how could he allow his sister-in-law to perform such a role? There must be a Qi refinement cultivator to oversee matters at home. Although Xia was only at the 5th level of Qi refinement, it would be easy for him to assist her in reaching the 6th level. That would be sufficient to care for his children at home. Dao brother, you truly won't disdain me? Xia's heart raced with anxiety, fearing she might once again fall into a trap. In truth, I have indeed fallen into the pit dug by Xia Changge, and there is no escaping it now. Sister Xia, do not overthink it. Xia Changge himself is uncertain about the nature of his relationship with Xia. Is it born out of a desire for revenge against Liao Hui for his past actions, or is it purely driven by his own selfish cravings? Xia Changge cannot discern. Yet, he firmly believes in one thing, that affection will blossom over time. He is convinced that in the future, he and Xia will share a harmonious companionship. Even though Liao Hui has betrayed him psychologically, Xia can tolerate it. She has an innate ability to manage such matters. Brother Dao is there. Is there a sound coming from next door? As the two nestled together, engaged in a heartfelt exchange of emotions, a faint thud from the adjacent wall caused Xia to feel a flicker of curiosity. It's nothing. Don't concern yourself with such trivial matters. In my home, are you truly worried about encountering danger? Xia Changge reassured her, deftly shifting the topic. Xia reflected on this, realizing that with the protective measures in place, anyone attempting to intrude would have to gain Xia Changge's consent. Should someone dare to trespass, the noise would be considerable. Not only would Xia Changge be aware, but even the security team from the Xiao family would take notice. It was likely just some insignificant commotion from her sister-in-law's pets. The following morning, Zhang Miaoi presented a nourishing soup, offering it to Tan Qi'er with a warm smile. Taken aback by the attention, Tan Qi'er replied, "Sister-in-law, I am not a delicate flower. There is no need for such care." Although she felt somewhat overwhelmed by the pampering, she also found enjoyment in it. Zhang Miaoi chuckled gently. "It's quite all right. This is a medicinal dish that can enhance the chances of pregnancy. Although your uncle is in robust health, the assistance of external remedies can prove beneficial." Her words left Tan Qi'er momentarily stunned. This was not merely a tonic for vitality, but rather a fertility elixir? She felt unprepared for such a significant consideration. Should she perhaps wait a while? Tan Qi'er murmured softly. Zhang Miaoi, being a woman of worldly experience, understood the realities of womanhood. It is often said that once a woman bears a child, she cannot escape her fate. Her uncle has devoted much effort to this family. It would be best if she assisted with some of the smaller matters. "Sister Qi'er, let me share a few thoughts with you." Zhang Miaoi then proceeded to offer a thoughtful discourse, drawing on her own experiences, which made Tan Qi'er find some merit in her words. In the end, Tan Qi'er reluctantly accepted the medicinal soup prepared by Zhang Miaoi and consumed it. "Sister Qi'er, you are free to roam anywhere in the courtyard. But you must avoid that room next door. It is your uncle's training chamber, and he does not permit anyone to enter, not even you." After Tan Qi'er had finished, Zhang Miaoi kindly took the bowl away while offering a gentle reminder. Tan Qi'er nodded in acknowledgement. "By the way, this is something your uncle asked me to give you." At that moment, Zhang Miaoi produced the storage pouch that rightfully belonged to Tan Qi'er. "Uncle, is it true that some individuals struggle with expression? Please accept this with ample understanding." After handing the storage bag to Tan Qi'er, Zhang Miaoi, as is her custom, spoke well of Xia Changge before departing. "Is it that he is indeed inept at articulation?" Tan Qi'er couldn't help but reminisce about that evening. Xia Changge's manner of expression was far from eloquent, filled with rather quite uncouth gentlemanly phrases that, while causing her discomfort, also seemed to provoke a certain thrill. Tan Qi'er opened her storage bag. Within it lay various items, along with an unexpected addition of 200 spirit stones, surely a gift from Xia Changge. Truly, he is a scion of a prominent family, even in his current plight. His generosity remains commendable. With this, Tan Qi'er felt a significant alleviation of her worries. Her future days should undoubtedly be far brighter than before. Xia Changge had long since arrived at the adjacent practice room. His intention was not to flaunt his prowess before Liao Hui, but rather to earnestly seek a moment of introspection. Lately, it seemed his state of mind had been excessively turbulent, which was troubling. "Brother Liao, please do not gaze at me in such a manner. Have no fear. I shall not continue to torment you. Once my magical prowess is refined, I will grant you a swift resolution. As for everything else, you need not worry. I shall intervene," he reassured softly upon noticing Liao Hui's resentful glare. It was no wonder he felt this way. It was entirely of his own making. After gently placing Liao Hui into a wooden box, he closed the door behind him and set out to enlist a few mortals to assist him with certain tasks. The homes of Xia Changge and Liao Hui are closely adjacent. Presently, Liao Hui's residence stands empty, devoid of life, and it seems rather unseemly to leave it abandoned. Xia Changge intends to hire workers from the mortal realm, skilled in construction, to dismantle the wall that separates their two courtyards and tidy up the area. There exists an intimate camaraderie between him and his companion, Tan Qi'er, with no barriers, neither physical nor emotional, between them. Thus, there should be no other obstructions between their properties. Xia Changge possesses the capability to effortlessly obliterate the stone wall, yet he finds the debris tedious to dispose of. It would suffice to spend a modest sum of gold and silver to have the mortal craftsman assist with the cleanup, a task that would take merely a day or two. Moreover, Xia Changge plans to seal off the grand door that originally belonged to Liao Hui's home, thereby merging the two households into one, instantly expanding the space. He even contemplates acquiring the surrounding courtyards to combine them into a single, grand estate that embodies the stature of a family. However, with just 5 members in his household, at least for the time being, it seems prudent not to be overly ostentatious. Following the amalgamation of the two large courtyards, Xia Changge also modifies the array device to encompass what was once Tan Qi'er's courtyard. The coverage of a first-tier array is considerable. Even a smaller model can span an area of half a mile. With this adjustment, he anticipates a period of tranquility ahead. Xia Changge generally leads a life of seclusion, having not provoked any foes. Liao Hui, who was once regarded as an elder brother and a good neighbor, has been dealt with, and Tan Qi'er has been welcomed into their fold. Xia Changge can now ascertain with complete certainty that he harbors no enemies. Thus, he can breathe a sigh of relief regarding his circumstances. Let us celebrate the addition of a new member to our humble family by dining at the Yunwang Tavern. He proposes. Remaining cooped up at home is hardly a suitable endeavor. Besides, with Liao Hui's generous contribution of spirit stones, indulging in a fine feast does not seem excessive. Just as Xia is the Dao partner of Liao Hui, Xia Changge feels no remorse in utilizing these spirit stones freely. Zhang Miaoi certainly has no objections to Xia Changge's arrangements. Xia feels a sense of comfort in this, perceiving it as a simple yet warm welcome to her newfound family. Although not extravagant, it is undoubtedly satisfying for her. After being thoroughly persuaded by Zhang Miaoi, Xia has set her expectations modestly. Xia Changge is quite familiar with the Yunwang Tavern and promptly selects a private room. Ordering a grand feast of beef and lamb, he finds himself unable to stomach the thought of consuming tiger, lion, or wolf. Additionally, he discreetly instructs the waiter to prepare the eyeballs of the beasts separately. Although the essence of lower-tier beast spirits may no longer benefit his cultivation of the Sacred Heart technique, Xia Changge refuses to let any part go to waste. For instance, any leftovers will be packed for later, as he possesses a storage bag, rendering any embarrassment moot. Alas, the Yunwang Tavern is indeed costly. 2 beast spirits command over 100 spirit stones. Xia Changge glances at the prices, and an indescribable sensation of disbelief washes over him. There is little to be done. If one desires to consume the flesh of magical beasts, this is the sole establishment in Huaying Immortal Town that offers it. It is certain that there are instances of wild beasts being transformed nearby, yet with so many cultivators around, Xia Changge finds himself outmatched. Apart from this, one could only venture into the lairs of these beasts to hunt, which is far too perilous. Xia Changge finds himself reminiscing about his days in the mortal town. Though regrettably, the spiritual energy there is far too sparse. Xia is equally astonished. In such a place, ordinary individuals would truly hesitate to act recklessly. Previously, she only partook in the flesh and blood of magical beasts after accompanying Liao Hui on hunts. Friend Xia, the prices at Yunwang Tavern surely have their rationale. As various expenses are unavoidable, she remarked. Xia Changge did not anticipate that his simple lament would elicit a response. Young miss, the voice was unmistakable, and Xia Changge recognized its owner instantly. It was somewhat embarrassing to have been overheard by the proprietor. Are you 2 families gathering together? Upon seeing Xia, Xiaowan could not help but inquire. In her mind, Liao Hui might already be dead. The thought of Liao Hui's partner now being in the company of another man was unsettling. Xia Changge shook his head. No, we are celebrating Qia's joining my household. There was no need for concealment in such matters, and he readily acknowledged it. After all, this was something to be proud of for a man, was it not? Xiaowan pondered for a moment. Brother Liao has taken all of Qia's spirit stones, leaving her penniless, so Xia Changge's implication was clear. Xiaowan, however, smiled knowingly. Is that so? I did not expect you to be so benevolent, friend Xia. She had a certain understanding of Liao Hui. Being one of the few 8th-layer Qi refinement cultivators in her family's territory, and the Xiao family had extended an olive branch to him. Had it not been for her sister recently acquiring Liao Hui's artifact from a 6th-layer Qi refinement cultivator at the market, she might have believed Xia Changge's words entirely. This rogue cultivator, who had once worked under her, did not appear as simple as he seemed. Xiaowan glanced at Xia, contemplating whether this duo had jointly dealt with the unfortunate Liao Hui, or if it was merely Xia Changge, a 6th-layer Qi refinement cultivator, who had resolved the matter. The former scenario elicited no particular feeling from her, but the latter was indeed intriguing. Xia Changge found himself at a loss for words. Kindness is his virtue. Yet in this ruthless realm of cultivation, it may not yield favorable outcomes. Observing the familiarity between Xia Changge and Xiaowan, Xia began to suspect that he might truly be a scion of a fallen family. Friend Xia, I have a small matter I wish to discuss with you. May I have a moment of your time? After some idle conversation, Xiaowan extended the invitation to Xia Changge. Although he was puzzled, he accompanied her to the quarters where she resided within the tavern. Upon entering, he was met by the sight of the woman who had purchased the artifact from Liao Hui's storage bag the previous day. The woman found it rather peculiar to see Xia Changge. How did her sister bring him here? Xia Daoyu, is there anything left for you to say? Surely. You wouldn't want me to reveal certain matters to your sister Xia, would you? Xiaowan gently closed the door, a smile gracing her lips as she regarded Xia Changge. Xia Changge thought to himself, this doesn't seem right, does it? Isn't this a case of a man threatening a woman? How has the situation reversed? Miss, what do you mean? Xia Changge feigned confusion. though he was keenly aware of his own exposure. Was it due to Xiaowan being an outsider? Xiaowan continued. I've observed that Tianqier seems to have a good rapport with Liao Hui. They have collaborated in hunting demonic beasts and have been self-sufficient for quite some time. It is unlikely that she would have harmed Liao Hui. I am quite curious, Xia Daoyu, how did you, with your cultivation at the 6th level of qi refinement, manage to deal with such a cunning adversary? Xia Changge chuckled. Miss, you misunderstand. The truth is, Liao Hui participated in the selection of the 3rd young lady, and their relationship had soured considerably. Ultimately, he absconded with all the spirit stones, and I merely went to console Sister Chier. Miss, reality is one thing, and imagination is another. We must distinguish between the two. And what of Liao Hui's magical artifacts? They are still in my sister's possession. And you were the one to sell them, Xia Daoyu. Xiaowan's words took her sister Xiaolin by surprise. The magical artifact she had purchased the previous day was tainted? Did it harbor some sordid tales? Miss, may I ask why you summoned me? Surely it cannot be merely to discuss such gossip? Xia Changge was at a loss for words. Surely, the young lady of a prominent family could not be this trivial? Even if he had killed Liao Hui, driven not by self-preservation but by affection for his partner, seizing Tianqier, what did that have to do with Xiaowan? Xiaowan shook her head. That is fair. I merely wish to inquire about your thoughts regarding my sister. As she spoke, she rested her hand on her sister's arm, the two sisters appearing quite intimate, perhaps in an effort to introduce her sister. Xiaowan positioned herself in a manner that showcased her beauty, her lovely visage nestled against Xiaolin's shoulder. Xia Changge struggled to find elegant words to describe the beauty before him, and upon being questioned, he managed a few ordinary adjectives. Is this the 3rd young lady? The 3rd young lady is indeed a paragon of beauty, one of the most exquisite fairies in Huaying Xinjiang. Xiaolin was equally perplexed by her sister's antics but chose to remain silent. So, would you desire to become a member of the Xiao family? Initially, Xiaowan had no intention of engaging Xia Changge in extensive conversation. However, upon uncovering certain secrets surrounding him, she sensed that he was no ordinary individual. Despite his wealth, valued at several thousand spirit stones, he still toiled for a mere spirit stone under her employ. Based on Xia Changge's current demeanor, perhaps he was a lecher, drawn in by the allure of her and her sister's beauty? Regardless of the motives that Xia Changge may harbor, it is certain that proximity will inevitably reveal the truth. Unexpectedly, Xia Changge outright refused, stating that the Xiao family was too perilous for him. He expressed his desire for a tranquil and stable life, wishing to establish his own family, and thus he could not accept the role of a son-in-law to the Xiao family. His candid response laid bare his reasons, leaving Xiaolin somewhat disheartened. Among the 3 Xiao sisters, the number of suitors attending her selection was the greatest, surpassing 1,000 participants. This led Xiaolin to believe that her allure eclipsed that of her 2 elder sisters. However, being so decisively rejected by Xia Changge was indeed a blow to her confidence. Xiaowan couldn't help but chuckle. Establish your own family? How do you plan to break through the 9th level of the qi refining stage? And what of the foundation establishment stage? Without even reaching that, can you truly claim to have a family? Xia Changge replied earnestly, I have not given that much thought. My modest goal is to have around 10 children with spiritual roots. In 20 years, with husbands, sons, daughters, and siblings all working together, we shall surely carve out our destiny. His serious response rendered Xiaowan speechless for mockery. She had to admit that there was some merit to his reasoning. A close-knit group of a dozen or 20 qi refining cultivators could indeed facilitate the establishment of a family. For a man, as long as he could father children. Founding a family was undoubtedly an easier endeavor than for women. The Xiao family had a history spanning 50 years, yet not a single 3rd-generation descendant had emerged. In comparison, this was undeniably a sign of weakness. Are you not viewing us women merely as tools? At that moment, Xiaolin let out a cold snort. Their mother had taught them that the maximum number of children to bear for a partner should be 3. Any more, in a man's eyes, would render them no different from tools. Women should strive for independence. Xia Changge's casual mention of 10 children seemed to imply he regarded them as less than human. Isn't it the same for the Xiao family when selecting son-in-laws? Do you not view men as mere vessels for continuing the lineage? Xia Changge found this line of thinking rather irksome. He had always engaged with his partner on mutually agreeable terms, never coercing anyone. Even the decision to have children was made collaboratively, with no need for others to instruct him. His words left Xiaolin at a loss for a response. Her mother had been even more ruthless, eliminating 2 men after using them, namely, the biological father of herself and her second sister, without a second thought. Yet, she felt no animosity towards it. Miss, second miss, I apologize for taking up your valuable time. I shall take my leave now. Xia Changge stood, politely bowing before departing. Sister, what on earth are you doing? Pushing a man in his 40s, barely at the 6th level of chi refining, onto your sister? Are you truly looking out for her, or do you wish her ill? After Xia Changge left, Shaolin shot her elder sister an incredulous glance. This man at least possesses good looks. Isn't that what you prefer? After all, he is just a tool. Why demand so much? His bloodline is quite decent. His son has been born a handsome young man and possesses spiritual roots as well. Shaolin chuckled, appearing indifferent. The disparity is too great. At merely 19, I have already reached the 6th level of chi refinement, while he is of a similar age to my elder sister. You should accept him as a paramour. Shaolin replied, speechless. Shaolin rubbed her forehead, expressing her disillusionment. Having been betrayed by a man, I can no longer place my trust in any of them. The difficulties faced by our Shao family stem from an anomaly in our ancestral spiritual plants, the rumor of which reaching a potential third-tier status was divulged by Shaowan's husband. He was, after all, the one she truly loved. Ultimately, under the coercion of Xiao Yun, she was compelled to deal with that man personally. Shaolin merely smiled, too weary to respond to her elder sister's words. Xia Changge returned to his room, where the family engaged in sweet banter. Immortal master, the young lady has made arrangements, and there is no need for you to pay any spirit stones. When everything was packed and the family prepared to depart, Xia Changge was taken aback by the innkeeper's words as he went to settle the bill. Could it be that he was truly being watched? That certainly does not bode well. Yet, who could refuse the prospect of saving over 100 spirit stones, with a newly acquired beauty in his household? Xia Changge anticipated that the days ahead would be somewhat arduous. Nevertheless, no matter the challenges, he diligently focused on the education of his child. Xia Yijiao was already 10 years old, and Xia Changge was determined to rigorously oversee her education, aiming for her to reach the 1st level of chi refinement at the earliest opportunity. Day and night, he devoted his energy, which indeed proved to be quite taxing. Fortunately, Xia Changge's efforts bore fruit. After 3 months of anxious anticipation, Tinchier finally exhibited noticeable progress. Following the incident where Shaowan spared Xia Changge over 100 spirit stones, Tinchier resolutely decided to remain by his side, thus proving to be quite cooperative. Xia Changge's daughter, Xia Yijiao, finally attained the 1st level of chi refinement before she turned 11. At this juncture, as long as Xia Changge provided sufficient spirit stones, her cultivation would pose no issue. The cultivation method practiced by Xia Yijiao is derived from the scriptures left by her biological father, known as the Shuiyuan Classic. This particular phase of her training can only take her to the 8th level of chi refinement. This can be considered as Xia Changge's final act of kindness towards her dear friend, Li. After all, it would be unreasonable to sever all ties between her daughter and Li entirely. Xia Changge estimates that the Shuiyuan Classic should suffice for Xia Yijiao's cultivation for approximately a decade. It is likely that she will reach the 8th level of chi refinement by her 20s, given the ample supply of spirit stones in Huaying Immortal Town. Xia Yijiao's cultivation environment, while not perfect, is certainly favorable. Dao brother, what sort of spiritual root does Yiju possess? Upon witnessing Xia Yijiao's swift ascension to the 1st level of chi refinement, Tanxierer realized that her spiritual root must be extraordinary, at the very least, a dual spiritual root. It is no wonder that Xia Changge regards this young girl with such significance. The value placed on daughters over sons defies convention. And now Tanxierer begins to comprehend the rationale behind it. As for ordinary spiritual roots, it is best not to inquire further. Xia Changge refrains from elaborating too much, as she wishes to keep Xia Yijiao's matters private, even from Tanxierer, who is so close to her. Fortunately, Yijiao is obedient and provides no opportunity for Tanxierer to pry into the nature of her spiritual root. Recognizing Xia Changge's serious demeanor, Tanxierer wisely chooses to remain silent. Xia Yijiao's exceptional talent also brings benefits to Tanxierer, who feels her own vitality increasing. In terms of cultivation, she is nearing the 6th level of chi refinement, which brings her immense joy. I understand, Dao brother, she replies. Xia Changge finds it curious that, in the presence of outsiders, he has no qualms about revealing their relationship. Yet, in terms of address, he insists on maintaining their original titles, a peculiar sentiment indeed. As the head of the family, his wishes can be considered a law, easily adopted by both his sister-in-law and Tanxierer. Seizing an opportunity, Xia Changge enters his training chamber. Liao Dao brother, you must not die. You cannot leave us now. Seeing Liao Hui in such a precarious state, On the brink of death, Xia Changge rushes to offer comfort. If Liao Hui were to perish before he achieved great success in his cultivation, it would complicate matters for Xia Changge. The art of puppetry does not involve the reanimation of corpses. It requires the individual to be alive. Recently, Liao Hui has completely abandoned any hope of survival. His body has been rendered useless by Xia Changge, and his spirit has been relentlessly tormented over the past few months. Were it not for the fact that he is currently incapacitated, with his energy channels sealed by Xia Changge, he would have long since taken his own life. Liao Hui is acutely aware that Xia Changge must have ulterior motives behind his actions. Consequently, he has been depleting his own mental fortitude, wishing for an early demise. Why must it be so, Brother Liao? The current predicament you find yourself in is entirely of your own making. Originally, Tan Qi'er should have shared a similar fate. Yet I granted her an opportunity. I believe, deep down, you too wish for her to thrive, do you not? With heartfelt sincerity, Xia Changge spoke. Liao Hui, with his eyes closed, ignored the presence of this worldly fiend before him. Nevertheless, he could not deny his hope that Tan Qi'er might live well, free from the burdens of his own misfortunes. Yet, enduring life in such a manner was simply unbearable for him. Regret consumed him. A deep sorrow for the choices he had made. Cursed be the day. However, the thought of his current state, crippled and broken, prompted him to unleash a torrent of curses. Xia Changge let out a cold laugh inwardly, then took a cloth and firmly stifled Liao Hui's mouth. We are but a wall away. It is prudent to exercise caution. After casting Liao Hui into the large iron box, he turned to contemplate his next course of action. Should he proceed with the operation on Liao Hui? Such a course felt precarious. If he was to intervene, he must heal Liao Hui's limbs, even if he bound him. There was no guarantee of avoiding mishaps, such as any disturbances during the procedure alerting Tan Qi'er, which he certainly wished to avoid. After all, Xia Changge had no desire to jeopardize the fragile bond of compassion he had painstakingly cultivated with Tan Qi'er. Yet, he was still far from mastering the fifth layer of the heavenly palace illusion. A sudden thought crossed his mind. Should he seek assistance from Xiaowan? After all, she belonged to a foundational realm family. Would it be feasible to spin some spirit stones to have her procure a few eyes from foundational realm demon beasts? A handful of such eyes would undoubtedly enable Xia Changge to perfect his cultivation of the fifth layer of the Sacred Heart technique. Acquiring the eyes of foundational realm demon beasts should be a trivial task for Xiaowan. Yet, would she be inclined to assist him? Nothing ventured, nothing gained. He resolved to explore this opportunity. Xia Changge made his way to the Yunwang Tavern and requested the server to inquire about Xiaowan's willingness to help. It was, without doubt, one of the most anxious moments for him. He feared being turned away. Fortunately, Xiaowan received him warmly. Greetings, fellow Taoist Xia. What brings you here today? She inquired, reclining in her chair, legs crossed, her gaze fixed intently upon him. Xia Changge felt as though he were under the scrutiny of a fierce tiger. Discomfort washing over him as he lowered his head in contemplation. Ultimately, he chose not to adopt a subservient tone, responding instead in a calm and even manner. Miss, I hope you might assist me with a request. Xiaowan gently tapped her right foot, seemingly signaling her interest. I would be grateful if you could procure a few eyes from foundational realm demon beasts. I have several hundred spirit stones as a token of my gratitude. Xia Changge articulated his request. Xiaowan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Eyes, don't tell me it's just a casual greeting. I am well aware that during your initial month of service here, you were merely collecting blood. It was not until the latter half that you began gathering eyes. Can you elucidate the reason behind this? Xia Changge confessed, the cultivation technique I practice necessitates it. Xiaowan nodded. I see. This is indeed a trivial matter. In fact, our family's beast hunting team has already slain 2 foundational realm beasts and brought them back. I can provide you with the eyes of foundational realm beasts at any time. But what can you offer me in return? Her gaze towards Xia Changge was rather assertive. Xia Changge was taken aback. Could it be that his demeanor while slaughtering beasts had bewitched this widow? Would spirit stones suffice? He ventured, though he felt apprehensive. After all, his mother was a formidable figure, one capable of slaying beasts herself. If he were to provoke her, the consequences could be dire. Spirit stones? Do you think I would regard such a paltry sum? A few hundred spirit stones are merely the earnings of my tavern over 2 days, Xiaowan remarked disdainfully, as if the notion of bribing her with such a trivial amount was an affront to her status. Gathering his courage, Xia Changge inquired, what does the young lady desire? Xiaowan responded decisively, I want your son. My son. Xia Changge was perplexed. Indeed, I wish to adopt your son and rename him Xiao, and I will raise him. With that, Xiaowan revealed her intention. Xia Changge immediately declined, tentatively suggesting, This seems rather inappropriate. Furthermore, my son is quite unremarkable, merely a four-element root practitioner. Perhaps you might consider another more exceptional candidate? Forgive him for being wary. If his son were to become Xiaowan's adopted child, what would their relationship become? Xiaowan appeared to be focused on his son, yet her true interest undoubtedly lay with him. He had seen through her intentions. Women. Bah. Xiaowan seemed indifferent. None of that matters. After all, it's merely for breeding purposes. Good looks and a spiritual root are sufficient. Her words rendered Xia Changge speechless. What? To take his son for breeding? Was that not a bit excessive? He was still a child under 6. Yet, he quickly realized that Xiaowan's statement was suspicious. If she truly sought an adopted child to carry on the family legacy, why wait until now? Alas, young lady, the bond between my son and me is unbreakable. Please do not attempt to disrupt our familial ties. Should you assist me in this matter, I would be eternally grateful, ready to face any peril for you. For the moment, he decided to set aside his concerns and secure what he needed. Xiaowan remained silent, seemingly contemplating whether to lend aid to this individual. Very well, I can assist you with this task, but henceforth, your family shall become a vassal of the Xiao clan. Ultimately, Xiaowan relented. Yet it seemed she had not entirely acquiesced to the notion of becoming a subordinate family. A vassal family? Xia Changge blurted out. After a considerable silence, he continued to inquire, what responsibilities accompany such a status? He understood well that a vassal family merely served as a retinue to the larger clan. There were both advantages and disadvantages. At present, Xia Changge was primarily concerned with the drawbacks. Xiaowan elucidated, in essence, there is little to be done under normal circumstances. However, in exceptional situations, you must unconditionally cooperate with our Xiao family. Considering that Xia Changge's family currently consisted of only a few members, Xiaowan was relatively accommodating. After weighing the pros and cons, Xia Changge nodded in agreement. Very well, miss, I concede. At this moment, Xia Changge wielded no power. Once he began to develop his own influence, he could feign compliance. It would be unwise for the Xiao family to expect him to toil for them without merit. Fine. You've agreed, but do refrain from any underhanded actions, otherwise, the consequences will be dire. The foundational realm beasts pale in comparison to the formidable golden core beasts, which are replete with treasures and can be exploited in numerous ways. The utility of mere eyeballs is limited, yet they could be employed to garner some favor. In 4 months, we will celebrate my mother's 150th birthday. I trust you need no reminders regarding preparations? After Xiaowan conveyed Xia Changge's obligations to the Xiao family through her servants, she gave him a gentle reminder. A 150th birthday celebration? Very well. It seems I must prepare gifts at my own expense. The affairs of the Xiao clan are indeed numerous. The last time, when selecting a son-in-law, they attracted thousands of wandering cultivators. It's unclear how much they profited from that opportunity. Gifts exchanged for profits surely netted thousands of spirit stones. Now, they are burdened with another 150th birthday celebration. Aren't they afraid of being overwhelmed? Xia Changge nodded in compliance. I understand, Mississippi. After waiting nearly half an hour at Yinwang restaurant, he finally obtained 4 eyeballs. A mere glance was enough for him to perceive the malevolent energy contained within them. Should he encounter a foundational realm beast, he feared he would lack the courage to flee. Upon returning home, Xia Changge immediately commenced his practice of the Sacred Heart technique. Channeling the heart method, he began to absorb the foundational realm beast's eyeballs he had ingested, harnessing their power to enhance his own vision. This is. Before long, Xia Changge felt as though his eyes could see through objects. He could perceive every blade of grass, and even the tiniest, almost invisible ants without opening his eyes. More astonishingly, he could clearly see the microorganisms in his tea. Am I developing a primordial spirit? Xia Changge recalled that within the Sacred Heart technique lay a formidable move, Divine Punishment Calamity. This technique employed the primordial spirit as a medium for assault. Was he gradually acquiring a primordial spirit, even if it were merely a faint trace? Isn't it a bit too incredible? The realm of the soul is still quite distant for Xia Changge. Ultimately, he remains unfamiliar with the levels above the Qi refinement stage, and he is not even clear about what the 9th layer of Qi refinement entails. Xia Changge senses that the situation is far more complex than he initially imagined. Unfortunately, his limited experience hinders his ability to analyze his circumstances. As for Xiaowan, having just parted from her, seeking her out again would seem overly eager. It could potentially annoy her. Nevertheless, This is not necessarily a bad thing. Perhaps it is better to quietly amass wealth. Xia Changge does not perceive this shift as an adverse change, since it benefits the human body. It hardly matters whether he comprehends it fully. He can also employ the Heavenly Palace mirage, but first, he should find someone to test it. After silently conducting trials in his mind, Xia Changge stepped outside. He has already gathered all the materials for the puppet technique. Now that the east wind has arrived, he can commence action early the next day. He certainly cannot subject his sister-in-law to hardship, nor can he involve his own child. The best target remains Tanqier. After all, her cultivation is only slightly inferior to Liao Hui's. If he cannot deceive her, then Liao Hui is out of the question. Targeting the mind should pose no issue. Tonight, Xia Changge will undoubtedly take care of Tanqier. After all, she is now carrying his child. Regardless of the reason, he must express his concern. Early the next morning, Xia Changge quietly departed and entered seclusion once more. The crafting of puppets is not a simple task. It requires considerable time. The preparation and refinement of materials alone take 4 to 5 days. Yet, step by step, Xia Changge ultimately succeeded in creating it, which brought him a sigh of relief. A protector at the 8th layer of Qi refinement, even if its power is not fully realized, possesses combat strength comparable to that of a 7th layer Qi refinement practitioner. Together with Tanqier, they should be more than capable of handling individuals below the foundation establishment stage or 2 or 3 7th layer Qi refinement cultivators. His confidence has grown considerably. He has not expended much energy. Perhaps it is because his vital energy at this stage is of the highest caliber. During this time, Xia Changge also had to draw blood to help the puppet acclimate to him. However, after the bloodletting, he did not feel any discomfort. Perhaps it is due to the high-level martial arts he practices? If so, might he be able to create a few more? Alas, the materials are insufficient. Let us name you Xia Tai. After some contemplation, Xia Changge proceeded to the final step, bestowing a name upon this semi-artificial being. As night fell, he enacted a performance, pretending to have just returned from outside. Dao brother, he is? Tanqier inquired, observing the armored figure following Xia Changge with a look of confusion. This is a puppet I acquired from the Shao family, possessing strength equivalent to the 7th or 8th level of Qi refinement. It can serve as a guardian for the household, and you need not pay it much mind. Simply let it remain near the entrance. Xia Changge offered a brief explanation. Tanqier and Zhang Miaoyi nodded in understanding. Zhang Miaoyi expressed her admiration for her uncle's meticulous nature, noting the considerable effort he invested in ensuring the safety of their home. Conversely, Tanqier marveled at Xia Changge's affluence. A puppet of such caliber, at the 7th or 8th level of Qi refinement, could not be acquired for less than 1,000 or 1,800 spirit stones. Such lavishness seemed rather extravagant. The arrival of Xia Tai did not significantly alter the tranquil and beautiful courtyard, as he typically lingered in the shadows. Clad in silver armor with a fearsome mask that could not be removed, he failed to pique the interest of anyone in the household, save for Xia Changge. Xia Changge felt a weight lifted from his shoulders, relieved from further worries. In the Huaying Immortal town, the pool of cultivators above the 7th level of Qi refinement was rather shallow, with hardly 2 besides the Shao family. Yet now, another concern occupied his mind. The peaceful life he yearned for remained tantalizingly out of reach, especially given his residence in a bustling area. Achieving tranquility was no easy feat currently. Xia Changge was preoccupied with a pressing question: what gift to present for the 150th birthday of the Shao family patriarch? Such an esteemed figure in the foundation establishment stage could not be honored with commonplace gifts. After being chastened by Shao Wan, he understood that spirit stones were the least presentable offering unless in substantial amounts. As a vassal of the Shao family, this was his first opportunity to make an impression. He could not afford to be too casual. Uncle, do you have some free time now? After several days of contemplation without arriving at a satisfactory answer, he realized his inexperience in such matters. A few days later, after gently knocking on the door of Xia Changge's training room, Zhang Miaoyi's soft voice called out, "Sister-in-law, is there something you need? Please come in." With nothing left to conceal in his room, Xia Changge discarded the previous rule. He gently channeled his spiritual energy, unlocking the door, allowing Zhang Miaoyi to enter. Uncle, Shui'er and Luer's father was injured in a conflict among cultivators, resulting in a crippled leg. They wished to take a day or 2 off to visit him, Zhang Miaoyi reported softly as she settled beside Xia Changge. Oh, caught up in a conflict among cultivators? Is the situation dire? Xia Changge felt a flicker of concern. Of course, he had no intention of seeking vengeance for the girl's father. He was not one to meddle in others' affairs. It seems somewhat serious, uncle. Do you possess any medical knowledge? Would you consider assisting? Zhang Miaoi cautiously spoke. Those two young girls diligently attend to both me and Yi Jiao and Mo Xing. I heard that their father's right leg was completely burned away. Xia Changge couldn't help but feel that this sister-in-law possessed a heart of compassion even greater than her own. Lacking any medical expertise, Xia Changge had merely acquired a skill in treating external wounds, thanks to the extraordinary nature of the Sacred Heart Sutra. Well, in this foundational realm, practitioners are scarce, especially in the Huangxian town, where only a handful exist at the 9th level of qi refinement. Xia Changge's apprehensions diminished significantly. With nothing pressing her, she decided to pay a visit, hoping it might inspire her. Xia Changge casually took a pill of abstinence, intending to use it to mask the healing effects of her Sacred Heart Sutra. Upon learning that this esteemed immortal master planned to assist their parents, the maids Luer and Shuier were moved to tears, surprised and overwhelmed as they led the way. Luer and Shuier hailed from a village outside Huangxian town, where the safety of the citizens was relatively assured. Due to the higher earnings from Luer and Shuier, their home had been rebuilt and now stood as a symbol of modest luxury, garnering respect and caution from others. After all, their family was, to some extent, connected to Xia Changge, the immortal master. The arrival of Xia Changge left Luer and Shuiyer's parents in a state of panic, bowing deeply in reverence. Even the female physician, who was examining Luer and Shuiyer as father, knelt on the ground. Xia Changge presented the pill of abstinence for Luer to administer to her father and instructed Shuiyer to clear the room of others. Once assured that no one else was present, Xia Changge began her incantation. Gradually, flesh began to grow over the skeletal remains of the right leg. Upon completing her task, she applied a thick layer of plaster and altered the man's mental state before stepping outside. The plaster could be removed in a month's time. As she exited, Xia Changge quietly instructed Luer. Luer knelt before her in gratitude. Xia Changge chose to overlook this display. It was impractical to remind everyone not to perform such elaborate gestures at every encounter. Some ingrained customs she could not change, thus she accepted them. Xia Changge did not intend to return immediately. Rather, she wished to explore the vicinity. She did not believe she would stumble upon any treasures, but sought to select a suitable location to build a more opulent estate with some mundane gold and silver, allowing her to spend time in this tranquil village periodically. Immortal master, immortal master. Just as Xia Changge prepared to take flight with the exquisite flying sword obtained from Brother Liao, she heard a clear voice calling from behind. It was the young physician who had alleviated pain for Shuiyer and Luer's father before Xia Changge's arrival. She appeared to be no more than 18 or 19 years old. However, being an ordinary mortal woman, Xia Changge chose to disregard her, no matter how pure and delicate her features seemed. Surprised yet understanding the logic behind it, Xia Changge turned. "Young lady, you have called me. What is it that you wish?" Xia Changge stood upon his flying sword, yet remained grounded, granting her an opportunity to speak. Perhaps fate had a plan in store. "Master, you possess profound knowledge in the art of medicine. May I have the honor of learning under your guidance?" The white-clad female physician gazed at Xia Changge with hopeful eyes, which took him by surprise. To take on a disciple? What expertise did he possess in the healing arts? If he were to teach a student, it would surely lead to their disillusionment. "My dear girl, I am not particularly skilled in medicine. The healing elixirs I use are merely purchased. You have mistaken your mentor. It would be best to seek someone else." Xia Changge was merely a novice in the qi refinement stage, certainly not capable of masquerading as an expert. Even before mortals, the vicinity of Huangxian was home to numerous cultivators. Among them surely were those adept in the healing and alchemical arts. If fortune favored this young woman, she might yet encounter one. But even if she did, what could be done? She was but an ordinary mortal. Even cultivators on the brink of death would scarcely impart their skills to a mere mortal woman. "Master, I possess a spiritual root. My talent in pharmacology is quite decent. If you would accept me as your disciple, I promise to dedicate myself and ensure I do not tarnish your reputation." The female physician beseeched Xia Changge earnestly. Xia Changge was momentarily taken aback. A spiritual root? To accept her? Even if not as a disciple, perhaps as an assistant? He deliberated for a time, but ultimately decided to depart. Individuals with spiritual roots were abundant. If one were truly exceptional, they would have already been taken under someone's wing. The remaining candidates were likely to possess inferior roots, possibly even worse than his own, which had been deemed inadequate by his sect. It was unlikely that someone with a heavenly or dual spiritual root would remain unclaimed here. If that were the case, Xia Changge would hesitate to accept her 5-element spiritual roots. Nurturing them would take an eternity. After 4 or 5 decades, they might only reach the 5th or 6th layer of qi refinement. By then, Xia Changge could very well be on the verge of establishing his foundation. With a mere wave of his hand, he could command a throng of 8th-layer qi refinement practitioners eager to serve him. Master, witnessing Xia Changge's cold departure, the female physician in Ruoshui felt an immense blow to her spirit. These cultivators truly seemed to reside in a realm above her own. She felt so insignificant. I must not give up. And Ruoshui had encountered many cultivators before, yet for reasons unknown, when it came time to plead for their shelter, she found herself speechless, lacking the courage. She feared falling prey to unscrupulous individuals. After meeting Xia Changge, she found him to be relatively amiable and approachable. Coupled with the favorable tales about him from Luer and Chuier, 2 childhood friends from her village, she mustered the courage to seek his mentorship. Alas, her plea was met with a harsh rejection. Yet, she could not abandon hope, for she was indeed a 5-element spiritual root, lacking in talent. After being identified by the Zhao Kingdom's assessment, she had been disregarded, deemed to hold no value for cultivation. And Ruoshui glanced at Luer and Chuier, who were still at home. Tomorrow, she would accompany them to the residence of the Immortal Master. Xia Changge wandered around the village and discovered that the grains cultivated by these mortals were all spiritual rice. It seemed that these cultivators had employed ordinary people with mundane gold and silver to do so. Alternatively, could it be that the Shao family was manipulating things behind the scenes? After all, Huaying Immortal Town was within the Shao family's territory. Might I also seek out a few hills for cultivation? Xia Changge found himself in a predicament due to the lack of a stable source of income. Although he currently had a decent amount of resources, it was all thanks to the support from his fellow cultivators. Without their assistance, he would have been impoverished. While the profit from cultivating spiritual rice was minimal, it could provide a steady stream of income over time. The only concern Xia Changge had was the marketing of his produce. The demand for spiritual rice primarily came from qi refinement stage cultivators, while those in the foundation establishment stage hardly had any use for it. The annual demand for spiritual rice by qi refinement stage cultivators in Yunnan Immortal City could easily be met by several towns' worth of cultivation. Excessive cultivation would result in unsold produce. Thus, distribution channels were crucial. It was worth a try. After all, a tangible industry was necessary for support. This outing had indeed yielded significant insights for Xia Changge. However, he needed to converse with someone like Shaowan from a prominent family to gain further experience. The support from his fellow cultivators was temporary. In the future, he would have to rely on his own efforts to forge ahead. The next day, the 3 maidens arrived at Huaying Immortal Town together. Sister Shui, do you truly wish to follow the Immortal Master? Luer and Chuier stood outside Xia Changge's cave dwelling, once again seeking in Ruoshui's opinion. And Ruoshui nodded and replied earnestly, Luer, Chuier, did you not say that your master is a very kind immortal? If I do not seize this opportunity, my 5-element spiritual root will become useless. At that point, I would only be an ordinary physician, and I refuse to accept that. My dream is to become a medical immortal. I must strive for it. Chuier hesitated, her fingers fidgeting nervously. The Immortal Master indeed has many good qualities, but I worry for you, Sister Shui. A young lady entering may come out as. And Ruoshui furrowed her brow, as what? Luer chuckled, as a rather portly matron. And Ruoshui was taken aback. As a physician, she certainly understood the implications of such words. Ah, is your Immortal Master quite lecherous? This revelation left her in a quandary. A lecher? He certainly did not appear so. Xia Changge seemed quite respectable, possessing a considerable charm that could easily captivate ordinary women. Luer shook her head. Not really. The Immortal Master merely enjoys having children. After all, he has mentioned his desire to establish a family. Sister Shui, you are so beautiful and possess a spiritual root. Who knows? And Ruoshui found herself in a dilemma, but soon resolved with unwavering determination. No matter, I shall pursue the path of immortality. I entrust you 2 sisters with my care. Faced with their village sister's fervent resolve, Luer and Chuier found themselves without recourse. They were not averse to the arrival of Ruoshui. After all, there remained a semblance of sisterly affection among them, and her presence could potentially be a boon. Outside, Luer and Chuier knocked on the door, and the young master, Xia Moxing, came to open it for the 2 maidservants, as he had the most leisure time at home. Chuier promptly lifted her young master into her arms, instructing Ruoshui to wait outside while they informed their mistress of her arrival. With spiritual roots, Tanxier was not nearly as accommodating as Zhang Miaoi, who served as a sister-in-law. Upon learning that the visitor possessed spiritual roots and was a remarkably enchanting young lady, Tanxier grew anxious and immediately felt a sense of rejection. Please invite her in. Zhang Miaoi, on the other hand, was much more open-minded, directly instructing Luo to bring Ruoshui inside. Zhang Miaoi scrutinized Ruoshui with the discerning gaze of an elder selecting a wife for a younger generation, which made Ruoshui feel rather bashful. Xia Changge emerged from the training room upon hearing Zhang Miaoi's call. How did you end up here? Upon seeing Ruoshui, Xia Changge expressed astonishment. This little girl has some intriguing qualities. Master, please accept me. I am truly useful. I have a great talent for herbs and can already concoct numerous healing potions. Ruoshui hastily extolled her advantages. Xia Changge, seated in a chair, shook his head. Having talent is commendable, but you are seeking assistance in the wrong place. You may inquire with Luer and Chuier. I possess no knowledge of pharmacology. Xia Changge's words prompted Ruoshui to glance at her two little sisters, who both nodded in affirmation. It's all right as long as the master can accept me, I will strive to improve. Ultimately, Ruoshui resolutely affirmed her intentions. Even if she could not learn pharmacology under Xia Changge, she could still pursue the path of cultivation. In terms of pharmacology, she would rely on her own efforts. Master, this is the fruit of my father's labor from his youth. Please accept it. At that moment, Ruoshui retrieved some herbs from her satchel, all over 100 years old. However, given that they were cultivated artificially and had only been grown for a century, each plant was worth merely a few spirit stones. The most valuable herbs could not be artificially cultivated. Yet, Xia Changge perceived a glimmer of opportunity within. Do you have more of these at home? Fortuitously encountering Xia Changge, as opposed to another cultivator, could have resulted in a complete acquisition without compensation. Not only would they have taken them without cost, but they might have also absconded with the individual. Although Xia Changge would take both the person and the goods, it was certainly not a zero-cost transaction. There are over a dozen more at home, Ruoshui replied honestly. Come here. Xia Changge beckoned her closer, Ruoshui obediently approached his side, where he assessed her spiritual roots. As expected, she possessed complete 5-element spiritual roots, encompassing metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. In the context of Xia Changge's expectations, Ruoshui embodies a particular type of girl. Any with the 4 spiritual roots would have long been taken by others. The remaining candidates, indeed, are those who have been meticulously selected and deemed challenging to cultivate. Fortunately, Ruoshui has diligently enhanced her abilities, acquiring an additional talent that has augmented her worth. I can guide you in your cultivation, and I could even procure some alchemical texts for you. However, in the future, you will be my. Do you wish to be my disciple? Xia Changge contemplated expressing that Ruoshui would, in fact, become her servant. Yet, she hesitated, sensing that such a declaration might border on exploitation. After all, Ruoshui had already presented a gift of considerable value, equivalent to dozens of spiritual stones, in her request for mentorship. In the realm of cultivation, the hierarchy of relational intimacy begins with the master-servant dynamic, followed by sworn brothers, disciples, romantic partners, and finally family. An increasing order of closeness. To prevent the diminutive scenario of Ruoshui being a precious gem unearthed by Xia Changge only to be taken away, it was imperative for Xia Changge to strengthen the bond with her. Upon witnessing Xia Changge's apparent concession, Ruoshui eagerly acquiesced. Then henceforth, you shall be my registered disciple. As for your cultivation, I will guide you. Surveying her household, Xia Changge realized that Tanxier could indeed assist Ruoshui in her training. However, Tanxier was already with child and should not be overburdened. Additionally, her own daughter had only just reached the first layer of the qi refinement stage and lacked the requisite experience, thus she could not afford to be distracted. Therefore, it was clear that Xia Changge herself would have to take the reins. After a simple gesture of respect with a cup of tea, Ruoshui became Xia Changge's first disciple. Considering that her disciple might pursue a future in alchemy, it was essential for her to cultivate a fire-based technique, which coincidentally aligned with the Yang Yuan Sutra that Xia Changge practiced. However, this was not the opportune moment for training. Xia Changge accompanied her to Ruoshui's home. There, she graciously accepted the century-old spiritual plants from Ruoshui's family, which would serve as a foundation for her own children. Naturally, this would also benefit Ruoshui. and Ruoshue's family appeared to be quite content, as both parents were engaged in herb gathering and possessed a certain expertise in medicinal plants. Upon learning that their daughter had entered the tutelage of an immortal master and required century-old spiritual herbs for her foundation, and Ruoshue's parents hastily offered all available spiritual flora. And Ruoshue's mother, Su Baicha, took her daughter's hand and, with delicate tools, meticulously unearthed the spiritual herbs from the soil. Mr. In, I wonder if the land near your village is available for purchase? As in Ruoshue and her mother worked together to transplant the herbs, Xia Changge inquired of her father. Injin. Xia Changge also intended for the foundational enterprise of her family to focus on agriculture and livestock. The Yin family, with their experience in cultivation, would be invaluable. Not only in Ruoshue, but her parents as well, would be recruited for their expertise. This was only natural. Even the barren mountains need not be purchased, as they could be directly claimed. Does the immortal master have any plans? And Zhen respectfully responded, merely contemplating the cultivation of some plants. I might eventually require your assistance. Mr. In, Xia Changge commenced a cursory examination of the surrounding feng shui. This was undoubtedly fortuitous news for Injuan, as currying favor with an immortal master was an unparalleled honor for mere mortals. To be of service to the immortal master is a privilege I cherish. After gathering the spiritual herbs, Xia Changge returned to his estate within Ruoshue. He did not enter himself, as he intended to procure some relevant supplies. Once more, Xia Changge visited the Daoba Trading Company, where he encountered his old acquaintance, Zhang Chuan. Friend, what brings you here today? Zhang Chuan inquired. In his estimation, Xia Changge had likely exhausted his resources, his savings dwindling to a mere pittance. Yet, what if Xia Changge still had a reserve? As a competent shopkeeper, Zhang Chuan maintained a cordial demeanor. Good sir, might you enlighten me regarding the most beneficial recipes for a novice in alchemy? Xia Changge asked with polite humility. Zhang Chuan scrutinized him thoughtfully, puzzled. Could it be that you intend to embark upon the path of alchemy? Xia Changge vigorously shook his head. No, it is for a junior of mine. She is quite embedded in the mundane world, possesses a fair understanding of mortal pharmacology, and has spiritual roots. Hence I have taken her under my wing to allow her some experimentation. Zhang Chuan suddenly comprehended. Fortune smiles upon you, my friend. Just a moment. In truth, the opinions of outsiders would not stray far from this sentiment. Without a master alchemist to guide them, apprentices attempting to forge their own path would face considerable challenges. Zhang Chuan knew well that the alchemist ancestor never surpassed the 5th rank in his lifetime, with countless successors eclipsing his prowess. The ancestor had ventured forth alone, devoid of experience and reliant solely on trial and error. Zhang Chuan prepared a few foundational texts on alchemy, along with a handful of the most rudimentary recipes. This. Sir, what is this? Xia Changge hesitated, accepting the introductory manual on alchemy, yet found the recipes somewhat difficult to digest. The first was the Chunyao Changchun pill. The second, the poisonous heart-eating pill, and only the third could be deemed acceptable, called the longevity pill. Zhang Chuan elucidated. You may not be aware, but most alchemists commence their journey with these 2 pills to hone their experience, while the longevity pill is merely a basic remedy for replenishing blood and qi. For mortals, long-term consumption can indeed extend life by over a decade. For those in the qi refinement stage, perhaps just 2 or 3 years. After this explanation, Xia Changge grasped the concept. How much for these? He inquired after accepting the items. Zhang Chuan appeared unconcerned. Not worth much. 30 or so spirit stones will suffice. Xia Changge pondered for a moment. Then, could you procure a low-grade alchemical furnace as well? He had a slight interest in alchemy. After all, in the pursuit of longevity, one must seek amusement. This furnace would serve in Ruoshue as well as himself. Very well, 300 spirit stones, Zhang Chuan replied, seemingly anticipating Xia Changge's request. As he promptly produced a low-grade alchemical furnace from his storage bag. The crafting of alchemical furnaces is significantly more arduous than that of other magical artifacts. Even a low-grade alchemical furnace approaches the value of a medium-grade artifact. Consequently, Taoist Lao's assistance to Xia Changge in the form of spirit stones has resulted in Xia Changge frivolously spending nearly 1/3 of them. The expenditure flows away as if it were mere water. Xia Changge ventured into the bustling market of the Xiao family to procure some essential medicinal herbs. The ingredients required for the Changchun pill and the Shixin pill were not particularly rare, merely necessitating the inclusion of 2 mystical herbs. However, the materials for the longevity pill were all of spiritual grade. Xia Changge expended 200 spirit stones to acquire several dozens of them. Alchemy, inherently a costly endeavor, often proves unsustainable for the average individual. Xia Changge's financial resources also struggled to support the journey of a novice alchemist to proficiency. Yet, should success be attained, recouping the investment would be relatively effortless. With the presence of tens of thousands of cultivators in Huaying Xinjiang and Yunnan Xianqing, the market is indeed substantial. It is hoped that in Ruoshui can demonstrate her potential. The few hundred spirit stones invested should, at the very least, create some ripples. If no ripples emerge, Xia Changge shall not hesitate to regard her as merely a tool, a vessel for sowing seeds. In his domain, she would serve as a cultivator. Upon returning home, Xia Changge presented the introductory manual he had purchased to in Ruoshui. Cradling the book, in Ruoshui felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. This was the very item she had long desired, now finally in her possession. Your primary task is to cultivate diligently. You must attain at least the first layer of qi refinement, Xia Changge instructed in Ruoshui. Now an adult, she would grasp the principles of the cultivation methods with relative ease, even considering her innate spiritual root issues. Achieving the first layer of qi refinement with the aid of spiritual herbs might take around 6 months. Yes, master. And Ruoshui nodded obediently and commenced preparing a simpler medicinal broth for their consumption. Xia Changge, having reached the 6th layer of qi refinement and having consumed a plethora of aged herbs for his practice, found that simple spiritual herbs no longer held much benefit for him. Thus, he reserved them for his family. Meanwhile, he diligently perused alchemical formulas, contemplating crafting a few potions himself. As he pondered what gift to present to Xiao Yun, a foundational cultivator, on her 150th birthday in just over 3 months, he had settled on the longevity pill as the optimal choice. Though not particularly precious, it would symbolize his value. Living off the Xiao family's resources while lacking personal wealth was a pragmatic decision. There is little to lament in devoting one's life to unconventional paths. His eldest daughter, currently at the first layer of qi refinement, still had a considerable journey ahead before surpassing her father. Additionally, Xia Changge perceived that perhaps due to the influence of the Sacred Heart Sutra, his own qi refinement training no longer required the relentless dedication it once did. Xia Changge chose the Changchun pill as his practice endeavor. The materials for this pill could be procured with gold and silver, and thus, he would not be overly distressed by any failures. In her spare moments, and Ruoshui observed Xia Changge as he crafted the pills. Even in instances of failure, she found joy in the experience. Master, is this special study of pill concoction solely for me? As in Ruoshui gazed at Xia Changge, diligently working beside the alchemical furnace, such thoughts crossed her mind. Prior to taking her as a disciple, Xia Changge had never engaged in pill crafting. Yet, upon accepting her as his apprentice, he embarked upon this endeavor. Could it be that he intends to master the art of pill refinement while she is occupied with her qi cultivation, so that he may later instruct her? Regardless of whether Xia Changge was motivated by the responsibilities of his role as a mentor, his dedication evoked immense admiration from Ruoshui. Truly, he is an exemplary celestial master. And Ruoshui's delicate visage flushed crimson due to the intense flames emanating from the alchemical furnace. After more than 20 days of arduous labor, Xia Changge finally succeeded in producing his first pill. The mere crafting of a simple Changchun pill took such a considerable amount of time, leaving Xia Changge feeling somewhat embarrassed. It seemed that perhaps his innate talent was not as exceptional as he had hoped. Congratulations, master. You are truly remarkable. Upon the successful creation of the pill, and Ruoshui expressed her heartfelt congratulations immediately, joined by Tanqier and Zhang Miaoi, though they were not well versed in the realm of elixirs. The fact that Xia Changge was able to concoct a Changchun pill, though commonly used by mortals and seldom by cultivators, was indeed a commendable achievement. As for the pill, Xia Changge was uncertain whether it could be deemed a true success or if it would yield any effect. Typically, alchemists would have a few test subjects on hand. Xia Changge could arrange for some test subjects, but a moment's inattention could result in innocent lives being jeopardized. Master, allow me to test the pill. And Ruoshui, having studied pharmacology, recognized that they had reached the testing phase and volunteered eagerly. Are you certain you wish to test it, Xia Changge was taken aback by her boldness. He had even contemplated consuming the pill himself, believing that, as a cultivator at the 6th layer of qi refinement, he would withstand any effects without issue. Moreover, the herbal ingredients of the Changchun pill posed little harm to the human body. It was unlikely to be toxic. Even if it were to have adverse effects, he had a caring sister-in-law by his side to assist him, so there should be no cause for concern. However, for Ruoshui, indeed, I am well versed in pharmacology, making me the most suitable candidate. And Ruoshui replied, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, nodding affirmatively. Do you even know what kind of pill this is? Xia Changge thought that even if Ruoshui were a child from a reputable family in pharmacology, she would still be able to deduce what the pill was from its ingredients. And Ruoshui nodded confidently. With you here, master, I have no fear. With the matter settled, Xia Changge handed her a pill. Without a moment's hesitation, and Ruoshui swallowed it whole. All eyes turned to her, eagerly awaiting her reaction. Tenchier and Zhang Miaoi were merely bystanders, intrigued by the unfolding drama, while Xia Changge and Ruoshui felt the weight of anticipation regarding the pill's effects. After a brief interval of 10 minutes, and Ruoshui made her voice heard for the first time, delicately calling out, Master, the sound sent shivers down Tenchier's spine. Indeed, this girl was anything but conventional. Xia Changge surmised that the intended effect had begun to manifest, yet the specific outcomes still required further observation. Master. Following this, and Ruoshui employed various seductive methods to summon Xia Changge, her voice laden with allure. She even went so far as to loosen a button on her chest. Tanchier could scarcely bear to witness such behavior. How could one act in such a manner? Zhang Miaoi, on the other hand, remained unfazed, though she pondered whether such antics might corrupt the youth, prompting her to consider taking her eldest daughter outside. However, Xia Changge intervened, insisting that it was best to allow her to regain her senses. Upon receiving her father's command, Xia Ichia felt a surge of excitement as she activated the irrigation technique she had just mastered. A refreshing mist of dew cascaded onto Ruoshui's parched skin, eliciting a contented sigh from her. After a considerable time, Ruoshui regained her composure, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. This incident had been quite mortifying, leaving her reluctant to face her two aunts. Zhang Miaoi and Tanchier had come to understand what kind of elixir Xia Changge had been concocting, and they found themselves at a loss for words. Ultimately, they expressed their understanding. It was merely a pursuit of curiosity, after all. Well then, it was time to get back to business. Once Xia Changge confirmed that his pills were without flaw, he gently crushed the remaining 12 into powder. Such low-grade elixirs would fetch nothing more than mere coins in the mortal realm, and they might even attract misfortune. Thus, it was better to dispose of them directly. Next, Xia Changge turned his attention away from the heart-biting poison pill and focused on the longevity pill. This concoction barely qualified as an immortal-grade elixir. Nevertheless, mortals could also attempt its refinement, as the process was not overly complex. With diligence and care, even an ordinary person could create it. Xia Changge was determined to learn the art of its fabrication. His sister-in-law was immortal, and extending her lifespan by several years would be a boon. He was uneasy about her consuming a longevity pill crafted by another. It had to be his own creation. The elixir was essentially composed of blood-nourishing ingredients. Upon examining it, Xia Changge felt that the longevity pill did not live up to its name. It required the essence of a magical beast's blood. For some reason, a bold idea struck him. What if he could achieve longevity by using his own blood instead? Given that he was now a being of eternal life, his constitution was surely different from that of an ordinary person. This thought made Xia Changge exceedingly cautious. Should the powerful beings discover his intentions, he might find himself subjected to transformations into a human pill. Should he dare to experiment? With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Xia Changge found himself impatient to proceed. After all, he intended to create this for his sister-in-law. Surely, there would be no issues with confidentiality? Of course, before embarking on this endeavor, he needed to familiarize himself with the conventional methods of refinement, lest his bloodletting result in significant harm. To this end, Xia Changge made a special trip to Yunwang Tavern, inquiring about the cultivation of spiritual rice and related matters. It seemed he was resolutely committed to developing his family lineage. Glancing at Xia Changge, Xiaowan remarked with a sense of intrigue. She had initially thought he was merely speaking whimsically, not realizing he was genuinely intent on this path. Xia Changge nodded solemnly. That is only natural. The sect did not accept him, and he lacked the ambition to struggle as a wandering cultivator. Thus, establishing a family and farming was the best choice. Very well, then. The 500 acres of spiritual fields overseen by the Xiao family shall be entrusted to your care. Xiaowan responded after a moment of contemplation. Xia Changge was taken aback. Miss, is this? He hesitated to voice his thoughts, questioning whether it might be a tad too extravagant. Spiritual fields differed vastly from ordinary farmland. The majority of spiritual herbs could only thrive in such fertile grounds. Spiritual rice, for instance, could only be deemed genuine if cultivated in spiritual fields, as only then could it command a price in the cultivation world. Even if ordinary rice was sown from spiritual seeds, the yield would merely be subpar, rarely sought after by Qi refinement practitioners, most of whom consumed common fare. Cultivating spiritual fields demanded immense effort. Xia Changge had spent nearly a decade in the Hengduan Mountains, managing to nurture merely 2 acres of meager land. Xiaowan shook her head, stating, "Our Xiao family is no longer in its nascent stage. Our business has undergone a transformation. The 1,000-odd spiritual stones provided by the spiritual fields annually are no longer our family's focal point. If we have ample hands at our disposal, there is no need for your involvement. Currently, the oversight of our spiritual fields is entrusted to a guest elder. Since you have become a vassal of the Xiao family, it is only fitting that you receive some benefits." Xia Changge's understanding deepened as Xiaowan elucidated the situation. The Xiao family had evolved, with their income now reliant on other ventures. The few spiritual stones yielded from farming were trivial. In ordinary families, an abundance of retainers could easily manage their spiritual fields. However, the true population of the Xiao family consisted merely of 4 women, with no third generation. Xia Changge was uncertain about the existence of collateral branches within the family, such as Xiao Yun's siblings. Their manpower was indeed lacking, making it reasonable to delegate responsibilities. Yet, could they safeguard these spiritual fields? Just as Xia Changge envisioned a future of earning hundreds or thousands of spiritual stones annually, Xiaowan's words jolted him back to reality. The Xiao family had adversarial factions, and he pondered whether his current capabilities were sufficient. "Let us postpone this matter until after my mother's birthday celebration. At that time, we may only be able to allocate a portion of the spiritual fields to you, considering that previously, over a dozen 8th-level Qi refinement practitioners were tasked with guarding our family's spiritual fields." Xiaowan issued her directive succinctly. The vassal family to which Xia Changge belonged was still somewhat feeble, lacking the strength for significant endeavors. "Are you feeling tempted? Craving blood?" After grasping the intricacies of the cultivation industry, Xia Changge naturally returned to the main topic, purchasing the essence of demon beasts. Xiaowan, having gleaned a hint of Xia Changge's secret, mistakenly assumed he was succumbing to a bloodlust. Xia Changge shook his head. "Not concealing the truth, I have taken on a disciple with a fair aptitude for pharmacology, though she possesses only a 5-element spiritual root. I intend to see if she can engage in alchemy. I plan to dabble in it myself, as concocting longevity pills requires the essence of demon beasts." Upon hearing this, Xiaowan repeatedly shook her head, deeming Xia Changge's aspirations to be nothing short of fanciful. In our Huaying Xianxin, even the simplest first-tier alchemists are scarce, and those that exist are merely failing to thrive in Yunnan Xianxin. If you truly manage to succeed, this bore no mockery, rather, it carried a weight of deeper significance. It seemed as though a veiled threat was directed at Xia Changge. Should you become a true alchemist, you shall find it impossible to escape the grasp of the Xiao family. Go ahead, take a demon beast with you as a gift. Remember, cultivation is the true path. This could be considered a modest investment on Miss Zhao's part. I am grateful for the lessons from the young lady, for I too desire to cultivate. Yet there lies no path ahead, and I can only reach the 8th layer of the Qi refinement realm." Seizing this opportunity, Xia Changge sought to gauge Xiaowan's intentions. The Xiao family was the first foundational family Xia Changge had encountered, possessing the methods of foundation establishment. If he could acquire these techniques from the Xiao family, it would be most advantageous. Whenever you manage to win my 3rd sister's affection, foundation establishment will naturally follow. My mother has recently expressed a strong desire for another foundational practitioner within our family. Xiaowan replied leisurely, glancing at her exquisite jade fingers. Xia Changge mused that such matters were indeed not easily attained. "Miss, you have been at the 9th layer of Qi refinement for many years. There must be numerous practitioners of the 9th layer within your family. Why do your elders not assist you in breaking through? A new group has been established. I could have advanced to the foundational realm years ago, but my mother urged me to wait. As for others, do you think that having someone unrelated to our family break through at this time would benefit or harm us?" Xiaowan spoke with a hint of complexity. While other parents rejoiced at their children advancing in cultivation, hers insisted on restraining her progress. Xia Changge understood her latter statement. The Xiao family, comprising only 4 members, lacked manpower. At this juncture, the emergence of an external foundational practitioner would bring more disadvantages than advantages, given their current scarcity of resources. As for Xiaowan's restriction from advancing, was there perhaps a deeper secret involved? Indeed, Xia Changge learned that within the Xiao family, the matriarch, Xiao Yun, held absolute authority. and her daughter dared not defy her in the slightest. "Miss, might I inquire about your second sister's situation?" Xia Changge unexpectedly asked. Xiaowan regarded him intently, smiling as she responded, "What? Are you interested in my second sister?" Xia Changge hastily shook his head. "No, I merely wish to understand. After all, it would be rather awkward should I encounter her during your elder's birthday celebration and fail to recognize her." Xiaowan shook her head, her expression tinged with sadness. "You likely will not meet her. My second sister was secretly harmed during her youth, leaving her with disabilities in both legs, and she is yet to receive proper treatment. She has found a caring husband to look after her. However, she has developed some psychological issues and is unlikely to come out." Only then did Xia Changge grasp the gravity of the situation. Leg disabilities? He wondered if she could ever be healed. If all went as expected, the second sister should also be at the Qi refinement realm, though her cultivation might be inferior to that of the third sister due to her condition. Being merely at the Qi refinement stage, she remained immortal, and in her current state of physical limitation, self-healing was impossible without exceptionally rare medicinal herbs. Unable to compare to the foundational realm, even if an arm were to be severed, as long as the broken area remains intact, one can easily reattach it through one's innate healing abilities, complemented by a modicum of ordinary healing potions. However, practitioners in the Qi refinement realm lacked such capabilities. Xia Changge pondered whether he could treat such external injuries. Even if he could, he had no intention of assisting the Shao family at this moment, as their relationship had yet to reach that level of intimacy. He resolved to further comprehend the specific circumstances surrounding the Shao family before proceeding. After gathering nearly all the information he sought, Xia Changge rose to take his leave. Leading away a Qi refinement realm demon ox, he finally returned to his abode. His cultivation of the Sacred Heart technique had not ceased, but rather had encountered a significant impasse. The sixth layer of the Sacred Heart technique necessitated the heart of a powerful living creature, coupled with a technique known as the Heavenly Heart Calamity. Having consumed the heart of a Qi refinement realm beast, Xia Changge found it nearly ineffective for advancing to the sixth layer. It seemed that what he required was the heart of a creature at the foundational realm level. Thus, he found himself at a standstill, with no means to progress. Given that he possessed a millennium of lifespan, he felt assured that there was still ample time. Was it this elixir? Mortals, through a decade of arduous cultivation, could forge a longevity pill. After 2 months of diligent labor, Xia Changge finally succeeded in refining his first batch of longevity pills, 7 in total. As the raw materials were all potent tonics, and the alchemical furnace posed no risk of contamination with metallic minerals, the metallic elements in these pills were assuredly within safe limits. With no toxins present, Xia Changge hesitated not and consumed one immediately. He noted that aside from a slight stirring of his vital energy, there was no other reaction. It appeared that this inferior pill held no effect for him, whose lifespan had already surpassed its limits. He decided to test his own blood, having already consumed the flesh of the demon ox he procured from Xiaowan. Only a small amount of blood remained. Now, armed with experience, he contemplated whether his own blood might possess any additional properties. Drinking the blood of another, especially one in robust health, should not lead to illness, should it? Could it be that his blood had a catalyzing effect on this elixir? While Xia Changge was not a master in the art of longevity pill refinement, he possessed enough experience to discern that the inclusion of his blood seemed to ease the difficulty of successfully refining the pills. Was it due to the nature of his blood as a longevity essence, or merely a beneficial factor in the refinement of longevity elixirs? Xia Changge began to ponder. It was unlikely that his blood would be effective in the refinement of all elixirs. It should be, perhaps of some assistance only to those requiring the essence of demon beasts as a primary ingredient. After just 3 failures, he successfully produced a second batch of longevity pills. Observing both batches, he felt no discernible difference. Xia Changge found himself at a loss. Should he sample one to discern its flavor? Drinking his own blood was hardly a matter of concern. He truly ingested a newly formulated longevity elixir. After some contemplation, Xia Changge felt that there was not much difference. Shui, please come in. Reflecting on this, Xia Changge decided to invite Enruo Shui to appraise the elixir for him. Upon hearing Xia Changge's call, Enruo Shui hurriedly rushed in. Master. She pushed open the door and awaited Xia Changge's instructions. Come over and assess the efficacy of these 2 elixirs. Xia Changge beckoned to Enruo Shui, eager to serve as his testing assistant, and Enruo Shui was more than willing. Recalling her previous experience of testing an elixir for her master, she thought that if her master's family was not present, perhaps, Enruo Shui firmly shut the door behind her. Approaching Xia Changge, she obediently knelt before him. opening her mouth as if waiting for her master to feed her. Her eyes closed in anticipation. This left Xia Changge momentarily stunned, but he soon realized what was happening. He actively placed the elixir into Ruoshue's mouth. She immediately closed her lips, moistening Xia Changge's thumb and index finger significantly. This little girl, surprisingly, did not wish to let go. What had transpired? They had only known each other for a few months, and yet, it was remarkable. How do you feel? After a brief interval following Ruoshue's consumption of the longevity elixir, Xia Changge inquired about her condition. After a moment of contemplation, Ruoshue expressed, "This elixir has invigorated my spirit and made my body feel much more comfortable." The first elixir she consumed was, of course, the very first longevity elixir Xia Changge had refined. Shortly thereafter, he offered her a second elixir. "Master, the effect of this elixir is far superior to the first. How have you achieved such remarkable progress?" Ruoshue asked in astonishment. Had her master truly only begun alchemy 3 months ago to benefit her? Such results were extraordinary. Now that there are no pressing matters, I have not presented you with a proper gift upon your apprenticeship. This flying sword, which I once wielded, may not be of the highest caliber, but it should suffice for your use for some time. Xia Changge produced a flying sword he had previously used and bestowed it upon Ruoshue. After all, he had no further use for it, and it was worth little in spiritual stones. "Thank you, master." Ruoshue accepted the flying sword and a storage pouch. Feeling immensely grateful, Xia Changge's own daughter, Xia Yijiao, would certainly receive a fitting gift. He had prepared a genuine quality flying sword for her, one he had meticulously selected. Not the one belonging to Liao Hui, which he had already sold. Keeping it would only risk recognition by Tan Qier. "All right, you may go." Xia Changge waved his hand. "Oh." Ruoshue appeared somewhat disheartened but obediently descended to practice, striving to reach the first layer of the qi refining realm so that her master could personally instruct her in sword flight. After Ruoshue departed, Xia Changge summoned his sister-in-law into the room. He delved into the art of alchemy, not merely to create elixirs for himself, but to ensure his sister-in-law could partake in safe and reliable potions. One wonders if all women possess such tendencies. Zhang Yaoi, like Ruoshue, requested Xia Changge to feed her medicine, merely opening her mouth without lifting a finger, resembling a little girl in need of direct assistance. Xia Changge, though somewhat exasperated, complied with her request. Upon detecting other aromas lingering on Xia Changge's fingers, the astute sister-in-law seemed to grasp something significant. That little enchantress, appearing as an innocent young maiden, now seemed to possess considerable depth. She should not be underestimated. "Sister-in-law, perhaps you should consume one of these longevity pills every few days," Xia Changge suggested, carefully storing the remaining 5 pills in a preservation box. The entire process of refining a batch of longevity pills took him nearly half an hour, which for Xia Changge was not a profitable venture. Once he prepared the pills for Zhang Yaoi, he could easily refine more. "Understood, uncle," he replied. Xia Changge couldn't shake off the feeling that his sister-in-law's tone was growing increasingly indulgent. At over 30 years of age and a mother of 2, she still feigned youthfulness in his presence. Such a sister-in-law was indeed endearing to him. After much contemplation, he decided to refine another batch of longevity pills, using his own blood to substitute for the essence of demonic beasts. This, of course, was intended as a gift for longevity. There was no issue with this choice. Longevity pills were the most basic form of elixirs, and the Xiao family would hardly consume them. They would likely just glance at them before discarding them. Perhaps to feed pigs? Xia Changge selected this particular batch solely for its aesthetic appeal. On the day of the grand celebration, he asked his sister-in-law to assist with his attire. He initially intended to bring his sister Qi'er along, but given the critical moment, it was best she remain at home. At times, it is necessary to utter superfluous words. When Xia Changge stepped out of the house, a simple phrase from him left to Qi'er feeling immensely satisfied. "Rest assured, my dear, I shall take care of myself and our children." Her response exuded confidence. Zhang Yaoi paid no mind to this, as she was merely an ordinary woman, unfit to accompany her uncle into the gathering of cultivators. She was content with fulfilling her role at home. Once ready, Xia Changge made his way to the Xiao residence, undoubtedly the largest estate in Huaying Shenzhen, spanning an area 100 times that of his own. For a typical foundation-establishing family, this was considered modest, yet within the Xiao family, the sparse population rendered the place overwhelmingly spacious. A substantial number of guests had arrived today. In addition to the Xiao family's own disciples and guests, many loose cultivators from Huaying Shenzhen had also received invitations, all bearing gifts. The Xiao family had nearly exhausted the goodwill of the local cultivators, as one had to bring a gift every so often. Upon his arrival, Xia Changge was personally escorted by Xiao Wan to the inner circle. This situation placed immense pressure on Xia Changge. Numerous gazes from the 9th-tier Qi refinement cultivators were fixed upon him. Most of these practitioners belonged to the Xiao family. Curious as to why a mere 6th-tier Qi refinement individual was personally received by the young lady. Was it possible that the young lady had been lonely for 2 decades? Such thoughts provoked contemplation. Upon entering the main hall of the Xiao family, which could accommodate only 12, he found that 6 seats were already occupied. Leaving the identities of the occupants ambiguous, he humbly chose a seat at the far end and waited quietly. Here, Xia Changge recognized only Xiaowan and Xiaolin, who he had met briefly after the untimely death of her fiancé. Another figure sat in a wheelchair, presumably the second daughter of the Xiao family, accompanied by a handsome and gentle man, likely her husband. The life of a son-in-law indeed seemed fraught with challenges. At the head of the gathering sat Xiao Yun, the matriarch, exuding an extraordinary aura. At 150 years of age, she appeared akin to a well-preserved woman in her 40s. Her facial features were exquisitely defined, suggesting that in her youth, she may have been even more beautiful than her daughter. However, the wrinkles on her face had become increasingly pronounced. Logically, a female cultivator who had broken through to the foundation establishment stage at a young age should not exhibit such signs of aging by this age. Considering that foundation establishment cultivators can live for over 200 years, was it the immense pressure on Xiaoyun, or could there be other factors at play? Have you prepared the gift for mother? Xiaowan inquired softly. Xia Changge produced a box of elixirs. Did you concoct these? She asked, surprised by the presence of the longevity pill within. Xia Changge nodded gently. It seems you possess some skill, Xiaowan remarked, genuinely impressed by his ability to produce such a gift. After entrusting Xia Changge's heartfelt gift to Xiaowan, she returned to her mother's side, where she appeared particularly obedient. Xia Changge observed the unfolding events silently. During this time, many individuals from outside Huaying Xinjiang arrived, likely from other immortal towns or Yunnan Xianqing. With the vacant seats reserved for them, these guests engaged in various discussions, some expressing intentions to marry Xiaowan, who had been a widow for many years, while others sought to wed Xiaolin. Notably, some even hinted at an interest in Xiaoyun. The underlying objective of these discussions seemed clear: collaboration between the families, a form of mutual support in anticipation of an impending crisis. In the face of such turmoil, Xia Changge remained remarkably composed. His current cultivation level rendered haste somewhat futile. After prolonged discussions, the gathering finally concluded, and Xia Changge returned home, awaiting further arrangements from the Xiao family. Later that evening, the members of the Xiao family convened in a room for a serious discussion. You may leave now, Xiaoyun said, casting a fleeting glance at the man behind her second daughter's wheelchair, her own son-in-law. Indeed, the life of a man relying on his wife's fortune appeared devoid of dignity. A single utterance from Xiaoyun left Lin Feng, the second son-in-law of the Xiao family, utterly devoid of dissent. Warner, pray tell, what are your thoughts on the proposal from the Shi family? The Shi family, a foundational lineage from the neighboring Xian town, boasts 3 practitioners of the foundation establishment stage, with a history exceeding a millennium. Their familial strength surpassing that of the Xiao family. Should the Xiao and Shi families join forces, the imminent crisis would indeed be alleviated. However, it is also highly probable that the Xiao family would be wholly subsumed by the Shi family. This apprehension was precisely why Xiaoyun initially sought a suitor for her daughter from the ranks of solitary cultivators. Yet, the current circumstances have prompted a slight shift in her perspective. I shall not marry. I am capable of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage on my own. Why should I rely on the Shi family? Xiaowan resolutely shook her head, her tone firm and devoid of any room for negotiation, perhaps influenced by her mother. Xiaowan harbored a sense of independence, reluctant to live under the auspices of another. Xiaoxian, due to her health, would never bear children, while Xiaolin was still quite young. After recent events, the prospect of her giving birth was remote. As for Xiaowan, she was no longer in her youth. Her desires were simple. As long as a male heir could inherit her family's legacy, she would proclaim, whoever begets a son shall inherit all that belongs to the Xiao family. If you achieve this, the foundation establishment elixir shall be yours. Xiaoyun's tone was decidedly assertive. Strangely, Xiaoyun herself possessed an aversion to men, yet deep within, she yearned for a blood-related male heir. Her words ignited urgency within Xiaowan, who had languished in the Qi refinement stage for over a decade. In contrast, Xiao Xian and Xiao Lin remained more composed, as they were still far from the 9th level of qi refinement. Is this the elixir concocted by that middle-aged cultivator? After a few months, the quality is indeed commendable. Regarding her offspring, Xiaoyun exhibited a remarkable degree of tolerance. She did not press too harshly, for Xiaowan was undeniably her capable assistant, endowed with both talent and diligence. Should she marry, it would indeed be a boon for another family. Xiaowan deftly diverted the conversation, producing a longevity elixir crafted by Xia Changge, inhaling its scent before offering her response. Could this possibly be concocted from the blood of a Foundation establishment stage beast? Xiaoyun also harbored doubts. There was something peculiar about this longevity elixir, its quality seemingly surpassing the ordinary. However, she refrained from consuming it, placing it back in its original spot. Perhaps, Xiaowan casually replied, contemplating whether she should truly provoke assistance to fulfill her mother's ambitions and escape the confines of the qi refinement stage. She held little regard for Xia Changge's longevity elixir, considering it merely an elixir of longevity. Since you harbor such faith in him, I shall acquiesce to your arrangement. Let him tend to the 100 acres of spiritual fields and the medicinal herbs on Kongsang Mountain. He may indulge in practice, but I demand to see results. I have heard that Yangzhe may not have long to live. Speculating whether this could be her eldest daughter's romantic interest, Xiaoyun appeared quite generous, offering a rather substantial reward. Indeed, Yangzhe, merely a cultivator at the 9th level of qi refining, has now reached the age of over 140. It appears that his days are numbered. Mother, should we help him realize his dream? Xiaowan, another key figure in the Xiao family, naturally engaged in discussion with Xiaoyun. Yangzhe serves as an alchemist for the Xiao family, capable of concocting various elixirs suitable for those at the qi refining stage, such as the gathering qi pill. The dream that Xiaowan refers to is the opportunity for Yangzhe to discover the method of breaking through to the Foundation establishment stage, allowing him to make a final push before his demise. Success would bring joy to all, while failure would simply be in accordance with fate. However, Xiaoyun shook her head resolutely, displaying an air of coldness. He has already been compensated sufficiently for his services to our family. What need is there for dreams? Xiaowan understood that even if Yangzhe were to successfully break through to the Foundation establishment stage with the Xiao family's assistance, it would be challenging for him to remain with them. With his cultivation at the Foundation establishment stage, coupled with commendable alchemical skills, how could the Xiao family retain him? The experiences from her youth had led Xiaoyun to have little faith in such notions of human sentiment. She relied solely on her kin and blood relations. Xiaowan felt her mother's lack of compassion, yet out of respect for Xiaoyun's esteemed reputation, she refrained from voicing her dissent. She kept a watchful eye on the old man. Should he attempt to leave, he would be permitted to do so, but if he showed any signs of treachery, he would be dealt with accordingly. Another reason for Xiaowan's refusal lay in the fact that Yangzhe was utterly alone, with nothing to tie him down. Such a person was not to be trusted. Xiaowan nodded in agreement. After addressing several key matters, Xiaoyun rose to depart. There remained many burdens weighing on her mind. Xiaowan and Xiao Lin also stood to leave. As Xiao Xian prepared to exit, she noticed the longevity pill on the table and casually took it with her. The following day, Xia Changge received splendid news. The Xiao family indeed wished to appoint him to manage some of their enterprises. Xiaowan took the initiative to escort Xia Changge to the outskirts of Huayingxian town, where the Xiao family's properties were located. The 4 cultivators at the 8th level of qi refining, who had previously overseen the spiritual fields, were reassigned, and the 100 acres were thus allocated to Xia Changge. Of course, what pleased him most was that the Xiao family would provide the medicinal materials he required for alchemy, significantly alleviating his burdens and eliminating the expense of several hundred to 1,000 spirit stones. The 100 acres of spiritual fields would yield around 800 to 900 spirit stones annually, with a net profit that would be somewhat lesser, as 70% of the output would belong to the Xiao family. Xiaowan conveyed the profit-sharing arrangement, which Xia Changge readily accepted. Regardless, this would guarantee a stable income of approximately 200 spirit stones, a prospect that Xia Changge could not help but relish. After all, he merely needed to hire some mortals to assist him in managing the fields. For instance, the family members of an Ruoxue, with a little guidance, could become competent and trustworthy laborers. The profits would be net gains. Previously, the 8th level qi refining cultivators had merely acted as hired hands for the Xiao family, tending to the spiritual fields. Now, with Xia Changge, it was as if the Xiao family had leased the fields to him, a notion that held a different significance. At the very least, Xia Changge consoled himself with this thought. Subsequently, Xiao Wan led him to the enchanting Kong Sang Mountain, a sacred place where the Xiao family cultivated their spiritual herbs. After decades of diligent cultivation, the harvest from this batch of herbs had finally begun, constituting a significant source of income for the Xiao family. After exchanging pleasantries with the supervisor here, Xia Changge departed alongside Xiao Wan. As they left, Xia Changge caught a glimpse of the old man's dim gaze, which seemed to convey an unspoken sorrow. Xia Changge had no intention of relocating his family to this less secure location compared to Huaying Xinjin. He only brought along his disciple, and Ruoshui, who was needed to assist him in the spiritual fields. Additionally, he facilitated the arrival of Ruoshui's parents and a few herbal gatherers from her village. After providing them with guidance through the instruction manual and clarifying their misunderstandings, they settled in this place. After a long day of labor, evening had fallen. Xia Changge summoned his flying sword and swiftly ascended to Kong Sang Mountain, preparing to collect a portion of the herbs. It was free, after all. One must seize the opportunity to reap benefits without hesitation. Are you the newly appointed alchemist of the Xiao family? Xia Changge approached the old man he had met earlier that morning, who regarded him with a hint of hostility. Out of respect for his elder, Xia Changge inclined his head slightly. What elixirs can you concoct? Yang Jia, a cultivator at the 9th level of the qi refining stage, pressed him further. Xia Changge remained composed. I have just mastered the art of crafting the longevity pill. Upon hearing this, Yang Jia erupted in laughter. At your age, it takes a good 40 to 50 years to be able to produce the longevity pill. Is the Xiao family considering you as my successor? There was an unmistakable note of derision in his laughter, prompting Xia Changge to ponder the old man's intentions. Indeed, engaging with others outside often led to misunderstandings. Take what you need, he brusquely offered, perhaps due to shared grievances against the Xiao family, despite his contempt. The old man did not impede Xia Changge's selection of the necessary herbs. Not until Xia Changge had collected over a dozen herbs for his elixirs did Yang Jia utter another word. Master, your room has been arranged. And Ruoshui awaited him upon his return to his mountain abode. The Xiao family had constructed luxurious suburban residences for the original cultivators, and Ruoshui had chosen the finest among them for Xia Changge. He nodded in acknowledgement, gently ruffled Ruoshui's hair as a gesture of encouragement, and urged her to rest. His disciple was indeed becoming increasingly considerate. The bed was already warmed. Under normal circumstances, everything here should be tranquil. However, due to a shortage of manpower, Xia Changge could only oversee matters himself at night, leaving his subordinates to manage during the day. The following day, as he prepared to cultivate and adjust his state, Yang Jia unexpectedly paid him a visit. Senior, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Xia Changge found this surprising, given the old man's unfriendly demeanor the previous day. Certainly, Xia Changge expressed understanding. After all, with only a few days left to live, it is quite natural for an ordinary person to be unable to cope and to lose control of their temper. Young brother, I apologize for my attitude yesterday. Alas, I was utterly heartbroken and deeply disappointed in the Xiao family, Yang Jia said with a hint of regret as he looked at Xia Changge. This left Xia Changge utterly perplexed. An apology? Such a gesture was unexpected. Senior, you are being too courteous. It was but a trivial matter that I did not dwell upon. Regardless, since he had come to apologize, Xia Changge's tone was exceedingly gracious. Young brother, have you also pledged yourself to the Xiao family? Yang Jia suddenly whispered. Xia Changge quickly shook his head. Not at all, senior. I am merely a vassal of the Xiao family. To this, Yang Jia replied directly, you are far worse off than I. I have merely been exploited for a lifetime, while you have endured generations of oppression. Xia Changge was taken aback. The old man's words were quite peculiar. Following this, Yang Jia recounted his experiences. He had joined the Xiao family as a guest when it was first established and had signed a contract, essentially a bond of servitude. Yang Jia had brought a net profit of 5,000 spirit stones to the Xiao family in exchange for their assistance in reaching the 9th level of qi refinement. If he had brought in 50,000 spirit stones, he could have learned the method to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Unfortunately, despite toiling his entire life, he never reached that 50,000 spirit stone threshold. Until his death, he remained unaware of the means to advance to foundation establishment. You are fortunate. With a family to care for, if you master alchemy to perfection and can produce those precious pills, you might still achieve that milestone. However, the question remains whether the Xiao family will still exist by then. Knowing that Xia Changge had already established a family of his own, Yang Jia was filled with envy. Unlike him, who was solitary and devoted solely to cultivation, Yang Jia had originally intended to seek companionship after turning 90, to propagate his bloodline. Regrettably, he was swayed by the temptations of a woman from the Xiao family. That woman had been quite alluring 50 or 60 years ago, and few men in Yunnan Immortal City could remain indifferent. Yang Jia had been confident in his ability to break through the foundation establishment. And with his identity as an alchemist, he believed his chances of winning a beautiful partner were considerable. Alas, it ultimately turned out to be a grand illusion. After a lifetime of toil for the Xiao family, he had not attained his desires. Xia Changge felt a sense of sympathy for Yang Jia, whose life could indeed be deemed tragic. He had labored like a beast for the Xiao family, yet in the end, he had gained nothing. This perhaps reflects the plight of many loose cultivators, particularly those at the 8th or 9th levels of qi refinement. Those who do not reach such levels need not be mentioned. Yang Jia likely still possessed a fair amount of spirit stones, but without descendants. Those stones would not accompany him into the grave. Xia Changge might be able to extend his life by a few years, but he would not do so. Firstly, they were not kin, and secondly, the risks involved were simply too great. Had I known that a lifetime of toil would culminate in such a conclusion, I would have chosen to recline and savor life's offerings. As death approached, Yang Jia expressed his sentiments. In response, Xia Changge offered no mockery. You too are an alchemist. Although the elixirs you currently concoct are rather subpar, I have yet to take on an apprentice. You may begin your practice. And I could impart a few insights as a gesture of contrition. Yang Jia, with good intentions, prompted Xia Changge to accept. The prospect of receiving guidance was indeed a welcome one. Following Yang Jia's counsel, Xia Changge set out to refine the berserk pill, an elixir utilized by cultivators in the qi refinement stage. This particular pill holds a modest market value, primarily sought after by those focused on enhancing their physical strength. It has the potential to unleash latent abilities, amplifying one's power for approximately half an hour, albeit at the cost of subsequent fatigue. Frequent use may lead to bodily harm, accelerating organ decline and hastening the aging process, ultimately shortening one's lifespan. Nevertheless, for those wielding heavy weaponry, its benefits are considerable, particularly when hunting ferocious beasts, yielding commendable results. This is among the elixirs Yang Jia excels at crafting. The Xiao family's beast hunting team routinely relies on this pill for their endeavors. With a collective of over 10 cultivators at the 9th level of qi refinement, hunting foundational beasts is indeed feasible. The berserk pill retails for 3 pieces of spirit stone each, and Yang Jia has produced over 10,000 of them for the Xiao family over the past few decades. However, the success rate is disappointingly low. With considerable raw materials squandered, it typically requires 2 or 3 attempts to achieve a single success. Thus, the net profit from over 10,000 berserk pills amounts to a mere 3 to 5,000 spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Xia Changge broke into a cold sweat. Realizing the Xiao family's deep-seated avarice, he hesitated to utilize the medicinal ingredients. With Yang Jia's guidance, Xia Changge indeed avoided numerous missteps, feeling a profound sense of gratitude towards his predecessor. As Yang Jia prepared to depart, Xia Changge sincerely expressed his thanks. There is no need for gratitude. I hope you young ones achieve your aspirations. After my passing, I may require your assistance for my burial. Yang Jia paid little heed to Xia Changge's words of appreciation. To him, Xia Changge was merely a 6th level qi refinement cultivator. Xia Changge felt reluctant to inquire about the intricacies of the 9th level of qi refinement from Yang Jia. Watching the aged figure depart, taking a moment to ease his weary muscles, Xia Changge activated his internal techniques to alleviate his fatigue. He had spent over 2 months in this place and planned to return home, for he had cleared the fields of weeds and could not let his family's estate languish. Both familial and professional responsibilities must be attended to. Estimating that the time was ripe, Xia Changge brought his puppet, Xia Tai, to the fields and instructed Enruashui to oversee the area. He, meanwhile, intended to remain at home for a while, as his sister Chi's child was finally due to be born. He certainly had to be present for the occasion. Congratulations, my friend Xia, on the new addition to your family. Anticipation gave way to the arrival of yet another boy. Xiaowan promptly extended her congratulations, and Tan Xia felt an immense surge of joy. Fortunately, her womb had borne a son. With diligent effort, the child was destined to rival Xia Changge's eldest, Xia Moxing. In the future, the day when she would ascend as the matriarch of the Xia family was drawing near. How grateful she was for the young lady's blessings. For some inexplicable reason, Xia Changge sensed that Xiaowan appeared to be even more invested in her child than she herself was. Surely, this was but a fleeting illusion, as the matter bore no relation to Xiaowan. Furthermore, Xiaowan was well aware that Xia Changge's eldest daughter was not her biological offspring. The birth of 2 sons in succession was indeed commendable. The lineage was promising, with the 4 spiritual roots of gold, wood, water, and fire. There was hope for the child's foundation, provided the father exerted sufficient effort. Xiaowan approached the infant cradled in Luo's arms and conducted an assessment. The stronger one's abilities, the more profound the techniques available for probing spiritual roots. With her cultivation at the 9th level of the Qi refinement stage, Xiaowan effortlessly discerned the child's spiritual roots, while Xia Changge would have to wait until the child reached 3 or 4 years of age to perform such a test. Unexpectedly, Xiaowan had determined the child's potential immediately. For spiritual roots, quite splendid, indeed. Wealth would not be a concern. These roots were inherited from timid, which was excellent. As long as none of the 5 elements were lacking, everything would be just fine. At that moment, Xia Changge suddenly recalled that timid could only be considered his 3rd child, as he had another son in the countryside. Originally, Xia Changge had planned to return when the 2nd son turned 4, at which point he could assess the child's spiritual roots. If the child possessed roots, he would take him away. If not, he would remain in the countryside, living as a wealthy gentleman. However, now that Xia Changge had finally established his own enterprise, albeit not particularly lucrative, he at least had a stable place to call home. With a soft heart, Xia Changge could not bear to indulge in comfort while his progeny languished in poverty. Even if the child lacked spiritual roots, he resolved to bring him to Huangxian town. After all, he could serve as a farming steward. What are you pondering? Xiaowan gently inquired, noticing the sudden stillness of Xia Changge's smile. I was reflecting on the fact that I have another child in Immortal town, one who was not yet born when I left. I do not know whether it is a boy or girl, but the child is nearly a year old now. I initially intended to return when they turned 4, but with the young lady present, it seems I could bring them back now, Xia Changge stated without hesitation. Timid, who had been smiling at her son, was momentarily taken aback. What? Your senior brother has another child? How was I not informed of this? Xiaowan's perception of Xia Changge subtly shifted upon hearing his words. She was an ordinary woman, much like myself, who earnestly implored her uncle to provide her with a child, driven by the desire to alter the ancestral lineage that had never produced a cultivator, thereby granting her descendants the opportunity to change their fate. Her uncle, being kind-hearted, consented, and he did not treat those he had abandoned unfairly. At this moment, Zhang Miaoi kindly elucidated the situation to her uncle. Both Xiaowan and Timid breathed a sigh of relief. It's up to you, if you bring them along. I shall see, came Xiaowan's gentle affirmation. With that, Xia Changge felt a sense of reassurance and pondered whether it was time for him to set forth. If he were to bring someone, perhaps Lin Meishan should accompany him? He indeed found himself in need of assistance, and Lin Meishan could offer some help. Have you made the necessary arrangements regarding Ling Tian? How is the refining of the elixirs progressing? I have heard that you have been rather extravagant with your herbs lately. Xiaowan inquired casually about the matters concerning Xia Changge's alchemy. Xia Changge retrieved a box from his storage bag. A frenzied elixir? You refined this? Xiaowan expressed her astonishment. Indeed, with the guidance of Senior Yang Jia, I fortuitously succeeded in refining it once, Xia Changge humbly replied. Xiaowan now realized she had encountered someone with exceptional skills. Excellent, this will elevate my standing in my mother's eyes. Accepting the frenzied elixir, Xiaowan placed it into her own storage bag. Soon, however, her expression turned conflicted as she remarked, Xia Taoist, you are now worthy of being called a competent alchemist. My mother may begin to exploit your talents. Xia Changge was mentally prepared for this eventuality. In this realm of cultivation, a common first-grade alchemist possesses negligible advantages. The vast majority merely devolve into mere producers of medicinal pills for various factions. This class of alchemists is the most numerous, and the elixirs they produce are exceedingly inexpensive, offering little allure to cultivators of the Qi refining stage. Without a proper backing, they risk starving on the streets. Primarily, the majority of Qi refining cultivators lack the energy to cultivate the specific herbs required for elixirs themselves. Secondly, the success rate of a typical alchemist's elixirs cannot be guaranteed, placing the burden of risk squarely on the customer, as the alchemist cannot be held accountable. Thirdly, the elixirs needed by Qi refining cultivators are not priced high. Gathering herbs and seeking an alchemist for individual refinement does not yield significant savings in spirit stones. Lastly, numerous alchemists serve various factions, whose efficiency easily surpasses that of independent alchemists. All these reasons culminate in a situation where ordinary alchemists, lacking robust skills, find no viable path to independence, necessitating their reliance on powerful factions. Only with elevated status can one wield influence. Xia Changge found himself in this predicament. He could offer the Shao family some spirit stones as repayment, yet once he emerged, his alchemical skills had no place to be utilized. In the small locale of Huaying Immortal Town, no Qi refining cultivators sought his services for elixirs. Conversely, the competitive pressure in Yunnan Immortal City was immense. He had no desire to compete with other alchemists, nor engage in a fierce contest with numerous families. He could only be compelled to collaborate with the Shao family, fulfilling their demands for the pre-purchase of medicinal pills to render his alchemical skills valuable. Alternatively, he could cultivate his own vast resources of herbs like the Shao family, concocting and selling his own elixirs. Clearly, Xia Changge was not in a position to do so at present. However, he did not feel overly troubled, for unlike Yang Jia, he was not required to sign a contract of servitude in exchange for methods to break through to the foundation establishment stage. He merely needed to produce a few medicinal pills for the Shao family whenever time permitted. Xia Changge shared his thoughts with Xiaowan. However, if you pursue this path, you may find it difficult to even acquire the foundational techniques required for the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Shouldn't you strive a bit harder to create a better environment for your descendants? If you do not exert yourself, when will your family ever progress? You are, after all, the head of the family. Xia Changge's nonchalant attitude surprised Xiaowan. In response to her concerns, he simply smiled. The fortunes of my descendants are their own to carve. That elder Yang Jia toiled for 50 years for the Shao family, yielding a mere 30,000 spirit stones in profit. While I may have a century or more ahead of me, akin to his relentless struggles, perhaps I could indeed obtain the foundational techniques. Yet I do not wish to endure such a grueling existence. I have several wives to care for, and I am one who seeks comfort, not a life spent solely in the company of the alchemical furnace. Xiaowan felt that the rules of the Shao family had become somewhat oppressive. Yet, she was not in a position of significant authority within the family and thus felt powerless. The primary issue lay in the Shao family's lack of formidable strength. If they had several cultivators at the foundation establishment stage, they would not need to fear that their guests would usurp power once they reached that level. You should make your own arrangements. I can negotiate a bit on your behalf with my mother, but the fundamental production of medicinal pills must be ensured. Xiaowan was not as cold-hearted as her mother. Her thoughts were those of an empathetic individual, reflecting common human sensibilities. However, such sentiments could be deemed treasonous within the Shao family. Xia Changge refrained from elaborating further. He spent over a month at home, cherishing the company of his sister Qia. As for what name to bestow upon his son, after some contemplation, he settled on a name he found acceptable, Xia Yunqi. After all, he could now be described as starting anew with his family's legacy. During his month-long stay, the considerate Xiaowan even provided the flesh and blood of magical beasts to nourish Tan Qia. In truth, a cultivator's body is significantly more resilient than that of a mortal, and Tan Qia could have been vibrant and lively just 3 days after giving birth. Nevertheless, Xia Changge, out of affection, chose to care for her for a while longer. Zhang Yaoi, too, had plans to have 1 or 2 more children in the future. When Tan Qia required assistance, she would lend her support, and in return, Tan Qia would likely not refuse to care for her when the time came. Xia Changge did not immediately venture into Mo City, intending to wait a while longer. After all, engaging at this moment would bear little significance. The presence of an infant was already sufficiently noisy at home. Furthermore, should Xia Changge go, Lin Meishan would need to be brought along as well. Lin Meishan, Xiang Changge. And she had only engaged in earnest interaction for a little over a month, unlike his sister-in-law, who had already nestled deep within his heart. Time would serve as a test. Regarding Xiang Changge's alchemical demands, Xiaoyun had also chosen to acquiesce. Currently, the Shao family had a beast-hunting team of over 30 individuals, all of whom were cultivators at the 8th level of Qi refinement. They required approximately 100 ferocious pills each month, showing a blatant disregard for the scattered cultivators. However, this was a choice made by those scattered cultivators themselves, and Xiang Changge had little to say on the matter. At present, he merely needed to fulfill this quota. Of course, he felt this might be due to his current singular proficiency in crafting this type of pill. Should he master a second type of pill beneficial to the Shao family, circumstances might change. Tasks were incrementally added, just as Yang Jia had experienced. Yang Jia, having learned of Xiang Changge's recent fatherhood, felt an overwhelming sense of envy. He found himself lacking the capability to pursue such endeavors now, even if he could manage it. He feared it would cost him the remainder of his lifespan, a risk not worth taking. Second miss, I wonder what brings you here. To avoid a future filled with hardship, Xiang Changge had been diligently instructing and Ruoshui of late. not only addressing her qi refinement issues but also allowing her to experiment with alchemy in advance. He had never anticipated the arrival of Xiao Xian, the second miss of the Xiao family, who appeared not to be here for leisurely strolls. Upon her arrival, Enruo Shui discreetly bowed her head and departed. Xiao Xian retrieved the box containing the longevity pills that Xia Changge had previously used, inquiring, "Is this the elixir you crafted?" Her voice bore a slight rasp, the cause of which remained unknown. Her cultivation was merely at the 4th level of qi refinement. It was likely that after her legs had been rendered useless, her spiritual energy could not circulate throughout her body, and forceful cultivation could lead to her own demise. Thus, her cultivation had stagnated since the moment of her calamity. Xia Changge recognized his box and nodded in acknowledgement. This was indeed the container for his exquisite longevity pills. Initially, he had contemplated using the longevity pills, crafted with his own life essence, as a gift for longevity, a thought he had pondered deeply. Longevity pills were merely low-grade elixirs, regardless of how well he refined them. Individuals like Xiao Yun would not regard them with any seriousness, let alone consume them, as they dismiss such pills entirely. Presenting a well-crafted product served as a reflection of his own worth. Xia Changge had assumed his gift would likely be discarded. Yet it unexpectedly found its way into Xiao Xian's possession. "Could you assist me in refining this type of elixir in the future? I can offer you spirit stones." Upon receiving an affirmative response, Xiao Xian appeared quite exhilarated. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Changge replied with a smile, "Of course, this elixir holds little value. I shall refine it for you free of charge. No need to discuss spirit stones." He immediately took on the task and commenced the refinement for Xiao Xian on the spot. This time, it was certain that Xia Changge could not concoct a high-quality longevity pill. This creation had attracted the attention of those with ulterior motives, compelling Xia Changge to feign that it was an accident. Within half an hour, a fresh batch of longevity pills had been produced by him. Perhaps due to the gaze of a certain beautiful yet morbid individual, Xia Changge surprisingly succeeded on the first attempt. Observing the longevity pill, Xiao Xian was filled with anticipation as she took out one and swallowed it. Soon, however, the smile on her face faded, and she turned to Xia Changge, inquiring, "Why does this longevity pill differ from the one I had before?" As expected, her words prompted Xia Changge to feel a sense of relief. He innocently replied, "This is indeed the longevity pill." Xiao Xian quickly corrected herself. "I know it is a longevity pill, but it is not the same as the one I initially received as a birthday gift." She had secretly consumed other longevity pills, yet none had the same effect as the first. This compelled Xiao Xian to seek out Xia Changge. Xia Changge, undeterred by her remarks, replied awkwardly, "But I have always used the same materials to refine the longevity pill." This response left Xiao Xian at a loss. "Miss, may I inquire what purpose you have for seeking this particular longevity pill? If consumed, shouldn't the effects be the same?" Xia Changge asked cautiously. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Xian instructed the maid who had brought her to Xia Changge to step aside. Once they were alone, she whispered, "I don't know why, but after taking that longevity pill, it feels as though my legs have reacted in some way. I sense it is not merely an illusion." "Really?" Xia Changge was taken aback, not expecting such a result. He had assumed that his cultivation would be required for assistance, yet it seemed a mere pill had sufficed. "I hope you can reflect on what might have differed in the preparation of that pill. I beg you, if you can help me alter my condition, I will grant you anything you desire." "You are being too dramatic, miss," Xia Changge said sympathetically, though he felt a deeper sympathy for himself. "I can only wait to see if my alchemical skills improve in the future for a solution." Faced with Xiao Xian's hopeful gaze, Xia Changge felt a profound helplessness. Even if he wished to assist, he could not voice it outright. Xiao Xian's spirits sagged once more, returning to her previous despair. May I take a look at your legs?" Xia Changge suddenly asked. His intention was not to gaze at her legs for any frivolous reason, but rather to examine the symptoms and ascertain his own capabilities. Admittedly, this request could be deemed reckless or excessive. Nevertheless, Xiao Xian nodded, perhaps harboring a flicker of hope within her heart. Xia Changge lifted the hem of Xiao Xian's skirt to take a glance. Indeed, her legs did not compare to those of his sister-in-law or younger sister Qi'er, likely due to poor circulation. With a boldness that surprised even him, Xia Changge gently touched her leg. Currently, he is regarded as a physician, treating patients without regard for gender distinctions, although devoid of personal sentiment. Xiao Xian's countenance nonetheless betrayed a reaction. "Doctor, what do you think?" she inquired after a brief pause. From what I gather, it appears there is hope for a cure." Xia Changge pondered for a moment before articulating this sentiment, firmly believing that recovery was indeed feasible. What about that old fellow Yangxia? Is he merely adept at alchemy? Perhaps other alchemists, particularly those of higher caliber, intentionally declare such ailments incurable? In aiding Xiaoxian, he harbored no fear. He simply needed to have his disciple, and Ruoshui, grind some herbal remedies for mortals. After all, having his disciple act as a shield was hardly unreasonable. When Xiao Wan and the others inquired, he would merely say it was a jest, a means to comfort the second young lady. Is it truly possible? Upon hearing Xia Changge's words, hope flickered in Xiaoxian's eyes. There is a possibility. You should return for now. Once I prepare the medicine, I shall inform you. Xia Changge casually dismissed Xiaoxian. After her departure, and Ruoshui swiftly approached Xia Changge, awaiting his instructions. Ruoshui, go to Kongsang Mountain and gather some herbs for treating bruises and injuries. You know how to prepare them into a medicinal paste. If Miss Xiaoxian comes tomorrow, apply it to her. Xia Changge articulated his plan, primarily to serve as a shield for himself. Master, I have also heard of the second young lady's plight. Many celestial physicians are at a loss. I do not doubt your capabilities, and Ruoshui spoke softly. Xia Changge shook his head. It seems those physicians who treated the second young lady may have been coerced into silence. Regardless, there is no harm in trying. Go ahead. He gently patted in Ruoshui's shoulder, prompting her to set off to the adjacent Kongsang Mountain to run his errands. She surely understood. Having studied under Xia Changge for so long, it was merely a matter of gathering that little bit extra. Meanwhile, Xia Changge strolled through his expansive spiritual fields. Madam Su, there is no need for such arduous toil. The spiritual rice does not require such meticulous care. If any issues arise, let the servants handle them. Upon observing and Ruoshui's mother, Su Baicha, laboring in the fields, Xia Changge was taken aback. He had entrusted and Ruoshui's parents with the care of the spiritual rice, primarily to oversee the other servants in a managerial capacity. Her diligent execution of her duties was indeed surprising to him. In Xia Changge's contemplation, one might assume that mortals receiving the attention of a cultivator like himself would typically choose to wield such influence for their own gain. Recently, Zhuan, once renowned for his virtuous reputation in the village, had begun to exhibit a sense of superiority, adopting the airs of an official and believing himself to be above the common folk. It is of no concern, esteemed master, I am accustomed to these tasks, having been busy with them for so long that I have grown used to the routine. When I find myself idle, I feel a certain discomfort. The greeting from Xia Changge prompted Su Baicha to rise from the fields, wiping the beads of sweat from her brow with the back of her hand. In Su Baicha's eyes, Xia Changge, who is her senior, might indeed become something more to her. She has observed that this master, despite her outwardly serious demeanor, shares an informal relationship with her daughter. Although it was her daughter who initiated this connection, Xia Changge did not intervene, did she? As a mother, she cannot hinder her daughter's progress. Thus, Xia Changge chose to remain silent and continued on her path. Under Xia Changge's watchful eye, and Ruoshui skillfully prepared the medicinal ointment, the ingredients of which had been infused with spiritual energy, elevating them beyond mere ordinary prescriptions. When Xiaoxian arrived, Xia Changge instructed in Ruoshui to apply the ointment to her. Perhaps it was my own yearning that led me to feel a genuine chill. After applying the ointment, Xiaoxian spoke hesitantly, uncertain whether her sensations were genuine experiences or mere figments of her imagination. Believing in herself, she reassured her thoughts, affirming that she could indeed succeed. Xia Changge contemplated for a moment before offering encouraging words, her smile radiating warmth and positivity that was undeniably impactful. Xiaoxian gently nodded, her hope rekindling within her heart. In the days that followed, Xiaoxian was dutifully escorted to this place each day by her maid. Xia Changge continued her routine of applying the medicinal ointment. During this time, there was a slight yet legitimate profit margin. After all, Xiaoyun was quite invested in her daughter's treatment. Xia Changge's intentions were not malicious. Earning a modest sum of 100 or so spirit stones for a course of treatment was sufficient. However, these earnings did not reach Xia Changge's hands, as they were consumed by her sister Qi, her pair of children, and a devoted disciple. The resources she discreetly enriched herself with were all utilized for their benefit. Such is the burden of responsibility. Master, I have finally reached the first layer of the Qi refining stage. Am I now considered a master? Nourished by various spiritual herbs, even the most mundane low-level elixirs, and with Xia Changge's assistance in harnessing her inner power for quicker absorption, and Ruoshui finally broke through the barriers and entered the realm of cultivation after a year. Xia Changge nodded gently, acknowledging her progress. Indeed, it was commendable. Thus, The next step would be to commence alchemical refinement. Yes, her disciple had grown, and it was time for Xia Changge to share the burdens. The task assigned to Xia Changge by the Shao family could, in a few months, be entrusted to her disciple. And Ruoshui possessed a talent for alchemy that surpassed even Xia Changge's own. Master, what about the sword control technique? Compared to her passion for alchemy. And Ruoshui was now more eager to master the art of sword control. After all, in her view, what kind of immortal is one who cannot soar through the skies? Indeed, do you still remember the mnemonic I previously asked you to memorize? Xia Changge thought this was quite reasonable and thus acquiesced to Ruoshui's proposal. Though barely at the first level of the qi refining stage, it sufficed for sword flight, albeit for only a few minutes. There was no harm in learning a bit beforehand, and Ruoshui nodded repeatedly, having already committed it to memory. Then let us begin your attempt. After saying this, Xia Changge seated himself on a nearby stone table, seemingly prepared to observe Ruoshui's performance. And Ruoshui, taken aback by her master's playful challenge, quickly implored, Master, I am quite at a loss. You must teach me and demonstrate. Xia Changge sighed. How fortunate it is to have a teacher to guide one. He reminisced about the arduous path he had traversed alone during his own cultivation, enduring countless hardships and missteps. Thus, he consented to Ruoshui's request and extended his hand toward her. And Ruoshui joyfully stood upon Xia Changge's flying sword. After circling a few times and elucidating some core principles, he encouraged her to explore on her own. A teacher opens the door, but the journey of cultivation is a personal endeavor. Remarkably, within half a day, Ruoshui had become quite proficient. A month later, an unexpected visitor arrived at Xia Changge's abode. After administering ointment to Shao Xian, her husband came to see him. His countenance was dark, causing both Xia Changge and Ruoshui to feel a sense of unease. Fellow Taoist, might I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Xia Changge gestured for Ruoshui to momentarily cease her alchemical work and step aside to play. It was inappropriate for her to remain during serious discussions. To be honest, Xia Changge was not even aware of Shao Xian's husband's name. He had not inquired with Shao Wan, and during the month that Shao Xian had been receiving treatment, she had never mentioned her husband or brought him along. However, the man's cultivation was commendable, possessing the strength of the 5th level of the qi refining stage. He appeared relatively youthful, around 30 years of age. One must admit, the Shao family's cultivation environment was quite favorable, abundant in spiritual energy and resources, surpassing many external conditions. I have heard that during this period, you have grown quite close to my wife, sharing an intimate relationship, even to the point of casually touching my wife's jade-like feet. The man, seemingly bearing grievances, cast a dark look upon Xia Changge. Startled, Xia Changge hurriedly clarified, Fellow Taoist, please do not misunderstand. In my eyes, Xianer, the second miss is merely a patient I have treated. I harbor no improper thoughts and have never acted in a manner that would wrong you. I assure you, I am not that kind of person. It must be noted that the son-in-law did not concern Xia Changge in a duel. However, he was still a member of the Shao family. Any conflict could likely see the Shao family siding with him. Xia Changge could not afford such trouble now. Furthermore, what was this notion of casually touching jade feet? That was hardly jade, after all. Xianer? How intimately you address her. Crying master nodded slightly, seemingly harboring resentment towards Xia Changge. Xia Changge hurriedly said, No, my friend. You must have misunderstood. Upon hearing this explanation, he laughed, a laugh that left Xia Changge feeling quite unsettled. You are mistaken. I bear no grudge against you. What I mean is, you could be a bit bolder. Just as Xia Changge contemplated how to clarify his innocence, a remark from this fellow left him utterly bewildered. Did he mishear? How could a normal person utter such words? Was this peculiar individual harboring some unique little hobby? Was he so oppressed by Shao Xian that he longed to witness, hear, and experience something thrilling? Xia Daoyu, the matter is as follows. Please allow me to explain. Once he confirmed that no one was around, he cautiously shared with Xia Changge a secret that was profoundly shameful for him. This man, named Chen Lv, was merely a caretaker chosen after Shao Xian's legs became disabled and she fell into despair. Although he enjoyed certain privileges as a son-in-law of the Shao family, such as receiving a steady annual stipend of 150 spirit stones, and the opportunity to cultivate within the core of the Shao family after ensuring Shao Xian's comfort, he was still bound by the oppressive weight of his circumstances. Despite his status as a son-in-law, he was deprived of experiencing certain aspects of life. Recently, he had become entangled with a maidservant from the Shao family who was at the 2nd level of qi refinement, coupled with the savings accumulated over the years. He had long yearned to leave the Xiao family and lead a carefree life. However, as a son-in-law, he naturally lacked the right to voice any demands and could only await the day Xiao Xin would cast him aside. Recently, he had learned that his nominal wife seemed to have found a new love. This revelation filled Chen LV not with anger, but rather with excitement, as he perceived it as an opportunity for liberation. After all, should Xiao Xian find someone truly deserving, he, the useless ornament, would no longer be needed. After hearing Chen LV's words, Xia Changge acknowledged that this was indeed a predicament. I apologize, Chen Daoyu. You have truly misunderstood. I am not like you. I am a family man and the head of my household. How could I possibly serve as a son-in-law to the Xiao family? Therefore, let us not broach this topic again, and do not test me further. I assure you, I hold no such intentions. Regarding the maidens of the Xiao family, Xia Changge asserted that he currently had no interest. Chen LV regarded Xia Changge with a penetrating gaze, then glanced at the anxious and Roche waiting nearby, ultimately bestowing upon Xia Changge a look of profound envy before departing. To have such a beauty closely accompanying him in his endeavors was a life Chen LV envied to the utmost. Recognizing that Xia Changge was not lying, Chen LV found himself without recourse and could only leave in disappointment. After his departure, Enruashue rushed over, visibly anxious, and said, Master, have they discovered our use of counterfeit medicine? Enruashue was indeed frightened, for she was the one responsible for preparing and applying the medicine. Rest assured, this is not for such matters. We are utilizing genuine medicine, not counterfeit. It is essential to practice diligently here, but today I must return home. After spending so many days away, it is time to rest at home for a few days. One must not be too hard on oneself. Should the second young miss arrive in the coming days, simply attend to her needs as usual. Once Xia Changge had arranged his tasks, he took flight from this place. For some time, nothing significant occurred here. The cultivators of the Qi refinement stage on the other spiritual fields of the Xiao family appeared rather indifferent. It seems the value of this place is too meager. Even if rival families of the Xiao clan were to target them, they would not strike at such trivial enterprises, as it would neither harm nor benefit the Xiao family and might even expose themselves in the process. Enruashue watched Xia Changge depart and then began to earnestly study the alchemical formulas. She could not muster her full attention when Xia Changge was beside her. Meanwhile, within the Xiao family, after over a month of treatment, Xiao Xian was astonished to discover that her feet seemed to be able to move a little. Today's reading seems rather important. I am not entirely sure why, but since other authors have mentioned it, I shall make a humble request. There will be another chapter later. I kindly ask everyone to continue reading. The author has not made any demands, nor have they requested votes or rewards. I merely hope this small request for continued reading can be fulfilled. Today, the Xia family is bustling with activity. However, it is merely the family of the Xia clan that is lively. Xia Changge did not invite outsiders. It is just a family gathering. Firstly, Xia Changge has returned after half a month, and as the head of the family, how could they not indulge in a feast? Secondly, his precious daughter has astonishingly reached the second level of Qi refinement and has maintained this level for a week. As Xia Ichio's thoughts mature and her understanding of the techniques deepens, this period from her 14th to 20th year marks a golden phase for her cultivation. Her rapid advancement in practice leaves Xia Changge in profound envy. Tan Xier is also increasingly convinced that Xia Yijiao possesses an extraordinary spiritual root. She feels a mix of admiration and jealousy towards Zhang Miaoyi, pondering how such a mortal could be so fortunate. However, it is precisely for this reason that the bond between Tan Xier and Zhang Miaoyi has improved significantly, at least in daily life. They share a loving camaraderie. When Xia Changge is present in the evening, they need not sleep in separate rooms, all in the name of fostering sisterly affection. After all, they have fought together, shared joys and sorrows. How could their bond not be genuine? Xia Yijiao's remarkable progress has prompted Xia Changge to contemplate further matters. He is not opposed to sending Xia Yijiao to a sect. Previously, he was concerned that his daughter was too young, fearing that if she went, she might become more attached to the sect after several years of training, as the formative years of childhood are when true familial bonds are established. After several years of raising Xia Yijiao, they have almost developed a true father-daughter relationship. Now, however, Xia Changge is considering which sect to join and whom to take as a mentor. One cannot simply choose anyone without inquiring into their backgrounds, can they? Certainly. Xia Changge contemplated that if his family were to flourish in the coming years, remaining within the clan might not be entirely implausible. However, a pressing concern regarding lineage loomed large in his thoughts. His considerations mirrored those of the Xiao family, who sought a son-in-law. with his daughter's extraordinary spiritual root. Any offspring would likely possess at least a second or third spiritual root, with the possibility of a heavenly root not entirely out of reach. Yet, as he pondered this, a frown creased Xia Changge's brow. Given that his own spiritual root was of the fourth tier, it would be exceedingly challenging for his descendants to inherit a natural advantage of a third spiritual root. This could only be achieved if the woman he united with boasted an exceptional spiritual root. However, with his current circumstances, the likelihood of attracting a female cultivator of such caliber was slim. Unless, of course, Xia Changge stumbled upon a fortuitous opportunity. Xia Ichu possessed a commendable spiritual root. Yet her bloodline did not belong to him. Regardless of how exceptional her children might be, their integration into his family would not forge a connection to him. He feared that after his departure, the outstanding descendants of Xia Ijiao might overshadow his own, leading to a scenario where individuals lacking his bloodline wielded authority over the family. What if, in the end, Li Daoyu became the progenitor of the Xia lineage, transforming the Xia family into the Li family? Would he not then become a tragic figure? Believing he had seized the fruits of Li Daoyu's labor, only to discover a century later that his own legacy had been appropriated by Li Daoyu? Xia Changge found himself in a quandary. He had no qualms about Xia Ijiao not being his biological daughter. However, when it came to establishing a family, the implications were profound. Did this mean he would have to arrange a marriage for Xia Ijiao? The mere thought of it caused him immense distress. Fortunately, Xia Ijiao was still young, granting him ample time to prepare. Nevertheless, he needed to gather the necessary resources for reaching the 9th level of Qi refinement and for the breakthrough to foundation establishment, at least 3 sets of materials to ensure a safety net for himself, his sister Qi, and his daughter. The breakthrough to foundation establishment carried inherent risks. Hence, it would be prudent to have foundation establishment pills on hand. Yet, the cost of such pills was a significant concern. Despite the pressure, Xia Changge maintained a composed demeanor, striving to preserve the harmonious atmosphere within his household. After nearly half a month of joy, he returned to his spiritual fields to diligently toil and earn a few more spirit stones. During this period, Xiao Xian continued her daily visits to Xia Changge's suburban residence for treatment without fail. However, when Xia Changge was absent, her spirits dampened, prompting her to complete her medicinal duties and depart. Upon catching a glimpse of Xia Changge's retreating figure, a flicker of delight ignited within her. She coolly instructed her maid, "You may return now and come back in the evening." Indeed, Xiao Wan had significant matters to discuss with Xia Changge, but she wished to keep her maid in the dark. After the maid tactfully ushered Xiao Xian before Xia Changge, she discreetly withdrew. Having accompanied her second mistress for an extended period, she had gleaned certain insights. Once the maid departed, only Xiao Xian, Xia Changge, and Ruoshui remained in the room. "Missin, let us forego the medication today. I have matters to discuss with Master Xia. Would you kindly take your leave?" Given that Xia Changge is currently a renowned alchemist, Xiao Xian refers to him as Master Xia. Naturally, and Ruoshui does not dare to defy Xiao Xuan's request. And after placing down the prepared ointment, she departs. Once assured that it is just herself and Xia Changge remaining, Xiao Xian places her hands firmly on the armrest of the wheelchair, summoning her strength to rise. Unsteadily, she makes her way towards Xia Changge. Xia Changge is somewhat taken aback by her standing, yet perhaps it is because he has not exerted himself much that Xiao Xian is still not entirely recovered. After taking a few steps, she leans forward and falls directly into the embrace of Xia Changge, who instinctively catches her. "Master Xia, thank you. If it weren't for you, I might have been confined to that wheelchair for the rest of my life." Having been married for over 10 years, Xiao Xian feels more bashful than the youthful Ruoshui at this moment. Xia Changge smiles earnestly. "Not at all. Dear Xiao Xian, you overstate my role. Without me, once your senior reaches the Golden Core realm, you would easily regain your health." With that, he gently and gracefully assists Xiao Xian back into her wheelchair, preparing to help her settle comfortably. To him, she is merely a younger sister, a decade his junior. Xiao Xian, however, stubbornly refuses, insisting, "I do not wish to sit. I want to walk here. Can you assist me, Master Xia?" Xia Changge finds himself in a quandary, perplexed. Did Xiao Xian not inform her family, including the young ladies and even Taoist Chen? He is at a loss. With so many members in the Xia family, why would she seek him out? Surely he has other matters to attend to. Xiao Xian shakes her head. "I have told no one. You are the first, Master Xia." This revelation gives Xia Changge a glimpse of understanding. Could it be that he has unwittingly become her idealized savior? Very well. In truth, Xia Changge grapples with whether to yield to life's circumstances. After all, if he were to reach the foundation establishment stage, and his daughter too, the Xia family would be of little concern. Enduring hardship for several years might not be so unreasonable. Seeing the hopeful gaze in Xiaoxuan's eyes, combined with the request made by Taoist Chen over a fortnight ago, Xia Changge ultimately agrees. Xiaoxuan's heart swells with joy as she extends her hand towards him. In turn, Xia Changge, displaying the benevolence of a healer, patiently attends to her with care. This experience evokes memories of teaching his son, Xia Moxing, to walk when he was just 2 years old. Meanwhile, within the Xia household, upon hearing the news from Xiaoxuan's close maid, Xiao Taohong, who has been involved with Chen Liu, he exclaims exuberantly, "Splendid. Absolutely splendid." This leaves Xiao Taohong astonished. How could he celebrate his wife's clandestine meetings with another man? Today marks the third update. I implore my esteemed friends to lend their support, allowing me to navigate this tribulation with ease. Xiaoxuan's feet are on the mend. With the assistance of Xia Changge, after 8 days, I was able to walk normally. However, for reasons unknown, she did not share this news with anyone else, essentially. Only Xia Changge was aware. During all other times, aside from her interactions with Xia Changge, Xiaoxian remained confined to her wheelchair. It is indeed quite puzzling, and Xia Changge could not comprehend the reason behind it. Xianer, congratulations. You are finally indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Under the meticulous care of Xia Changge, Xiaoxian gradually regained her ability to walk steadily, and her cultivation remarkably ascended to the 4th level of qi refinement, confirming that there were no lingering dangers. Xia Changge felt a swell of joy. Having helped Xiaoxian, she anticipated receiving a substantial reward. Thank you, Master Xia. I am at a loss for how to repay your kindness, Xiaoxian expressed, her gaze seemingly conveying an answer to Xia Changge. However, Xia Changge remained oblivious and suggested, "Return and share this good news with your mother and sisters, so they may rejoice as well." Yet, Xiaoxian shook her head, saying, "Master Xia, do you understand why I have refrained from revealing any hint about my legs being healed?" Naturally, Xia Changge was unaware of the reason. Shouldn't good news be shared with loved ones? Xiaoxian explained, "It is because my mother treats us all equally. She has issued a decree that the first of us 3 sisters to present her with a grandchild shall receive a foundational elixir. Currently, Xiaolin, due to her personality, has no interest in men, and my elder sister, despite her desire for the elixir, remains passive, weighing her options. However, now that I have recovered, I must take control of the situation." Xia Changge could not have anticipated such underlying circumstances. It seems that at the very least, Xiaoyin had not shown favoritism. Perhaps there was a slight bias towards Xiaoxian, but that was understandable, given Xiaoyun's formidable prowess in the late foundational stage. She should not possess only a single foundational elixir, Xia Changge voiced her thoughts. She had always believed the Xiao family to be relatively affluent, considering their exploitation of their subordinates. Xiaoxian shook her head, stating, "Our Xiao family is the most impoverished among foundational clans. Our resources are scant, and my mother must expend considerable wealth to nurture a spirit plant. We do not have an abundance of spirit stones. Previously, the family was in a tight spot, leading to my 3rd sister being brought out to procure 20,000 spirit stones." Xia Changge was taken aback. Does this mean the 3rd young lady's husband? She harbored suspicions that the Xiao family orchestrated the demise of that individual. Xiaoxian smiled. No, that fellow truly had poor luck. He was assassinated by the Ren family. Only then did Xia Changge exhale in relief. If the Xiao family had indeed fabricated such a scenario, it would have been truly terrifying. If I were to obtain that foundational elixir, and my husband were to reach the 9th level of qi refinement before I do, I would undoubtedly offer him that elixir. At this moment, Xiaoxian spoke with an air of profound suggestion. Summer Changge's heart raced suddenly. The foundation establishment pill? If what Xiaoxian claimed were true, obtaining the foundation establishment pill from her would indeed be the simplest course of action. Xiaowan had already reached the 9th layer of the qi refinement stage, poised to break through to the foundation establishment stage at any moment. As for Xiaolin, her innate talent surpassed that of Summer Changge. He felt he could never compare to either of them. It seemed that Summer Changge merely needed to expend a modicum of effort to acquire the foundation establishment pill. This was, indeed, rather enviable. Were wandering cultivators to learn of this, they would likely line up around the Huaying Immortal town several times over. After all, Xiaoxian was a first-rate beauty, a celestial maiden. Why should he be concerned? If he were to take the initiative, would the Xiao family accept him as a son-in-law? Even if they did, he would not fear, for in a decade or so, he would have grown strong enough to stand on his own. Who knows? He might even consider swallowing the Xiao family whole. Yet, this was a matter of personal integrity. He had vowed never to become a door-to-door son-in-law, unless it were a case of a woman significantly older, one who could elevate Xia Changge to the rank of an immortal. Master Xia, could you escort me home today? Just as Xia Changge was embroiled in his inner turmoil, Xiaoxian deftly redirected the conversation. During their private time together, her maid was, of course, absent. Certainly. After some contemplation, Xia Changge acquiesced. It would be beneficial to become more familiar with her. This world of cultivation was simultaneously cruel and extraordinarily enchanting. Xia Changge's pace was deliberately slow, as if he wished to linger in the wilderness a while longer. Xianer, no. It is not that I wish to exploit you. I simply wish to understand the circumstances surrounding the 9th layer of the Qi refinement stage. Is that permissible? Currently, Xia Changge was at the 6th layer of the Qi refinement stage, and with a little effort and some resources, reaching the 7th layer would not pose much difficulty. Regardless of whether this endeavor bore fruit, he ought to gain some benefit. Of course, it is quite feasible. The 9th layer of the Qi refinement stage involves the tempering of one's physical body in all aspects. To break through to the foundation establishment stage, one must compress spiritual energy, coalescing it into spiritual essence, which exerts tremendous pressure on the body. Generally, an ordinary physique cannot withstand such a force. Therefore, cultivators must reinforce all their organs when reaching the 9th layer of the Qi refinement stage. It can be said that the stronger the physical body, the greater the likelihood of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Typically, if a Qi refinement practitioner does not complete this step before the age of 60, their chances of advancing to the foundation establishment stage are less than 1 in 1,000. Though Xiaoxian claimed to be merely a weakling at the 4th layer of the Qi refinement stage, she had observed her mother practicing the foundation establishment techniques and possessed some understanding of the 9th layer. This revelation caused Xia Changge to draw a sharp breath. Tempering the physical body? It seemed he had already accomplished that. Now, he could casually lose limbs, or even extract his heart, and still survive. Thus, it meant that the 9th layer of the Qi refinement stage posed no obstacle to him at all. Only ordinary individuals are unaware of how to proceed with this step. Consequently, many practitioners at the 8th level of Qi refinement have actually attained the 9th level in terms of spiritual energy. However, due to their inferior foundation compared to those at the 9th level, their strength remains on a different tier. Xia Shi, do you require a cultivation method? I can offer you the technique my mother practices. Rest assured, I will never divulge this matter to a third party. Sensing Xia Changge's anxious breaths, Xiaoxian assumed her excitement was due to overwhelming joy and did not ponder further. Instead, she softly shared another significant piece of news. To share the heart method with oneself? Is this a test of my intentions? No, Shinner, your family's heart method is of great importance. I cannot accept it. Regardless of whether Xiaoxian was jesting, testing, or sincere, Xia Changge dared not accept. Until the head of the Xiao family, Xiao Yun, spoke, he could not acquiesce. In their quiet conversation, Xia Changge escorted Xiaoxian to the entrance of the Xiao residence. The remainder of the journey would be entrusted to Xiaoxian's attendants. Perhaps due to the years they had endured, Xiaoxian continued to feign disability so convincingly that no one could discern the truth. Xia Changge also encountered the long-absent Xiaowan. As their paths crossed, she wondered if her sister had smiled at her. Xiaowan was unsure if it was merely an illusion but did not dwell on it, believing her sister's improved mood was due to Xia Changge's company. This thought led Xiaowan to overlook the underlying provocation in her younger sister's smile. Coincidentally, Xiaowan intended to discuss certain matters with Xia Changge, and his arrival was timely. You seem to be getting along quite well with my sister lately. What, are you plotting something against her? Unfortunately, she cannot satisfy your wicked desires. After bringing Xia Changge to her tavern, Xiaowan scrutinized him, her tone laced with subtle ambiguity, as if attempting to extract some information from him. It is merely a routine exchange regarding treatment. I harbor no ill intentions towards the second Mississippi. Xia Changge now faced these inquiries with ease, having grown in experience. So, is there hope for her recovery? Xiaowan found it perplexing that her sister was so earnest this time, and her mood had remarkably improved. Was it truly possible to heal her? Or was there something more sinister at play between them? As an elder sister, her natural inclination was to wish for her siblings' well-being. Well, I can only say there is a glimmer of hope. Xia Changge met Xiaowan's gaze fearlessly, engaging in direct eye contact. He refrained from revealing the complete truth about the situation, for he too harbored a desire for the foundation-building elixir. Xia Changge's demeanor left Xiaowan, who had always held the initiative in their interactions, quite bewildered. This fellow has grown increasingly confident of late. What could be the reason? How have things been on your territory? Any breakthroughs in alchemy? Xiaowan placed her legs on the table, exuding an air of casual defiance as she began to interrogate Xia Changge. The path of alchemy was not easily traversed. If it were, would I not be considered a genius? As for the cultivation of spiritual rice, it was progressing well, with nearly half a month remaining until harvest, promising a delightful influx of several hundred spirit stones. Xia Changge felt a burgeoning longing for a future filled with such prospects. The sensation of reaping the fruits of his labor for the first time was indeed gratifying. In the near future, he envisioned recruiting additional candidates, perhaps even selecting a few discarded young women like in Ruoxue, who possessed elemental spiritual roots. He intended to bring them into his residence, invest a modicum of resources, and nurture them into cultivators at the Qi refinement stage. At the very least, this would enhance the grandeur of his estate. A cultivation family ought to embody the dignity befitting its status. It was inconceivable to maintain a mere handful of members. I see you're reluctant to refine more elixirs. Xiaowan seemed to have pierced through Xia Changge's thoughts. Her understanding of him was nearing completion, which reassured her that engaging in certain endeavors would not provoke significant resistance from her own nature. Henceforth, let my disciple handle the crafting of the Fury elixirs. Xia Changge commanded decisively, untroubled by the prospect of Xiaowan attempting to undermine him. Wait, don't tell me your little disciple can already concoct Fury elixirs? This single inquiry brought Xiaowan to a serious demeanor. She had never regarded in Ruoxue with much esteem. If, however, in Ruoxue were capable of creating such elixirs in just a year or two, then Xia Changge had indeed stumbled upon a treasure. After all, en Ruoxue was remarkably young. Given Xia Changge several decades for development, she would prove invaluable. Just a bit longer. In 2 months, she should be ready. I've invested considerable effort in her training. By the way, miss, may I entrust you with a task? Xia Changge held a deep satisfaction with his disciple. Xiaowan regained her composure and nodded gently. I hope you can assist me in locating some young girls with spiritual roots, even if they possess only elemental roots. I plan to expand my household and take them on as maids, as my family intends to set itself on a proper course. If Xia Changge were to venture out to test for spiritual roots, it could consume an inordinate amount of time. Thus, he relied on the assistance of the Xiao family. Xiaowan gazed at him with profound significance. Are you certain you wish to take them as maids, rather than into your bed? Xia Changge shook his head repeatedly. Not at all, not at all. At most, they might serve as personal maids to my wives, but that is only a slight possibility. After jesting, Xiaowan's expression turned somber. It was not due to Xia Changge's desire to expand his influence, but rather the unsavory implications of certain dealings that could not be openly acknowledged. You are overly optimistic. Generally speaking, in ordinary households, children identified by the royal family as possessing spiritual roots are bought with gold and silver. However, this is not a matter of coercion if the parents are unwilling. The children are not forcibly taken, as the royal family also values its reputation. Once these young girls are taken away, you understand the implications. Those with exceptional talents are divided among the royal members, leading to varied fates, while those with lesser talents may either be sold into servitude or become entangled in sordid dealings beyond your imagination. Xia Changge was profoundly shaken upon hearing this. He should have anticipated such realities. Not everyone possesses his benevolence. Even the wife of an adversary can be treated with utmost care and joy. Typically, they trade girls with spiritual potential who are coerced into consuming special elixirs, enabling them to reach the first layer of the Qi refining stage. Each of these girls may be worth dozens of spirit stones, and this is merely the most affordable option. Superior ones can fetch hundreds or even thousands. Can you afford such prices? If not, you must venture out and perhaps seek your fortune. Should you encounter someone like in Ruoxue, consider it your luck. But this is a favor I find difficult to extend. Xiaowan's words ignited Xia Changge's anger. Is there such a blatant disparity? Are we men truly deemed so useless? Why are only females sold, while males are overlooked? Xiaowan was momentarily at a loss for words. Males do exist, but their fates may be even more dire. Men might be purchased solely to assist in the cultivation of certain gruesome techniques or trained as assassins. Women are often groomed for such roles, all in the pursuit of maximizing value and profit. With Xiaowan stating this, Xia Changge found himself powerless. He could only take some time to wander nearby villages and test his luck. He could no longer recruit ordinary young girls for his family's development. The path ahead was laden with challenges. With a sigh, Xia Changge acknowledged the arduous task of establishing a family. It is indeed no simple endeavor, requiring considerable effort, resources, and time. Recently, he needed to devote more attention to his spiritual fields as the harvest of spiritual rice approached. Perhaps he would attract those seeking effortless gains. Xiaowan kindly reminded him that as long as no troubles arose, it was merely because any disruptions would only lead to the destruction of spiritual rice. However, now that the fields had matured, taking away even a portion would yield spirit stones. A storage bag could hold the harvest from 2 acres of spiritual rice. Some capable families arrange formations for their fields. Unfortunately, the Xiao family is severely understaffed. The eldest must assist Xiao Yun with urgent matters, the second lacks capability, and the third is insufficiently skilled. Thus, they can only increase their manpower to guard the area. Although there had been no issues previously, Xia Changge was now personally managing his plot, which prompted Xiaowan to offer him a warning. Xia Changge immediately felt a surge of anxiety. Did this mean he must summon the formation equipment or arrange for his relatives to assist him? This notion was dispelled by Xia Changge. To bring the entire family there would indeed be imprudent. It is better to take Xia Tai along instead. In his own household, Tan Qier is a cultivator at the 6th level of qi refinement, equipped with array instruments. Furthermore, with the support from Xiaowan, there should be no significant issues. As for his own territory, it can only rely on Xia Tai and himself. His combat prowess is limited to this extent. Fortunately, Xia Changge, with his keen perception, possesses a level of scrutiny far superior to that of ordinary qi refinement cultivators. This indeed serves as an advantage for him. Additionally, Xia Changge can concoct some highly toxic substances. Even if the poisons he creates do not kill qi refinement cultivators, they will certainly incapacitate them. Given that this is his own enterprise, Xia Changge feels reluctant to solicit reinforcements from Xiaowan. This marks the first challenge encountered since the establishment of his small family. Xia Changge intends to confront it independently. After a brief conversation with Xiaowan, he departed. Intriguing. What grants you such confidence? Xiaowan initially anticipated that Xia Changge would seek her assistance, as his strength remained somewhat lacking, particularly against those at the 7th or 8th level of qi refinement. To her surprise, Xia Changge chose not to ask for her help. Was this an inexplicable confidence, or did he possess ample assurance? In recent days, Xia Changge has been diligently preparing for the harvest. He instructed Su Baicha to keep a close watch, ready to commence harvesting as soon as the spirit rice matured. 100 acres cannot be managed in a short time. Xia Changge's personal involvement would indeed accelerate the collection, achieving an acre in merely 15 minutes. However, such an effort would deplete a significant amount of his spiritual energy, which he cannot afford. During the period when the spirit rice is not yet ripe, all remains tranquil. On the first night of the harvest period, Xia Changge encountered an individual intent on thievery. A qi refinement cultivator at the 7th level. Xia Changge noticed this person, who was oblivious to his presence. The 7th level of qi refinement was of no concern to Xia Changge, as the 9th level cultivators within Huaying Xinjian were all affiliated with the Xiao family, making their appearance unlikely. Among the 3 8th level cultivators in Huaying Xinjian, 2 are guests of the Xiao family, and 1 has already perished, now serving as a puppet under Xia Changge's control, lying in the spirit rice field, ever prepared. The arrival of a qi refinement cultivator at the 7th level was anticipated by Xia Changge, offering him a temporary sigh of relief. Now that he has come, he shall not leave. This intruder seeks to seize the fruits of Xia Changge's labor, and thus Xia Changge will show no mercy. For the moment, he refrained from taking action, as this individual could serve as free labor to assist in the harvest of spirit rice. How could Xia Changge possibly hinder that? The speed of cultivators is indeed remarkable. In just about 15 minutes, this individual filled an entire storage bag with unpeeled spirit rice. Xia Changge noted that this fellow's greed compelled him to prepare a total of 8 storage bags. If he truly filled the storage bag, he could indeed earn a net income of over 100 spirit stones in a single night. In order to lessen his labor, Xia Changge quietly observed the antics of this individual, even instructing Xia Tai to discreetly retreat, clearing a 3-acre radius for this fellow to continue his harvesting. When they reached the spirit rice field where Xia Tai had previously laid in wait, a sudden, anguished cry pierced the air from the hurriedly harvesting rogue cultivator, Yang Ju. He had never anticipated that a cultivator lay hidden within this field of spirit rice. How could this be? His elder brother had clearly stated that only a 6th-layer qi refinement practitioner guarded this place. He had observed for quite some time before arriving. Noting that the guardian was preoccupied with his female disciple, How could he have approached so stealthily? Are you comfortable taking my possessions? Xia Changge's methods were ruthlessly efficient, and he commanded Xia Tai to sever the thief's leg. After all, he could reattach it. Hovering above on his sword, he gazed down upon the thief. Die? Even with a severed leg, the rogue chose to resist, consumed by a desire for vengeance. Yang Ju's storage bag at his waist suddenly unleashed dozens of slender cotton needles. Impressive, indeed, a set of low-grade magical artifacts. Do you have more? At that moment, Xia Changge's speed was such that he could effortlessly cover 100 meters in a single breath, a clear advantage derived from the cultivation of the sacred heart step. After evading the attack, his eyes sparkled with delight. What a fortuitous find. These artifacts would serve well for his sister Qi or his daughter, Xia Jiao. Truly a stroke of luck. As the rogue employed hidden weapons, Xia Changge deftly avoided being ensnared. Thus, he ordered Xia Tai to sever another of Yang Ju's arms. The overwhelming pain caused Yang Ju to faint from agony. Yet, Xia Changge remained vigilant, methodically dismantling the thief's limbs, relishing in this newfound pastime. Harvest 10 acres for me, and I shall owe you my gratitude. After half a day's labor, the mere handful of mortals under Xia Changge's command managed to tend to less than 30 acres of spirit fields. This 10 acres, when handled by Xia Changge himself, would take at least 2 hours. After all, it required not just harvesting but also separating the grains, a task far too slow for mortals. To express his gratitude for this rogue's labor, Xia Changge contemplated reviving him. But not just yet. He merely intended to sustain Yang Ju's last breath, ensuring he did not perish. Soon, he would have another silver-armored iron guard at his disposal. Reflecting on the events of that night, Xia Changge decided not to inform the Shao family. He simply aimed to complete his harvest in peace. By daybreak, Xia Changge personally undertook the task, and, as the second night descended, he had successfully concluded all affairs. Xia Changge brought the harvested spiritual rice to the Shao family for processing. Would you prefer to sell these spiritual grains independently, or would you like us, the Shao family, to assist in reselling them? Naturally, it was Shaoan who met with Xia Changge, for he lacked the standing to converse with Shao Yun at this time. Of course, you would require our assistance. Xia Changge currently has no channels available. Selling them in Huangxian Town? That would take years to exhaust the supply. Venturing into the Immortal City would be even more troublesome. Well, I shall offer you 300 spirit stones. Shao Wan made a rough estimate, excluding any labor costs for Xia Changge. In a few days, would you care to accompany me on a stroll through the Immortal City? Shao Wan extended the invitation to Xia Changge, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Xia Changge pondered the fact that the Shao family still had numerous enemies. If he were to openly accompany Shao Wan into the Immortal City, perhaps it would be better not to. My cultivation is still too weak. I plan to seize this leisure time to strive for the 7th level of Qi refinement. Xia Changge concocted a reason to decline. Moreover, he indeed wished to elevate his cultivation. Shao Wan, internally lamenting Xia Changge's lack of romantic insight, chose not to press further. This time, Shao Wan personally engaged with the individuals in Huangxian Town to handle the spiritual rice. After all, it involved several thousand spirit stones. And while the profit might not be substantial, the current Shao family needed to take it seriously. Additionally, Shao Wan had to assist her mother in purchasing some nurturing spiritual plants in the Immortal City. There were still many tasks to attend to. Before entering seclusion, Xia Changge purchased a magical beast at a low price from Shao Wan, intending to prepare a feast to reward his subordinates. This marked Xia Changge's first genuine earnings. On this occasion, he only invited the mortals he employed, leaving his family out of the celebration. The wine served was exquisite, fit for immortals. And soon Ruoshue's father was already intoxicated. And Ruoshue and her mother, Su Bai Cha, were also in a state of blissful drunkenness. After compensating his servants handsomely, Xia Changge chose to disperse the gathering. The spiritual fields would require enhancement of their fertility over the next fortnight, and no planting would occur during this time. Allowing the servants some respite, Xia Changge did not leave immediately after the meeting. Instead, he waited for a considerable time after arranging matters for his disciples' family. Shui, how did your inquiries go regarding the matters I entrusted you with? Previously, Xia Changge had asked Ruoshui to investigate nearby villages to find any children with spiritual roots who remained at home. As long as they were young and malleable, it would be a favorable situation. Master, Shui has visited several nearby villages, but there were no other children with spiritual roots discovered, and Ruoshui replied softly. As a man with social experience, Xia Changge could easily discern that Ruoshui was being untruthful. Without hesitation, He brought down the ruler in his hand with a sharp crack against the fleshy part of Ruoshue's arm. Water, when did I ever teach you to lie? A stern remark rendered Ruoshue instantly compliant as she replied, There are 7. I have discovered that there are 7. This revelation pleased Xia Changge, for the contact with cultivators in this realm had become rather intimate. Your subsequent task is to reach out to these families, informing them that the Xia family is seeking recruits. There is no need for them to leave home permanently. They will have several days off each month, and the workload is not arduous. Should you manage to enlist 10 children with spiritual roots, I shall bestow upon you additional rewards for each extra recruit. Due to a lack of manpower, Xia Changge could not afford to let Tianqier make a public display. Moreover, he required an individual of considerable cultivation to assist him. After all, how could one persuade others without a modicum of power? Thus, Ruoshue was the most suitable choice. Ruoshue acquiesced, her demeanor transformed to one of earnestness. Xia Changge then permitted her to attend to her own affairs. He had nearly completed his own tasks. The wild fury pills required by the Xiao family had been prepared months in advance, necessitating only timely delivery. He summoned Xia Tai to bring in his captive, a man who had long since been driven to madness by Xia Changge, resembling a 3-year-old child. Resolving the situation was straightforward for Xia Changge, who had already discerned the man's origins. He was one of the Qi refining stage 9 cultivators from the Xiao family, known as Wang Yang. Xia Changge refrained from disclosing this information to the Xiao family, for how could he present his evidence? At most, he would share it with a couple of close associates. Once the matters at hand were settled, Xia Changge rose and returned to his residence. This time, he had resolutely decided to purchase the vacant courtyards of the 2 neighboring families, a matter of merely a few dozen spirit stones. He then summoned servants to tidy up the premises, as he intended to remain at home for an extended period. With Tianqier and 2 puppets, he already possessed 4 combatants of the Qi refining stage 6 or above, sufficient to receive guests with dignity and to establish a modicum of prestige in Huaying Xinjiang. Although such visibility might attract the attention of certain individuals, a family cannot forever hide in the shadows. What purpose does it serve to establish a lineage then? After all, this was merely a small town, the least competitive locale in the cultivation world. Retreating further would mean descending into a mundane town. In Huaning Town, apart from them, the only other family was the Xiao family. The strongest loose cultivators barely reached Qi refining stage 8. Xia Changge felt unperturbed. Thus, it was imperative not to remain excessively low profile. After attending to various trivial matters, Xia Changge finally entered a serious state of cultivation. Since his lifespan had significantly extended, he had not immersed himself in such fervent practice for quite some time. He distinctly sensed an acceleration in his cultivation speed. Could it be attributed to the profound changes in his physical constitution? Or perhaps one has refined such an abundance of demon beast blood essence, thereby enhancing oneself? Regardless, it is undoubtedly a positive development, and Xia Changge would never disdain the rapid pace of his own cultivation, reaching the 7th level of Qi refinement. After 3 months of seclusion, Xia Changge has finally made progress. At this juncture, he must begin preparing for subsequent cultivation methods. If it were merely the 9th level of Qi refinement, it would pose no significant challenge, given his current financial resources. He could acquire the 9th level cultivation method within 2 or 3 years. However, when it comes to the foundation establishment stage, it seems that there is only one shortcut available to Xia Changge. Upon his emergence from seclusion, the Xia residents had undergone a remarkable transformation. Firstly, there were simply more people present, with many unfamiliar faces among them. The newcomers were predominantly young, around 15 or 16 years of age, exuding a certain youthful innocence and even a touch of natural grace. Clearly, these were the recently recruited maidens with spiritual roots for the Xia household. They indeed appeared quite different from before. Of course, these young girls possessed no cultivation. Having lived in mundane villages, they were no different from ordinary mortals. It might take them about 3 years to reach the 1st level of Qi refinement, as not everyone could enjoy the same privileges as in Ruoshue. Under the management of Zhang Miaoyi and Tianqier, these maidens were organized and exhibited strong potential. How have things been lately? Xia Changge approached his sister-in-law and younger sister, finding a seat and placing the still babbling 3rd child upon his lap as he inquired about the situation. Zhang Miaoyi glanced at Tianqier, as if they had reached some mutual understanding, prompting Tianqier to provide the report. Under your esteemed guidance, the Xia family has indeed flourished, and once you attain the 9th level of Qi refinement, we shall truly be recognized as a legitimate cultivation family. Tianqier responded with utmost seriousness. Xia Changge's rapid advancement had far exceeded her expectations. He nodded gently, observing Tan Chio assuming the role of the household matriarch. However, Xia Changge did not share this intention. After all, there were currently no suitable candidates. Although his sister-in-law was caring, she ultimately lacked spiritual roots and would struggle to maintain her position as the head of the household, even temporarily. A mortal might manage ordinary girls. But how could his sister-in-law command the respect of those with spiritual roots, let alone being the matriarch? Even gaining Xia Changge's affection could lead many to believe that Zhang Miaoyi had simply been fortunate. Xia Changge could only hope that Xia Moxing would strive for excellence and embark on his own cultivation journey sooner rather than later. The principle of a mother gaining favor through her children remains an unchanging truth in the realm of cultivation. Yet, having merely an exceptional daughter is insufficient. He planned to encourage his daughter, Xia Yijiao, to diligently supervise her brother, enabling Xia Moxing's efforts to overcome his innate shortcomings. He still possessed some savings and intended to procure resources that would assist in cultivation. Spirit stones are earned to be spent. The future is bound to improve. And this also necessitates your support. Xia Changge smiled in response, beginning to find his footing. As the head of his household, he felt a profound sense of accomplishment. Originally intending to bestow upon Tan Xier a set of inferior magical flying needles he had collected, Xia Changge now considered delaying that decision. Tan Xier continued, "Dao brother, Miss and Ruoxue visited once before, seemingly with urgent matters to discuss with you. However, since you were in seclusion, I sent her back for the time being. Do you wish to seek her out?" This revelation surprised Xia Changge. Could it be that Ruoxue was seeking a reward from him? That seemed unlikely. She didn't strike him as someone who would act so recklessly. "I shall go see her, and return by evening," he decided. Setting Xia Yunqi down before heading to his spiritual field, which was being tended to by the Yin family trio. "Ruoxue, what brings you here?" he inquired. And Ruoxue was currently refining pills, appearing unperturbed. Upon hearing Xia Changge's voice, she began to feign distress, her tone laced with a hint of a sob. "Master, you have finally arrived. I have been trapped here and unable to leave." Xia Changge furrowed his brow. "What do you mean? Are the Shao family coercing you into continuously refining pills for them?" And Ruoxue shook her head. "No, master. It is the Tai family from the neighboring Taiyin town. When I was recruiting young girls in a nearby village for you, they attempted to entice me to join them. I refused, and luckily managed to escape. Otherwise, I fear I would have been captured. They remain active in the vicinity, and I dare not venture far from here." Xia Changge was aware of the Tai family, a foundational family with 2 foundation stage cultivators among them. They had existed for a millennium, boasting a population exceeding 100,000, with the majority being ordinary mortals. Among the cultivators, there should be several hundred. Most of the mundane cities near Taiyin Town were under the influence of the Tai family. How did the Tai family come to know that you can refine the Fury Pill? Few even within the Shao family are aware of such a capability, he mused. Noting the suspicious nature of this information, and Ruoxue nodded vigorously. "Indeed, that is why I have refrained from wandering. I have been here for over 2 months. Have you sought help from the Shao family?" Xia Changge suddenly asked, and Ruoxue was at a loss for words. "But I have no ties to the Shao family. How could I possibly approach them?" Her lack of recourse to the Shao family was understandable, as in Ruoxue was not affiliated with them, but rather directly under Xia Changge's guidance. The Shao family might not even recognize her as a minor figure. While there were several high-ranking cultivators from the Shao family nearby, the most likely source of the leak regarding Ruoxue's pill refining skills would be them, further dissuading her from seeking their assistance. Remaining here may indeed be the wisest choice, as it was ostensibly Shao territory, and the Tai family would surely exercise caution. "Come with me to my home. You shall refine pills there from now on. I will see if I can enlist the Shao family's assistance in mediating matters. It should pose no problem to arrange for you to become their alchemist," he suggested. And Ruoxue's response left Xia Changge feeling fairly satisfied. It seemed that her guidance of the young girl had been quite effective. Xia Changge recognized that she could not compare to the prominent families of the Foundation establishment realm. Even the relatively weaker Shao family managed to recruit a considerable number of qi refining realm practitioners. So one could only imagine the strength of a more powerful lineage like the Tai family. She still had a long way to go, and engaging in open conflict was not a wise choice. However, she pondered, "I hope my parents are safe here." And Ruoxue nodded in agreement, though a flicker of concern lingered in her heart. Xia Changge motioned for her not to dwell on it, explaining that the conflicts among cultivators rarely affected ordinary people, particularly for a family like the Tai family, which had a significant number of mortals, this unwritten rule was especially esteemed. After all, if ordinary people were targeted, the casualties would be considerable. Xia Changge took the time to inspect the premises, ensuring that the hired help continued to function normally during her absence. Perhaps the presence of Enrua Shui, a young yet genuinely skilled cultivator, contributed to this stability. As Xia Changge and Enrua Shui approached the Xiao family estate, they noted that the atmosphere within seemed rather bleak. After some contemplation, Xia Changge decided to reach out to Xiao Xian to glean insights regarding the troubles plaguing the Xiao family before considering a discussion with Xiao Wan about Enrua Shui and the Tai family. Xiao Xian, having little to do that day, found herself somewhat pleased by Xia Changge's visit. "Oh, where's Qin Daoyu?" she inquired, noticing his absence. Rather than addressing the matter directly, Xia Changge chose to approach it indirectly. Indeed, he had not seen Shenlu either. After a moment of thought, Xiao Xian composed her response. "The Xiao family has been facing difficulties lately, and in an effort to cut costs, we have let him go." This was originally Xiao Xian's personal decision, yet she now attributed it to the entire family. Xia Changge was unconcerned with the minor details, seizing the opportunity to inquire further. "What troubles has the Xiao family encountered?" Without hesitation, Xiao Xian replied. "The batch of spirit rice we had previously agreed upon with buyers has fallen through. We are unable to find suitable alternatives and must now sell it ourselves, which is quite taxing." Xia Changge had not anticipated this turn of events and quietly remarked, "Do you not worry about it, second miss?" Xiao Xian shook her head with a wry smile. "I am merely at the 4th level of qi refinement. My concerns are futile. I cannot contribute anything meaningful." "Are you suggesting that I sacrifice myself to serve certain cultivators from foundation establishment families in exchange for the Xiao family's benefit?" At this point, a hint of self-mockery crept into her tone. She had delayed her cultivation for over a decade, and catching up now seemed increasingly daunting. In her response to Xia Changge, there was an undercurrent of resignation. If the Xiao family truly reaches that point, perhaps she might indeed resort to such actions, for she is regarded as the least capable among them. How could this be possible? I harbor a profound aversion to exploiting young women for personal gain. Were it me, I would never stoop to such depths, regardless of the circumstances. Boasting requires no cost, and at this juncture, Xia Changge is quite adept at choosing his words. Regardless of the truth behind the statements, sweet words ultimately uplift the spirit. What brings Master Xia to seek my presence? Xiao Xian has moved past the painful topic that had troubled her moments ago. Xia Changge ponders briefly, skillfully adjusting his manner of speech. "I initially thought it was merely a coincidence, yet it appears there may be numerous individuals targeting your Xiao family." After saying this, Xia Changge divulges the recent events he has encountered, not only concerning Enrua Shui but also a small secret from when he collected spiritual rice. Xiao Xian grows anxious and analyzes. "The Tai family has no connection with our Xiao family. Why are they now attempting to poach our alchemists? Is this mere coincidence or something more insidious?" Xia Changge follows this train of thought, proposing a solution. "Perhaps we could have the elders send someone to mediate." Xiao Xian sighs. "That is all we can do." Xia Changge feels a sense of relief. The Xiao family is indeed in a precarious situation. Yet he must see if he can rely on their formidable reputation. If that fails, he can only hope the Tai family will refrain from their pursuits. He truly does not wish to be pushed to the brink. At this moment, one cannot disregard the Xiao family. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Xian's sudden remark catches Xia Changge off guard. With a bitter expression, he replies, "I will exert my humble efforts. I shall assist where I can. If it becomes impossible, I must prioritize my own kin." Xia Changge is aware of his own strength. Currently, he has ceased competing for foundation-building pills, instead wishing for the Xiao family to produce more foundation-building cultivators to bolster their strength, thus providing him with peace of mind. "I am aware of your capabilities. Achieving what you propose is commendable," Xiao Xian concedes without excessive demands. "If your family's spiritual rice cannot be sold, I have an idea. Allow the qi refining cultivators you recruit to choose between spiritual stones or spiritual rice. If they opt for spiritual rice, they could receive a quantity exceeding the theoretical value of the spiritual stones, which may help reduce expenses." Xia Changge responds quietly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xian nods thoughtfully. That is indeed a clever approach. Some avaricious individuals might choose to sell spiritual rice. I will suggest this to my mother. "Miss, has Elder Xiao Yun yet permitted the eldest young lady to consume foundation-building pills for her breakthrough?" Xia Changge suddenly inquires. "In a family, shouldn't there be greater numbers of foundation-building cultivators?" Xiao Xian shakes her head. "My mother remains unyielding. I am unsure of her thoughts. Perhaps it is her confidence in her own strength?" Xia Changge finds this difficult to comprehend. At this juncture, Xiaoyan surely cannot wish for her daughter to struggle while heavily pregnant. By the way, I would like to inquire if there exists an object that could be utilized on one's descendants, which could assist in identifying a perpetrator in the event of an unfortunate incident. Before departing, Xia Changge posed this question. If certain matters cannot be reconciled, then the alternatives are limited. There is such a thing, but it is exceedingly rare. Without the foundation of the Golden Core realm, it is unlikely to be employed, at least not by the Xiao family. Other clans, even if they possess it, would only apply it to their core direct lineage. Xiaoxian provided a clear explanation. I see. With this clarification, Xia Changge felt a sense of reassurance. Xiaoxian gazed intently at Xia Changge, seemingly wishing to ascertain his intentions. We shall take our leave now. After contemplation, Xia Changge ultimately decided not to trouble the heavily burdened Xiaowan. He hoped Xiaoxian could lend some assistance, otherwise he would have to devise alternative solutions. Xia Changge escorted in Ruoshui to his residence, where she would cultivate from now on. He entrusted the matters concerning Ling Tian to others. Instead of returning to Ling Tian immediately, he chose to refine the newly acquired low-grade magical artifact at home. Subsequently, he departed with the two puppets. Upon returning to his estate, he found Su Baicha anxiously awaiting him in the fields. Madam Su, is there something you require? A sense of unease stirred within Xia Changge. Su Baicha, upon seeing him, spoke timidly. Immortal Master, my husband. He intends to sell Ruoshui to the Tai family. Do you know what kind of place that is? Oh. This revelation left Xia Changge feeling disheartened. Perhaps the Tai family was not solely interested in Ruoshui. The Tai family is a foundation-building clan, akin to the Xiao family, residing in a neighboring town. Xia Changge first addressed Su Baicha's inquiry, and upon understanding, she nodded, albeit with a hint of confusion. Then, Madam, what is your stance on this matter? Xia Changge focused his gaze upon Su Baicha. Lowering her head, she replied softly, I do not wish for my daughter to be taken far away. I know nothing of the Tai family, and I fear she may suffer if she goes. Remaining here is quite satisfactory. Su Baicha had heard that those with spiritual roots who were sold often met with unfortunate fates, and she could not bear to send her only daughter away blindly. Then let her stay by your side, Xia Changge responded decisively. The representatives from the Tai family should be at your residence, correct? Su Baicha nodded in affirmation. Madam, please lead me to them. We shall have a thorough discussion. Since they had already made their way here, Xia Changge felt compelled to discern the intentions of those who had come. Su Baicha, not daring to oppose Xia Changge's wishes, willingly took the lead. Xia Changge was well aware of Su Baicha's home, having visited numerous times. His request was imbued with a sense of respect for Su Baicha, recognizing her as a devoted wife and mother. In the 9th layer of the Qi refinement realm, before even stepping inside, Xia Changge could sense the presence of two individuals from the Tai family. One was at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, while the other was of a similar standing to him, at the 7th layer. You must be Master Xia, one of them remarked, exuding an air of noble lineage. Su Baicha refrained from entering, as she felt uncomfortable under the scrutinizing gaze of the Tai family member, which left her feeling quite uneasy. This was not due to vanity, but rather an instinctive awareness that the young man might harbor ulterior motives. She feared that her husband had unwittingly invited danger into their home. Upon entering, the young man seated at the head of the table took the initiative to speak, embodying the demeanor of a privileged youth. Pardon me, may I ask who you are? Xia Changge inquired politely. The young man, boasting of his lineage, replied, I am Tai Feng from the Tai family. I have come to extend an invitation to Master Xia and your disciple to join us at the Tai family. What we can offer you is undoubtedly far greater than what the Xiao family can provide. Having learned of Xia Changge and in Ruoshui's rapid ascension to alchemist status, the Tai family members were eager to act in pursuit of their grand ambitions. Xia Changge did not decline outright, but rather inquired, far greater, you say? What exactly can the Tai family offer us? Might there be foundational cultivation techniques involved? Tai Feng's expression shifted slightly, yet he quickly regained his earlier composure, responding, as long as Master Xia dedicates himself to the Tai family, foundational cultivation techniques will indeed be available, and even foundational pills can be provided. We have 10 alchemists in our family, and your joining us would undoubtedly accelerate your alchemical prowess. To this, Xia Changge shook his head. The in due time that Tai Feng referred to could very well mean a lifetime of servitude. Moreover, he was aware that among the nearby cultivation families, there were scarcely any outsiders who possessed foundational techniques. Countless rogue cultivators spent their lives toiling for these families, clinging to the faintest glimmer of hope, which Xia Changge found utterly ludicrous. This realization swiftly extinguished Xia Changge's interest. It seems that the Tai family's techniques are not easily acquired. I must apologize. Young Master Tai, he said, expressing his refusal. Xia Changge's rejection elicited a less than favorable expression from Tai Feng. The Tai family typically welcomed rogue cultivators, even those at the 8th layer of qi refinement, with enthusiasm, as if they were falling from the heavens. How dare Xia Changge, a mere 7th layer qi refinement practitioner, adopt such a stance? Tai Feng's demeanor grew serious, tinged with a hint of warning. Master Xia, the current situation for the Shao family is quite dire. Beset on all sides, aligning with them is hardly a prudent choice. Are you certain of your decision? Xia Changge remained unperturbed. What does the Shao family's plight have to do with me? I merely collaborate with them. I am not one of them. Should the Shao family fall, I can simply ally with another family. Upon hearing Xia Changge's words, Tai Feng displayed a hint of disdain, seemingly looking down upon Xia for being a mere servant of 3 surnames. In that case, I shall not impose upon you further. However, I kindly request that Master Xia bring forth Miss Ruoshui. Uncle Lin has already decided to welcome her into the Tai family, and I must express my gratitude to Master Xia for the care he has provided to Ruoshui during this time. At this juncture, Tai Feng's tone bore an air of ostentation, almost mocking Xia Changge for sewing the garments of his own downfall. Ruoshui had matured, possessing her own thoughts, and she felt compelled to apologize to young Master Tai, stating that she would not accompany him. If that were the case, I would not be here today. Ruoshui has already become a guest of the Shao family, and soon, Senior Shaoyun will send someone to communicate with your Tai family. Contemplating the situation, Xia Changge adopted a somewhat firm stance. Should the Tai family be generous and offer substantial rewards, he would undoubtedly release her. After all, spending such a hefty sum on an individual implies great utility, and safety concerns should be negligible. However, if the Tai family sought to exploit the situation, the outcome could be uncertain. Although it was unclear if this would lead to misfortune, it certainly did not bode well. Xia Changge's lack of deference irked Tai Feng, who was accustomed to being revered in the nearby celestial town. You do not grant me the respect I deserve. Master Xia, Ruoshui is my daughter. Am I not entitled to decide her fate? At this moment, Enjin, Ruoshui's father, interjected, seemingly intending to leverage his status. Xia Changge merely cast him a cold glance and replied, No, you are but a mere mortal. When have you earned the right to meddle in the affairs of cultivators? Remain quietly to the side. Xia Changge's abrupt betrayal of Enjin was unexpected, yet perhaps understandable, as few mortals would choose to resist when faced with the threats posed by cultivators. His words clearly revealed his contempt for Enjin, causing the latter's face to flush crimson with indignation, leaving him momentarily speechless. In that case, I shall not force the issue. I only hope Master Xia does not come to regret this decision. Tai Feng's arrogance prompted his 9th-level qi refinement servant to appear ready to take action against Xia Changge. However, given that they were on the Shao family's territory, where numerous 9th-level qi refinement cultivators were present, Tai Feng wisely refrained from escalating the matter. As they departed, Xia Changge found himself somewhat surprised, having anticipated ridicule from these noble youths. Nevertheless, their departure aligned with his wishes. The one most unable to accept this outcome was Enjin, who could hardly fathom that the esteemed Tai Feng would leave in such a manner. What am I to do now? Instantly donning a forced smile, Enjin turned to Xia Changge and explained, Master Xia, I was compelled by circumstances. Surely, you can empathize with my plight? Faced with Enjin's explanation, Xia Changge offered no response and chose to depart. After all, he intended to leave the resolution of matters concerning his disciple's father to Ruoshui herself. He stepped outside and instructed Su Baicha, Madam Su. I entrust this place to your capable hands for the time being. Tell those individuals to work diligently, as I shall reward them generously at harvest time. Su Baicha seemed to be stirred by his words, promptly nodding in agreement. Understood, Immortal Master. Once arrangements were made, Xia Changge pondered briefly and decided to visit the nearby largest city, Yunnan. The items he sought were not available in the Shao family. Only this locale possessed what he needed. It was an opportune moment, devoid of pressing matters, so why not take the trip? Alas, it appeared that a contest of strength was inevitable. He was neither a ferocious tiger nor a mouse easily bullied. Xia Changge was well aware of the location of Yunnan, having studied the map extensively. The city's distance from several nearby satellite cities was deliberate, typically around 100 kilometers, purportedly linked to some formation, though he was not well versed in the specifics. He had not walked far, merely exiting the bounds of Huaying Xinjiang. when he sensed the presence of two familiar figures behind him. Xia Changge surveyed the area thoroughly, confirming that no other cultivators were around, making it indeed a suitable time to address grievances. Young Master Tai, may I inquire what your intentions are by following me? Upon the arrival of Taifeng, Xia Changge began to assume a fade. Master Xia, our Tai family has certain matters requiring your assistance. Please accompany us. Rest assured, you will not be treated poorly. Taifeng replied coldly, remaining stationary while a 9th-level Qi refinement practitioner advanced menacingly towards Xia Changge. Can I refuse? Xia Changge lamented, regretting the impending demise of such a promising youth as Taifeng. Would his mother not grieve for him? Having learned from previous experiences, Xia Changge no longer feared 9th-level Qi refinement practitioners. In the worst-case scenario, he could exchange injury for injury or life for life. Ultimately, he was certain he would not be the one to perish. Furthermore, employing some underhanded tactics would render victory even easier. Besides, he had two puppets at his disposal. Faced with this master and servant duo, Xia Changge felt an unwavering confidence. Yet, he was reluctant to provoke a bloodshed unless absolutely necessary. Very well. But you are aware of the consequences of refusing a toast and instead being forced to drink a penalty drink, are you not? Taifeng's expression was scornful. Yet he maintained his composure to engage in trivial conversation with Xia Changge. Xia Changge willingly relinquished his resistance, allowing the 9th-level Qi refinement practitioner to confine his Qi Si. Once the Qi Si of a Qi refinement practitioner was sealed, their abilities became nearly useless, rendering them no better than an ordinary person. Their storage bags would be inaccessible, let alone wielding magical artifacts. Seeing Xia Changge so compliant, a cold smirk spread across Taifeng's face as he approached, taunting, Master Xia. Had I known it would come to this, why not have done so from the outset? Go summon that beauty and Ruoshui for me. She can refine pills and possesses decent looks. She could barely suffice as my concubine. Moreover, her alluring mother, what a delight to behold. Upon reaching this point, the expression on Taifeng's face transcended verbal description. Approaching Xia Changge, he boasted with an air of superiority. Xia Changge could hardly fathom that this fellow would entertain such an idea. Indeed, the offspring of prominent families truly know how to play the game. Having a disciple adept in alchemy is indeed a commendable asset. The sensation of having a disciple to concoct elixirs, rather than merely practicing on one, is undeniably gratifying. Faced with Taifeng's ostentation, Xia Changge remained silent. Come, consume it, Taifeng urged, producing a pill. Xia Changge's expression shifted dramatically. Could this be a potion from the world of immortal cultivation designed to control others? If he ingested it, could the Sacred Heart technique expel it? He could not assure himself of that, hence he refrained from attempting it. What is this? Xia Changge inquired immediately, a perfectly reasonable reaction. He intended to play a cunning game with these two, biding his time until his two puppets arrived, at which point he would turn the tables. He contemplated whether he could launch a surprise attack on this 9th-layer Qi refinement cultivator with minimal cost. However, it appeared he might have to act sooner than anticipated. Just eat it. Why all the unnecessary chatter? Taifeng displayed notable impatience, fueled by jealousy at Xia Changge's striking appearance. His sole desire was to subjugate Xia Changge and exploit his value. Xia Changge took the pill, hesitating for a moment, before a glint of determination flickered in his eyes. At that moment, his energy reservoir had been sealed, theoretically preventing him from employing any techniques of a Qi refinement cultivator. However, he possessed means beyond mere Qi cultivation. As the 9th-layer Qi refinement cultivator beside him faltered, closing his eyes for a fleeting second, Xia Changge seized the opportunity, transforming his hand into a blade, and plunged it into the cultivator's chest, extracting his heart with brutal efficiency. The gruesome scene was one that most would find difficult to behold. A 9th-layer Qi refinement cultivator possesses formidable physical strength. Even their skin, honed through rigorous training, could withstand common iron without sustaining significant damage. Alas, Xia Changge's hand had been tempered through rigorous training. The blood of a 9th-layer cultivator was truly delectable. To ensure the immediate demise of this cultivator, leaving him no chance of survival, Xia Changge morphed into a bloodthirsty fiend. Previously, he could not bear the thought of consuming human blood, being of the same kind. Yet, driven by desperation, he found himself compelled to taste human blood for the first time. His malevolent blood instinct surged forth. As he continuously siphoned the lifeblood of the 9th-layer cultivator, the cultivator visibly withered, especially his face, which drained of color, leaving behind mere skin in an instant. Decades of hard-earned vitality were absorbed by Xia Changge. His eyes became stained crimson, embodying the very image of a bloodthirsty demon. You are a demonic cultivator. Taifeng, witnessing Xia Changge's horrifying blood-sucking technique, lost the confidence he initially possessed. The methods of demonic cultivators evoke unparalleled terror within the realm of immortal cultivation. Frequently, the denizens of a town, or even numerous towns, are subjected to a blood sacrifice, all for the sake of forging a singular artifact or for the elevation of one's own cultivation. Each practitioner of demonic arts is nothing short of a merciless beast, more akin to a fiend than those so-called cultivators cloaked in human guise. To my dismay, I have encountered one today. Flee. Taifeng exhibited not a trace of resistance. Even a servant at the 9th level of Qi refinement was so effortlessly dispatched. What was he in comparison? This servant had previously managed to seal his dantian. Yet Xia Changge remained unscathed. It is likely that his cultivation is at least at the 9th level of Qi refinement. How could he possibly contend? Xia Changge chose not to pursue, allowing him to escape, for the direction of his flight aligned with that of his two puppets. Once assured that no other cultivators were in the vicinity, Xia Changge grasped the lifeless form of the 9th level Qi refinement practitioner and continued to absorb the remnants of his vital essence. Having taken this step, there was no need for any further pretense. He stepped lightly into the air, seemingly a testament to his profound cultivation. In truth, having cultivated the sacred heart technique to the 5th layer, Xia Changge possessed the means to perform brief aerial steps with agility. He pursued Taifeng with the precision of a cat stalking its prey. The tides of fate had turned dramatically. Fellow cultivators, behind me stands a demon practitioner. Let us unite our efforts to subdue him, and the royal family shall surely reward us. Upon sighting Xia Changge's two silver-armored puppets, Taifeng immediately called out to them, hoping they would serve as a shield. Though the puppets were clad in silver metal, they were not exposed. Dressed appropriately, they bore little distinction from ordinary folk. Encouraged by his own words, the puppets indeed summoned their artifacts. One wielded a low-grade artifact, the mystic spirit hammer, while the other brandished the low-grade artifact, the azure moonblade. These were arrangements Xia Changge had reluctantly made in pursuit of bolstering his combat efficacy. Both artifacts were of considerable weight. Seeing these two figures so easily swayed by his words, Taifeng's heart soared with delight. With their assistance, he was certain he could return to his family. If he could relay this news back, it would present an opportunity to strike against the Shao family. It was not impossible to obliterate them at this juncture. Alas, the targets of the puppets' attacks were not Xia Changge. Instead, Taifeng beheld his own arms. One was crushed and sent flying by the hammer, while the other was severed and fell to the ground. The agony of losing both arms rendered Taifeng incapacitated. He could no longer maintain his sword control and plummeted from a height of 100 meters. Miraculously, he survived. This was most peculiar. Xia Changge immediately discerned the anomaly. He was clad in a set of armor. Like a specter, Xia Changge appeared before Taifeng, placing a hand upon his crown and penetrating his mental realm. In the realm of the Shao family, where the spirit of the Tai family still lingered before its collapse, Xia Changge unearthed crucial information. The traitor within the Tai family was a person named Wen Yi. Additionally, he gleaned insights regarding several relatives of Taifeng. Regrettably, this predicament was of your own making. Rest assured, should the Tai family fail to trace my whereabouts, I may extend my reach to your mother and sister, provided they do not provoke me. I adhere to the principle of sparing family from disaster. Having obtained the knowledge he sought, Xia Changge uttered a brief statement, seemingly to console the spirit of Taifeng. With a gentle exertion of force, Taifeng's lifeless body collapsed to the ground, igniting into flames. As a practitioner at the 7th level of Qi refinement, Taifeng's blood quality was commendable, yet Xia Changge refrained from absorbing it. This was not due to wastefulness, but rather an inability to refine further. The vitality of a 9th level Qi refinement practitioner in the martial world could equate to that of countless extraordinary masters. Xia Changge, having recently tapped into the blood power of a 9th level practitioner, was on the brink of complications should he continue to absorb more. Furthermore, it was his inaugural undertaking of such a task, leaving him with a slight sense of disorientation. After retrieving Taifeng's storage bag and removing his armor, Xia Changge discarded the withered body of the 9th level practitioner into the flames, allowing it to burn and emit the aroma of roasted meat. In an act of benevolence, Xia Changge united the intimate pair of master and servant in their final moments, ensuring they would never be separated again. He did not linger until their forms were unrecognizable in the fire. Even if someone were to pass by and extinguish the flames, they would merely identify Taifeng, drawing no connections to Xia Changge. The fatal wound that claimed Tai Feng's life was inflicted by a heavy weapon, bearing no relation to a gentleman wielding a 3-foot sword like Xia Changge. Finding a secluded spot, Xia Changge donned a fresh set of garments, altering his appearance slightly and harmonizing his turbulent internal energy. Once he felt sufficiently adjusted, he arrived at the gates of Xianqing. After depositing 3 spirit stones, he entered the Yunnan Xianqing. As it was his inaugural visit, he felt a wave of trepidation. The guards at the gates were all practitioners of qi refinement at the 7th level, which struck Xia Changge with considerable dismay. He sought refuge in an inn to organize his spoils. From Tai Feng and his attendant, he had acquired various items, including spirit stones, which he intended to sell. Retaining them posed a risk. The magical artifacts were to be sold at a lower price, while the spirit stones would be used to procure what he needed. With 4 magical artifacts and over 900 spirit stones, Xia Changge felt elated, as he had secured assistance from 2 benefactors in his cultivation journey. Though the spirit stones may not have constituted their entire savings, Xia Changge could only claim this bounty. Nonetheless, among the 4 artifacts, 2 were of medium quality. The total worth was assuredly around 2,000 spirit stones. Having acquired the technique of the 9th layer of qi refinement, it is unfortunate that this individual did not possess the foundational techniques of his clan. Perhaps he has yet to attain the qualifications to access them. This experience has afforded Xia Changge an alternative route to obtain foundational techniques. After organizing his gains, he largely disregarded the spells contained within, as he seldom practiced such arts. He preferred to engage in cunning strategies. Throughout his life, he would never confront others in a straightforward battle. To his delight, he discovered a tome of the 9th layer qi refinement technique, titled Tianyuan Gong, within the storage pouch of Tai Feng. Judging by its contents, Xia Changge is certain there are further chapters on foundational cultivation. One cannot help but wonder if this is the first half of the Taijia foundational technique. Regardless, Xia Changge is determined to cultivate it. With this newfound knowledge, the 9th layer of qi refinement poses no significant obstacles for him. After some time, Xia Changge ventured onto the streets, stumbling through the bustling marketplace of scattered cultivators in Yunnan Xianqing. Here, qi refinement practitioners congregated, making it an ideal setting for Xia Changge to engage in trade. He set the prices for his magical artifacts at a modest 80% of market value. In less than half an hour, all 4 artifacts were sold. The low-grade artifacts fetched 120 spirit stones each, while the mid-grade ones sold for 340. The armor commanded 500 spirit stones, yielding over 1,000 spirit stones in total. Silently amassing his wealth, Xia Changge discreetly entered a large market, eager to explore what enticing items might be available for purchase. However, he found his funds still insufficient. He wished to procure armor for his wife and children, though he himself had little need for such artifacts, at least for the time being. Regrettably, mid-grade armor was priced above 800 spirit stones, exceedingly costly. After careful consideration, the frugal Xia Changge opted to purchase 2 pieces of low-grade armor and 1 piece of mid-grade armor, which together cost him 1,400 spirit stones. Fortunately, he bore no regrets, as this sum was merely what he had collected. Friend, might you have any elixirs that assist children with spiritual roots in awakening their abilities? Additionally, do you offer any items to aid children in the 1st and 2nd layers of qi refinement? Xia Changge inquired at the apothecary. The establishments here were considerably more reputable, with attractive female cultivators attending to customers. Yet, it remained uncertain if certain regulations governed this environment. Indeed, we have such items. This is a spirit source powder developed by the Dan Hall. Dissolved in water, children may soak in it for half an hour each day to enhance their cultivation. Only the royal family of the Zhao Kingdom can procure it for sale. The eloquence of this 5th layer female cultivator was undeniable. She spoke with remarkable ease. Xia Changge, who was not particularly gifted in conversation, realized that a career in such an industry would forever elude him. Upon gaining insight, Xia Changge understood that this medicinal powder boasted a long and storied history, one that even the Zhao Kingdom could not produce, necessitating special purchases for sale. A mere 100 spirit stones would yield only a few taels of powder, yet a small vial of this spiritual essence could last quite some time. With 2 children at home, it was conceivable that in a few years there might be 3 or even 4. Thus, considering his recent harvest of spirit stones, Xia Changge procured 6 vials. Consequently, he had lavishly spent all the wealth he had seemingly found that day. Wealth may dissipate only to return, and he eagerly anticipated the next opportunity for fortune. He had adequately provided for his beloved sister and his pair of children. Xia Changge certainly could not overlook his sister-in-law. And perhaps he should also consider his diligent disciple, who had recently shown commendable obedience and hard work, endearing her to him. As for Enroashui, a mere low-grade flying sword would suffice. This expenditure reduced Xia Changge's savings by 150 spirit stones. His sister-in-law, alas, he wished to prepare a fine gift for Zhang Miaoyi, but it seemed she would find little use for it. A disparity in gifts might lead to an unwelcome sense of inadequacy. Xia Changge believed in equitable distribution, treating everyone with fairness. Even if a bowl of water could not be perfectly balanced, it should not differ too greatly. As he walked through the bustling streets, Xia Changge observed an array of peculiar individuals. Could this be a hermit sage? He spotted a man brandishing a flag of the 100 knowledge sage, instantly sparking such thoughts. After some contemplation, he realized he indeed wished to inquire about certain external matters, particularly the detailed information concerning various sects within the Zhao kingdom, which had remained elusive. He decided to approach the middle-aged man. What does the young brother wish to know? The middle-aged man smiled as Xia Changge took a seat before him. May I inquire how to address you, esteemed elder? Xia Changge felt a sense of awe, unable to gauge the man's aura, suggesting he was at least at the 9th level of chi refinement. Those stronger than him were undoubtedly formidable figures. It was prudent to be courteous. Ah, I am Mu Ji, the man introduced himself. With respect, Xia Changge replied, Elder Mu. I wish to know if there exists any spiritual object within the Zhao kingdom that can grant a mortal, devoid of spiritual roots, the chance to acquire them. Mu Ji cast a discerning glance at Xia Changge, speculating, could it be that you have someone significant who is immortal? Xia Changge replied candidly, indeed. My beloved is currently just immortal, and I wish for her to embark upon the path of cultivation, so we may share a long-lasting companionship. Mu Ji nodded slightly, a hint of admiration in his eyes. Your aspirations are noble, yet achieving them is exceedingly arduous. There are indeed spiritual objects within the Zhao kingdom that can grant mortals the chance to develop spiritual roots. For instance, within the Biyun Pavilion, there exists a wood attribute spiritual essence known as the spiraling wood vine, which can yield 7 spiraling wood gourds over a century, granting individuals a random chance to develop either wood or wind attributes. However, this object is exceedingly rare and typically beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Biyun Pavilion? What is the extent of its influence in the Zhao kingdom? Is it far from here? Upon hearing news of another sect, Xia Changge felt a surge of excitement. Mu Ji smiled and remarked, the Biyun Pavilion wields considerable influence in the Zhao kingdom, ranking among the top 3 of the 8 great sections. It is not too distant from the Yunnan Immortal City. Should you take to the skies on your sword and make few stops along the way, the journey would only take a little over a month. For a cultivator at the chi refinement stage, a month of sword flight covers a substantial distance, likely traversing near 7 or 8 immortal cities in between. What can you tell me about this sect's specifics? What is its reputation? Are there any prerequisites for discipleship? After a moment of contemplation, Xia Changge inquired again. Ultimately, his daughter must take refuge in a sect, for the development of their family relies on a solid foundation. While Xia Yijiao may indeed become the pillar of their clan, in the face of significant crises, the family would find itself in dire straits. It would be wiser for her to join a sect, to seek a formidable master, and secure multiple layers of protection. The Biyun Pavilion possesses the magical wooden gourd. If his daughter were to join, she might have a chance at acquiring such a treasure, with 100 years yielding 7 gourds. It is conceivable that there could be 14 within 101 years. Xia Changge's abilities had already helped his sister-in-law extend her life to 200 years. So time was not a luxury he could afford. His current concern was the prestige of the Biyun Pavilion. It was certain that one could not casually seek out any formidable figure as a master. Such actions could lead to unforeseen consequences. Thus, acquiring further understanding was indeed preferable. The number of disciples at the Biyun Pavilion is relatively few compared to other sects, as they primarily recruit those with wood and water elemental roots, occasionally opening their doors to those with wind elements. Their reputation remains stellar, and the criteria for acceptance are not overly stringent, possessing 3 elemental roots, particularly with either water or wood, greatly enhances one's chances. Responding adeptly to Xia Changge's series of inquiries, Mu Ji provided information with ease. Having 3 elemental roots significantly increases the likelihood of establishing a foundation. An audacious thought inexplicably took root in Xia Changge's mind. Could Mu Ji be affiliated with the Biyun Pavilion? This was merely a conjecture, not a definitive belief. Xia Changge refrained from asking further questions, aware that the more he inquired, the more he might reveal. Thank you, esteemed senior, for your insights. May I inquire about the cost in spirit stones? Xia Changge wished to ask about a prominent figure within the Biyun pavilion suitable for mentorship, yet he ultimately held back, preparing to settle the bill and depart. You may decide the amount. This is not a secretive matter, as many are aware. Muji did not specify a price, allowing Xia Changge to determine it himself. This approach could be misleading. For someone who lacked scruples, it posed no concern. However, Xia Changge was a man of dignity. After a brief moment of deliberation, he reluctantly produced 6 spirit stones. One question, 1 spirit stone. That should not be exorbitant, should it? As a mere chi refinement stage cultivator of the 7th tier, offering these spirit stones seems quite reasonable. Providing more would indeed raise suspicions. Muji took no offense, casually placing the stones into a storage pouch on the table. Xia Changge hastily departed from this place. Upon returning to the inn, he let out a deep sigh. Indeed, he had uncovered useful information regarding Zhang Miaoyi, yet it remained out of his grasp. Lacking the skills to prepare alternative gifts left him with a tinge of regret. Perhaps he should procure a beauty elixir. Though his sister-in-law currently had no use for it, she might appreciate the sentiment behind it. Ultimately, Yunnan Immortal City was not his home, and he had no intention of spending the night there. Once he had gathered his belongings, he returned home, arriving before dusk. At present, Xia Changge's household was abuzz with activity, bustling with dozens of people, ensuring a lively atmosphere. He summoned his close acquaintances to the main hall. Instructing the servants to withdraw, he presented the gifts he had prepared for them. Tan Xier bore no ill will for Xia Changge's failure to bring something for her son, Xia Yunxi, as he truly had no immediate need for anything. The gift Xia Changge had chosen for her was the most precious, which sufficed. That evening, Xia Changge visited Zhang Miaoyi and administered the elixir to her. Today, he even allowed Tan Xier to occupy the room originally designated for her. The gift Xia Changge offered was not extravagant, yet it fulfilled the emotional void his sister-in-law felt. Observing Xia Changge bestowing gifts upon others, including the outsider and Ruoshui at times, inevitably stirred a slight pang of jealousy within her. However, that sentiment dissipated, replaced by a profound sense of happiness. Sister-in-law, this powder should be used daily. A small portion sprinkled into the bathtub will benefit both Yijiao and Moxing during their half-hour of cultivation. Assisting Moxing in reaching the first layer of qi refining sooner, Xia Changge advised. Zhang Miaoyi shook her head and gently replied, since this pertains to cultivation, it would be better if you, uncle, oversaw it. I would not know how to handle any emergencies that might arise. This logic was sound. Thus, let Moxing be under his care, while for Yijiao, perhaps let Xier take charge. Yijiao had already grown into quite the young lady, and Xia Changge needed to be mindful of his approach. Zhang Miaoyi had no objections to the first part of his statement, yet she opposed the latter. I believe it's best if you take responsibility, uncle. Perhaps she did not wish for her daughter to grow too close to the young lady or feared that Tan Xier might be overly strict, saving favors for her own son. Xia Changge chose not to dwell on the complexities of a woman's heart. Well, since Ruoshui has been staying at home recently, let her handle it. He dismissed the minor disputes without concern, and Ruoshui's presence now seemed to be a wise decision. Master, have the issues with the Tai family been resolved? The following morning, and Ruoshui began her alchemical preparations at dawn. Her habit of rising early had been ingrained since childhood, especially now that she had embarked on the path of immortality. Xia Changge emerged refreshed, prompting Ruoshui to inquire further. Last night was filled with jubilation, and with the addition of the true flying sword gifted to her by Xia Changge, and Ruoshui was overjoyed, completely forgetting to inquire about certain matters, as she happily accompanied her masteress family. Now that she has regained her composure, she certainly feels compelled to address this issue. Compared to staying at Xia Changge's home, and Ruoshui longs to return to the countryside where her family resides. Firstly, she is accustomed to life there, and secondly, being there with Xia Changge offers a sense of seclusion. Without the presence of her master's wives, and Ruoshui feels much more at ease. Unlike the heavy pressure and confinement she senses here, I have personally intervened, so such trivial matters can be resolved effortlessly, Xia Changge declared, confidence radiating from his expression. And Ruoshui harbored no doubts regarding his words and, filled with excitement, asked, So, can I go to the fields now? Xia Changge declined, not just yet. Remain here for the time being. However, Ruoshui, are you aware of your father's situation? Upon hearing this, and Ruoshui's smile faded, and she was engulfed in a sense of turmoil. After all, he is her father. Although his actions were excessive, what could she do? Xia Changge had no intention of halting his plans. After surveying the surroundings, he whispered, "The young master of the Tai family, who has been troublesome, desires to possess both you and your mother. I have already dealt with both him and his servant, but his parents are both 9th-level Qi refinement cultivators. This matter will not end well. If they trace this back here, and your father happens to be a bit disobedient, my identity may be revealed." Xia Changge was confident that the Tai family would not link this incident to him, yet he feared that such a family might resort to indiscriminate retribution. The Tai family would undoubtedly discover this matter. If they learned of his dispute with Tai Feng, who knows if he would be subjected to wrongful retribution? The deaths of those two would be hard to conceal, regardless of whether it was spoken of or not. The only flaw leading back to this place was in Zhuan. Of course, Xia Changge was also aware that any information he voluntarily disclosed bore the risk of being revealed by Enruo Shui. Thus, he intended to engage in some ideological work with her. He even contemplated having Su Baicha discuss the situation with Enruo Shui. Upon hearing Xia Changge's words, Enruo Shui's countenance paled in an instant. Her master had actually killed those two from the Tai family? This was no trivial matter. A moment's carelessness could indeed lead to repercussions. What should we do, master? Enruo Shui appeared flustered, unsure of how to proceed. After all, she had spent her entire childhood in a small village, untouched by the tempest of life. Xia Changge smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry. After all, you are my disciple. I will not act against your father. I will merely arrange for him to live elsewhere for a time to avoid the storm." Xia Changge indeed harbored a desire to eliminate that traitor to prevent future troubles, but ultimately, he chose a more benevolent approach to avoid creating any rifts with his disciple. Relocated to a more remote area, completely unrelated to this matter, the Tai family could not find him, nor could he reach out to them. Ultimately, Enruo Shui nodded in agreement with his master's approach. Perhaps this was the best outcome. Alas, I did not wish to take such measures. But I never anticipated that they would forcibly abduct me to the Tai family on my way to the Immortal City, insisting that I consume a poisonous pill that would allow them to control me for a lifetime. It was only under duress that I resorted to resistance. Before bidding farewell to Enruo Shui, Xia Changge expressed his grievances regarding the other's cruelty and his own helplessness. This was not a matter of Xia Changge being both a victim and an aggressor. He was indeed acting in legitimate self-defense. Enruo Shui seemed to empathize with the urgency of Xia Changge's predicament. After Xia Changge departed, Enruo Shui reflected on his own feelings and continued his attempts at alchemy. Xia Changge made his way directly to the spirit field. Observing that his estate remained orderly, he felt a sense of satisfaction with the situation. He found Su Baicha and relayed the events to her. "Rest assured, Madam Su, within 6 months, I shall return your husband to you unharmed. Should anything go awry, I leave his fate in your hands." After making this commitment, Xia Changge ensured his assurance was firm. Of course, he refrained from disclosing to Su Baicha that he had annihilated Tai Feng. The more people who knew, the greater the risk. Su Baicha was puzzled as to why such measures were necessary. Had something else occurred? Yet, with Xia Changge having spoken to this extent, what could she do? The disparity between them, one immortal, the other an immortal, rendered her powerless to resist his decisions. Xia Changge was truly benevolent. He could have simply seized her husband without any explanation, but sought a sufficient rationale to pacify her concerns. "By the way, madam, I would appreciate it if you could convey the specific circumstances to Shui. Share whatever you can. It is imperative that she comprehends the malevolence of the Tai family." With the consent of both relatives, Xia Changge felt liberated from considering the feelings of the parties involved, as his actions were already quite merciful. He offered Su Baicha some guidance and arranged for her to visit the city to meet her daughter and rest for a few days. After preparing herself, Su Baicha set forth to fulfill this directive. Xia Changge arrived at the inn residence, where Zhuan received him with trepidation. "Zhuan, I have a task for you that requires your assistance." Xia Changge had already devised ample justification for assigning duties to Zhuan. Zhuan, trembling, replied, "Immortal Master, please speak. Recently, I find myself in need of a copious amount of medicinal herbs for cultivation. After all, your daughter requires these herbs for her alchemical endeavors, and I hold a considerable trust in you. Thus, I intend to send you to the mortal town for approximately 6 months to gather herbs that are at least 50 years old. Collect as many as you can. In return, I shall reward you based on the quantity you procure. A longevity elixir to enhance vitality is certainly not out of the question. Do you have any objections?" Upon learning that he was to be reassigned to the mortal town, reverting to a simpler existence, Zhuan felt an immediate reluctance. Yet, he lacked the courage to voice his concerns. "Rest assured, During your absence, I shall diligently watch over your wife, ensuring you have no worries. If you have no objections, prepare yourself for departure. Just a single statement made Jun feel as though he had been sentenced to death. He could not discern whether this was merely his illusion. To ensure everything was foolproof, Xia Changge personally escorted him. The destination had long been chosen, situated in a direction completely opposite to that of the Tai family. For Immortal to return, it would take at least 3 months. Moreover, the town selected by Xia Changge was devoid of cultivators. Of course, he had no ulterior motives for harm. Rather, to safeguard Jin, Xia Changge even made a point to inform the local law enforcement to keep an eye on him. This gesture allowed Jin to breathe a sigh of relief, believing that Xia Changge had not deceived him into a fatal trap. Especially after receiving a substantial sum of gold from Xia Changge, Jin felt an overwhelming joy, realizing that perhaps this venture was not so dire after all. He had never encountered such wealth in his lifetime. With the arrangement in place, Xia Changge wasted no time and returned on his sword. The mundane matters of gold and silver were of no concern to him. Having resolved the matter, he indicated the specific location, instructing that after 6 months, Shui should retrieve him and plant the collected herbs in the spiritual fields. He advised her to leave 2 acres of land vacant during this year's planting season. Upon returning to Huayingxian town, Xia Changge provided Shui with a map indicating Jun's location. Understood, Master, and Shui replied, noting that the map would ultimately serve little purpose. Confident in her memory, especially in pharmacology, she focused her thoughts on the tasks bestowed upon her. For the time being, she would concentrate on the assignment given and postpone attempts at concocting other elixirs. At present, Xia Changge had nothing more to impart regarding alchemical practices. It was now up to her to explore independently. Recently, Xia Changge had not pursued any new alchemical studies, promising to address them when time permitted. And Shui was well aware of his expectations, primarily to oversee the training of the esteemed young lady of the Xia family. Fortunately, Xia Changge had quietly mentioned that she could collaborate with Xia Yijiao in utilizing the spiritual powder, which became the primary reason for her wholehearted commitment to stay. Recently, your mother has been alone at home. Should she encounter any difficulties, please feel free to come to me at any time. It was my decision to let Jun leave, and during this period, I cannot allow any troubles to befall your small family. After leaving such a remark, Xia Changge rose and made his way to the Xiao family. He intended to inquire about the cultivation technique he had seized from Typhone. If this technique were not unique to the Tai family, in truth, regardless of its exclusivity, he wished to explore the possibility of exchanging it for a comparable technique within the Xiao family, seeking a text devoid of peril. Xia Changge planned to use this as bait to attract some low-level loose cultivators for his purposes. While his own family remained relatively weak, it was essential to leverage some of these lesser individuals to serve his needs. Xia Changge understood that he could not entice these individuals with copious amounts of spirit stones, as his own supply was insufficient. He intended to learn from the operational strategies of the Xiao family, utilizing cultivation techniques as a form of commission, as reducing daily wages would be the most prudent choice. He merely needed to be somewhat more benevolent than these families, offering a glimmer of hope to those who would work for him for a decade or two. Demonstrating his astuteness, Xia Changge chose to approach Xiao Xian, a relatively idle member of the Xiao family, rather than troubling the busy Xiao Wan. Xiao Xian, having previously suffered a leg injury, was well-read and should possess a fair understanding of local affairs. Xia Changge discussed the Tianyuan Gong with her. Xiao Xian was indeed astonished. The Tianyuan Gong is the foundational cultivation technique of the Tai family, passed down from their first foundational realm cultivator, created by their ancestor. It contains advanced content for those who can reach the later stages of the foundational realm. How did you acquire it? Xia Changge simply smiled. It was obtained by mere coincidence. I wonder if I could exchange the content for the 9th layer of the Qi refinement realm from the Tianyuan Gong for a similar technique from the Xiao family. Given its affiliation with the Tai family, Xia Changge felt it was unwise to use this technique to recruit followers, as the risks were simply too great. Oh, Xiao Xian was taken aback by his words. Exchanging techniques? Our Xiao family possesses only 5 techniques that can reach the 9th layer of the Qi refinement realm, of which only 2 have subsequent foundational realm content. What do you wish to exchange for? The Tianyuan Gong, being a part of the ancestral techniques of a rival family, would indeed grant the Xiao family a certain advantage if they were to master it. After which, Xiao Xian divulged the entirety of the Xiao family's technique legacy. I wish for the Jianju. Xia Changge's foremost consideration was, of course, a technique that aligned with his own. The Jianzhu was not a technique practiced by the Shao family, and Xia Changge's choice was also a measure to avoid any potential conflicts. As the second eldest of the Shao family, Shao Xian had sufficient authority to grant this request. "Thank you, Xianer." Xia Changge expressed his gratitude, feeling that he had gained an advantage. Currently, the Jianzhu only contained content up to the 9th layer of the Qi refinement realm. Yet there remained the potential for further transactions with the Shao family. "You truly should thank me properly." Shao Xian gazed at Xia Changge, her smile enigmatic. Xia Changge felt a flush of embarrassment, momentarily at a loss for words. He seemed to have transformed into a delectable prey. While the Shao family resembled a pack of predators, tigers, lions, and wolves. At the helm, Shao Yun was the tiger, Shao Wan the lion, and initially, Xia Changge had perceived Shao Xian as the family's sole lamb. Little did he anticipate that she would usurp his sister's place and become a wolf. It appeared as though they were merely waiting for him to exhaust his strength before ensnaring him. Xia Changge sincerely expressed concern for the recent circumstances of the Shao family. Upon learning that their situation was relatively stable, he departed with a sense of relief. Upon returning, he immediately began to transform the heart method he had been cultivating. Having absorbed the vital essence of a 9th-tier Qi refining cultivator, he noted a significant enhancement in his strength. However, it was ultimately not the same as assimilating another's spiritual energy. Thus, Xia Changge earnestly set about refining the turbulent vitality within his body. Regrettably, it was merely vitality. The Sacred Heart technique included a subsequent method, the sea-swallowing Sacred Heart incantation, which could consume another's internal force. Unfortunately, this was designed for internal energy, not spiritual energy. Had it been spiritual energy, it would have been a boon for Xia Changge. He contemplated the situation. In Huaying Xinjiang, there were approximately 100 scattered cultivators. However, the heart method he currently possessed could only attract those primarily aligned with fire attributes. This limitation undoubtedly reduced their numbers significantly. Moreover, Xia Changge was uncertain which of these individuals primarily practiced fire attributes. He could hardly inquire of each person individually. After some consideration, he resolved to consult Tan Qi'er. Having fought alongside Liao Hui, she was likely well acquainted with the local cultivators. Xia Changge's inquiry prompted Tan Qi'er to ponder. After nearly 2 years of carefree days with him, she had nearly forgotten her previous unhappy memories. "Brother Dao," she began, "I do know of 2 scattered cultivators at the 6th and 7th tiers of Qi refining. But do you truly wish to recruit them? If you are absent, having these outsiders in the house would make me feel quite uncomfortable." After contemplating for a while, she voiced her concerns in Xia Changge's embrace. Indeed, she was familiar with several scattered cultivators associated with Liao Hui, including one at the 7th tier. Yet, her instincts warned her that these individuals were not of good character. Originally, Liao Hui had been at the 8th tier, capable of intimidating those rogues. But Xia Changge was only at the 7th tier now. She worried that he might not be able to keep them in check. "Rest assured, I will not permit them into my home. My primary aim in recruiting them is straightforward. I need them to assist in seeking out children with spiritual roots. I intend to establish an organization akin to a school, gathering around 100 children with spiritual roots to teach them freely. I do not expect them to achieve high levels of cultivation. Even being at the 1st or 2nd tiers of Qi refining would suffice. In the future, we shall find use for these children," Xia Changge mused, envisioning a distant future. Revitalizing the family is not solely an individual endeavor. In a decade or so, his eldest son, second son, and even third son will be able to share the burden. These children possess only 4 spiritual roots. Lacking the assistance of the Sacred Heart technique, their achievements will inevitably pale in comparison to their father, who also shares the same 4 spiritual roots. For his children to establish their foundations, they must rely on their father's relentless efforts while also hoping that his daughter, Xia Yijiao, will one day achieve great success and generously support the family. Therefore, it would be prudent to have them come forth and fulfill their familial responsibilities early on. This would alleviate the pressure on their father, allowing him to pursue his cultivation in peace, which would also be immensely beneficial for them. In a few years, when these young men reach adulthood, they will undoubtedly face the concerns of finding suitable partners, rather than letting them venture into the world, where they might stumble into pitfalls. Wouldn't it be wiser for him to nurture a few peers for them? Familiarity and integrity would ensure a more harmonious integration into the family, making it preferable for them to choose their future wives from within. Moreover, among the girls with 5-element spiritual roots that the royal and prominent families discard, there may still be hidden talents. A girl like Immortal could be considered a rare gem, and surely there are more like her to be discovered. Securing such a find would be akin to striking gold. Additionally, there is no certainty that Xia Changge's future children will lack spiritual roots. Consequently, he should not allow his son to marry a girl without such roots, but should instead arrange for a match with someone who possesses them, thereby ensuring a higher probability of the third generation inheriting spiritual roots. The young male cultivators he nurtures could also serve as his retainers. Even if they are only low-tier cultivators in the Qi refinement stage, they would still be far superior to ordinary mortals. This approach may not be particularly sophisticated, yet Xia Changge finds it necessary. Other foundational families, over millennia, have cultivated their bloodline descendants in the thousands, while they struggle to nurture their own. Furthermore, these families believe that itinerant cultivators will naturally seek refuge with them once they reach the 7th or 8th layer of the Qi refinement stage. Lacking such a familial foundation, Xia Changge must take the initiative. Regardless, this strategy represents minimal investment for substantial returns. Xia Changge does not intend to invest spiritual stones, but rather to entice a few wandering cultivators with the allure of techniques to teach these children, gradually consuming time. To obtain a technique for the 9th layer of Qi refinement in just 10 years of relatively light effort seems an offer few wandering cultivators would refuse. The resources these children require daily can be easily acquired with gold and silver for meat. If necessary, even the spiritual rice produced from his spiritual fields would suffice. The input is indeed minimal. Very well, I understand. I shall take you to find them now. Tan Xier agreed, realizing that in 10 years, their family could potentially exceed double digits in population, while the number of cultivators under their command might surpass the triple digits. Tan Xier willingly led Xia Changge to the neighboring street. Upon visiting these individuals, Xia Changge's mood soured instantly. This fellow, coveting his beloved wife? Perhaps he need not expend even a single piece of spirit stone, and might even acquire several fine puppets in return. However, with such meager cultivation, he was hardly worthy of serving as a puppet. Instead, perhaps he could be utilized and then dispatched? This, indeed, seemed like a rather sound plan. After all, cultivating his subordinates to establish a self-sustaining talent system would suffice. Of course, Xia Changge was not a bloodthirsty individual. As long as these people performed their duties diligently, he would not resort to recklessness. Friend Tan, are you jesting? A 9th layer Qi refinement technique? Upon hearing Tan Xier's intentions, the individual known as Jiang Ma, a wandering cultivator, clearly found it hard to believe. Before him stood two individuals, one at the 7th layer and the other at the 6th layer of Qi refinement. The likelihood of possessing such a technique seemed exceedingly slim. Do you think I would jest with the reputation of the Xia family? Xia Changge replied. As long as you serve me for 20 years, the technique shall be yours. Moreover, for each wandering cultivator you recruit for me, a month's time shall be deducted. For each child with spiritual roots you find, half a month's time shall be deducted. Once you accumulate 20 years, the extreme flame technique will belong to you. Xia Changge laid out his terms. However, he did not intend to recruit a multitude of wanderers, merely a dozen or so would suffice. Once he reached that number, he would terminate the project, allowing only those with spiritual roots to offset their service time. In the decade before his sons matured to share his burdens, Xia Changge would undoubtedly have to invest more effort, resolving nearly every matter himself. Jiang Ma had heard of the Xia family's emergence in Huang Xinjian, a vassal of the Shao family. He was astonished to find this man before him, especially given that he was merely at the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Yet, perhaps there was indeed potential. Once a small family was established, these wandering cultivators might genuinely reap the initial rewards. Furthermore, with the head of the family being weak, their retainers. Very well, I agree. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Ma chose to acquiesce. He had many brothers, at least 7 or 8. If he could persuade them all to join, the benefits would surely be substantial. I eagerly anticipate your performance, Brother Jiang. Xia Changge held no concern regarding Jiang Ma's potential tricks. At the 7th layer of Qi refinement, no matter how audacious he might be, he could not escape Xia's grasp. Whether through his own strength or by borrowing a 9th layer Qi refinement cultivator from the Shao family, he was more than capable of dismantling any schemes this fellow might harbor. Do you truly place such trust in him? I have had prior dealings with him, and he is not as simple as he appears. Tan Xier expressed her concerns after their departure. Rest assured, I possess 2 puppets secured at home. Moreover, men die for wealth, birds perish for food. I have my plans, and if necessary, I shall seek assistance from the Shao family, Xia Changge reassured Tan Xier, signaling her not to worry. He must have made ample preparations for his stronghold. Only then did Tanxier feel a sense of reassurance. The effects of the summer-long song plan have become quite evident. In just 3 days, 9 wandering cultivators have reported to summer-long song. He selected the 3 weakest among them, young cultivators with mere levels of 3 and 4, to remain. The others were dispatched to search for nearby children with spiritual roots. Naturally, they were instructed not to engage in any nefarious deeds. Upon their arrival, Summer-long Song would inquire about their family backgrounds to prevent any of these individuals from resorting to direct robbery, thereby tarnishing his reputation. A slight expansion of a few rooms near his residence sufficed to accommodate the stream of children brought by these wandering cultivators. The 3 selected cultivators, 2 males and 1 female, were assigned the role of caretakers and mentors for these children. Their work was relatively effortless, and although the remuneration was modest, it assured them a stable future, as performance bonuses were also in play. For every child they guided to the first stage of chi refinement, it counted as an achievement. Summer-long Song felt he had a certain knack for this strategy. After 6 days, preliminary results emerged, with 5 children aged around 8 or 9 added to the household. Both boys and girls. None were forcibly taken. These individuals employed monetary tactics to lure them. Everything seemed to be progressing in a favorable direction until, "Master, I have a matter to report," said a subordinate. Yes, one of the wandering cultivators sent out by Summer-long Song had come back with a warning. He remembered this individual, Chui Yin, a 5th-level chi refinement cultivator. "Oh, Brother Chui, what brings you here?" Summer-long Song replied with a smile. Chui Yin spoke in hushed tones. "Master, there are a few individuals agitatedly seeking children with spiritual roots, plotting to conspire against you, intending to." His words trailed off, but the implication was clear. The demands Summer-long Song had set were rather lenient. There were simply too many opportunities for idleness. Compared to other families, he felt his expectations were significantly reduced. Yet, these individuals remained dissatisfied, simply because Summer-long Song's cultivation was not sufficiently robust. They planned to tread the path of unearned gains. He realized he had been too benevolent, allowing himself to be perceived as easy prey. What did those individuals say? His expression shifted to one of cold cruelty, the murderous intent within him surging once more. Chui Yin felt an immense pressure as he sensed the shift. Reflecting on his choice and hastily divulging Jiang Ma and the other scheme, they planned to use the excuse of finding a genius whose parents disagree, luring you out to resolve the matter, and then eliminate you and escape to another place to live. Summer-long Song indicated his understanding. Indeed. If what you say is true, I shall reduce your tenure term. Chui Yin did not dare to expect too much from the prospect of a substantial reward. He was already quite content with this outcome. After reducing numerous competitors, he might achieve this goal in less than a year, which is simply splendid. Well, let us proceed and focus on our tasks. Xia Changge waved his hand. Chui Yin left quietly, filled with joy. After contemplating for a considerable time, Xia Changge ultimately decided that he could not accomplish this task alone. After all, being in the limelight and revealing his capability to annihilate a group of scattered practitioners of varying strengths was not an advantageous situation. He planned to spend a few dozen spirit stones to hire 2 9th-layer chi refinement cultivators from the Shao family as his enforcers. Investing these spirit stones would undoubtedly yield returns, as eliminating those individuals would surely provide some spirit stones in recompense. In fact, he could even recruit enforcers without immediate payment, promising them a share after the task was completed. Regardless of the circumstances, he would not incur a loss and could accept the assistance of these fellow cultivators with a heavy heart. In the realm of cultivation, one must ultimately refrain from excessive kindness and learn to suppress unnecessary benevolence. Xia Changge initially thought his management strategy would impart a lesson to these individuals, but unexpectedly, they had taught him a lesson instead. After much contemplation, Xia Changge felt this matter might require the assistance of Shaowan. Thus, he had no choice but to seek out the eldest daughter of the Shao family. It had been quite some time since she last sought his company. What could be the matter today? Perhaps the situation of the Shao family had genuinely improved significantly. The head of the family, Shaowan, seemingly had little to occupy her time. Xia Changge briefly articulated his concerns. Upon hearing this, Shaowan's dark eyes flickered thoughtfully. Your method, I am uncertain how to comment on it, but it has indeed provided me with a lesson. It is no wonder that my mother treated her subordinates with such strictness. There is rationale behind her actions. She appreciated Xia Changge's management style and recognized its importance in the family's rise. With this approach, Xia Changge might enable the family to flourish within a decade, nurturing several generations of numerous members while still employing many lower-tier practitioners for his purposes. His experiences served as a cautionary tale for her. Dear Xia, I have been kind to you. You wouldn't betray the Xiao family like those others, would you? Xiaowan gazed at Xia Changge, seemingly concerned that he might become a treacherous wolf. Xia Changge hastily reassured her, Rest assured, miss. I am deeply grateful for the kindness bestowed upon me by you and the Xiao family, and I shall steadfastly follow the Xiao family's path. People often present one facade while concealing another. Just moments ago, Xia Changge had scorned Jiang Ma and others for their betrayal. Yet now he found himself grappling with a sense of rebellion. He had to admit that he was indeed hypocritical, no longer portraying the image of a virtuous individual. In due time, I will require your assistance with a matter. Fear not, it will not involve perilous endeavors. Xia Changge's earnest demeanor instilled no suspicion in Xiaowan. The foundation of their friendship lay in Xia Changge's sincerity and sense of responsibility, which she valued dearly. She would strive wholeheartedly to assist him. Xia Changge responded with an unusual candor. Well, now that I find myself with some leisure time and a scarcity of spirit stones at home. Although these wandering cultivators may not possess substantial wealth, collectively they amount to a considerable sum of spirit stones. When the time comes, I shall accompany you. Upon grasping Xia Changge's intention, Xiaowan provided her response, which took him by surprise. Was her implication that she intended to monopolize the spoils? In contemplation, it made sense. After all, he was merely at the 7th layer of qi refinement. Should Xiaowan take action, the adversaries would undoubtedly fall to her prowess, and thus the rewards rightfully belonged to her. In that case, it was not entirely unfeasible. Ultimately, it was preferable that he concealed his capability to contend with 9th layer qi refinement cultivators. One must not be overly greedy. If he could mitigate the risks without cost, he ought to be content. Moreover, Xiaowan would likely allocate him a share. Can you manage alone? There are quite a few adversaries. Perhaps this concern stemmed from the fact that Xia Changge had already claimed the lives of a 9th layer and an 8th layer qi refinement cultivator with relative ease. He had not exerted himself significantly in those encounters, leaving him uncertain of his own strength against 9th layer cultivators. Xiaowan, brimming with confidence, declared, Not a single 8th layer among them. Dispatching them will be as effortless as slaughtering chickens. Rest assured. With that assurance, Xia Changge felt at ease, awaiting the unfolding spectacle of those ruffians. However, before the ruffians could make their move, another trouble arrived. Members of the Tai family had come. A contingent of around 10 qi refinement cultivators approached, predominantly at the 8th layer. The entire Tai Feng household had arrived, consisting of his father, mother, and sister. All assembled neatly. They made their way directly to Xia Changge's residence. The body of Tai Feng had been discovered and presented to his parents. As he had perished near the Xiao family, it was only natural that they sought an explanation from them. They had learned that Tai Feng had come here due to his association with Xia Changge and his master. Xiaowan arrived with several members of the Xiao family to ensure that the Tai family adhered to proper decorum. Miss, these are. Xia Changge couldn't help but marvel at the formidable presence of the Tai family. However, such a reaction was to be expected. After all, they had lost a son and a brother. It was entirely reasonable for them to respond in such a manner. Xia Changge's demeanor needed to align with the current circumstances, portraying a sense of bewilderment and confusion. Young man, did my son ever approach you? Tai Ming, Tai Feng's father, fixated his gaze upon Xia Changge. He had but a single son, for his wife, a 9th layer qi refinement female cultivator, was preoccupied with striving towards foundation establishment and had not devoted excessive energy to childbirth. Over the years, they had been blessed with only one son and one daughter. Had their firstborn not been a girl, it is likely they would have had only that one son. Now, with his son deceased, although he could seek another woman to bear him more children, the fury that burned within Tai Ming was all too real. Were it not for Xia Changge's ties to the Xiao family, Tai Ming would have torn him apart. Esteemed elder, indeed, I have had the pleasure of meeting the esteemed young master Tai Feng, who extended an invitation for me to serve as an alchemist within the Taijia. However, I respectfully declined, for the Xiao family has treated me with great kindness. How could I betray them? In the presence of Xiaowan, Xia Changge naturally spoke the truth, albeit with embellishments. Humph, is that truly the case? Tai Ming is not so easily deceived. There are matters he cannot openly address in front of the Xiao family. Xia Changge's explanation undeniably harbors an essence of falsehood. He is well aware of his son's disposition. Even if Xia Changge rejected the offer, he would not relent easily. The reward for bringing an alchemist to the family is substantial. Well then, Brother Ming, the one who killed Young Feng, is a bloodthirsty demonic cultivator. Esteemed friend, we merely wish to inquire where you went after your conversation with Young Feng. Tai Ming's mother, Zheng Dan, appeared somewhat more amenable and began to pose other questions to Xia Changge. Xia Changge, however, did not consider it so simple. I had procured spirit stones for cultivating the spiritual fields for the young lady, then made a trip to Yunnan Xiancheng to purchase some spiritual essence powder for my children, as they are currently in a crucial phase of their cultivation. And I also sold a beauty-enhancing pill to my wife. Upon finishing, to substantiate his words, Xia Changge even produced a small vial of spiritual essence powder. Xia Changge's remarks stirred a hint of jealousy in Xiao Wan. She had initially invited this individual to accompany her to Yunnan Xiancheng, yet he claimed he had to cultivate. Ultimately, he ventured there alone. Was she to become a ravenous tigress or an unsightly creature? Nonetheless, the fact that Xia Changge prioritized his wife and children upon earning some money garnered him additional admiration from Xiao Wan. A few vials of spiritual essence powder rendered Xia Changge's efforts over the past year seemingly fruitless. A man like this, Xiao Wan felt she could perhaps forego possessing him, yet could not bear the thought of not needing him. Upon hearing Xia Changge's account, Tai Ming and Zheng Dan immediately grasped the situation. Perhaps their son had indeed intended to strike during Xia Changge's journey to Yunnan Xiancheng, only to encounter the demonic cultivator. What they now sought to ascertain was whether there existed any connection between Xia Changge and the demonic cultivator. They had never suspected that Xia Changge had slain their son, for in their eyes, he lacked the requisite strength. Miss Xiao, we shall need to conduct a search in this vicinity for a while. You have no objections, I trust? After a brief pause, Zheng Dan addressed Xiao Wan. Xiao Wan smiled and replied, Please do as you wish. As long as you adhere to the rules of the Xiao family, I have no objections, whether it be for a short while or even a lifetime in this vicinity. With Xiao Wan's words, the Taifeng family took their leave from Xia Changge's opulent residence. Once the crowd dispersed, Xiao Wan glanced at the bustling summer family, which was now teeming with people, and chose not to say anything further to Xia Changge before departing. In times past, when the crowd was sparse, she could engage in conversation with Xia Changge, but now, amidst the throngs, it was no longer appropriate. Moreover, she and Xia Changge had their own plans, which necessitated a degree of distance. Once the unexpected guests departed, Xia Changge pondered briefly before casually instructing a maid, Please invite Madame Su to come over. I have matters to discuss with her. It was not that Xia Changge had specific issues to address with Su Baicha. Rather, he was primarily concerned that these individuals might cause trouble for Su Baicha, an ordinary person. After all, through his observations of the spiritual realm of the Tai family, Xia Changge had come to realize that the Tai household was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. Upon receiving the command, the maid exited through the small door at the back of the courtyard. For the time being, Xia Changge merely needed to remain composed at home. The upheaval within the Tai family was anticipated by him. He did not believe it would last for several years. After a month or so, when hope dwindled, his anger subsided. Those individuals should have returned by then, and Xia Changge's life would revert to normalcy. He patted his apprentice's shoulder, signaling the frightened young girl, who had been intimidated by the Tai family, to regain her composure and relax. Seeing Xia Changge's confident demeanor, Ruoshui felt considerably reassured. She had also heard her master request for her mother to be summoned, and she thought her master was indeed very considerate. After some contemplation, Xia Changge ultimately decided he must pay a visit to the Xiao family. Once arrangements were made, he stepped outside. Within the city, the Xiao family held sway, and if the Tai family dared to act recklessly, it was likely that none of their entourage would leave unscathed. Just as he stepped out, he sensed someone following him. A young woman in her 20s, the same one who had entered with Tai Feng's parents, approached him. She was presumably Tai Feng's sister, perhaps named Tai Shi. Tai Feng held a vivid recollection of his sister. Xia Changge wondered what this girl, who was at the 8th level of qi refinement, intended by following him. Untroubled by any guilt, Xia Changge felt no fear. Tai Shi approached him with an icy demeanor and demanded, What did my brother say to you? I want you to recount every word without omission. This request was rather unreasonable, yet Xia Changge decided to acquiesce. Since you wish to know, Miss Tai Shi, I shall speak plainly. Your brother sought me out primarily for my apprentice, as he finds her beautiful and skilled in alchemy, intending to take her as a concubine. I intervened, and that is the whole of it. Upon hearing the truth, a mocking expression deepened on Tai Shi's face. Indeed, a dog cannot change its habit of eating excrement. This made Xia Changge feel somewhat embarrassed. It appeared that this sister was quite displeased with her brother. perhaps due to their family's preference for sons over daughters. Understandably, had he a son like Typhon, he might have wished he had never given birth to him at all. I suspect you are collecting children with spiritual roots? Faced with Taishi's fury, Xia Changge chose to quietly await her next words. If she had nothing further to say, he would simply take his leave. Fortunately, Taishi proceeded with her next inquiry. Xia Changge nodded gently. Are you truly planning to cultivate them, or do you harbor other intentions? Taishi gazed intently at Xia Changge, as if conducting a profound interrogation of his very soul. Xia Changge replied with calm assurance, stating that he indeed intended to cultivate them for his own purposes. As his nascent family required numerous capable aides, Taishi then turned on her heel, leaving behind a remark, I hope you can fulfill your words. Xia Changge chose to disregard her. After all, his promise to Typhon before his demise was merely to assist his family if possible. Yet, it was evident that the current Xia Changge might require assistance himself. Xiaowan had long anticipated Xia Changge's return and was already awaiting him at home. I have just discovered that we possess Tian Yuan Gong. From where did you acquire it? Did you slay Typhon? The gravity of Xiaowan's expression was unmistakable. Indeed. I was the one who ended his life, Xia Changge candidly responded to her inquiry. Despite his forthrightness, Xiaowan still harbored doubts. How could you have killed him? Xia Changge continued. When I encountered him for the second time, he was bereft of his 9th-tier Qi refining guards and was gravely injured, pleading for my help. Adhering to a principle of decisive action, I shattered his celestial crown, for he had previously threatened me, and I feared he would not relent. Is that so? Xia Changge nodded earnestly. Do you truly suspect that I might have slain both Typhon and his servants? Xiaowan sighed. I indeed harbor suspicions that you may be a demonic cultivator, given your previous excessive consumption of beast blood, which you claimed was necessary for your cultivation. Xia Changge recognized the inconsistencies in his own words. I do require substantial quantities of restorative substances for my practice, but solely for the purpose of enhancing my physique. Do I appear to you as a demonic cultivator? Moreover, the technique I am cultivating is the extreme flame art, which is from your esteemed family. Indeed, there was not a trace of demonic aura about him, which was the very source of Xiaowan's inner turmoil. If she could be deceived, surely her mother could not be, for her mother was a practitioner of late-stage foundation establishment. In my view, the Tai family is the true gathering place for demonic cultivators. At this juncture, Xia Changge deftly shifted the focus of their discussion. He was convinced that the Tai family might be clandestinely engaging in illicit alchemical practices. Such actions, within the current framework of the cultivation world, would undoubtedly warrant collective condemnation. You are merely speculating, lacking concrete evidence. Furthermore, the Tai family is not our enemy at present. Reporting them would serve no purpose. But it could be retained as a trump card should we ever find ourselves at odds with them. Xiaowan shook her head. Opting not to delve further into this matter, Xia Changge felt similarly. For the time being, the Tai family posed no threat to him. As long as he remained undetected, all would be well. During this period, Xia Changge remained sequestered within his residence, scarcely venturing outside to avoid drawing attention. Following the relay of information regarding the use of Tai Feng's magical artifacts to his parents, they promptly shifted their focus and evacuated Huatingxian town. Xia Changge felt a sense of security, knowing that the enterprises under his command could now commence operations. This had transpired approximately 2 months later. Xia Changge marveled at the profound affection that Taifeng's parents held for him. During these 2 months, his son Xia Moxing had finally reached the first layer of Qi refinement, a feat attributed to the substantial investment of spirit stones. Xia Changge speculated that once his son matured a bit more, joining a sect would pose no challenge. In times past, Xia Changge had aspired to join the Likong Sword sect, which mandated a minimum of 3rd-layer Qi refinement by the age of 18. Meeting this criterion would grant acceptance regardless of one's elemental root. However, if one were to be sent to the sect at the tender age of 8 or 9, different standards would apply. Regrettably, Xia Changge himself could not fulfill such a straightforward requirement. He had only reached the 1st layer of Qi refinement by the age of 19. Having commenced his cultivation far too late, Xia Yijiao had also attained the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, with the effects of the Lingyuan powder being most remarkable upon first use, much to the envy of Ruoshui. Why was it that her master's eldest daughter possessed such extraordinary talent? At present, she was merely at the 1st layer of Qi refinement, and the duration needed to break through to the 2nd layer remained uncertain. Comparisons were demoralizing. Nevertheless, Ruoshui contemplated the day Xia Yijiao would achieve her breakthrough. recalling her master's stern admonitions to keep such matters confidential. It was evident that Xia Changge's celebratory feast was solely for his son Xia Moxing, with no festivities for his daughter, as he had already hosted an event when Xia Changge reached the first layer. As for the third layer, it was best to take it slow. Even in celebrating Xia Moxing's achievements, Xia Changge maintained a low profile. Only his immediate family and a few dozen servants gathered in the courtyard for the banquet. He encouraged his son to showcase the distinctions of a Qi refinement practitioner before the newly recruited children, performing simple spells and sword manipulation, which elicited expressions of envy from the young ones. This, he hoped, would serve as a greater motivation for their cultivation. Fear not, children. When you reach the first layer of Qi refinement, I shall also host a celebration for you and reward you with a flying sword, Xia Changge proclaimed with joy. After all, even with the aid of spiritual artifacts, his son had genuinely stepped into the first layer of Qi refinement. Given this momentum, it was conceivable that his son could strive for the fourth layer before reaching adulthood, with the third layer as a stable baseline. Regardless of whether his son's ambitions lay in staying close or soaring to distant heights, the foundation was firmly set. Of course, Xia Changge cherished the hope that his loved ones would remain nearby, not venturing too far. Ultimately, however, it was up to the children to decide. In any case, Xia Changge, as a father, had ensured everything was in place. His home was established, and he had even nurtured several potential daughters-in-law for his son since childhood. Xia Changge appeared somewhat sulky, seemingly upset that her uncle had not celebrated her achievements. As the celebration progressed, Zhang Miaoyi leaned in to quietly speak to Xia Changge. Sensing that the time was right for a conversation, Zhang Miaoyi naturally had no objections to Xia Changge's approach. After all, Xia Moxing was her son. However, when her daughter was upset, Zhang Miaoyi felt compelled to mediate the situation. The root of this issue might lie with Xia Changge, the head of the family. What she gathered was that Xia Changge's preferential treatment was the source of Xia Changge's discontent. Consequently, Zhang Miaoyi addressed this matter with Xia Changge, urging him to take action. Could it be that this little girl was even jealous of her own younger brother? Xia Changge could only smile helplessly. Sibling rivalry seemed to be an inherent trait. It was evident that his son endured significant bullying from his sister. This dynamic was apparent in their childhood, and as they grew older, it appeared there would be no respite. Xia Changge's exceptional talent destined her siblings to be overshadowed throughout their lives. Xia Yunqi, born to Tianqier, fared slightly better, perhaps due to not sharing the same mother, making it less feasible for her to exert dominance over him. Soon, he would check on her. She was already a young lady, yet still so willful. In the grand scheme of the cultivation world, Xia Changge was hardly noteworthy, but in Huangxian town, he held a respectable position. It was plausible that the children developed a degree of arrogance from their limited perspective. Nevertheless, this was not beneficial, and Xia Changge understood the necessity of curbing such tendencies before they escalated into significant issues. After resolving most external matters, Xia Changge knocked and entered his daughter's room. At that moment, it seemed Xia Changge was indeed harboring some pent-up frustration. Could it be? You often bully your brother so mercilessly, yet now you cannot bear to see him thrive. Xia Changge found amusement in his daughter's sulkiness, considering she had always been the apple of the family's eye. Even Tianqier, this little mother, dared not speak firmly to her, indulging her every whim. Indeed, Tianqier had to maintain a favorable relationship with Xia Changge, both for herself and for her son. Xia Changge had to tread carefully as well. If he were too harsh, it might raise concerns that he favored Xia Changge less because she was not his biological daughter. Moreover, Xia Changge might eventually need to rely on his stepdaughter. This indulgence seemed to have spoiled Xia Changge somewhat. How could I possibly not want to see my brother do well? I simply am clearly more outstanding than him. Father, you seem to overlook this and only praise him. Xia Changge expressed her childish grievances, which were tinged with jealousy. Xia Changge approached her, ruffling her hair affectionately. You little one, it appears you desire everyone to acknowledge your excellence. The more remarkable you are, the more delighted your father will be, as will your family. But do you think outsiders will share in that joy? Xia Changge patiently elucidated the harsh realities of the cultivation world. I don't believe it. Humph. Father, you clearly treat my brother better than me. When he cultivates with that spirit powder, you watch over him personally and guide him. But what about me? You merely allow your apprentice to observe. Yet she is even weaker than I. Am I the one instructing her, or is she instructing me? At this moment, Xia Changge also expressed the grievances she had buried in her heart for several months. Changge, you have grown up, you are a young lady now. There are certain matters that I can no longer handle for you as I did when you were 5 or 6. Do you think you are almost there before me? Is this acceptable? Xia Changge contemplated the inadequacies of his sister-in-law's education. Most of the time, Xia Changge remained at home, with minimal interaction with the outside world. Certain lessons could only be imparted by Zhang Miaoi. What is wrong with that? Was it not always this way? Xia Changge recalled that she had no such troubles in her childhood. When she bathed, it was Zhang Miaoi and Xia Changge who assisted her. In the future, not only at home, but when you venture out into the world, you must maintain a respectful distance from the opposite sex while also being vigilant, lest they take advantage of you. Xia Changge sat beside Xia Changge, initiating some fundamental education for his daughter, perhaps because Xia Changge was already a cultivator. While Zhang Miaoi was a mere mortal, this made it difficult for Zhang Miaoi to articulate much when addressing her daughter. As for the son, there was no need for elaborate explanations. Xia Changge murmured, "Are people outside really that wicked?" She was still skeptical. Xia Changge then recounted recent events he had encountered to Xia Changge. Xia Changge expressed disbelief. Father, are you not here? I do not concern myself with such matters." Xia Changge replied earnestly, "In a couple of years, I intend to send you to the sect, and then you will have to rely on yourself." Xia Changge shook her head vigorously. "I will not go." Xia Changge did not press her but explained indirectly, "I do not wish for my daughter to leave. But there is no alternative. Only within the sect can your mother obtain the resources to enhance her spiritual roots. Surely you do not want your mother to depart from you in a few decades?" Xia Changge murmured, "Mother is your wife. Should you not be the one to worry about this?" Xia Changge chuckled wryly. "I lack the strength for that. Changge, you possess the heavenly spiritual root, one of the most gifted among a select few. Once you enter the sect, you will be treated as a prodigy. Only you can alter your mother's fate." Xia Changge grasped the general idea, yet there remained aspects she could not fully comprehend. "From now on, follow me closely, and I will impart knowledge of the cultivation world to you. Certain precautions within the realm of cultivation must be conveyed to ensure you are not ensnared by simple schemes." Today, his discussion with Xia Changge also served to prepare her mentally in advance. Indeed, Xia Changge nodded in agreement. Her pent-up frustrations were thus resolved quite simply. Although the celebration at Xia Changge's home was discreet, word had still spread. The decision to exclude certain individuals only intensified the animosity among others. The moment had come, and a cultivator at the 5th level of Qi refinement, Jiang Wei, took the initiative to approach Xia Changge to report the situation. "A 3-spirit root? Are you certain? This aligns with the plans of Cui Yin and my own ambitions. One cannot discern whether these individuals have genuinely discovered a 3-spirit root or if it is merely a pretext. If it is indeed a 3-spirit root, it would be a double blessing. Yes, my subordinate intended to bring them, but the villagers were obstinate, refusing to yield. Thus, I have come to seek the master's counsel on whether." Jiang Wei made a gesture across his throat. "It was merely a matter of orchestrating a good cop bad cop scenario." Xia Changge rebuked, "Absurd. How could I ever stoop to such actions? I shall see for myself. You lead the way." Regardless of whether this was a trap, Xia Changge felt compelled to investigate. Before departing, he exchanged a knowing glance with Tin Qi'er. Now at the 6th level of Qi refinement and armed with a magical instrument, she had few rivals among the loose cultivators of Huaying Town. Enlisting her assistance to locate Xiao, one would surely not result in any missteps. Understanding Xia Changge's intent, Tin Qi'er maintained her composure for the time being. Along the journey, Xia Changge learned that they were not merely confronting one 3-spirit root, but two, a pair of siblings, a dragon and phoenix twin. The journey spanned over a day, indeed a considerable distance. Their destination was a mountainous hamlet, fortified by stone walls, strategically positioned. The majority of its inhabitants shared the same surname, numbering over 1,000. In the presence of a sword-wielding cultivator like Xia Changge, these villagers held a certain reverence. Through Jiang Wei's introduction, Xia Changge met the village leader and gleaned the specifics of the situation. It turned out they had already been preemptively claimed by the Tai family. After careful consideration, Xia Changge resolved not to relinquish his claim. The children belonged to Li village, and whether they were delivered to the Tai family or to his own Xia family would depend on their capabilities. Xia Changge signaled for Jiang Wei to step aside, as he prepared to negotiate with the village chief. "Esteemed elder, the Tai family holds a rather unsavory reputation in our realm of cultivation. Accepting your children would either lead to their enslavement or, worse, their sacrifice for alchemical purposes. Are you truly certain you wish to send them to the Tai family?" With only the village chief remaining, Xia Changge began to cast doubt. It was not mere slander. The Tai family's reputation was indeed as he described. Li Feng, the village chief, expressed some perplexity. Master, are your words sincere? We are but mortals and naturally unaware of certain matters. Xia Changge replied, Indeed, how could a cultivator such as I deceive you? Although my Xia family may not rival the Tai family, I genuinely invest in the education of my disciples. Moreover, if you are amenable, our families could form an alliance. My eldest son has just embarked on his cultivation journey, and your daughter would be an excellent match. A three-spirit root would make for a splendid daughter-in-law indeed. This was undoubtedly the finest prospect Xia Changge had encountered. Is what you say true? Xia Changge's words filled Li Feng with immense delight. Although he was unaware of the Xia family's true influence, it was evident that someone capable of commanding cultivators as mere subordinates was not to be underestimated. If his granddaughter could forge a marital alliance with such a family, it would indeed be a significant elevation in status. There was no jest in his declaration. The firm assurance in his response reassured Li Feng. Rest assured, my esteemed elder, I promise that within 3 to 5 years, these two children will attain the status of immortal masters, and they will be able to return home several times each year. Xia Changge was not there to abduct children. Rather, he sought a mutually beneficial partnership, his tone exceedingly amiable. His sincerity was sure to resonate with others. I appreciate your assistance, esteemed master. Ultimately, Li Feng acquiesced, allowing Xia Changge to take the children. However, harboring other concerns, Xia Changge insisted that the two children accompany him on the same flying sword. Considering they were merely 6 or 7 years old, he could easily carry his future daughter-in-law, while his son's uncle held tightly to his leg to avoid falling. Before departing, Xia Changge generously left a substantial amount of gold to enhance the villagers' living standards. Jiang Wei, you have disappointed me. As he embarked on his journey back, Xia Changge sighed, having already discerned the presence of 6 rogue cultivators awaiting him ahead. This revelation lifted his spirits further. Hey, master, I am left with no choice. As long as you hand over the techniques, all shall be well. At this moment, Jiang Wei ceased to feign civility. After a series of probing attempts, they confirmed that Xia Changge had no reinforcements and naturally intended to strike. Unfortunately, before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Wei plummeted from the sky, fell by Xia Changge's Xianling needle. Although merely a low-grade artifact, it was perfectly suited for ambushing qi refinement practitioners. Master, what are you doing? The sudden slaying of Jiang Wei startled the siblings, Li Yu and Li Na. Weren't we in this together? Xia Changge, uncertain if Xiaowan was testing him, failed to detect her presence. He swiftly changed direction, casually retrieving Jiang Wei's storage bag before altering his course. His speed greatly surpassed that of the average qi refinement practitioner. A brief delay would allow for other options. It seemed that Jiang Wei and the other rogue cultivators had anticipated Xia Changge's escape, positioning 3 more to intercept him. 9 rogue cultivators launched a simultaneous attack, affording Xia Changge ample respect. One-on-one was tantamount to courting death. Xia Changge recognized this truth. Facing ordinary rogue cultivators one-on-one, with his cultivation at the 7th level of qi refinement, he felt no trepidation, even while burdened with 2 dependents. A slight provocation would rattle their mental composure. Even a momentary distraction would allow his Xianling needle to strike accurately at their throats and hearts, securing victory in the battle. Engaging in cunning tactics was Xia Changge's forte, a skill he had honed through countless repetitions. The celestial master, truly remarkable. Li Na, nestled in Xia Changge's embrace, gazed in awe as he merely waved his hand, causing the celestial master's hovering in the air to plummet to the ground. Her large, dark eyes brimmed with admiration. Li Yu shared the same sentiment. Is this the combat between celestial beings? Indeed, it surpasses the playful brawls he had with the village children. In the blink of an eye, the lives of enemies were claimed from 1,000 feet away. Jiang Ma, what is the meaning of this? Is this what you referred to as inadequate? In merely 3 exchanges, or rather, 3 fleeting encounters, the 3 pursuing rogue cultivators met their demise at the hands of Xia Changge, one of whom was even at the 7th level of qi refinement. Such an outcome instilled a sense of dread in the others. Let us all strike together. He is merely accompanied by 2 children and is certainly no match for us. If we flee now, shall we leave empty-handed? Are you willing to serve him as mere slaves for half a year? Jiang Ma could not fathom that Xia Changge possessed such formidable strength. No wonder he managed to subdue that woman, Tin Qier. Yet, at this juncture, if they were to withdraw, they would gain nothing. Jiang Ma could hardly swallow this bitter pill after laboring for Xia Changge for half a year without recompense. Has Xiaowan truly not arrived? Upon witnessing that he had already dispatched 4 individuals and collected their storage bags, Xia Changge pondered why the money-seeking Xiaowan had yet to take action. He found himself deliberating whether to eliminate these individuals one by one. Just then, as he remained indecisive, a melodious chime resonated. Within the sound, Xia Changge sensed the enchanting power of soul capture, prompting him to swiftly flee with the 2 children by his side. Unfortunately, the rogue cultivators were not so fortunate. In one moment, they were soaring on their swords, and the next, they were clutching their heads, stumbling and crashing to the ground. Celestial Master, what was that sound? I felt as though I might faint. Liu groaned, rubbing his forehead in discomfort. It is a rare magical artifact, one you shall encounter in the future. Xia Changge had now gained insight into its power. If he were to face Xiaowan and she were to unleash this artifact, he feared his chances of victory would be slim. He had underestimated these individuals. In but a few breaths, Xiaowan appeared before Xia Changge, her feet poised on an exquisitely crafted flying sword, far surpassing the quality of Xia Changge's inferior magical tools. The battle concluded with such ease. Her methods of mass slaughter were truly terrifying, perhaps in a display of prowess. Xiaowan inadvertently revealed her core magical artifact, a bracelet adorned with 5 golden bells on her right wrist. This was a detail Xia Changge had previously overlooked. The quality of the bell artifact was exceptional, likely a superior magical tool. How disingenuous of Xiaowan to feign poverty. Indeed, the offspring of prestigious families are incomparable to rogue cultivators, no matter how destitute. It is no wonder that without sufficient strength, one cannot safeguard their family legacy. With 2 individuals possessing 3 spirit roots, your fortune seems rather favorable. Upon observing the 2 children beside Xia Changge, and after a brief examination, Xiaowan was somewhat taken aback. Although cultivators with 3 spirit roots may not be deemed exceptionally talented, their numbers are certainly scarce. Within the entire Immortal city, among tens of thousands of Qi refining realm practitioners, a staggering 90% are of 4 or 5 spirit roots, with only around 100 having 3 spirit roots. Among these, merely 20 slots are occupied by those in the foundation establishment realm. It had taken Xia Changge over half a year to seek out children with spirit roots scattered among the populace. And to find 2 with 3 spirit roots was indeed a surprise for Xiaowan. Were it not for the absence of a 3rd generation in her family, she might have considered employing a similar approach herself. It was merely luck, Xia Changge remarked with a simple smile. If nurtured properly, these 3 spirit root children could potentially reach the 7th or 8th layer of the Qi refining realm by their 30s, with a significant chance of breaking into the foundation establishment realm by the age of 50. In the blink of an eye, nearly a decade had passed since Xia Changge had begun caring for his sister-in-law, with an additional 20 or 30 years dedicated to cultivating subordinates. Xia Changge foresaw no considerable issues. He was determined to train these 2 children diligently, especially since one was his future daughter-in-law, and the other. If he were to have a daughter in the future, he could consider Liu as a potential son-in-law, undoubtedly one who would come to their home. Eventually, they would all be family. Let us proceed. The distribution of wealth may have already been predetermined, such that whoever slays shall claim the spoils. Thus, Xiaowan did not share her spoils with Xia Changge, nor would he be inclined to offer any of his 4 spoils to her. It was evident that Xiaowan had received the lion's share, a gesture of gratitude from Xia Changge for her long-standing care. After all, he could easily consume these items alone. Previously, Xiaowan had deliberately refrained from emerging immediately to test Xia Changge. Unfortunately for her, she merely discovered his commendable combat prowess and seasoned experience. Perhaps it was simply that his opponents were rather inept. Only after realizing that Xia Changge bore no trace of demonic tendencies did she choose to lend him her assistance. Before their arrival in Huaying Immortal Town, the 2 opted to split up and act independently. After this encounter, the already sparse number of rogue cultivators in Huaying Immortal Town diminished even further, leaving only a scant few dozen. The remaining rogue cultivators likely felt a sense of trepidation, spreading rumors, scaring off these rogue cultivators. This was one of the plans brewing in Xia Changge's mind. Should the rogue cultivators in Huaying Immortal Town either be recruited by the Xiao family or serve as purposes, there would be little chance for independent action. Consequently, if he were to cultivate these young individuals, he would need not worry excessively, and could even raise them directly in Huaying Immortal Town, thus conserving considerable effort. However, executing such a plan would not be without its challenges. Upon returning to his residence, Xia Changge contemplated for a moment before addressing in Ruoshui, if you wish. Take Xia Tai with you to bring your father back. Now that the uproar surrounding Tai Feng's demise has subsided, There is no issue with Njuan returning early. However, in Ruoshui's solitary venture caused Xia Changge some concern. Thus, he decided to accompany her with the protector Xia Tai for added safety. Engaged in her thoughts, and Ruoshui resolved to first retrieve her father. After paying her respects to Xia Changge, she departed from the Xia family's grand courtyard. You shall henceforth be my second and third disciples. Are you willing? After Ruoshui's departure, Xia Changge pondered for a moment, contemplating the deepening of his bond with these two prodigious youngsters, intending to establish a master-disciple connection. Upon witnessing Xia Changge's prowess, neither of the children declined. They respectfully bowed in unison to accept him as their master. Li Yu is the elder brother, while Li Na is the younger sister. Thus, the positions of Xia Changge's second and third disciples were established. Mo Xing, you have just attained the first level of qi refinement. With your experience, you must diligently care for your junior disciples and strive to help them reach the same level as soon as possible. Although Mo Xing was not formally Xia Changge's disciple, he was nonetheless his son, making it perfectly acceptable for him to refer to Xia Changge's disciples as junior brothers and sisters. Xia Changge intended to nurture these two children carefully but would not personally guide them just yet. Instead, he would delegate this straightforward task to his son, alleviating his own burden while simultaneously fostering the relationship between his son and Li Na. By doing this, perhaps in a decade or so, the two would be considered childhood sweethearts. Xia Changge held firm belief that no external force could disrupt their bond. I understand, father. Mo Xing, brimming with youthful exuberance, felt that achieving the first level of qi refinement marked him as a brilliant talent. In the face of the newly joined siblings, particularly the porcelain doll-like Li Na, he found her a delightful contrast to the previously earthy little girl. At just over 8 years old, Mo Xing was indeed more inclined to associate with a charming girl like Li Na. Perhaps this inclination stemmed from his inherent nature. The little girl who had previously arrived from a less fortunate background had undergone significant transformation through Xia Changge's education, shedding any semblance of her former earthy demeanor. Are you intending to arrange for that girl to be Mo Xing's child bride? After settling the two children, Tan Qi'er approached Xia Changge and inquired softly. Xia Changge smiled and replied, I do have such intentions. Why should the bountiful waters flow to the fields of outsiders? Tan Qi'er fell silent. Rest assured, in the future, I will also arrange a suitable girl for Yin Qi. If we cannot find a suitable match from a reputable background, a union with another cultivation family will suffice. Xia Changge made it clear that he would not show favoritism towards his son, as they were all his bloodline. In the future, when it came to managing family affairs, Xia Changge planned to separate the management of his enterprises. In a few years, he intended to segment his holdings. The family would remain distinct from the academy. Each managed separately, yet he would still be the sole leader of both entities. Once his son matured, he would allocate responsibilities within the family and academy, appointing him as his deputy, each overseeing their respective domains. With such a commitment from Xia Changge, Tan Qi'er felt reassured. If Xia Moxing's partner is a genius with 3 spiritual roots, while her son's companion is merely a 4 spiritual root or an ordinary 5 spiritual root female cultivator, then it is destined that he will forever be overshadowed by Xia Moxing, living his life as her perpetual junior. Xia Changge refrained from giving the set of Tai mystic needles of his own designation to Tan Qi'er. Initially, he harbored various concerns, and furthermore, he discovered that the needles were exceedingly convenient for his own use. Ultimately, he decided to keep them for himself. Nonetheless, he did present Tan Qi'er with a low-grade magical artifact, a soft whip, which he had acquired among today's spoils. He had garnered an additional 650 spirit stones today, along with 4 other magical artifacts of little utility. Xia Changge opted to retain these artifacts, as in the coming years, both his second and third sons would sequentially enter the qi refinement stage, as would his second and third disciples. Should they attain this stage, he would undoubtedly bestow upon them great appropriate magical artifacts as gifts. It was prudent to keep these artifacts, for selling them would yield far less than their acquisition cost. Having toiled in Huaying Xinjian for an extended period, Xia Changge's spirit stone reserves had only barely exceeded 1,000, thanks to the collective efforts of numerous friends. Ultimately, his endeavors were too singular, necessitating the exploration of other ventures. The alchemy industry was poised to be Xia Changge's next focus. As for the weapon forging sector, he felt himself ill-equipped to delve into that realm just yet. Perhaps this was fate. With 3 biological children, he had precisely 3 legacies to distribute. He resolved to carve out some time to visit Huema City, intending to bring Lin Meishan and another child with him. Deep down, Xia Changge harbored a fervent wish for Lin Meishan to bear him a daughter. He realized that he had previously been reluctant for her to give birth. Yet now his desires had shifted. Days later, Ruoxue returned to Xia Changge's side, her mood notably sour, particularly upon learning that she was no longer his sole disciple. Her spirits sank further. "Fear not, you remain my most cherished eldest disciple. Pray tell, what troubles you? How many medicinal herbs hasn't Juan acquired for me?" At times, Xia Changge felt a profound weariness within, lamenting that others did not possess the same support he enjoyed. "Do not speak of it. He has not even fulfilled his task of collecting herbs for you. Even if he had, they would have been for his own use. I have fretted over him for months, oblivious to the fact that he has been living indulgently, attending to several women. He has not returned to me at all, treating me with disdain." As she spoke, Ruoxue's delicate fist clenched tightly, her fury palpable. This was the most enraged she had ever felt in her life. Xia Changge was initially taken aback, but soon found that it made a certain sense. Regardless of gender, wealth often alters one's character to some degree. This revelation was not entirely unexpected. After all, he himself was the type to proactively assist those in need. Xia Changge softly voiced this thought, and Ruoxue suddenly turned to her master, her voice trembling as she asked, "Do you also believe that his actions are justifiable?" Xia Changge shook his head repeatedly, asserting, "This is certainly impossible. Although I have stated my intention to care for those young women facing hardships, I would never abandon my wife and child. I will approach this matter with the utmost seriousness." This declaration was, in truth, rather harsh for Ruoxue to hear. Yet, as her mentor, how could she possibly admonish him? The thought of how heartbroken her mother would be upon learning of this situation caused Ruoxue's eyes to well with tears. Indeed, women are often as fluid as water, and some possess an even greater capacity for it. However, returning to the matter at hand, I perceive that your father's health is somewhat frail. Can he truly manage the care of several women? Noticing that only he and Ruoxue were present, and given their relatively close relationship, Xia Changge felt at ease discussing certain delicate topics. And Ruoxue replied coldly, "Isn't it because of you? You have given him so much money, purchasing numerous medicinal herbs to help him recuperate." Xia Changge appeared somewhat displeased. "What? Are you blaming your mentor, Shui? My decision to allow him to procure aged herbs was based on his understanding of pharmacology, all in preparation for concocting elixirs for you." And Ruoxue quickly interjected, gesturing with her delicate hands before her chest, I did not intend to cast blame upon you, master." She understood that her mentor had no ulterior motives. Xia Changge chuckled nonchalantly. "Even if there were, your mentor would comprehend. However, you are knowledgeable in pharmacology. Surely you can grasp the consequences of excessive nourishment, especially if administered continuously. Shouldn't you caution him?" Xia Changge genuinely understood, for Juan was a duplicitous character. When he was in close proximity, he was destined to live a modest life, yet in a different environment. One could never tell what choices might emerge. "Perhaps death would be preferable," Ruoxue remarked, wiping the corners of her eyes. Xia Changge was uncertain if her statement carried an element of jest. The conversation fell into a prolonged silence until Ruoxue tentatively spoke. "Master, did you not just say you would care for the helpless women in need?" It was somewhat embarrassing for Xia Changge to be questioned by a young girl in such a manner, yet he was indeed a kind-hearted individual. Thus he nodded affirmatively. "Then, Master, will you continue to do so in the future?" Ruoxue inquired cautiously. Xia Changge nodded once more, feeling a twinge of shyness. He pondered how his daughter, upon entering the sect, might find a few second or third-tier spiritual root fairies as companions to bring back as brides for him. Of course, some solitary female cultivators of good character, who had reached the foundation establishment stage, would also be acceptable. Xia Changge's intentions were solely to enhance the quality of his family lineage, bearing a significant responsibility. "Master, could you support my mother?" Ruoxue's question abruptly stiffened Xia Changge's smile, pulling him from his pleasant reverie. He gently tapped the small head of Ruoxue. "You foolish girl, what are you saying? How could this little girl utter such words?" Ruoxue, feeling quite wronged, explained, "Master, what I say is the truth. Look, your sister-in-law was entrusted to you after your brother's demise, and your sister Xia was also rescued by you after being abandoned. Now, my mother has also been forsaken. Isn't it fitting for the benevolent you to assist her?" Xia Changge was at a loss for words, unsure how this little girl came to express such a sentiment. His face burned with embarrassment as he listened. This girl truly had no filter. Thank you to the kind friend who enjoys the young lady's story. Ding Ling Wei for the 100 spirit stones, and the esteemed Master Lingfeng for the 1500 spirit stones. I appreciate the support from all the great patrons with their recommendation and monthly votes. Tuesday seems crucial for future recommendations. I kindly ask the esteemed patrons to follow the latest chapters promptly to nourish the story. I am your master. Do you think it appropriate to speak to me in such a manner? Xia Changge was left speechless. Even if he were to provide support, it could not be done without discretion. His assistance was reserved for those who could yield substantial returns. For instance, he had bestowed numerous gifts upon Tancher. Yet none of those gifts had left his possession. What is inappropriate about this? Once a teacher, always a father. Master, you caring for my mother. Isn't this just perfect? And Ruoshui replied with firm conviction, seemingly oblivious to the absurdity of her reasoning. Xia Changge wished to express that if others were to learn that the saying once a teacher, always a father was interpreted in this manner, and Ruoshui would likely face severe consequences. No man could tolerate the notion of his partner unexpectedly gaining a borrowable figure. Let us not dwell on this matter further. However, I must admit, I bear some responsibility for the discord within your family. Whatever compensation you or your mother require, I shall gladly provide. With that, Xia Changge chose to end the conversation. It was not that Xia Changge was overly righteous. Rather, the temptation to bribe him lacked sufficient allure. Could one truly utilize the mother of his disciple? Well, it appeared to be a possibility at present. Su Baicha indeed exuded a mature aura, but she was already fully ripe. Such a state would depreciate in just a couple of years. Waiting any longer would lead to decline. After some contemplation, Xia Changge ultimately decided against it. I wish for my mother to retain her youthful beauty. After a moment's reflection, and Ruoshui refrained from pressing her master further and voiced her desire. Having recently begun her journey as an alchemist, she understood that certain elixirs could greatly enhance a woman's beauty and youthfulness. However, given in Ruoshui's current abilities, it was evident that she could not procure such items herself. She could only hope that Xia Changge would assist her. This modest request was exceedingly simple for Xia Changge. All right, in a few days, I shall procure a beauty-enhancing pill for your mother in Yunnan Xianqing, ensuring she retains her appearance even at 50. Will that suffice? A beauty-enhancing pill, priced at merely 10 spirit stones, is an insignificant sum for Xia Changge at present. The value that Ruoshui has bestowed upon Xia Changge has long surpassed that amount. And Xia Changge would not be so miserly towards her. When it is time to be generous, Xia Changge will undoubtedly not hold back. And Ruoshui harbors no objections to this. The prospect of extending her mother's youth for over a decade fills her with hope. In a few years, she envisions herself parading before that man with her mother by her side, her mother's beauty intact while her father grows frail with age. In truth, and Ruoshui's ideal scenario involves her mother carrying a child, preferably a son, or even showcasing a pronounced pregnancy. Such a sight would surely bring the man to tears. Filled with regret, it would make him realize that the woman he failed to cherish is valued by others, and that the woman he abandoned thrives far better than he ever could, having come to understand the world of cultivation. And Ruoshui is acutely aware of her bleak future as a 5-element root cultivator, recognizing the slim chance of ever reaching the foundation establishment stage. Her life will likely be spent in the chi refinement stage, grateful for her master who introduced her to this path and imparted the art of alchemy. And Ruoshui believes that her only means of repaying such kindness is through unwavering dedication to her master. Very well, you may go now. During this time, please assist in checking if any of the children brought to us possess talent in alchemy. If so, they may be nurtured closely. After comforting a sorrowful maid, Xia Changge felt no sense of achievement. Although he had dealt with several rogue cultivators harboring treasonous thoughts, he still had several honest individuals under his command, scouring for children with spirit roots. Every few days, children are brought in. While their futures may not shine brightly, most may never even reach the 8th layer of chi refinement. In the small town of Huaying, they can still generate substantial value. And Ruoshui promised to pay attention and suppressed her melancholic emotions, returning to her usual duties. Xia Changge promptly addressed the matters he had promised to his disciple. He journeyed to the Immortal City, where he procured a beauty-enhancing pill and also purchased a vial of chi-gathering pills, priced at 10%. The quality of these pills remains uncertain to Xia Changge, yet they are undeniably expensive. 10 small chi-gathering pills are valued at 200 spirit stones. This represents one of the highest levels of difficulty in pill refinement, being a favored item for high-tier chi refinement cultivators. Should Xia Changge succeed in producing such concoctions, He would secure his standing not only in Immortal City but also in several neighboring cities. Regrettably, years of dedicated study in alchemy might yield results for Xia Changge, while in Ruoshui may never achieve such mastery in her lifetime. Xia Changge's purchase serves to aid his cultivation, as he strives to attain the 8th layer of Qi refinement at the earliest opportunity. After reaching the 7th layer of the Qi refinement realm, Xia Changge sensed that the spiritual energy within the environment of Huaying Xiantown had indeed become somewhat scarce. Offering little assistance to practitioners at this level, merely supplying a modicum of energy for recovery. This scarcity was even more pronounced for those above the 8th layer. Xia Changge had been cultivating with spirit stones for some time. As one's cultivation level ascends, their strength magnifies, ultimately necessitating a migration toward more prosperous locales. This is an immutable law of development in any world. To resist this trend would mean enduring a harsher environment, trading an uncertain future for a stable present. Should I attain the foundation establishment realm, even the spiritual energy from a second-tier spiritual plant may prove insufficient. Considering that Xiao Wan and her companions likely cultivate near areas abundant in spiritual plants, their circumstances are undoubtedly more favorable than my own. A tinge of concern flickered in Xia Changge's mind. He was confident that he could potentially break through to the foundation establishment realm within a decade, as the limitations of the 9th layer of Qi refinement posed no real challenge to him. However, once he reached the foundation establishment realm, the spiritual energy of Huaying Xiantown would hardly suffice for his continued cultivation, leaving him reliant on vast quantities of spirit stones or spiritual plants that generate energy. This was also why there were relatively few foundation establishment cultivators surrounding Yunnan City. Conditions simply did not allow for it. A second-tier spiritual plant might not even be sufficient for his family's needs. Perhaps, before breaking through to the foundation establishment realm, he could superficially separate Tan Chi'er to establish the Tan family. At that time, he might have access to 2 spiritual plants. Contemplating such plans, Xia Changge soon entered a state of cultivation. Presently, the higher-tier Qi refinement loose cultivators in Huaying Xiantown had been nearly annihilated by Xia Changge, leaving no one of the 7th layer remaining. As long as he stayed within the city, the threat from the Xia family was nearly non-existent. This was a crucial factor that allowed Xia Changge to cultivate in peace. Initially, he had intended to see if he could leverage the convenience of medicinal pills to reach the 8th layer of Qi refinement in one go. However, fortune did not favor him in this endeavor. After over 2 months of seclusion, members of the Tai family came to his door. Tan Chi'er was unable to cope with the situation and had no choice but to summon Xia Changge. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit to the Xia family? The visitor was a familiar figure to Xia Changge, Tai Ming, the father of Tai Feng. You have quite the audacity, daring to take my Tai family's people. Tai Ming launched directly into an accusation, seeking to intimidate Xia Changge and bend him to his will. Unfazed, Xia Changge replied calmly, "What do you mean by that, senior? When did I ever take anyone from your Tai family?" From the moment he decided to take Li Na and Li Yu away, Xia Changge had prepared himself for the Tai family's confrontation. However, he had not anticipated their arrival would be so swift. With his preparations in place, Xia Changge remained composed. Tai Ming mockingly remarked, "Do not feign ignorance. The 2 young ones from the Li family were taken by you, and no amount of sophistry can alter that fact. Surrender them to me and present an additional 3,000 spiritual stones as an apology to my Tai family. Only then can we forgive your foolish actions." The Tai family certainly has an insatiable appetite. Not only do they demand the return of individuals, but they also seek monetary restitution from Xia Changge. This is hardly surprising, for in this society, might dictates right. Oh, you refer to them? They are now my disciples, and they were previously members of the Li family. When did they become part of your Tai family? The elder's unreasonable demeanor was evident. Xia Changge, however, had mentally prepared for this confrontation. Though he was taken aback by the extent of the Tai family's greed, demanding both people and money. With a resigned sigh, he expressed his regrets to Tai Feng, who had already perished at his hands. It seemed he could no longer support his family. This discussion was bound to end in ruin. What do you mean? Are you unwilling to return them? Xia Changge's defiance provoked a murderous intent in Tai Ming. Given the connection between Xia Changge and the death of his son, he had no intention of sparing him. Not to mention that Xia Changge dared to contest the Tai family for their own. If the opportunity arose, Tai Ming would not hesitate to eliminate this man. Calm down, elder. There is no need for such anger. They are merely 2 children. With the vast resources of the Tai family, surely you do not lack for a pair of youngsters? Xia Changge suggested that the Tai family should exhibit the fortitude befitting a prominent clan. His confidence stemmed from the understanding that although the Tai family boasted foundation establishment cultivators, they could not possibly station themselves outside Huaying Immortal Town. As for the Qi refinement stage cultivators beneath foundation establishment, Xia Changge felt no trepidation. He was on the verge of reaching the 8th level of Qi refinement, ready to enhance his strength further. No longer would he cower as he once did. Indeed, our Tai family is not in want of 2 children, but those belongings that rightfully belong to us, even if we do not desire them, are not for you to seize at will. We are merely individuals striving to survive within this immortal town. Yet, the Tai families might allow for such arrogance. As for the people, I may be willing to return them, but to demand 3,000 spiritual stones as an apology? Elder, do take a look at my family. Do we have the means to produce such an amount? Xia Changge's tone seemed to convey a sense of helplessness, as if he had chosen to submit. Tai Feng reveled in Xia Changge's self-deprecation, believing that such weaklings should possess this level of awareness. Not enough spiritual stones. With so many children around, you can easily gather the amount required. Each child can be valued at 10 spiritual stones, a rather generous offer. This simple enticement perhaps revealed Tai Ming's true intentions towards Xia Changge. Indeed, the focus was on the Li siblings, yet it seemed the Tai family had inadvertently exposed a vulnerability. The Tai family certainly did not perceive any vulnerabilities in their stance, as they could never fathom that Xia Changge, a mere 7th-tier Qi refining practitioner, possessed the means to scrutinize the spiritual realms of fellow Qi refining cultivators. Presently, Xia Changge had over 40 children under his tutelage who possessed spiritual roots. According to the Tai family's own valuation, how much could this be worth in spirit stones? This is untenable, senior. Our Xia family has only 200 or 300 spirit stones in savings, Xia Changge lamented once more in exasperation. Rather than showing leniency in response to Xia Changge's complaints, Tai Ming's demeanor became increasingly oppressive, revealing his disdain with a haughty declaration. This is your responsibility. If you cannot provide, then you shall owe it and repay it slowly. Consider it a lesson for yourself. As he spoke, a hint of condescension crept into Tai Ming's tone. This is utterly unacceptable. Although these children share no blood ties with me, they are my disciples, my students. How could I possibly sell them? Xia Changge's voice resonated with unwavering conviction. To do so would betray the hopes their parents had placed in him. What difference would there be between him and a trafficker? To knowingly send the children under his care into the fiery pit that was the Tai family was an act of unspeakable cruelty. Such an act was something Xia Changge could never allow himself to commit. Oh, are you implying? Tai Ming discerned the underlying meaning in Xia Changge's words. Was he merely dissatisfied with the magnitude of the debt, intending to offset it with a portion of spirit stones? After all, it was extortion. He had never truly suffered a loss. Tai Ming now sought to ascertain what trick Xia Changge might employ. Unless, senior, you are willing to offer 200 spirit stones per child. Otherwise, I cannot bear to part with them. Xia Changge articulated his intent. Tai Ming's expression darkened instantly. Young man, do you realize you are courting your own demise? How dare you defy the Tai family? Did he not even know how to write the character for death? Courting death? Is it not courting death to heed the senior's implications? Xia Changge retorted. Several thousand spirit stones, how insatiable is your appetite, senior? Are you expecting our Xia family to repay for generations? To be frank, if Tai Ming genuinely offered 200 spirit stones per child, Xia Changge was uncertain whether he could resist such temptation. It was an exorbitant sum, nearly equating to 10,000 spirit stones. He believed few, like himself, of humble origins, could withstand such a lure. Of course, Xia Changge understood that Tai Ming would never acquiesce to his demands. Very well, I see you possess some skill. To forge a favorable connection, hand over the children for my Tai family to nurture. I shall consider this matter settled. Tai Ming conceded at last. Tai Ming's concession was, for Xia Changge, a triumph. He leisurely sipped his tea, entirely unfazed by Tai Ming's current demeanor. In a fit of rage, Tai Ming slammed his hand upon the table, shattering it to pieces. Take him down. In the confines of Xia Changge's home, how could he allow Tai Ming to act with impunity? At this moment, Xia Changge had been waiting for him for quite some time. What? Tai Ming could hardly fathom that Xia Changge would dare to take action against him. Such audacity. Xia Changge's words ignited Tai Ming's fury, his voice booming like thunder. Yet, Xia Changge remained unfazed, his tone even more piercing than Tai Ming's. It is you who possesses the audacity to commit violence in my abode. Do you wish for your own demise? Tai Ming was momentarily taken aback. He had merely shattered a table, and this little wretch had the gall to accuse him of violent intrusion? This was the territory of the Xiao family. If he truly acted upon such intentions, he would surely provoke that woman, Xiao Yun. He sensed that several cultivators at the 6th and 7th levels of qi refining were present within Xia Changge's residence, along with first-tier array instruments for assistance. If he were to engage in combat, it would be impossible to subdue this fellow in a short time. Tai Ming was confident that Xiao Yun would not dare to kill him, yet falling into her hands would certainly leave him in a dire predicament, bringing great embarrassment and significantly impacting his future. Very well, young man, you have played your cards well. Now, prepare to meet your end. Tai Ming realized that Xia Changge had no intention of yielding him. Had his previous words merely been a mockery? This realization brought immense humiliation to Tai Ming. He was determined to uncover the source of Xia Changge's audacity to oppose the Tai family. In truth, had Xia Changge attempted a sneak attack, he might have been capable of killing Tai Ming. However, after a moment's hesitation, he ultimately refrained from doing so. Should he truly slay Tai Ming within his own residence, the foundational cultivators of the Tai family would surely not hold back from intervening personally. In such a scenario, the danger for Xia Changge would be significantly heightened. If he refrained from killing Tai Ming, the Tai family would at most regard him as an arrogant fool unaware of his own limitations. Even if they targeted him, it would only be with foundational cultivators of the 9th level of qi refining. This level of pressure was something Xia Changge could still endure. Ultimately, a conflict with the Tai family was inevitable. Even if Xia Changge had not brought back the siblings Li Na and Li Yu, he could not have expected a favorable outcome. Watching Tai Ming depart, Xia Changge also rose from the family estate and made his way to the Xiao family. He intended to gauge the sentiments of the Xiao clan. In matters such as these, he could only turn to Xiao Wan for assistance. As he was still a vassal family of the Xiao clan, he would see how much support the main family was willing to provide in his time of trouble. Before meeting Xiao Wan, Xia Changge intentionally wore a forlorn expression. Upon seeing his demeanor, Xiao Wan instinctively inquired about the troubles he faced. The Xia Changge of your had never appeared so beleaguered. With a hint of sorrow, he replied, Miss, you are aware that not long ago, I brought back 2 children with 3 spiritual roots from the Li family estate. Today, Tai Ming came forth, claiming that those children were initially chosen by them. Not only does he demand that I hand over the 2 children, but he also seeks 3,000 spirit stones as compensation. The Tai family wields quite an influence. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Wan's brows knitted into a tight line. The Tai family, how audacious! Xiao Wan was aware that the 2 children of the Li family were indeed sought out by Xia Changge and could not possibly belong to the Tai family. Even if the Tai family had made prior arrangements, it was ultimately the choice of the other party to entrust them to Xia Changge. Did the Tai family still have the audacity to cause trouble? To demand compensation? Xia Changge was, after all, a vassal of the Xiao family. Such oppression of the Xia family clearly indicated a lack of respect for the Xiao family. However, this was secondary. What truly alarmed Xiao Wan was that Tai Ming had come with the intention of abducting all the children under her care, planning to seize over 40 children with spiritual roots at a price of 10 spirit stones each. One could only wonder what the Tai family was truly scheming. Xia Changge pointed out the most critical issue. Given his current strength, even knowing the weaknesses of the Tai family, it would be exceedingly difficult to subdue them. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wan began to weigh the implications in her heart. The Tai family's audacity before the Xiao family had indeed exposed vulnerabilities that raised her suspicions. Ultimately, it would be her mother who would need to make the final decision. Xiao Wan naturally wished to protect Xia Changge. But should the Tai family send a strong foundation-building expert, she would find herself powerless. Miss, what is the strength of the Tai family's foundation-building cultivators? Xia Changge suddenly inquired in a hushed tone. Xiao Wan did not pay much heed, recalling the intelligence she had previously reviewed. She responded, one is at the initial stage of foundation building, and the other at the mid-stage. This information is a few years old. And while their strength may have improved somewhat since then, it shouldn't be significant. They likely remain at the mid-stage of foundation building at most. In that case, if Xiao Yun, that formidable woman, were to lend her assistance, there should be no major issues. Hearing this, the pressure on Xia Changge was considerably alleviated. After a moment of contemplation, he posed another question. Miss, do you happen to know if your esteemed mother, with her late-stage foundation-building cultivation, is acquainted with any experts of the Golden Core stage? Xiao Wan regarded Xia Changge with a thoughtful gaze before responding. I am not entirely certain, but I have gleaned some tidbits about my mother from indirect sources. She likely had many close friends in her youth, some of whom have reached the Golden Core stage. And it seems that at least one has become an elder of a major sect. However, I cannot provide further specifics. Xiao Wan's response granted Xia Changge a wealth of valuable information. It was indeed true that Xiao Yun had been at the late stage of foundation building for many years and was acquainted with cultivators who had transcended that realm. He maintained a neutral expression. Now was not the time to confront the Xiao family. If Xiao Yun could offer substantial support while he had not yet disclosed much of his worth, he would certainly reciprocate her kindness. Conversely, if she could not assist, Xia Changge understood that it was merely human nature. He accompanied Xiao Wan back to the Xiao family. This time, Xia Changge unexpectedly found himself in the very heart of the Xiao family estate. The spiritual energy here was more than tenfold that of his own residence. Xiao Yun was seated in meditation beneath a spirit tree that towered over 3 meters. The spirit tree seems to perpetually generate pure spiritual energy, predominantly of the wood attribute. Living in this vicinity might extend one's lifespan by several years. This must be the second-tier spirit plant that all foundation-establishing families possess. This particular spirit plant is encircled by an array, preventing the spiritual energy from leaking out. What purpose do you have in bringing it here? Xiao Yun glanced at Xia Changge, somewhat surprised, for apart from the 4 of them, no one else had entered this place. Mother, it is like this Xiao Wan began to disclose matters concerning the Tai family. She conveyed this through a special method of sound transmission, leaving Xia Changge unable to hear a single word. Xiao Wan's report rendered Xiao Yun momentarily silent. After a while, she spoke. If that is indeed the case, we could seize this opportunity to appropriate some of the Tai family's interests, alleviating the pressing needs of our Xiao family. However, is the situation confirmed? The Tai family can indeed be described as prosperous, making it difficult to confront them unless one strikes decisively. There seems to be no doubt. The only uncertainty lies in the specific location, which makes it challenging to gather evidence. Xiao Wan replied soberly. What do you intend to do? Xiao Yun inquired of her eldest daughter, seeking Xiao Wan's thoughts. Rather than answering directly, Xiao Wan responded, if mother believes in this, allow me to handle the matter. Xiao Yun nodded, indicating her approval. The spiritual energy here is exceedingly dense. If I were to cultivate in this place, I fear I would reach the 8th level of Qi refinement within half a month. Once the mother and daughter duo concluded their deliberations, Xia Changge reluctantly stepped out, exclaiming with admiration, I appreciate the support of all fellow cultivators. This update counts as yesterday's. Perhaps I might manage 3 updates during the day. Since arriving in Huaying, your strength has escalated rather swiftly. I recall you were merely at the 5th level of Qi refinement at the beginning. Now, just a few years later, you are on the verge of breaking through to the 8th level. It seems your previous talent was squandered. Xiao Wan regarded Xia Changge with a penetrating gaze, slightly taken aback by the 4 spiritual roots he possessed. At that time, I was already at the pinnacle of the 5th level of Qi refinement, poised for a breakthrough. However, during my time in the mortal town, I hesitated to expend spiritual stones for the advancement, as I had only a handful and could not afford to squander them. Xia Changge reminisced. Without the Sacred Heart Sutra, it would have been difficult for Xia Changge to attain his current standing. Naturally, this also owes much to the benefactors who supported him. Hearing Xia Changge recount his past hardships, Xiao Wan found it amusing. This man was so frugal that he could not even bear to spend spiritual stones to advance his cultivation. The spirit plant known as Qilingmu produces the pure spiritual energy within. It would not be easy for you to cultivate within it. After all, you are not truly one of the Xiao family. Xiao Wan observed Xia Changge, recognizing his curiosity, and conveyed this conclusion. Xia Changge took no offense, remarking, I merely hope that in a decade or so, I too might possess such a spirit plant. Xia Changge now feigns nonchalance, yet his mind is preoccupied with another matter. His daughter, Xia Changge, may not have fully realized her innate potential. Had she been raised in the vicinity of that spiritual plant, perhaps she would now be at the 4th level of Qi refinement, in a more favorable environment. Her achievements would undoubtedly be even greater. This compels Xia Changge to engage in some persuasion regarding his daughter's ambitions. Ever since their previous confrontation, although Xia Changge has consistently assured him that she would eventually join a sect, she deftly evades specifics about the timing. Following his observations at the Xiao family today, Xia Changge resolves to be more determined. In a decade or so, I hope so, should you truly reach the threshold of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, I might suggest to your mother that we allocate that space for your use. Xia Changge's words astonished Xiao Wan, who ultimately responded, I wonder what your plans are moving forward, miss? Xia Changge chose not to delve further into this topic, instead focusing on his pressing concern, how the Xiao family would confront the impending troubles posed by the Tai family. The Tai family would likely send only a few ninth-level Qi refinement cultivators to trouble you, akin to previous assassination attempts. I will bolster the city's defenses. Should any high-level cultivators enter, they will be detected immediately. Xiaowan was not overly concerned, for it was unlikely that the Tai family would dispatch 2 Foundation establishment cultivators simultaneously. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Changge proposed a strategy. I believe this approach is not optimal. It would be wiser to disperse the loose cultivators within Huangxian town, so that only your people remain, making management more convenient. His suggestion, clearly self-serving, was met with hesitation from Xiaowan, who eventually shook her head. If I were to do that, wouldn't our business in the city suffer as well? Indeed. These several dozen loose cultivators contribute significantly to the Xiao family's income in spirit stones each year. Displacing them would make it difficult to ascertain the benefits or drawbacks for the Xiao family. Rather than pursue this minor profit, it would be more prudent to secure a stable foothold in Yunanxian City. Embodying the demeanor of a strategic advisor, Xia Changge began to guide Xiaowan. Her response to his counsel was one of resignation. I wish it were that simple, but there are 7 Foundation establishment families in Yunnan City alone, in addition to several nearby. Our Xiao family finds it challenging to establish ourselves among them. Furthermore, the one targeting us is the county princess. How are we supposed to navigate this? From Xiaowan's words, Xia Changge surmised that there were likely around 30 active Foundation establishment cultivators within this immortal city. Most of them, driven by fear, remained in this impoverished domain that originally belonged to Qi refinement cultivators, seeking to dominate. After careful contemplation, Xia Changge finally inquired, "Might I ask, miss, if you possess the recipe for Qi gathering pills? I would like to study it thoroughly when I have the time." At present, Xia Changge could offer little assistance to the Xiao family, but he hoped to explore avenues for industrial advancement. The Xiao family possesses no alchemist capable of concocting the Qi gathering pill. Within the entirety of Yunnan Immortal City, there are no more than 3 alchemists proficient in this art. Regarding Xia Changge's request, Xiaowan did not inquire further, assuring him that she would prepare the formula and deliver it to him. The formula indeed exists, as the Xiao family had previously harbored hopes that their 2 alchemists might successfully produce it. Clearly, those hopes were met with disappointment. Although Xiaowan harbored doubts about Xia Changge's potential to concoct the Qi gathering pill, she thought it harmless to allow him a chance. Given the rarity of the ingredients for the Qi gathering pill, Xiaowan could not provide them to Xia Changge. He would need to procure the materials himself. Upon departing from the Xiao residence, Xia Changge felt a considerable sense of relief. The challenges that lay ahead would likely involve the Tai family as pursuit. Fortunately, Xia Changge possessed an exceptionally keen sense, surpassing even those of cultivators at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Should any formidable practitioners appear near his residence, he would sense their presence immediately. At that point, he would merely need to create a stir and await assistance from the Xiao family, ensuring that his own situation would remain manageable. Upon returning home, Xia Changge shared this matter with his sister-in-law and eldest daughter. Zhang Miaoyi did not react strongly to Xia Changge's decision. After all, her daughter was now grown, and as a mother, she felt it best not to interfere too much in her daughter's choices. In truth, when faced with her exceptionally talented daughter, Zhang Miaoyi felt a twinge of hesitation in her ability to offer guidance, sensing that she lacked the qualifications. Moreover, Xia Changge had mentioned that by joining the Biyun sect, their daughter might even awaken her spiritual roots. This revelation left Zhang Miaoyi breathless, and her reservations about sending her daughter to the sect dissipated. Mother, do you truly intend to send me to the sect?" Upon observing her mother's silence and her father's proactive stance on the matter, Xia Ijiu felt a sense of neglect from both parents. Xia Changge quickly reassured her, "Not at all. I merely wish to ensure my daughter's future is secure. How about this? I promise that even if I send Ijiao to the sect, I will visit you every 3 years. What do you think? Once a year?" Xia Ijiao immediately interjected, dramatically reducing her father's proposed timeline by 2/3. Such young ambition. Xia Changge chuckled softly, "My dear daughter, with my current cultivation level, traveling back and forth between home and your sect would take several months each time. Here's the plan. Before I reach the Foundation establishment stage, I will visit you once every 3 years. Once I attain that level, I will come once a year. Does that sound fair? I wouldn't want to exhaust myself completely." Visiting Xia Ijiao's sect would undoubtedly benefit Xia Changge, as the resources available there would be far more comprehensive than those at home. At this moment, Xia Ijiao has come to a certain understanding and acceptance. It is permissible. But I must celebrate my 14th birthday first. Oh no, I shall wait until my younger brother's 10th birthday has passed. Xia Yijiao's eyes darted around, still intending to buy herself a little more time. No, it's settled. Once your 14th birthday has passed, we shall take care of your brother's celebration. Ensuring he has a delightful time, Xia Changge firmly rejected her proposal. The matter of Xia Yijiao's 14th birthday was manageable, only 4 months away. It could easily be postponed. However, her brother's 10th birthday was still a considerable time off. Oh, how could such a delay be tolerated? No, he is my dear little brother. As his sister, I cannot miss his 10th birthday. Xia Yijiao hastily countered. At present, Xia Yiji was well aware of her privileges and intended to leverage them wisely. Alas, what should one do when a daughter has spread her wings? A good thrashing should suffice. Xia Yiji was merely at the 3rd level of qi refinement. She could not defy the heavens while Xia Changge was present. Once matters on Xia Yijiao's side were settled, Xia Changge began to study the alchemical formula presented by Shaowan. The raw materials for this qi-gathering pill were valued at around 20 spirit stones. A vial contains 10 pills, priced at 200 spirit stones. A typical alchemist can produce 7 or 8 pills in one attempt. Thus, 20 qi-gathering pills can be made from just 3 batches. With a cost of 60 spirit stones, they could be sold for 400 spirit stones, resulting in an outrageously high profit even after accounting for some additional expenses. Xia Changge glanced at the production process and felt a shiver run down his spine. The difficulty of crafting this pill was tenfold that of the violent pill he had previously concocted. He would have to attempt it hundreds, if not thousands, of times. Xia Changge was truly reluctant, as he lacked the financial means. Curiosity piqued, and Ruoxue also examined the formula. Master, may I descend to study this further? And Ruoxue inquired tentatively. Xia Changge handed the formula to Ruoxue. Yes, but it must not be carelessly shared, and do not invest too much heart into this matter. At present, we, as master and disciple, are unable to produce this item. He had already memorized the contents of the formula. Whether or not it was available in the future mattered little now. Understood, master. And Ruoxue nodded earnestly, her thoughts already drifting elsewhere. For over half a month, Xia Changge remained anxious yet encountered no disturbances. It seemed the Tai family had made no moves, which perplexed him. Was he merely overthinking? Was Tai Ming merely speaking in jest? It wasn't until Immortal arrived at Xia Changge's abode with a box that he became aware of the Tai family's gruesome nature. Within was a severed head, the head of Li Feng, the head of the Li family estate. The eyes had not yet closed, clearly. After some contemplation, Xia Changge resolved to inform Li Yu, who was still in training. After all, Li Yu's psychological resilience was likely stronger than that of his sister, Li Na. No. Upon seeing Li Feng's head, the previously smiling Li Yu's countenance turned ashen in an instant. He could never have imagined that events would unfold in such a manner. Just months ago, his grandfather was in good health, yet today he appeared in this tragic state. Child, I owe you an apology. When the Tai family sought to take you, I did not consent to your departure. This is their vengeance. Xia Changge could not fathom the depths of the Tai family's depravity, even extending their cruelty to mere mortals. It was difficult for him to envision what the current state of Li Jiabao would be like. Master, do not blame yourself. The Tai family, for such a trivial matter, has resorted to such heinous actions against my kin. I can discern the nature of their family. After a prolonged silence, Li Yu regained his composure and responded bitterly. At that moment, his heart was likely brimming with hatred. Child, rest assured. I shall treat you as my own son from now on, ensuring that you achieve the foundation building stage and exact your vengeance. Xia Changge approached Li Yu and patted his shoulder. This statement was a genuine outpouring of Xia Changge's emotions. He did not attempt to stand on a moral high ground and counsel Li Yu to relinquish his hatred. On the contrary, he fervently supported Li Yu's quest for revenge. This matter was kept secret from Li Na, as per Li Yu's request. Xia Changge understood that this was perhaps merely the beginning. It was not just Li Na and Li Yu's parents. The parents of the other children under Xia Changge's care could potentially meet a similar fate as that of Li Jiabao. Those with hardened hearts, faced with such circumstances, would likely choose to remain indifferent. After all, it was Tai Ming who dealt with these mortals, not Xia Changge. The fact that the children under Xia Changge's wing became orphans might seem beneficial, as it could foster greater loyalty to the Xia family. Yet, Xia Changge could not bring himself to such cold-heartedness. He swiftly discussed the matter with Shaowan. Upon hearing the news, Shaowan was deeply affected but found herself at a loss for an immediate solution. What do you intend to do? It is not feasible to stake out one by one, is it? Furthermore, if you leave, what are the remaining adversaries in your residence? Wouldn't that put you in a precarious situation? It must be said that Xia Changge felt utterly helpless at this moment. Unless a location where the Tai family practiced forbidden techniques could be discovered, capturing them in the act seemed improbable. Xiao Wan quietly remarked. The Xiao family could not possibly dispatch a dozen or 20 qi refining cultivators to stake out. The chances of success were slim, and it could be interpreted as an outright declaration of war against the Tai family. The Tai family has gone too far. I still intend to confront them. Xiao Wan's words sparked inspiration for Xia Changge. If they could capture a significant figure from the Tai family and delve into their mental realm to extract core secrets, it would allow the Xiao family to quietly plan a decisive operation, potentially providing the most effective resolution. The Tai family's brazen provocations had become intolerable for Xia Changge. Your strength in facing those individuals. Xiao Wan expressed concern that Xia Changge's recklessness might lead to irrationality, resulting in disastrous consequences. She believed that Xia Changge would find it exceedingly difficult to confront a cultivator at the 9th level of qi refinement. I possess a trump card. As long as they are beneath the foundation establishment stage, I have nothing to fear. Moreover, what Xia Changge needed to do was merely to execute a surprise attack. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, Xia Changge would undoubtedly refrain from making a move. With a sigh, Xiao Wan said, I shall lend you this item. Thus, she intended to loan her magical artifact, the 5-metal soul bell, to Xia Changge. Miss, what are you doing? Xiao Wan's action took Xia Changge by surprise. She was lending her artifact to him? Did she not fear that her treasure would be seized should the Tai family eliminate him? The method of using this item was quite straightforward. It demanded a high degree of spiritual power from the user. However, upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, one could activate it with their divine sense, significantly enhancing its lethality. In my hands, very few beneath the foundation establishment stage could withstand it, unless they possessed something that countered its effects. Otherwise, they would have to be distracted in their defense, and if you were to use it, you might only manage to utilize it 2 or 3 times. Though it may not inflict substantial damage on a 9th level qi refinement cultivator, it would certainly have an impact, at the very least providing you with an opportunity to escape. After removing it, Xiao Wan activated her spiritual energy, causing it to float before Xia Changge as she explained its usage. A rush of elation surged within Xia Changge. To maximize the damage through divine sense activation, due to his cultivation of the Sacred Heart technique, he felt he might possess a rudimentary form of divine sense power. This conclusion was drawn from extensive research into various texts. Otherwise, he would not have been able to perceive the external world with greater acuity than cultivators at the 8th or 9th levels of qi refinement. If paired with the 5-metal soul bell, how formidable would that be? I had previously noted that your speed while flying with your sword was remarkably swift, not lagging behind that of an ordinary 9th level qi refinement cultivator. This is your advantage. If you cannot defeat them, you can certainly flee. Accept it. Having known Xia Changge for several years now, Xiao Wan believed she had discerned his character. As long as Xia Changge's family was present, he would be unable to escape. Moreover, if Xia Changge were to unwittingly be killed by the Tai family, what would become of the legacy he left behind? It would certainly be worth more than her single artifact. In any case, Xiao Wan did not believe she would suffer any loss. Thank you, Mississippi. I shall not disappoint your expectations. After a brief moment of contemplation, Xia Changge ultimately accepted the item. He did not hasten to venture out, but instead chose to practice the technique of concealing his aura within the safety of his home. Finally, after the Tai family sent a second provocation, Xia Changge quietly altered his appearance and exited through the back door of Huangxian town. He positioned himself near the area where his deceased relatives once resided. Xia Changge sincerely hoped that the Tai family would act with humanity and cease their relentless slaughter. Yet, it was evident that his hopes were in vain. Perhaps, in the eyes of the Tai family, the lives of these mortals were as insignificant as weeds. Even before the arrival of the Tai family, Xia Changge had conducted a thorough investigation. At the very least, within his estate, there would be no traitors present. The Tai family seeks to uncover the familial information of the children under their care, a task that requires considerable time, likely necessitating the bribery of scattered cultivators they once recruited as errand runners. As a practitioner at the 8th layer of qi refinement arrives in the village of one of Xia Changge's disciples, Xia Changge prepares himself for the impending encounter. The massacre of entire villages, comprising hundreds or even thousands, is an act that even the Tai family cannot withstand the repercussions of. Zhao's nation imposes stringent measures against those cultivators who indiscriminately slay mortals. Even golden core cultivators face ruthless execution if they commit mass murder against mortals. Thus, the Tai family arrives well prepared, intending to punish Xia Changge without placing themselves in perilous circumstances. Their objective is solely to eliminate the blood relatives of Xia Changge's students. Upon the arrival of the 8th layer Qi refinement cultivator at the ancestral home of Xia Changge's academy, he immediately senses the presence of this visitor. Promptly, he instructs the parents of his students to remain at home while he confronts the situation himself. This is indeed Renhao's residence, the Tai family cultivator. Upon seeing the obsequious Xia Changge, loses the inclination to toy with him and instead wishes to conclude this matter swiftly to proceed to his next destination and fulfill his daily quota. His demeanor is notably cold. Once the target is identified, he will swiftly sever the head for transport. Indeed, the immortal master has come here for a death sentence. Xia Changge's ingratiating smile instantly transforms into a chilling murderous intent. Before the cultivator can react, his crown is pierced by Xia Changge's mystical needle. Even the tiniest puncture suffices to claim his life. Just before his demise, Xia Changge places a hand upon his spiritual root, activating the Celestial Palace illusion skill from the Sacred Heart technique to probe into his innermost memories. 7 cultivators, as anticipated. Leading the group is the familiar figure of Tai Ming. 6 8th layer Qi refinement practitioners are indeed a concession to Xia Changge, who himself is merely at the 7th layer. No matter how extraordinary his abilities, he cannot surpass certain limits. Furthermore, the Shao family does not factor into the Tai family's plans. If the Shao family resolutely decides to protect Xia Changge, no amount of 8th layer Qi refinement cultivators would be of consequence. Aside from Tai Ming, who enjoys the comforts of a mortal town named Ba City with 1 8th layer cultivator, the others are outside executing the missions assigned by Tai Ming. As a significant direct descendant of the Tai family, Tai Ming cannot personally go from one mortal to another to carry out the killings. He has instructed his subordinates to eliminate all blood relatives of Xia Changge's students. 3 must be killed each day. Grant me the opportunity. And how could I not seize it? Xia Changge realizes that time is of the essence. Tai Ming's mandate requires his dispatched subordinates to report every 3 days. The individual Xia Changge has just dispatched has already been out for over a day. He understands that if he wishes to disrupt the killing spree of those subordinates, he is running out of time. Therefore, Xia Changge plans to directly seek out Tai Ming, the true mastermind, within Ba City. The location of Ba City is not particularly distant from here, merely a half-day's journey. Xia Changge soared through the skies on his sword and, as he approached Ba City, opted to walk the remaining distance. After searching for a little over half an hour, he finally located his target. Silently, he infiltrated the vicinity of the room where Tai Ming resided. Xia Changge closed his eyes and concentrated, employing his serene perception to glean the activities occurring next door through the wall. Perhaps due to the death of his son, Tai Ming sought to father more offspring to perpetuate his bloodline. Alternatively, with no Dao companion nearby to oversee him, Tai Ming's days in Ba City were exceedingly indulgent. He was accompanied by 5 beautiful mortal women, one of whom was a member of the law enforcement division in Ba City, a profession Xia Changge was somewhat familiar with. Tai Ming's life appeared to be one of sheer extravagance. Should I disguise myself as a woman to carry out the assassination? Xia Changge felt a twinge of conflict within. Disguising himself was within his capabilities, as he could use his skills to transform into an exceptionally beautiful woman. He believed that adopting such a guise would indeed reduce the difficulty of eliminating Tai Ming. Men, when confronted by women, especially in such situations, often find themselves powerless to resist. Xia Changge noted that Tai Ming was undoubtedly clad in armor. However, at this moment, he observed that Tai Ming was unarmored. Clearly, wearing such attire was inconvenient. After a moment of internal conflict, Xia Changge ultimately decided to undergo a transformation. In his mind, the act of killing someone as inhumane as Tai Ming outweighed his own sense of dignity. This art of disguise proved to be utterly formidable. Although he could not claim to resemble a transcendent beauty, he was certainly no less than captivating. Compared to ordinary mortal women, there was an additional aura of purity about him. After all, no one would know. What was there to fear? This was the comforting mantra Xia Changge repeated to himself. Once Tai Ming was eliminated, no soul would be aware of the event. With determination, Xia Changge boldly approached Tai Ming's resting quarters and knocked on the door. What is it? Tai Ming sounded somewhat impatient, as one often does when interrupted during important matters. Xia Changge mimicked his sister-in-law's tone, speaking in a soft and delicate manner. Esteemed master, I am here to serve you. Upon uttering these words, Xia Changge felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Nonetheless, the effect was remarkable, eliciting a deep-seated thrill within Tai Ming. Just from the voice, Tai Ming surmised that this must be an extraordinary beauty. Quick, come in. Tai Ming abandoned his previous concerns. eager to behold the alluring figure standing outside. Xia Changge gently pushed the door open, revealing his true self. I never imagined such beauty could exist in this little boss city. Come closer. If you serve me well, I shall take you to the celestial city for a life of leisure and delight. Timing, at that moment, appeared particularly eager. Urgency? Indeed. Xia Changge felt a sense of urgency as well. In the confines of his home, Xia Changge occasionally indulged in playful interactions with his sister-in-law and younger sister. Accustomed as he was to the charms of fashion shows, witnessing such beauty, he found the allure irresistible, akin to a blade that cuts to the bone. Indeed, even the most formidable of men would falter before such enchantment. Today, Xia Changge was resolute in his intent to extract retribution from Timing, whose transgressions warranted nothing less than 1,000 cuts. As Xia Changge approached Timing, preparing to settle himself upon his lap, a fleeting silver flash danced through the air. A needle pierced directly into Timing's heart, unleashing a wretched wail reminiscent of a slaughterhouse. In that moment, Timing experienced a torment that felt as though his very soul was being pierced. You wretched creature, I shall see you dead, he cried, his body trembling with agony. His immediate impulse was to strike down Xia Changge, but the latter was not so easily subdued. With a firm grip, Xia Changge seized Timing's attacking wrist, driving 3 needles into his body once more. These 3 needles sealed Timing's acupoints, rendering him momentarily powerless. Having made up his mind to engage in insidious tactics, particularly those involving needle-like weapons favored by women, Xia Changge possessed a profound understanding of the body's acupoints. Timing, lacking any form of protective armor, was but a mere mortal, and Xia Changge approached him without hesitation, extracting the true blood from beside Timing's heart. He had seized the initiative. Even with Timing's superior rank, it was too late for him to react. In essence, it was akin to a tiger falling into the valley, preyed upon by wolves. The nostalgic essence enveloped him once more, as Xia Changge experienced a power he both despised and felt compelled to embrace. He sensed that with continued absorption, he might even lose his aversion to it altogether. You. As Timing felt his essence being siphoned away, his pupils dilated in despair. Had he encountered a demonic cultivator? What do you mean? What? Xia Changge retorted. Did you not come seeking me, old fool? Have you forgotten me merely because you wear a different face? Amid Timing's cries of anguish, Xia Changge seized his storage pouch. To Xia Changge, Timing was now aptly described by an inappropriate term. A naked beauty? Perhaps it was best left unsaid. With the treasures bestowed by Shaowan, Xia Changge possessed ample means to torment this nefarious tyrant slowly. Previously, he had merely left a dusting of powder, causing the trembling mortal women around Timing to succumb to slumber. It is you little beast. How could you be a demonic cultivator? Timing exclaimed. Abruptly roused by Xia Changge's voice, disbelief etched across his face. He could hardly fathom that the individual he had encountered on multiple occasions was indeed a practitioner of the demonic path, eluding his notice entirely. No wonder this individual, like the Tai family, sought to gather children with spiritual roots. He should have anticipated this. This little beast had concealed himself remarkably well. Xia Changge exhibited no semblance of concealment. Yes, it was I who took your son's life. He intended to bind me to the Tai family, and I crushed his heart from behind. Now, you may find peace, I trust. Xia Changge truly was a benevolent soul, to grant Timing a sense of closure. He resolved the greatest mystery of his life, the identity of his son's murderer. You wretched creature, I shall avenge you, despite the absence of magical artifacts. Upon learning that his son had been slain by the man before him, Timing was consumed by fury, losing all reason. In a fit of rage, he summoned his most familiar earth explosion technique with his still-functioning left hand, intent on annihilating Xia Changge. Xia Changge nonchalantly twirled the metal soul bell on his right wrist. In an instant, Timing's incantation faltered, and he felt as though his head might shatter, lost in a moment of confusion. Xia Changge wasted no words. He delivered a resounding slap to the crown of Timing's head. While it did not obliterate his skull, it was inevitable that it would crack open. Rest assured. Should your wife and daughter refrain from seeking my vengeance, I shall not harm them. Xia Changge's gentle words became the last he would ever hear. He was uncertain whether to express gratitude to this individual. Unlike Xia Changge, his grudges would not extend to innocent bystanders. Seizing the moment while Timing still clung to life, Xia Changge delved into his mental realm, extracting the knowledge he sought. Soon, a smile graced his face. I am eager to see how the Tai family will cope with this. However, some were unable to catch the heat of the moment. By the time Xia Changge resolved the situation, another practitioner at the 8th layer of Qi refinement had just donned his attire and arrived at the scene. Naturally, he was met with the sight of Timing, whose orifices bled profusely. Xia Changge remained silent, for among Timing's entourage, only he warranted special consideration. He gently jingled the metal soul bell in his hand, and the newly arrived practitioner was immediately engulfed in a haunting sound, causing his head to feel unbearably heavy and confused. Meanwhile, Xia Changge stored Timing's lifeless body in his storage pouch and, as he passed by the Qi refinement practitioner, relieved him of his own storage pouch, nudging his corpse in the process. With a thunderous crash, it collapsed to the ground. Xia Changge summoned his spiritual energy, retracting the flying needles that had burst from the building. After sprinkling a vial of corpse-dissolving powder over the body, he soared away on his sword. After a considerable journey from Ba City, Xia Changge transformed back into his original form. Initially, he had intended to remain in Ba City until he could eliminate Tai Ming's lackeys one by one. However, upon reflection, he decided it prudent to first relay the vital information he had gathered to Xiaowan. After all, it was evident that confronting the ultimate instigator was of paramount importance, far more so than vanquishing the minions. The enmity between him and the Tai family was irreconcilable, and Xia Changge had no desire for reconciliation. Upon arriving at the Shao residence, he presented Tai Ming's corpse while also divulging the nature of the forbidden techniques practiced by the Tai family, along with their precise location. The Tai family employs children with spiritual roots, as well as various organs from numerous loose cultivators, to concoct ghastly elixirs for the cultivation of their progeny endowed with spiritual roots. This practice enables a swift ascent to the 9th layer of Qi refinement while significantly truncating the time spent at that level, allowing for an earlier rush to the foundation establishment stage. Furthermore, even in the event of a failed attempt to break through to foundation establishment, one's body can recover rapidly. The Tai family has truly epitomized the concept of devouring humanity. Xia Changge found it difficult to comprehend how such barbarity could be tolerated. Witnessing the pitiful state of Tai Ming, Xiaowan was equally astonished. How could one perish at the 9th layer of Qi refinement? How exactly did you bring about his demise? Xiaowan could no longer restrain herself and voiced the question that had been gnawing at her mind. I shamelessly opted for a sneak attack. The individual was terrorizing the mundane women of Ba City, and his inner armor had already been discarded, rendering his external defenses lax, if not entirely absent. Seizing this opportunity, I launched my assault and eliminated him. Xia Changge provided a brief explanation and then handed over Tai Ming's storage bag, only to be halted by Xiaowan. If the information you provided is accurate, the benefits that our Shao family could reap far exceed anything Tai Ming could offer. You should keep it. The next steps depend on how Mother decides to act. Xia Changge did not insist, acknowledging that Tai Ming's wealth was likely considerable, with his possession surely amounting to at least 1,000 spirit stones. I must also seek vengeance for my disciples. There are still 4 of Tai Ming's executioners at large, and I intend to hunt them all down. Therefore, I require the use of your magical artifacts for 2 days. Time is of the essence, and Xia Changge must swiftly traverse between Huaying and Ba City to avoid missing the opportunity. With the 5 metal soul bell, Xia Changge can engage his foes more easily, and is reluctant to forego such an advantage. Though the shock robbery spell offers a similar effect, it demands a higher level of skill and is somewhat inferior to the 5 metal soul bell. Go ahead, but exercise caution. Xiaowan regarded Xia Changge's serious demeanor and chose not to impede him, since he had been able to kill Tai Ming at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Even through a sneak attack, it was reasonable to assume he possessed many cunning tactics. The extent of the fury from the head of the Xia family remained to be seen. Xia Changge first returned to his residence, suspending Tai Ming's corpse upon a cross. He enlisted in Ruoxue to assist in watching over it while he explained the recent events to the children. Xia Changge lacked the courage to confront the sorrowful expressions of the young ones. He instructed all his disciples to vent their emotions by carving into Tai Ming's body with daggers until they had truly inflicted 1,000 cuts, after which he permitted en Ruoxue to dispose of the remains for the dogs. In this way, the children might consider themselves to have avenged their grievances. Meanwhile, he did not squander time there, but hastened back to Ba City to await the upcoming events. The 5 executioners under Tai Ming operated on the same timeline. However, due to differing destinations, their return times varied. Having already been slain by Xia Changge, one of the 5 has perished, while the remaining 4, akin to the legendary Gord brothers, return one by one, only to depart this world in turn. The countless souls of Ba City have witnessed their esteemed celestial masters plummeting from the heavens, each met with a swift execution, their heads severed, their bodies left unrecognizable. This harrowing spectacle has profoundly altered the perceptions of many mortals. Xia Changge, surveying the severed heads contained within the storage bags of the Tai family's minions, inhaled deeply. Within Ba City, he sought out several talented artists to meticulously reproduce the likenesses of these victims. His disciples, still but children, were shielded from such grim realities. Art served as the most effective substitute. Once the identities of the victims' families were confirmed, Xia Changge planned to return home with a dozen children to pay their respects. Having resolved the immediate matters at hand, he glanced over his spoils, 10 inferior magical artifacts and 2 medium-grade ones. Yet, none of these artifacts were suitable for his own use. Instead, Xia Changge intended to reserve them, not for personal gain, but as compensation for the students who had suffered greatly once they reached the Qi refinement stage. These parents, trusting him with their children, deserved his utmost dedication. The 7 high-tier Qi refinement practitioners had amassed a staggering total of 4,200 spirit stones within their storage bags, a truly formidable sum. Xia Changge resolved to utilize half of this wealth to acquire resources that would assist these children in their cultivation, while the remainder he intended to borrow as a fund for purchasing the materials needed to concoct gathering Qi pills. His intention was purely to borrow. Should he successfully create these pills, he would offer them freely to his disciples. Xia Changge then visited the Shao family, acquiring several dozens of properties, predominantly in the Mortal District. He planned to discuss with his students the possibility of accommodating other children and their families who wished to relocate to the city. After tending to the affairs of his students' families, 5 days had elapsed. Upon arriving at the Duobao business, he was greeted by Zhang Chuan, the shopkeeper, with a warm welcome. "Xia, my friend, it has been a while. What a rare pleasure," Zhang Chuan exclaimed. "What can I assist you with today? Do you seek anything related to toxins?" Xia Changge aimed to enhance the potency of his spiritual needles and thus sought to procure some poison. He had discovered that as his adversaries increased in strength, the shortcomings of his needles became more pronounced. If Tai Ming had possessed inner armor, for instance, the effectiveness of his needles would have been greatly diminished. To elevate his capabilities, aside from advancing to the 8th layer of Qi refinement, he realized that employing poison was the only recourse. Zhang Chuan's smile brightened further as he inquired, "What type of poison do you require, my friend? Is it for ingestion or to be applied to weaponry?" Xia Changge responded softly, "The primary focus should be on the poison that adheres to the weapon, with ingestion being a secondary consideration. It must be potent enough to affect cultivators at the 8th level of Qi refining or above. If it can also harm those at the foundation establishment stage, that would suffice." Zhang Chuan gestured for Xia Changge to wait a moment, then returned to the storeroom to retrieve 5 items that Xia Changge required, explaining each in turn. "This is a powdered poison made from the fangs and venom of the Azure Serpent. Although the Azure Serpent is merely a first-tier creature, it harbors lethal toxins. A cultivator at the 8th or 9th level of Qi refining who ingests too much at once will surely perish, priced at 36 spirit stones. This is the 7 Absolutes poison, concocted by a second-tier alchemist using the venoms of 7 different toxic substances combined with some rare, highly poisonous herbs. Even a cultivator at the foundation establishment level would suffer excruciating pain for several hours upon contact, and for those at the Qi refining stage, without a high-grade detoxification pill, they will inevitably succumb to the poison within half an hour, priced at 450 spirit stones. This is the Xinshin pill, crafted by a second-tier alchemist to control individuals." As Xia Changge emerged from the Duobao trading house, he found that his supply of spirit stones had diminished by over 800. He had only purchased the 7 deadly poisons, for the other 4 varieties proved cumbersome and would not achieve the element of surprise he desired. Additionally, he procured 20 sets of materials for the gathering Qi pill. This was all that the Duobao trading house had in stock. Should he wish to acquire more, he would have to wait for them to be summoned from other locations. However, Xia Changge refrained from doing so, as he did not require such a large quantity of raw materials for the gathering Qi pill at this moment. He planned to conduct a preliminary experiment first. If his attempts yielded no promising results, he would choose to cut his losses promptly. Though the raw materials had been secured, Xia Changge was not inclined to commence the alchemical process. He was eagerly awaiting the final news from the Shao family, particularly regarding the situation with the Tai family. Until the Tai family was resolved, Xia Changge found it difficult to eat or sleep, let alone focus on alchemy. Fortunately, after 7 days had elapsed, Shaowan took the initiative to send someone to summon Xia Changge to the Shao family. Overwhelmed with joy, he immediately set off. At this moment, the Shao household was abuzz with celebration. Upon inquiring, He learned that Xiao Yun was in high spirits and had generously rewarded all the servants in her residence. Xia Changge felt a sense of stability wash over him. The Xiao family had not been so generous before, and their treatment of the servants had been rather harsh. Such a sudden display of extravagance indicated they must have come into a significant fortune. As Xia Changge entered the main hall, he found Xiao Yun, the matriarch, present, along with all three sisters seated beside her. Xiao Yun wore a radiant smile, appearing several years younger. Xiaoyu, I am grateful for the information you provided. The Tai family has been utterly vanquished. The majority of their hundreds of qi refining cultivators have perished, leaving only a few children, women, and those without spiritual roots. Although a handful of high-ranking qi refining cultivators managed to escape, they should not pose a threat to you. You may rest assured. At this moment, Xiao Yun regarded Xia Changge with newfound favor, as he had spared her decades of arduous effort. The Tai family's millennia of accumulated wealth had been divided among her and a few allies, which was certainly cause for celebration. With a foundational cultivator like Xiao Yun speaking on his behalf, Xia Changge felt a weight lift from his heart and sincerely expressed, "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your assistance." Xiao Yun gently raised her hand, signaling for him not to be overly courteous. The Tai family had indeed concealed their depths. They had hidden 3 foundational cultivators in the shadows, totaling 5 foundational cultivators, with some being in the later stages of foundation establishment, thus earning the title of the foremost foundational family in Yunnan. Had it not been for the strength of his companions who accompanied him, they might have truly encountered disaster. Xiao Yun felt a sense of relief, grateful that she had chosen not to act alone. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. The forbidden technique was indeed formidable, allowing a 9th-layer qi refining cultivator 2 additional opportunities to break through to the foundational level. Cumulatively, the Tai family had managed to conceal the breakthroughs of several foundational cultivators in other towns due to such tactics. In private, it remains uncertain whether there are foundation-building cultivators elsewhere expanding their influence. No one can say for sure. The revelation of this matter has left the Duke of Yunnan profoundly shaken. Xiao Yun senses that perhaps, in the near future, children of the mundane realm with spiritual roots near Yunnan City may face a harrowing fate. The Tai family's forbidden technique remains elusive. It is unclear whether it has genuinely not been discovered or if someone has indeed found it but chose to withhold it. This method is both sanguinary and sinister. Yet it pertains to the prospect of 2 additional attempts at foundation building, a temptation few can resist. Xia Changge nodded gently. As a late-stage foundation-building cultivator, Xiao Yun felt that early-stage cultivators might not even possess the qualification to engage with her. The disparity among foundation-building cultivators is indeed vast. Senior, I am not certain. I am unaware of the foundation-building techniques practiced by the Tai family. Xia Changge summoned the courage to inquire about these techniques, feeling that if he did not seize this opportunity, he would face greater troubles ahead. It was better to take the risk now. He did not expect the Xiao family to share a portion of the Tai family's resources with him. He merely hoped they could grant him the foundation-building techniques that would not significantly benefit the Xiao family. With a flick of her fingers, 2 tomes floated before Xia Changge. You practice the extreme flame technique, do you not? This contains the subsequent content, but it is only applicable until mid-foundation stage. The other is the Tai family's Tianyuan technique. You may take it as well. Xiao Yun had a measure of understanding regarding this individual. Though his relationship with her 2 daughters was somewhat ambiguous, his strength was commendable, and his background was untainted, making him a valuable asset. Thank you, Senior. Xia Changge's heart soared with joy. The 2 foundation-building techniques were immensely beneficial to him. By the way, Senior, may I dare to inquire about the forbidden techniques practiced by the Tai family? Before departing, Xia Changge suddenly recalled this matter. He wondered whether Xiao Yun had divulged that the information was passed on by him. If that were the case, he would certainly find himself in trouble, not only facing potential retaliation from the remnants of the Tai family, but also attracting the attention of other foundation-building clans. Now that the Tai family had been eradicated, Xia Changge's grievances with them were nearly resolved. After all, the gap between him and the Tai family was merely that of the branch to which Timing belonged. Xiao Yun gestured for Xia Changge to remain at ease. Do not worry. I have not disclosed your involvement to others. This matter is known only to the 5 of us, and outsiders will believe it was my discovery. Reporting the demonic cultivators could be considered a merit, and Xiao Yun's intentions were twofold: to serve her own interests while also being considerate of her subordinate, preventing him from being thrust into the limelight. Thank you, Senior. With this reassurance, Xia Changge could rest easy. After a while, he took the initiative to resign. He pondered the extent of the benefits the Shao family had gained. As he walked through the streets after leaving the Shao family, he speculated on the Tai family, which boasted several hundred qi refining cultivators. Not to mention the external disciples of the same realm. He had only dealt with a few qi refining cultivators yet had reaped substantial rewards. Shao Yun executed a massacre upon the Tai family, and the spoils are beyond the imagination of Xia Changge. Surely, the spiritual stones must be counted in the hundreds of thousands. Xia Changge ultimately remains untouched by such levels, unable to comprehend the specifics. Once he reaches the foundation establishment stage, he should grasp the full extent of it. With the weight of oppression lifted, Xia Changge returned home with a lightness in his steps. Shui informed the children at the academy that the Tai family has been vanquished. Their deep-seated vendetta has been thoroughly avenged, and their kin can now rest in peace. It was imperative for Xia Changge to relay the fall of the Tai family to the students who had suffered, allowing them to cultivate in peace thereafter. Although most of their spiritual roots were merely of the 5 elements, the possibility of foundation establishment was not entirely absent. Xia Changge's words brought a sense of relief to the long-anxious Tanxier. With the students at ease, Xia Changge could finally devote himself to his cultivation. Earlier, when he refined a portion of Timing's lifeblood, he felt his physical form had become sufficiently robust, laying a solid foundation for a breakthrough. However, the unresolved matters concerning the Tai family made him apprehensive about potential disturbances during his seclusion. Thus, he chose to suppress his progress. Now that the crisis had been averted, it was time to heed his own needs. After his breakthrough, he intended to seek out the elder Yangzhe, hoping he still walked among the living. If so, he wished to repay the guidance he once received while also gleaning insights into what was required for the breakthrough to foundation establishment. After 5 days of tranquil reflection, Xia Changge finally reached the limit of a typical loose cultivator, achieving the 8th layer of the qi refinement stage. He consumed 5 more qi gathering pills, leaving only 2 remaining. This small advancement in cultivation did not significantly enhance his combat prowess, as he was accustomed to more covert tactics. However, it certainly augmented his deterrent presence. Without delay, Xia Changge made his way to the empty Sang mountain of the Shao family. In an unexpected turn of fortune amidst misfortune, Yangzhe was still alive. Yet, he appeared increasingly wan and lifeless. "You, fellow Taoist Xia, have come to see me. What brings you here?" Yangzhe still held some recollection of Xia Changge, and his arrival sparked a flicker of joy within him. After all, in his solitude, having someone visit before his demise signified that he was still remembered. Should he pass without a trace, it would truly be a return to dust, with no remnants of his existence left in this world. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Changge produced the extreme flame technique, channeling spiritual energy to present it before Yangzhe. Initially, Yangzhe examined it with a lackadaisical attitude, but soon his spirit revived, and his withered hands began to tremble. Where did this come from? Has the family head shown kindness? Yangzhe gazed at Xia Changge with shaking anticipation. Previously, he had pleaded numerous times, yet Shao Yun had shown him no regard. Now that Xia Changge had placed this gift before him, his first thought was that Shao Yun had finally extended her compassion towards him, the unfortunate soul. Xia Changge shook his head gently and said, "No. This is a reward I received after achieving merit. Considering your long-held aspirations, I have brought it to you, but it is only this technique, nothing more." Yangzhe's eyes brimmed with tears as he exclaimed, "This is more than enough. Just having this technique is sufficient. Thank you, fellow Taoist Xia." He was determined to fulfill his own dreams while nearing the end of his lifespan. Simultaneously, he held Xia Changge in the highest regard. He had initially thought that Xia Changge would endure years of oppression from the Shao family, perhaps requiring several generations to attain such a technique. To his astonishment, Xia had obtained the foundational cultivation method so swiftly. Yangzhe felt a profound mix of admiration and gratitude. Although he and Xia Changge had no prior connection, Xia's willingness to offer such a precious foundational technique left him overwhelmed with emotion. "Senior, your choices." Xia Changge looked at Yangzhe expectantly. He naturally hoped that after receiving the foundational cultivation method, Yangzhe would choose to fight valiantly rather than to pass away peacefully with the technique in hand. However, should Yangzhe opt for the latter, Xia Changge would hold no objections. Despite the dimness in Yangzhe's gaze, his resolve was unwavering. Rather than lingering in agony for another 2 months, I would rather make a final stand. If I do not strive for it now, my life will have been in vain. It was evident that Yangzhe intended to directly attempt to break through to the foundational realm. If successful, He would become the second foundational cultivator in Huaying Xinjiang. If he failed, it would not be surprising for someone in his condition to perish on the spot. Generally, a ninth-level qi refinement cultivator, even in the prime of life, would face severe consequences when attempting to break through to the foundational realm without a foundational elixir. Failure would typically result in severe depletion of vital energy and the fracturing of meridians. While not necessarily leading to fatal blood loss from all 7 orifices, it could certainly result in bleeding from 3 or 4. Recovery would require an extensive period. For the unfortunate, death on the spot was a common outcome. Fellow Taoist Xia, I humbly request that you lend me 1,500 spirit stones. I will need to draw upon their spiritual energy during my breakthrough. After preparing himself, Yangzhe addressed Xia Changge with this request. This took Xia Changge by surprise. Did Yangzhe really have no savings at all? Seemingly sensing Xia Changge's doubts, Yangzhe bitterly explained, most of my savings have gone to the Xiao family, ensuring that I have a dignified end after my demise. What remains is insufficient. Rest assured. If I succeed, I will return tenfold. If I fail, all that I have left will belong to you. In truth, if I fail, the spirit stones won't be significantly depleted. Xia Changge pondered for a moment before ultimately deciding to provide the spirit stones. Please, fellow Taoist, I kindly request that you remain here for a few days. Yangzhe, being quite astute, understood that Xia Changge's gesture of gifting him the foundational technique might also be a way for him to observe Yangzhe's attempt and learn from the experience. Naturally, Yangzhe harbored no resentment and readily extended an invitation. He needed someone to safeguard him and provide a stable environment. It seemed that only Xia Changge could assist him in this regard. Xia Changge, seizing the moment, sat cross-legged 30 meters away from Yangzhe, observing the unfolding events. Yangzhe began to familiarize himself with the extreme flame technique. As a guest of the Xiao family at the 9th layer of qi refinement, the cultivation method he practiced was merely the first half of the extreme flame technique. 2 days later, fully prepared, Yangzhe commenced his official attempt to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Xia Changge's focus sharpened. The spirit stones placed beside Yangzhe gradually dimmed, their spiritual energy nearly depleted. Xia Changge recalled what Xiao had previously mentioned, that if Yangzhe reached the point of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, he would temporarily lend his family's cultivation grounds to Xia Changge, perhaps motivated by deeper sentiments. After a moment of distraction, Xia Changge resumed his attentive observation. Ultimately, Yangzhe was too advanced in age, and Xia Changge had not initially harbored high hopes for his success. Nearly a day and a half into his endeavor, Yangzhe's body could no longer endure, and he spat out a mouthful of old blood, signaling the end. He did not perish immediately from the backlash, but instead clung to his last breath. Though he ultimately failed, he felt a sense of contentment, wishing only for his companion's future success. In his final moments, Yangzhe exhibited no signs of fear. Rather, he appeared remarkably at peace. His eyelids began to slowly close as the end approached. Alas, Senior, since you have already stated that I may handle your fate as I see fit upon your failure, then I shall take you to attempt again. After a brief inner struggle, Xia Changge resolved to take action. In an instant, he infiltrated Yangzhe's mental realm. Yangzhe's psyche was already in ruins, and at the moment of his demise, Xia Changge stabilized it, implanting his own mental constructs. Xia Changge was uncertain whether the current Yangzhe was indeed the same as before. Physically, he remained unchanged, and his spirit bore no visible alterations. Yet his consciousness had undergone a profound transformation, becoming a semi-synthetic entity created by Xia Changge. Having accomplished this crucial task, Xia Changge infused his own life essence to aid the gravely injured Yangzhe in swiftly regaining strength. Under Xia Changge's care, Yangzhe's shattered body began to mend rapidly, providing him with another chance to challenge the foundation establishment stage. Had Xia Changge acted in this manner from the outset, Yangzhe might indeed have had hope of breaking through. But could Xia Changge have done so? No. Their relationship had not yet reached that level of intimacy. After all, this matter bore immense significance. Should Yangzhe divulge even a whisper of information, it would be a devastating blow for Xia Changge. Of course, if the situation involved someone else, perhaps his sister-in-law, his younger sister, or his own children, Xia Changge would undoubtedly act without hesitation to assist. Yet, when confronted with someone with whom he shared only a fleeting acquaintance, he could only express his apologies. Enhancing the cultivation technique was already the limit of his capabilities. My actions are not born out of a heartless disposition. The esteemed Yangzhe has already departed from this world. Rather than allowing him to succumb to the earth as a mere relic, it is far more fitting to let his essence continue to illuminate the realm of the living. After all, I possess the ability to assist him in reaching the foundational realm. Moreover, I seek not his gratitude, but rather his service for 2 decades, after which I shall ensure he receives a grand farewell befitting his legacy. Thus, I find solace in my own reasoning. Admittedly, my actions may possess an ethical ambiguity, unsettling the tranquility of my predecessor's eternal rest. However, the current Xia Changge yearns for an additional trump card, one of formidable strength, so that he is not left defenseless in the face of unforeseen challenges. Furthermore, Xia had previously declared that upon his demise, all would belong to me, including his corporeal form. Hence, my course of action is entirely within the realm of reason. After 2 hours, the injuries sustained by Xia due to his failed breakthrough have nearly healed with my assistance, even exhibiting a vitality surpassing his initial state. Thus, I encouraged Xia to embark on his second attempt at reaching the foundational realm. Nearly 2 days passed, yet this endeavor, too, culminated in failure. Nevertheless, I had gained valuable experience from the prior attempt. The process of compressing the spiritual energy within his frail body proved exceedingly challenging, as his organs had aged and deteriorated beyond reasonable limits. This difficulty elucidates why practitioners of the Qi refinement stage often struggle to break through to the foundational realm after the age of 70. If one cannot achieve it at their physical peak, how can they hope to succeed once their body begins to decline? Considering this, I resolved to assist Xia during his self-compression of spiritual energy. The moment I sensed his meridians were on the verge of failing, I promptly intervened to mend them, ensuring that he did not falter in his breakthrough. This proved to be the wisest course of action. With ample contemplation, I dedicated over 3 days to the endeavor, expending nearly all of my own life force energy. At long last, Xia successfully transformed all the spiritual energy within his sea of Qi into spiritual essence. In that moment, he had genuinely ascended to the foundational realm. This perhaps encapsulates the distinction between the Qi refinement stage and the foundational realm. The saturated sea of Qi at the 9th level of Qi refinement merely represents a whisper of true power in the foundational realm. Now, Yang's dantian lay barren, containing only a mere trickle of spiritual essence. To fill his dantian with spiritual essence, given the sparse spiritual energy surrounding Huayingxian town, it may require a year's time, unless he resorts to utilizing spirit stones for assistance. However, it is evident that I cannot afford to expend spirit stones in such a manner. The resources utilized for Yang's breakthrough alone have cost me nearly 1,000 spirit stones, and combined with his consumption, the total has reached approximately 17 to 1,800. To fill Yang's dantian, I simply do not have the means. The remaining spirit stones hold greater significance for my own aspirations. After successfully assisting Yangzhe in breaking through, Xia Changge did not allow himself a moment of respite. He casually retrieved several decades-old herbs from his storage bag and began to chew on them. These herbs were sufficient to replenish a significant portion of the vital energy he had expended. However, Xia Changge could not afford to relax just yet. His control over Yang's mental realm was not guaranteed to be entirely foolproof, as there remained a possibility of it being tampered with. Therefore, Xia Changge had to exert additional effort to eliminate any lingering doubts. Though the subsequent techniques for crafting human puppets at the Foundation establishment level were not entirely refined, even a semi-finished product possessing the combat prowess equivalent to most Foundation establishment practitioners was adequate for Xia Changge. This time, he chose not to rename his puppet. After chewing on a few more herbs, Xia Changge escorted Yangzhe back to his residence. He did not place Yangzhe in a conspicuous spot, but instead settled him in an unoccupied room. Once this was accomplished, Xia Changge proceeded to the Xiao family to discuss the matter with Xiao Wan. Senior Yangzhe has passed away, he stated. Indeed, Yangzhe was dead, though his body remained alive. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wan seemed to grasp the situation and remarked with a smile. You provided him with the subsequent content of the extreme flame technique, didn't you? Xia Changge nodded in affirmation. Xiao Wan then expressed no further concern, saying in that case, he has met his end with his eyes closed. At this display of a hint of compassion from Xia Changge, Xiao Wan found it at least not disagreeable. Now that you have reached the 8th layer of the Qi refining realm, your cultivation is sufficient. You may take charge of our family's modest spirit fields. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Wan relinquished the surplus property. Xia Changge had previously learned that the Xiao family's resources could be described as rather meager. In comparison, other Foundation establishment families, such as the Tai family, had been developing for an extensive period, boasting thousands, even tens of thousands of acres of spirit fields. Their clan was exceedingly numerous, with tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of members, providing an ample labor force. In contrast, the few hundred acres of the Xiao family seemed trivial by comparison. How much of the Tai family's fields does your Xiao family possess? Xia Changge conjectured the reason behind this disparity. It appeared the Xiao family had indulged themselves, enjoying a period of luxury without labor. The spirit fields cultivated by the Tai family were likely also divided amongst several foundation establishment practitioners, including Xiao Yun. Had Xia Changge possessed greater strength, he would have certainly taken a larger share for himself. Perhaps due to the non-secretive nature of this matter, Xiao Wan readily responded, "We only divided 2,000 acres. But they have all been sold by my mother. Our Xiao family no longer cultivates such things." I understand. Xia Changge's manpower was already more than adequate. He could fully manage this modest agricultural enterprise of the Xiao family. Within the next 2 to 3 years, Xia Changge estimated that the number of qi refining realm practitioners under his command would exceed 10, excluding his own relatives. Despite the fact that those students were merely at the first level of qi refinement, they were indeed genuine cultivators of that realm. Although they were all his pupils, it seemed only natural for them to assist their master in agricultural endeavors during their holidays. After all, the spiritual rice they consumed was generously provided by him at no cost. It was only fitting that they repay him by laboring in the fields. Xia Changge felt that his strategy was quite brilliant. In the initial phase, the academy could entirely serve the family, and later, it could transition into a more formal establishment. Upon returning home, Xia Changge enlisted over 100 servants according to his specifications. He demolished and reconstructed more than 100 mundane residences to serve as the preliminary facilities for the Xia Changge Academy. He also made a trip to the Immortal City to purchase 10 vials of spiritual essence powder. Unfortunately, even with 10 vials, which would suffice for approximately 50 students, the supply would not last long, perhaps only about half a month. Yet, Xia Changge had no other options. This was the largest expenditure he could afford. He could only hope for fruitful results from its use. "Master, I have a suggestion, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate to share." During this period, Xia Changge frequently visited his plantation, gradually regaining the leisurely spirit he once had. Of course, he spent most of his time with his daughter, Xia Changge. After all, in less than 2 months, she might be leaving him. Xia Changge pondered what kind of gift would be most suitable for her, yet inspiration eluded him. He wondered if, upon experiencing the splendor of a major sect, his daughter might forget her old father, who had little to offer and was not her biological parent. After stealing a few days of leisure, Enruashui mysteriously approached Xia Changge. The Xiao family had expanded significantly. Not only were they devoid of spiritual fields, but even their alchemical endeavors had ceased, eliminating any demand for medicinal pills from Xia Changge's side. Thus, Enruashui found herself with more free time to pursue her own interests. However, she seemed to lack enthusiasm for cultivation. Even now, she remained at the first level of qi refinement. Xia Changge felt a twinge of anxiety at this. After all, she was his foremost disciple. If she were to spend her entire life as merely a qi refinement practitioner, he would feel a deep sense of sorrow for her. Observing his still maturing disciple, Xia Changge helplessly said, "What is it? Speak your mind." At that moment, Enruashui puffed out her chest and declared, "Master, I believe I have discovered a potential means to simplify the process of refining qi-gathering pills." Her words instantly captured Xia Changge's full attention, and he quickly replied, "Ruashui, you're not jesting with your master, are you? If this is a prank, I shall have to spank you." And Ruashui shifted her petite form and settled beside Xia Changge, producing the alchemical formula. She pointed to the steps and explained, "Master, the challenge in refining the qi-gathering pill lies in the simultaneous placement of the medicinal ingredients, the purification process, control over the heat, and ultimately, the invocation of spiritual energy during the final stage of pill formation. The arrangement of the herbs must correspond to the heat applied. If we enlist someone to assist you, Master, you can devote yourself entirely to the concluding step." And Ruashui's intention to simplify the process was evident in her suggestion to divide the tasks. Xia Changge smiled and remarked, "You understand that the purification of the herbs must align with the heat. This difficulty is not less than the subsequent finishing touches. Who do you propose to assist me in this endeavor? You?" Theoretically, this was feasible. Yet achieving success would be arduous due to the heightened demands for coordination when tasks were separated. Clearly, finding a highly compatible partner for assistance might lead one to consider twins. But where could Xia Changge possibly find a twin brother? Moreover, those capable of mastering the initial steps would likely manage to refine the pill independently with further practice. And Ruo Shui's notion was rather naive, yet, at present, Xia Changge felt it was nearly impossible. I, along with my mother, will help you complete the preliminary tasks. You need only focus on the final step. And Ruo Shui confidently volunteered her assistance, her self-assurance evident. This only deepened Xia Changge's confusion. Having one person aid in this step was already challenging. Now, she was suggesting too, wasn't this merely increasing the complexity? Seemingly aware of her master's thoughts, and Ruo Shui hastily clarified, Master, you may not realize, but I have been engaged in pharmacology alongside my mother since childhood. We share a profound synergy, as long as we practice a bit. I am certain it will pose no issue. Xia Changge studied in Ruo Shui, and upon seeing the glimmer of hope in her eyes, he reluctantly nodded in agreement. Very well, you may inform Madame Su to cease her responsibilities regarding the spirit fields and find someone capable to assist in managing them. Henceforth, she shall collaborate with you in training. When you feel adequately prepared, come to me for a trial. Considering this, it would not significantly impact Xia Changge. If in Ruo Shui and Su Baicha, this mother-daughter duo could indeed work in perfect harmony, they would greatly assist him in alchemical pursuits. Therefore, allowing them to attempt this posed no issue. The only minor complication lay in the fact that once Su Baicha was reassigned, Xia Changge might lack a trustworthy manager for his spirit fields. Several hundred acres of spirit fields were not to be overlooked, especially without someone reliable to assist. The potential loss of benefits would undoubtedly weigh heavily on him. Qi would surely need to concentrate on her qi cultivation. For Xia Changge regarded her as the second or perhaps third candidate within his family to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Her youth should not be squandered. As for his sister-in-law, Xia Changge could not bear the thought of her toiling outside. After much contemplation, he finally thought of someone, Lin Mei Shan. Although she claimed to have limited experience in this regard, she had nonetheless managed the security issues of Immortal Town, and assisting in the management of 100 ordinary souls should be well within her capabilities. Never mind, let us bring her here. Initially, Xia Changge intended to resolve matters concerning his eldest daughter at the sect before retrieving Lin Meishan from Imo City. However, it appears that this timeline must be expedited. Now that Xia Changge's family has settled down, it is indeed time to bring home his second son and the concubine. With his current level of cultivation, the journey to and from Imo City would only take about 6 days, which would not interfere with his daughter's birthday celebrations. Having made his decision, Xia Changge prepared to take action. Before departing, he summoned Zhang Miaoi and Tan Qier. His sister-in-law was well informed about the situation and had actively encouraged it. As for Tan Qier, although she had previously heard whispers regarding his other child, there was no harm in bringing the child home and allowing her some time to prepare. Uncle, you should have brought the child and Lin Mimi long ago. Naturally, Zhang Miaoi had no objections. With her eldest daughter about to leave, having a sister, who was also a mere mortal, to accompany her would be a delightful addition. At that moment, Tan Qier had no opposing opinions either. Yet, deep within her heart lingered a faint hope that Xia Changge's second child would be a girl. If it were a boy, who knows? Whether that woman is still waiting for me. In the past, Xia Changge had not been particularly concerned about Lin Meishan. However, as the moment approached, a tinge of sadness enveloped him. After all, he had failed to fulfill any of his responsibilities. For a time, he found himself at a loss on how to face them. Despite some apprehension, Xia Changge journeyed to Imo City. Perhaps it would be best to first pay tribute to his friend, Li. As he entered Imo City, he suddenly recalled the grave of Li Qing, buried outside the city. During his previous residence in Imo City, Xia Changge would periodically take his sister-in-law to pay respects, a gesture to express his reverence. It was rather inconsiderate of him to have taken away Li's family, leaving the grave unattended for years. He wondered how it had fared in his absence. Guided by memory, Xia Changge reached his destination. As expected, it was overgrown with weeds. Had he not personally organized a team to unearth it, he would not have recognized the site. Reflecting upon this, Xia Changge cast a spell to clear the weeds. Dear friend Li, I am truly sorry. He lamented how he had made Li's wife his virtuous partner, bearing him sons, and perhaps one day daughters. The thought of how Li's daughter might no longer remember her father filled Xia Changge with guilt, as he felt he had betrayed Li's hopes. Upon reaching this point, Xia Changge could only offer 200 spirit stones, interring them within the grave of his friend. Li, I have returned all that you lent me. Do not hold it against me. Yet, what else could he do at this juncture? He repaid the entrusted funds from Li, considering it as a means of absolving himself from this particular engagement. To possess a rare gem like his sister-in-law was far more gratifying than exacting vengeance upon Li's wife and children. After a moment of reflection, he poured out a jug of murky wine as a final farewell. The future held no promise of Xia Changge returning to this place. As for whether Xia Yijiao would come to pay homage to Li Cheng in the years to come, that was beyond his concern. After a brief moment of self-soothing sentimentality, Xia Changge turned and entered the city of Mo, making his way to the former residence of his friend, Li. Now, it was inhabited by the Lin family. Upon sensing the atmosphere, he discovered several young children within. Although he had never seen his second son, the bond of blood revealed the truth to him. Alas, Xia Changge found himself at a loss, uncertain whether to rejoice or lament. Predictably, it was yet another boy. After producing 3 sons, he marveled at the strength of his lineage. However, he noted the absence of Lin Meishan. Contemplating for a moment, he chose not to visit the Lin family immediately, opting instead to explore other parts of Mo City. In a matter of 2 tea brews, he located Lin Meishan. At that moment, she was engaged in her initial role as a mundane member of the security team. Under Xia Changge's guidance, her skills had become quite commendable among the common folk. Though several years had passed, Lin Meishan had not changed significantly, for she was still quite young. However, Xia Changge observed a cloud of sorrow upon her face. Devoid of joy, approaching her from behind, he gently tapped her shoulder. Lin Meishan turned instantly, and upon recognizing Xia Changge, her response was one of disbelief. As Sir Immortal, Lin Meishan had thought she would never see Xia Changge again. His parting words had seemed merely a comforting lie. She could hardly believe he had truly returned. Xia Changge, feeling awkward amidst the emotional scene, could only nod gently. He followed Lin Meishan to the ancestral home of the Lin family. Although they had moved into the residence gifted by Xia Changge, the old house remained unsold. Here, Lin Meishan finally alleviated her longing, experiencing joy she had not felt in years. Sir Immortal, are you merely passing through? Lin Meishan, still apprehensive, feared that Xia Changge might leave once more in a few days, leaving her alone again. Lying in Xia Changge's embrace, she mustered the courage to inquire. After all, she needed an answer to prepare her heart. Xia Changge replied softly, "Yes, I am passing through, and I shall depart in a few days." He certainly had no intention of lingering here for long. This revelation plunged Lin Meishan's elation into despair. It became evident that she was merely a fleeting visitor in the vast expanse of his prolonged existence. Though her heart ached with bitterness, a smile lingered on Lin Meishan's face, albeit tinged with a hint of forced cheerfulness. "In a few days, I plan to take my son away. Would you care to accompany us?" At that moment, Xia Changge exuded a gentle demeanor. The unexpected joy rendered Lin Meishan speechless. All she could do was nod in agreement. "For now, I will only take you and your son with me. As for your relatives, they may choose to remain here or join us on my side. I can ensure their comfort, but if they wish to leave, they must wait a few months." Xia Changge had no inclination to spend half a month escorting the entire Lin family to Huayingxian town. He simply lacked the leisure for such endeavors. He intended to bring Lin Meishan and her son over and arrange for someone to fetch the others later. "Understood, esteemed master." Lin Meishan felt an overwhelming sweetness at that moment. Xia Changge had not abandoned her. He even sought to care for her family. What more could Lin Meishan desire? After a light-hearted exchange, Xia Changge followed Lin Meishan back to her long-cherished residence, now transformed considerably, though he chose not to dwell on the changes. His arrival instilled a sense of trepidation within the entire Lin family. Without much contemplation, Xia Changge approached his son and grasped his tiny hand. To be honest, a flicker of concern stirred within him. He genuinely worried that his son might lack a spiritual root. Perhaps, given his lineage, the child possessed a spiritual root, albeit not of exceptional quality. The 4 elemental roots, gold, wood, water, and fire, were already a source of satisfaction for Xia Changge. "Excellent, truly worthy of being my son. What is his name?" he inquired with a beaming smile as he lifted the child. Lin Meishan surmised that her son must be relatively promising, for otherwise Xia Changge would not be so jubilant. She promptly replied, "I have yet to formally name him. He only has a nickname, Azil." Xia Changge, not overly concerned with particulars, pondered briefly and declared, "In that case, let us call him Xia Yuzu, since this child represents the hope of the Lin family in your eyes. Naming him Yaozu is fitting." Xia Changge was not particularly stringent regarding names. Indeed, Lin Meishan had been anticipating Xia Changge's choice for the name. Given that it sounded pleasant, she naturally felt no inclination to oppose it. Xia Changge stayed for just one night. The following day, as he prepared to depart with Lin Meishan, he encountered her grandfather, the elderly man whom he had previously rescued. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Inquire with your grandfather whether he still remembers where the ancient artifact was found. Indeed, Xia Changge recalled the flame-devouring pearl he had obtained from the Lin family. Typically, a master possesses a connection to their treasured artifacts. For many years, the Lin family had discovered the flame-devouring pearl, and it seemed that its owner had yet to come searching for it, likely having met their demise. Moreover, Xia Changge surmised that the death had probably occurred in proximity to the magical artifact. A practitioner possessing a superior-grade magical tool was likely at the foundation establishment stage. Even if merely a chi refinement cultivator, the search would certainly be worth Xia Changge's investment of several days. Finding it would undoubtedly bestow upon him a windfall, while failing to do so would only result in a minor delay. Very well, master of the house, Lin Meishan replied, foregoing further contemplation and proceeding with the task. Xia Changge was somewhat unaccustomed to being addressed as husband, nor could he allow Lin Meishan to perpetually refer to him as immortal teacher. After some thought, he deemed it fitting to be referred to as the master of the house, a title more appropriate for one in his position. Although the request left Lin Meishan with a tinge of melancholy, she accepted it. Recognizing that the title of master of the house was far more intimate than that of immortal teacher, marking a significant progress on her part, with the potential for further growth in the future. The elderly man retained some memory of the matter and provided a specific location. Xia Changge wasted no time. Leveraging Lin Meishan's authority in Mo City, he mobilized hundreds of mortals to dig 3 feet deep within a 2-kilometer radius of the designated area in search of the artifact. To facilitate this, Xia Changge presented his storage pouch, elucidating the target he sought. With his presence ensuring safety, the local wild beast dared not approach. 6 days swiftly passed, and Xia Changge, with little hope left, prepared to conclude the endeavor. However, fortune smiled upon him at last. He uncovered the storage pouch. Hidden beneath the skeletal remains buried beneath a grand tree. Although the pouch was of modest value, it was typically durable enough to last a century before becoming unusable. Given that Lin Meishan's grandfather had only found the artifact 2 decades prior, Xia Changge surmised that the storage pouch was likely still functional. Let us give him a proper burial, he decided, carefully securing the storage pouch while casting a glance at the bones, ultimately resolved to inter them respectfully. Even though no matter what Xia Changge did, it could alter little, for the grave would inevitably remain a desolate mound, unremembered, much like the remains buried beneath the tree. Yet, a sense of ritual was essential. Xia Changge had already determined that this storage pouch belonged to a foundation establishment cultivator, as it bore the imprint of their consciousness. Leaving this artifact behind would pose a challenge for anyone else wishing to access it, as they would need to dismantle the imprint. Although the cultivator had been deceased for quite some time, rendering the imprint considerably faint, it would still require effort from a chi refinement practitioner like Xia Changge to unlock it. At this juncture, Xia Changge opted not to squander his precious time. In gratitude for the mortals who assisted in the search, he generously rewarded them with gold and silver, enough to ensure their comfort for several years. Additionally, he bestowed extra longevity pills upon those who had discovered the pouch, enhancing their physical well-being and alleviating many ailments. After making the necessary arrangements, Xia Changge took Lin Meishan away from Mo City. Given Xia Changge's prior warnings, it was certain that the Xia family would hold a welcoming event for Lin Meishan. Observing that Xia Changge had established such a prosperous enterprise in the realm of immortals, with servants numbering in the hundreds, Lin Meishan felt a mix of joy and humility. For she was merely a mortal. Fortunately, with the presence of her kind-hearted sister Zhang Miaoi, Lin Meishan found some relief from her inner pressures. Xia Changge retained memories of Lin Meishan, having often visited her home in childhood. However, she had never particularly liked this woman, feeling that Lin Meishan resembled a seductress, persistently trying to entice her father despite knowing he held no interest in her. Xia Changge had thought she would never encounter this woman again, yet, to her astonishment, Lin Meishan had indeed returned and had secretly borne a son for her father. How infuriating. This thought made Xia Changge clench her fist in anger. Had she not been preparing to leave, she would have surely dealt with that man named Xia Yaozu daily. After a brief welcoming ceremony, Xia Changge assigned Lin Meishan to manage his farm. Naturally, given that this area was teeming with cultivators, even though Xia Changge's enemies had been nearly eradicated, he would not risk Lin Meishan encountering any danger. At this moment, Xia Changge had established a defensive force at home with combat capability at the foundation establishment stage, leaving little to chance. Thus, he instructed Xia Tai, a puppet at the 8th layer of Qi refinement, to accompany Lin Meishan at all times, allowing her to command him as needed. With this arrangement, Xia Changge could rest easy knowing that several of his profitable enterprises were now in trustworthy hands. In his leisure, Xia Changge retrieved a storage bag he had found. After a considerable effort, aided by spiritual water purchased from the Duobao Trading Company specifically for cleansing other spiritual imprints, he finally opened it. However, contrary to his expectations of thousands of spirit stones, there were only a little over 500. This made Xia Changge momentarily doubt whether the owner of the storage bag was truly a foundation establishment cultivator, as such poverty seemed implausible. Upon further inspection, he discovered the reason. The bag belonged to a talented disciple of the Xianling sect, a foundation establishment cultivator named Xiao Meng. Inside the bag, he found Xiao Meng's identity token. Xia Changge had heard of the Xianling sect, which was adjacent to the Liantian sword sect, and the two sects appeared to be rivals. Before his demise, Xiao Meng had spent a significant portion of his savings to purchase a high-grade magical artifact, the Yulan bracelet, which he intended to give to the woman he admired, hoping to form a partnership. Additionally, there was a love letter within the bag, revealing that the object of his affection was Shen Han, an elite disciple of the Biyun Pavilion, also a female cultivator at the foundation establishment stage. Tragically, it seemed that Xiao Meng had met his untimely end before he could deliver the gift, as the Yulan bracelet remained within the storage bag. Moreover, there was a medium-grade flying sword and two inconspicuous low-grade magical artifacts. Having spent nearly 3,000 spirit stones for this, Xia Changge picked up the jade orchid bracelet. Filled with curiosity, this treasure, designed to be worn on the wrist, could be refined for the purpose of breaking and restraining enemies. The bracelet could contract and expand according to the owner's thoughts, making it truly a remarkable magical artifact. Should Xia Changge utilize it, his combat prowess would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. Contemplating this, he decided to keep the jade orchid bracelet within Xiao Meng's storage pouch. Aside from portions of the Xianling sect's foundational techniques, the Xianling canon, which could be cultivated to the late foundation establishment stage, there were also various spells suitable for foundation establishment cultivators, all of which Xia Changge collected for judicious usage. However, the Xianling canon was something Xia Changge dared not employ carelessly. As the birthday of Xia Yijiao approached, 5 days prior, Xia Changge visited the Xiao family, primarily seeking out Xiaoyun. Though he claimed to understand the intricacies of Biyun Pavilion, his knowledge was merely superficial, gleaned from others' accounts. He intended to explore whether there might be a mediator among them, essentially leveraging connections to find a reputable acquaintance who could assist, which would be beneficial for all parties involved, granting Xia Changge peace of mind. At present, he could only hope for the Xiao family's capability in this regard. Through years of interaction, Xia Changge had come to trust the Xiao family to a certain extent. Even if Xia Yijiao were to join a prestigious sect, it would be difficult for Xia Changge to relocate to a wealthier area, as they were still far too weak. Going there might merely render Xia Yijiao a burden. For the foreseeable future, he would remain in Huayang Town. Is there something of import that brings you here, my young friend? At this moment, Xiaoyun was situated in the heart of the Xiao residence, tending to a crimson spirit tree with spiritual water, seemingly nurturing its growth. Upon noticing Xia Changge, she merely glanced at him before returning to her task. Xia Changge, summoning his courage, spoke boldly, "Senior, I hope it is not too presumptuous to inquire if you are acquainted with any friends within the sects. For instance, do you know anyone of good reputation within Biyun Pavilion?" Xiaoyun set aside her watering can, replying, "I do know some. What is it you wish to discuss?" As a cultivator of late foundation establishment stage, the chances of her advancing to Golden Core were slim. However, in her youth, she had interacted with numerous prodigies, many of whom had since embarked on the path of Golden Core. Xia Changge quickly explained, "You see, my daughter has now reached the age of 14. After witnessing the cultivation environment here under your guidance, I have come to realize that I cannot provide her with a suitable environment for her cultivation, which could hinder her future. Thus, I wish for her to join a sect and study under a distinguished master." Xiaoyun was not surprised by his response, yet her expression turned troubled. "I understand your aspirations for your daughter, but gaining acceptance into their ranks is no small feat. I could assist with an introduction to a master of the late foundation establishment stage, but to gain entry into the Golden Core realm requires at least 3 spiritual roots. Your daughter, Although she had not met Xia Changge, she speculated that she likely possessed merely 4 spiritual roots. While she could facilitate an entry into the Foundation establishment sect, entering the Golden Core would be a different matter altogether. Perhaps, if she were to swallow her pride and plead, it could be possible, yet her relationship with Xia Changge had not yet reached that level. My daughter, Jiao, possesses a single water spiritual root. Is that sufficient? Xia Changge's declaration resonated with conviction. This straightforward statement left both Xiao Yun and Xiao Wan, who had accompanied Xia Changge, utterly astonished. Xiao Yun gasped, You cannot be jesting. A single water spiritual root. A loose cultivator like you could produce such a child? What extraordinary fortune has befallen us? How could I possibly jest with you, my esteemed senior, regarding such matters? Xia Changge affirmed immediately, his confident expression leaving Xiao Yun unable to discern any flaw. Let us visit your home, he suggested. Xiao Yun felt a surge of excitement she hadn't experienced in decades. Her calm completely shattered as she eagerly made her way to the Xia residence, soaring through the air. Upon arriving, she saw the mother and daughter of the Xiao family, and the perceptive Xia Changge seemed to grasp the reason behind their visit, casting a lingering, resentful glance at her father. To think, it truly is a water spirit root. For a cultivator like Xiao Yun, who was in the late stages of Foundation establishment, monitoring spirit roots was an effortless task. However, to ensure absolute certainty, she meticulously checked several times. Xiao Wan shot a glare at Xia Changge, as if to say, I considered you a confidant. Yet you have concealed this from me so deeply. How could you hide such a treasure from me? Am I truly the mother of this girl? Xiao Yun turned to Zhang Miaoyi for clarification. Xia Changge merely nodded. Xiao Yun promptly examined Zhang Miaoyi, confirming she was just an ordinary mortal. She shook her head repeatedly, exclaiming, How bizarre! What remarkable luck this is! For the first time, Xiao Yun felt a profound sense of envy and jealousy towards an ordinary woman. She had borne 3 daughters, yet none compared to this one. What are your intentions? Xiao Yun inquired, fixing her gaze upon Xia Changge. He replied, I hope to find a powerful golden core cultivator to be Jiao's master. I desire nothing else. But I seek 1 or 2 spirit objects that can grant mortals additional spirit roots. He understood that if he relied on Xiao Yun to facilitate introductions, the power in negotiations would predominantly rest in her hands. Xia Changge did not wish for too much. He merely hoped to acquire the treasures that could bestow spirit roots upon mortals and ensure his daughter could be apprenticed to a respectable senior. Those 2 requests were sufficient. Initially, Xia Changge required only 1 object to cultivate spirit roots, but it now seemed he would need 2. Lin Meishan, he could not disregard her. I will do my utmost, he assured. Wanner, you shall stay at the Xia household for the next few days and keep them company. Xiao Yun was unsure if she could fulfill Xia Changge's request, but she resolved to give it a try. Noticing the expression on Xia Changge's face, which suggested he had something to ask yet hesitated, Xiao Yun kindly explained, Rest assured, Changge. An old friend of mine has now reached the mid-stage of golden core cultivation and holds a prestigious position as an elder at Biyun Pavilion. If Jia becomes her disciple, she will undoubtedly receive her true teachings. Perhaps due to the immense benefits Xia Changge had brought to her, Xiao Yun's tone towards him had grown significantly warmer. Now, her satisfaction with Xia Changge was palpable. She sincerely wished that such a fortunate star would become her son-in-law. Yet, Xiao Yun was acutely aware that with such an extraordinary daughter, Xia Changge's future could never align with her family's aspirations for a son-in-law. Although the position of a son-in-law is not typically accepted, she is determined to make an earnest attempt at it. Consequently, Xiao Yun promptly decided to leave her eldest daughter here. This serves to ensure that, during this period, Xia Changge encounters no complications. Additionally, it allows her daughter the opportunity to cultivate a closer bond. She is aware that her 2 daughters have historically struggled to establish a rapport with Xia Changge, as neither has taken the initiative to bridge that gap. However, as the intermediary, Xiao Yun is resolute in her intention to facilitate their connection. Xiao Wan, well acquainted with her mother's intentions, quickly realized what Xiao Yun was plotting. Is she truly willing to sacrifice her daughter in this manner? Though she harbored little resentment, she accepted her fate of remaining here, as it seemed quite similar to her circumstances elsewhere. Xiao Wan also harbored her own subtle plans. Once arrangements were in place, Xiao Yun departed, not only from the Xia household, but also from Huaying Xianjun. Naturally, the task of running errands was entrusted to her. On the day of Xia Jiao's birthday, Xia Changge rose early to rouse her from slumber. Perhaps in alignment with her own disposition, Xia Jiao was rather lethargic, requiring the assistance of her maid to don her garments. This time, however, Xia Changge insisted she attire herself, lest she risk embarrassment upon arriving at the sect. My daughter, had you been born into a royal family or among the esteemed, you would undoubtedly be the most ethereal fairy in existence. Xia Changge mused as he personally arranged her hair. Xia Ijiao, exhibiting a hint of pride, seemed to regard her father's words as quite accurate. Yet, rather than gloat, she earnestly replied, I believe that things are quite splendid as they are now. Once she was ready, Xia Changge presented her with the jade bracelet he had previously discovered. After much contemplation, he resolved to bestow this protective artifact upon his daughter. Although it was likely that, upon entering the tutelage of a master, she would receive even finer treasures, those would ultimately be gifts from others. As her father, he felt compelled to contribute something significant, especially on her birthday. Let this serve as your birthday gift. It is the best I can offer at this time. Once you enter the sect, you must remember my teachings and conduct yourself with decorum, he advised, slipping the bracelet onto her wrist, his tone imbued with a complex mix of admonition and affection. Daddy, perhaps you should keep it for yourself, Xia Ijiao suggested, her once mischievous demeanor now tempered with obedience. This is a gift for you. Why would I keep it? Xia Changge quickly adorned his face with a smile and retrieved a carefully prepared storage pouch containing a mere 1,000 spirit stones. This is all I can provide for now. Use it sparingly in the sect. Rest assured, I shall send more when I am able. With Xiaoyun having returned to the Xiao family, it indicated that the esteemed elder of Baiyun Pavilion, at the mid-stage of Golden Core, whom she had come to visit, had also arrived. Thus, Xia Changge deemed it necessary to present these tokens at this juncture. He refrained from further sentimental remarks, as today was ideally a day of celebration. It was not until evening that he escorted Xia Ijiao out of the Xiao family. True to expectation, a graceful female cultivator had arrived, placing even Xiaoyun, the hostess, in a secondary position. What a remarkable girl. Yunmei, you truly have an eye for talent, the female cultivator remarked with delight as she beheld Xia Ijiao. Xiaoyun merely responded with a warm smile. Would you be willing to become my disciple? Inquired the golden core cultivator, Jiang Rui, with eager anticipation. After receiving an encouraging glance from her father, Xia Ijiao nodded gently. Jiang Rui immediately embraced her, for in this realm, the act of taking on a disciple was no trivial matter, especially when it came to being a direct apprentice. The bond has solidified to a degree that can be likened to the ties of father and son, mother and daughter. After all, it is a lifelong commitment. What do you desire? In the presence of Xia Changge, Jiang Rui's demeanor was far from the warmth she exhibited towards Xia Ijiao. Instead, she appeared rather aloof. I have heard that within the Baiyun Pavilion, there exist spinning wooden gourds that can aid mortals in acquiring spiritual roots. Might I humbly request the celestial being to bestow upon me 2 of these magical gourds? Xia Changge felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. However, considering his own strength, acquiring such items would be a daunting task, likely requiring decades of effort. It felt somewhat late to initiate his sister-in-law and Lin Meishan into cultivation decades from now. Xia Changge could grant them longevity, but he could not prevent their aging. 2 spinning wooden gourds? Upon hearing Xia Changge's request, Jiang Rui's brow furrowed in contemplation. After a prolonged silence, she finally replied, I can comply, but in return, I require you to sever ties with Ijiao. This demand was undeniably domineering, catching even Xiaoyun off guard. Yet, given the current disparity in their strengths, despite whatever sisterly affection they once shared, Xiaoyun found herself unable to intervene and assist Xia Changge. As anticipated, Jiang Rui's stipulation was within Xia Changge's expectations. The spinning wooden gourds bear fruit once every century. The last harvest occurred 54 years ago, and the next will not be for another 45 years. If you desire them now, I must scour various sources to ascertain if any former seekers of the gourds remain, which will require considerable time and effort. Sensing the change in her newly accepted disciple's expression, Jiang Rui hastily clarified. After all, this girl surpassed her in many aspects, and it was not surprising that she could inherit her entire legacy. Moreover, at only 14 years of age, she possessed immense potential for growth. It was paramount to maintain stability at this juncture. I can only promise to do my utmost. Perhaps you might have other requests. In a moment of distraction, Xia Changge perceived a hint of panic on his daughter's face, as if she feared that he might sell her off. In that case, I am grateful for your assistance, celestial being. I merely wish for my daughter to learn from a master. I am not selling her. Thus, I have no further demands. Only a hope that Ijiao may find a conducive environment for her cultivation within the sect. Xia Changge shook his head in denial. At this moment, he truly required nothing more, for his own foundation was not sufficiently strong. As for foundation-building pills, Tin Chier and the others indeed needed them. But Xia Changge intended to strive for them himself. His words caused the worry on Xia Yijiao's face to vanish completely. Very well, should any troubles arise in the future, you may invoke my name or come to Biyun Pavilion to seek me. I shall take Yijiao with me now. She has already lost several years of cultivation time here, and I must find a way to make amends. Observing Xia Changge's earnest gaze, Jiang Ruyi's cold demeanor softened slightly, revealing a touch of humanity. I want father to take me. Xia Yijiao spoke softly. After all, she had requested that Xia Changge visit her every 3 years, and once he reached the foundation establishment stage, to do so annually. Xia Yijiao pondered that if she did not allow her father to accompany her on this journey, he might struggle to find his place, or perhaps it would be exceedingly difficult for him to discover himself, which would indeed be troublesome. Xia Changge was also taken aback by this sudden request, momentarily unsure of how to respond. At this juncture, his words carried little weight. He had to consider the opinions of the esteemed Jiang Ruyi, a formidable figure at the Golden Core level. Jiang Ruyi found herself in a predicament. With her noble status and countless admirers, was she truly expected to share a crane with a mere cultivator of the 8th layer of Qi refinement, who had already reached the age of 50? Yet, for the sake of her exceptional disciple, she reluctantly nodded in agreement. Accommodating 3 individuals on her ethereal swan posed no issue. Let us depart. Jiang Ruyi elegantly took hold of Xia Yijiao's wrist and gracefully led her to the eaves. Xia Changge felt a twinge of anxiety. He was uncertain whether Jiang Ruyi intended to return him after this journey. After all, if he were to be away for months, however, with his daughter making such a request, he could only gesture for Xiao Wan to keep an eye on the household during his absence before leaping onto the eaves. A magnificent white swan perched above, exuding a terrifying aura. Perhaps even Xiao Yun would find it challenging to subdue this exquisite beast. A peak-level demon of the foundation establishment stage? The Golden Core cultivators certainly lived with grace. Miss, am I to ascend as well? Xia Changge hesitated, feeling unqualified to act independently. That creature, with a mere bite, could obliterate him entirely. Jiang Ruyi nodded, indicating that she had reserved a spot at the rear of her mount for him. With her assurance, Xia Changge felt considerably more at ease. In just over a day, Xia Changge arrived at the Biyun Pavilion. The flight speed of a foundation establishment demon was beyond his estimation. Perhaps it was due to Jiang Ruyi's elevated status. She was able to soar high above the Biyun Pavilion's grounds. Gazing down at the elite disciples below, Xia Changge felt a profound sense of accomplishment. In the future, even without Jiang Ruyi, he aspired to surpass these individuals, for he could rely on his daughter. Upon reaching Jiang Ruyi's mountain courtyard at the Biyun Pavilion, she remarked, I am the deputy seat of Qingyu Peak. Should you wish to visit in the future, simply seek me out. After landing, Xia Changge's expression revealed his inner turmoil. He was merely a wild cultivator at the Qi refinement stage. How many would believe him if he claimed to know Jiang Ruyi when addressing the gatekeepers of Biyun Pavilion? Thus, it was evident that Jiang Ruyi's endorsement would be paramount. Yet, could he find the words to request such a favor? Xia Changge sensed that this woman seemed intent on distancing herself from the relationship between him and Xia Yijiao, deliberately stating such things in front of his daughter, while harboring an entirely different agenda. Master, is it permissible for anyone to enter the Biyun Pavilion without a token? Fortunately, Xia Changge's efforts in educating his daughter were not in vain. Xia Yijiao promptly voiced this concern on behalf of her father. Jiang Ruyi, despite her predicament, found solace in the fact that her newly accepted disciple had addressed her as master for the first time, indeed, a joyous occasion. Consequently, she bestowed upon Xia Changge a special token from Qingyu Peak. Nianwei, please attend to our esteemed guest while I escort our junior sister to the initiation ceremony. Jiang Ruyi casually assigned one of her disciples to host Xia Changge, taking Xia Yijiao with her, leaving Xia Changge with no time to react. Uncle, please. In the world of cultivation, strength is paramount. Given that Lu Nianwei was at the early stage of foundation establishment, she could have addressed Xia Changge, a Qi refining cultivator, by name. However, considering the familial relationship, he was, after all, her junior sister's father. She opted for a more courteous approach. After all, her junior sister was younger than herself. Thus addressing him as uncle seemed fitting. Thank you, Nianwei. This may indeed be the sister my daughter will spend her days with. With her daughter still at a low cultivation level, Xia Changge hoped that the person before him would foster a good relationship with her. Hence, his demeanor was exceedingly polite. Once Lu Nianwei had settled Xia Changge in a suitable location, she inquired, Uncle, do you have any further requests? Please, feel free to share. Xia Changge was inclined to explore the nearby market, yet the unfamiliarity of the area made him hesitant to venture out alone. He felt it would be inappropriate to trouble the young cultivator further. After some contemplation, he posed a question that piqued his curiosity. Nianwei, I noticed flocks of birds atop certain peaks within the Biyun Pavilion. Are those mounts for your disciples? Indeed, Xia Changge wished to acquire a mount for himself, nothing extravagant. Merely something capable of carrying him through the skies. Otherwise, visiting his daughter at the Biyun Pavilion would mean the cumbersome task of flying on a sword. Some belong to us, but the majority are nurtured by our sect, as they represent a facet of Biyun Pavilion's estate. We have experts in beast taming. For instance, our Qingyu Peak houses numerous exquisite creatures like the Bihui swan, Lun Yanwei explained with a smile. Xia Changge then comprehended the extent of Biyun Pavilion's capabilities. These beasts must be rather costly, I presume? Upon hearing this, he dismissed the idea of acquiring one for himself. His current means would not suffice. Well, the prices vary from several thousand to tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, Lun Yanwei replied succinctly, familiar with the situation at Qingyu Peak. If you desire. Uncle, I could gift you a few juvenile beasts. Just as Xia Changge was about to suggest that Lun Yanwei attend to her own affairs while he took some time for himself, she made this unexpected offer. Free of charge? Xia Changge exclaimed, taken aback. Lun Yanwei nodded, acknowledging the situation. Indeed, the young beasts held little monetary value. The real expense lay in their upbringing. To cultivate a pet beast to the strength of the Qi refinement stage within a short period required thousands of spirit stones, and for a longer duration. It was hard to say. Uncle, the one taken by the master is your daughter, right? She is now also a disciple of Qingyu Peak and the master's direct disciple. It wouldn't be a problem to gift you a few young beasts. This proposition piqued Xia Changge's interest. Although he could hardly afford many spirit stones for their upbringing, perhaps free-range rearing would suffice. He contemplated preparing a splendid swan for his sons or even for his sister-in-law, to spare her from the monotony of her daily life. Fairy Nianwei. What kinds of beast companions does Qingyu Peak offer? Xia Changge inquired, eager to seize the opportunity. There are merely 5 varieties. Would you like to accompany me to take a look? Lun Yanwei extended the invitation. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Xia Changge hesitated. Would this trouble you, Fairy? Lun Yanwei shook her head dismissively. It's a trivial matter. After all, I am also considered a senior sister to your daughter. You may simply call me Yanwei from now on. Come with me. Having reached this point in their conversation, Xia Changge set aside his reluctance and followed Lun Yanwei to the beast area of Qingyu Peak. There were indeed numerous young beasts present. Xia Changge began to comprehend the 5 types Lun Yanwei had mentioned: the azure water swan, scarlet shadow scythe, wind-riding divine eagle, gale lark, and red-crowned feather crane. The foundation of Biyun Pavilion was truly formidable, leaving Xia Changge in awe. He had once thought that upon reaching the Golden Core stage, he might establish a first-rate sect rivaling Biyun Pavilion. Now, it seemed that such aspirations were mere fantasies. Which ones catch your eye, uncle? Lun Yanwei inquired directly. Without further elaboration, Xia Changge pondered, how many can I take? He emphasized that whether he could afford to cultivate them was secondary. The essential thing was to possess them. Lun Yanwei smiled. That depends on you, uncle. These beasts require a significant amount of meat for their upbringing, while the young beasts themselves are not valuable. As long as the quantity is not excessive, I can manage. Xia Changge harbored the desire to acquire a male and female of each species for breeding purposes. However, he sensed that the matter was far from straightforward. Given his family's current capabilities, maintaining an excessive number of beasts would undoubtedly become a burden. Fairy, aren't you concerned about outsiders pilfering your techniques by casually selling these young beasts? Xia Changge pondered and softly inquired about various commercial aspects. Lun Yanwei elucidated, naturally, we are not worried. To excel in this endeavor requires specialized methods, notably the enslavement and recognition of the beasts as one's own. This is crucial. And many families and sects also rear such magical beasts. They are not exceedingly rare. Xia Changge grasped the gist of the situation. After much contemplation, he mustered the courage to select one species. As for breeding, that would be a consideration for another visit. He needed to return and study these young creatures first. Lun Yanwei kindly prepared 2 manuals on beast nurturing for him. Xia Changge marveled at the benevolence of the Biyun Pavilion. Perhaps arranging for his daughter to be here was indeed a fortuitous decision. Lun Yanwei provided Xia Changge with 5 young beasts, temporarily entrusted to him for safekeeping, as he would not be leaving Biyun Pavilion anytime soon. It would be best to arrange for their departure when he eventually did. Thank you, Yanwei. I have no further matters to attend to. You may go about your own business. After a series of events, Xia Changge felt a profound sense of gratitude towards Lu Nianwei. The disciple of Zhang Ri was incredibly well-behaved, endearing in every way. Her warmth made him feel slightly embarrassed. Yet, in the realm of cultivation, he mused that possessing such a pleasant disposition might not always be advantageous. It's nothing, uncle. I currently have no tasks at hand. My master has instructed me to take good care of you. Would you like to take a stroll down the mountain? Lu Nianwei's attentiveness to Xia Changge could only be described as exceedingly meticulous. Ultimately, Xia Changge, though reluctant, acquiesced to explore the foot of the Biyun Mountain under Lu Nianwei's guidance. This place was undeniably far beyond the humble Huaying town or Yunnan city. The presence of high-ranking cultivators here was overwhelming. Xia Changge, at the 8th layer of qi refinement, would be considered exceptional in a town, yet here, he felt just another ordinary individual amid the bustling grandeur. Which shop, he wondered, could enhance the level of magical artifacts? Lacking sufficient spirit stones, he merely wandered about. Upon encountering a particular store, he finally mustered the courage to ask Lu Nianwei, for this shop specialized not in selling artifacts but in upgrading their levels. With his cultivation having advanced, the low-grade mystical needle had become somewhat inadequate for him. However, Xia Changge had developed a fondness for such needle-like artifacts, finding them incredibly handy. And he struggled to find a substitute among the mid-grade or high-grade options. Now, it seemed he had glimpsed a flicker of hope. Lu Nianwei elucidated. This is a workshop run by a senior craftsman at the late stage of the foundation establishment realm, whose temperament is rather peculiar. He seldom forges artifacts himself, but rather assists others in elevating the grade of their treasures. However, his services come at an exorbitant price. Merely upgrading a low-grade artifact to a medium-grade one starts at 1,000 spirit stones, with the requirement of providing one's own materials. The cost to elevate a medium-grade artifact to a high-grade one is even steeper, potentially reaching 3,000 spirit stones, making it rare for anyone to be foolish enough to pay such a sum. This explanation aligned closely with what Xia Changge had speculated. Xia Changge admitted that he was somewhat tempted to be that foolish patron. He decided to see if he could find a suitable substitute artifact first. If he could not find a needle-type artifact, he would then contemplate whether to invest in seeking assistance from this cultivator. As Xia Changge continued to stroll through the market, he was suddenly tapped on the shoulder. "Oh, it's you, Miss Taishi. What brings you here?" Xia Changge had not been paying much attention to who was behind him, considering Lu Nianwei was right there. Initially, he thought it was Lu Nianwei who had tapped him, never expecting it to be Taishi, with whom he had previously crossed paths. Taishi is alive. What a surprise. Taishi looked at Xia Changge with curiosity, inquiring, "I am an inner disciple of the Biyun Pavilion. Why shouldn't I be here? But you, uncle, what brings you to this place? And why are you with the senior sister?" After pondering for a moment, Xia Changge turned to Lu Nianwei and said, "Nianwei, I have a small matter to discuss with this young lady." Lu Nianwei, understanding, stepped aside. Xia Changge pulled Taishi aside and whispered, "Do you know what has recently transpired with the Tai family?" It dawned on him that Taishi's survival was likely due to her presence in the Biyun Pavilion, since she had fortuitously escaped calamity. Xia Changge harbored no intentions of eradicating the remnants. After all, it would be challenging for Taishi to discern that he was the one responsible for her father's and brother's deaths. Seeing the expression on Xia Changge's face, Taishi immediately felt an ominous premonition and hurriedly asked, "What has happened?" Xia Changge sighed, his tone tinged with compassion. "The Tai family has fallen. Their nefarious practices, involving the use of scattered cultivators and the organs of children with spiritual roots for alchemy, have been exposed. The cultivators of the Tai family have all been eradicated, leaving only the commoners behind. Your father has perished, and as for your mother, I cannot say for certain, but it seems the outlook is grim. Miss Taishi, I suggest you change your name, perhaps adopting your mother's surname, and sever ties with the Tai family. Live well and do not return." Had it not been for Xia Changge's benevolence, others might have seized Taishi, the last remaining survivor, and subjected her to severe interrogation. After all, one could never be sure if the Tai family had hidden away other treasures yet undiscovered. Upon hearing this news, Taishi felt her body sway slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. In truth, I had already prepared myself for such news. Thank you, uncle, for sharing so much with me. You are a good person." Seeing the genuine gratitude on Taishi's face, Xia Changge reflected on the notion that, to others, he might indeed be considered a good man. Yet, for Taishi, can Xia Changge truly be deemed a good person? She is hardly associated with the concept of virtue. Although all of Xia Changge's actions were compelled, they do not alter the grim reality that she was responsible for the demise of her father and brother. In response, Xia Changge could only express with a semblance of sincerity, "I would not wish for a young lady like you to perish in such a manner. Do take care in the future. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." After uttering a few simple words, Xia Changge hastily concocted an excuse to part ways with Taishi. Bidding farewell to Taishi, she proceeded to visit Lun Yanwei. Upon encountering Taishi, Xia Changge found herself devoid of any desire to linger, so she took the initiative to inform Lun Yanwei that she had nearly finished her errands, encouraging her to pursue her own endeavors. Xia Changge genuinely expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Lun Yanwei. For 7 days, Xia Changge remained in the Biyun Pavilion. After this period, he witnessed his daughter officially become the 6th disciple of Jiang Ruyi, acknowledged as her direct disciple. It was evident that many esteemed individuals had been invited to witness this momentous occasion, rendering Xia Changge, the father of Xia Yijiao, somewhat out of place amidst the gathering. His daughter had now entered the fold of Jiang Ruyi, and this was affirmed in front of a multitude of witnesses. It could be inferred that certain ominous outcomes were unlikely to transpire, allowing Xia Changge to breathe a sigh of relief. Thus, he found no further reason to linger at the Biyun Pavilion. Once the well-wishers had departed, Xia Changge earnestly imparted lessons to Xia Yijiao before bidding her farewell. Although Xia Yijiao felt a pang of reluctance, understanding that her mother required her father's care, she could only watch silently as he took his leave. Jiang Ruyi had been considerate enough to arrange for someone to escort him home. This individual was Lun Yanwei. Xia Changge mounted Lun Yanwei's steed, the swift windcloud lark, and began his journey homeward. "Uncle, my master has advised that you refrain from troubling the little junior sister in the coming years. She mentioned that these are crucial years for her cultivation, and distractions should be avoided." On the way back, Lun Yanwei's expression was one of hesitation. After much contemplation, she finally conveyed her master's directive to Xia Changge. He received this information with equanimity, having anticipated such an outcome. "Is that so? Then I shall do my best." He did not respond definitively, for he intended to return to Biyun Pavilion in 3 years, as it was the first pact he had made with his daughter. Failing to uphold this promise would be utterly irresponsible. "Uncle, do prepare yourself psychologically. Once you reach the sect, your daughter may not be as affectionate towards you as before." Lun Yanwei remarked quietly as they traveled partway. Xia Changge harbored similar concerns, yet he maintained a facade of ease. Children grow up and inevitably become somewhat distant. As long as they thrive, that is what matters. "And what of you, Yanwei? Now that you have joined the sect, how will you face your family? Have you become estranged?" Xia Changge felt that a girl as amiable as Lun Yanwei would not distance herself from her parents after entering the sect. Though Lun Yanwei's cultivation far surpassed Xia Changge's, her age surely did not exceed his. He estimated her to be no older than 40. The age gap between them was not significant, and Xia Changge's understanding was rather generous, allowing for a conversation without much generational divide. "I was sold here by my family for the price of 2 foundation establishment pills. Uncle, how do you think I should face them?" Lun Yanwei's beautiful eyes fixed on Xia Changge, a hint of self-deprecation gracing her features. Xia Changge found himself momentarily at a loss for words, realizing the gravity of her situation. Indeed, some families or individuals would go to such lengths for their own interests. Major sects often favored acquiring the lives of talented individuals from the wild. "How shall I express this? From your perspective, I would undoubtedly assert that your parents are less than humane. However, I remain unaware of the particulars, and as an outsider, it would be inappropriate for me to elaborate further. Nevertheless, I cannot help but think their behavior is rather excessive." Contemplating this, Xia Changge ultimately responded with a pointed inquiry. "Uncle, will you also sell my junior sister after bringing her here?" Lun Yanwei gazed intently at Xia Changge, eager to uncover the answer to her question. Xia Changge shook his head, declaring, "I shall not, for at present, I do not bear any burdens. My life is relatively comfortable and affluent, and I have no need to sell my daughter for any gain. Should she become captivated by the seductive allure of the outside world in the future, I would refrain from voicing my objections, as long as she believes such a choice to be beneficial." Xia Changge spoke with utmost candor, for his words were merely directed at another. Yet, should Xia Yijiao one day transform into a ungrateful wretch, he would undoubtedly feel sorrow in his heart. "Your junior sister is far more fortunate to have parents like you." Lun Yanwei's words brimmed with genuine envy. How could Xia Changge respond to this? Thus, he fell into silence as they returned to Huaying Xinjian. "Thank you, Yanwei, for for accompanying me this far. Would you like to rest a while? Xia Changge was not one to disregard kindness. Although Lu Nianwei claimed to have been commanded by Jiang Ruyi to escort him back, she had nonetheless fulfilled her duty, especially as a senior sister to his daughter. Xia Changge understood that he must express his gratitude. Upon noticing the throng of cheerful attendants awaiting Xia Changge, Lu Nianwei, despite finding none of them appealing, smiled and replied, "No need. I must return promptly to report to my master. Perhaps next time." With her words, Xia Changge felt no need to press further. "Uncle, next time you come to Biyun Pavilion, do seek me out first," Lu Nianwei said before departing. Xia Changge responded, "I am aware. Once again, I thank you, Miss Nianwei." With their conversation concluded, Lu Nianwei mounted her swift steed and departed. "Uncle, who is she?" Zhang Miaoyi inquired, watching Lu Nianwei leave. Xia Changge explained, "She is Yi Jiao's third senior sister, who accompanied me back." With this clarification, Zhang Miaoyi and Tan Xier finally understood. She is truly remarkable. However, had it not been for my mother's counsel, I would have already reached the foundation establishment stage, not inferior to her. Xiao Wan harbored a deep-seated animosity, as Lu Nianwei's casual glance had evoked a sense of disdain within her. Xiao Wan thought to herself, what of her master's strength? She is certainly no better than I. All right, let us return, Mississippi. I appreciate your care over these past few days, Xia Changge remarked. Regardless of the circumstances, he felt fortunate to have safely returned home. It is but a trivial matter. My mother has said that if you wish to cultivate with the Xiao family, you are always welcome. As for matters concerning foundation establishment, when you reach the 9th layer of qi refinement, our family will prepare foundation establishment pills for you. After all, due to you, my mother has found a path to the golden core stage. Such a great kindness must be properly repaid. Before departing, Xiao Wan softly reminded. Xia Changge nodded to indicate his understanding. Alas, he ultimately found it difficult to let go. Xia Changge was concerned that excessive involvement might disrupt his daughter's life at Biyun Pavilion. Nevertheless, the situation seemed manageable from Xiao Wan's hints. It appeared that Xiao Yin had acquired the foundational techniques for forming a core. Once the techniques were properly mastered, Xia Changge felt reassured. By the time he reached the late stage of foundation establishment, surely Xiao Yun would not withhold the techniques from him. It was time to proceed. They would discuss matters further inside. Xia Changge returned to his room, carrying several iron cages containing young spirit beasts. As the head of the family, it was only fitting that he raised the wind-controlling divine eagle, a majestic raptor befitting his status. As for the remaining 4, Xia Changge was at a loss regarding their distribution. Any allocation would inevitably be unequal. And considering his sons were still young, the eldest merely 9 years of age, what resources did they possess to care for these birds? He feared that an unguarded moment might lead to a tragic mishap. Furthermore, he worried that introducing these creatures to his sons at such a tender age might cultivate a sense of entitlement in them, turning them into complacent heirs. Thus, he decided to entrust the care of these 4 young beasts to designated individuals, effectively establishing a separate department. This way, as his sons grew, there would be designated arrangements for their care. After contemplating for a while, Xia Changge reached this decision. "Sister-in-law, you seem somewhat preoccupied lately. Are you perhaps missing Yi Jiao?" Upon returning, Xia Changge found his life considerably simplified, free from pressure. His days consisted primarily of feeding the eagle, with cultivation temporarily set aside. To nourish the wind-controlling divine eagle, Xia Changge naturally provided fresh meat from spirit beasts, for he desired it to grow swiftly and become his steed, a sight that would surely be impressive. Of course, the eagle remained confined within its cage. The notion that a spirit beast could not fly if kept caged was unfounded. Once the eagle matured, Xia Changge planned to subjugate it, which would necessitate resources from Biyun Pavilion. In dealing with such a creature, even one raised from infancy, vigilance was essential. However, Xia Changge noticed that his sister-in-law's emotional state seemed somewhat irregular in recent days, prompting him to express concern. Zhang Miaoyi shook her head. "It is not due to that. Could it be? Ah, sister-in-law, I cannot help but feel powerless. I cannot sell my daughter. In the future, I will wholeheartedly seek out a means for you to obtain a spiritual root. You need not worry." Xia Changge feared that his sister-in-law harbored resentment over his previous refusal to sell his daughter, which had prevented her from acquiring the Su-In gourd. "No, uncle, I wish to bear you a daughter." Zhang Miaoyi found it challenging to articulate her thoughts, yet after much deliberation, she expressed this sentiment. She did not want Xia Changge to misunderstand her intentions. Since Xia Jiao had joined the sect, this notion had been lingering in Zhang Miaoyi's heart. After all, if one's uncle has no daughters, only sons, it indeed appears somewhat imperfect. Currently, Xia is at a crucial stage in her cultivation, and it will not be long before she reaches the 7th level of qi refinement, becoming the pillar of the family. Lin Meishan has only just arrived and should be allowed to rest for a while. She finds herself with little to occupy her time. Having a child would not only please her uncle but also provide her with a delightful way to pass the time. Initially, Zhang Miaoi had a deep yearning for immortality in the path of cultivation. However, her present life has brought her great satisfaction, and such thoughts have faded. Haha. I was wondering what it was about. Xia Changge sighed with relief, glad that it was not something else. Indeed, having settled down, it is time to consider having more children and to strive diligently. It would be a matter of requesting my sister-in-law to bear another daughter for my uncle. Since Zhang Miaoi has made such a request, how could Xia Changge remain indifferent? The Xia family is indeed experiencing an imbalance between male and female, especially after the departure of Xia Changge, which has become even more apparent. Changing this situation is rather simple. Either Xia Changge could take 2 more wives or he could have 3 more daughters to restore balance. As for taking another wife, Xia Changge would certainly have no objections, but there are currently no suitable candidates nearby. Thus, they could only consider having more children. If his sister-in-law is willing, he is also agreeable. It is a mutual desire. So, one after another, starting with his sister-in-law, they would take turns. Seeing Xia Changge approach with a somewhat mischievous demeanor, Zhang Miaoi felt a mix of apprehension and anticipation. Meanwhile, Tan Qi'er's life has become carefree. Nowadays, she primarily uses spirit stones to purchase spiritual herbs, and Xia Changge has even provided her with some gathering qi pills. However, although Tan Qi'er and Xia Changge share similar talents, her lack of the sacred heart technique hinders her progress, causing her cultivation to lag behind Xia Changge considerably. To reach the 7th level of qi refinement, Tan Qi'er will require over a year. In her leisure from cultivation, she must also attend to her son, for she believes her future standing in the family will depend significantly on him. Yunqi, how has your training been lately? With life improving, Tan Qi'er has undergone a significant transformation. Once quite capable, yet somewhat delicate and soft, she now embodies the image of a dignified and elegant lady, matured to perfection. This change is due in part to her newfound wealth and confidence, and also due to the substantial assistance Xia Changge has provided compared to Liao Hui. For various reasons, Tan Qi'er has undergone tremendous changes. Xia Yunqi, now of appropriate age, has recently begun his own cultivation journey. Life is not particularly easy, as Tan Qi'er desires her son to surpass Zhang Miaoi's son, Xia Moxing. Between the two of them exists a silent yet palpable sense of rivalry. Given that Xia Moxing has devoted several more years to her training than Xia Yunqi, it is only natural that Tan Qi'er holds her son to stringent standards, intending to compensate for his shortcomings through diligence. In light of Tan Qi'er's approach, Xia Changge chooses to turn a blind eye, as long as the competition remains benign. Competition among sons is not inherently detrimental. Aside from Xia Moxing, the newly arrived Xia Yuzu has also caught Tan Qi'er's attention, though she does not concern herself too deeply. After all, Xia Yaozu's maternal family lacks influence when compared to her own affluent background. In terms of equal talent, Tan Qi'er's financial resources surpass those of Lin Meishan, enabling her to support her son and thus gain an advantage. Xia Yunqi, somewhat intimidated by his mother, exhibits a timid demeanor, responding quietly and with lowered eyes. Though this behavior is solely reserved for his mother, in the presence of others, Xia Yunqi transforms entirely. Observing her son's disposition, Tan Qi'er feels a surge of frustration. He is a young man, yet he displays such timidity. Before she can voice her thoughts, Xia Moxing interjects, "Mother, when can I have a sister?" This innocent inquiry leaves Tan Qi'er momentarily bewildered. A sister? What sister? Xia Yunqi hastily adds, "Recently, I heard from eldest brother that Anne is pregnant again, and it seems to be a girl. I truly envy eldest brother." Indeed, Xia Yunqi harbors genuine envy for Xia Moxing. Previously, when Xia Yiji was around, Xia Moxing was frequently at the mercy of his sister, much to Xia Yunqi's amusement. Yet now, Xia Moxing enjoys a carefree existence, entirely unmonitored. Eldest sister is expecting? This significant news catches Tan Qi'er off guard. How remarkable! A daughter has just departed, and now another daughter is on the way. She ponders the fact that her household genuinely lacks a precious daughter, one who embodies the true bloodline of Xia Changge. If a son were to emerge, he would undoubtedly be spoiled beyond measure. How did I not consider this sooner? Tan Qi'er feels a tinge of regret, having previously focused solely on her training. neglecting this crucial aspect. Eldest sister, your foresight is truly remarkable. Xia cannot help but exclaim. Zhang Miaoi, this mortal, should not be underestimated. Perhaps throughout her lifetime, she will overshadow me. However, I refuse to believe that you will inevitably bear a daughter. While admiration is due, Xia will not concede defeat until the very last moment. At this juncture, no one can ascertain whether Zhang Miaoi's child will be a boy or a girl. If Zhang Miaoi is to give birth, then let us all bear children together. She is eager to see who will produce a daughter first. It is indeed peculiar how circumstances evolve. Xia Changge, Zhang Miaoi, and Xia, all initially yearning for sons, now find themselves desiring daughters. The cycle of desire truly turns. Xia Changge never anticipated Xia's enthusiasm would be so fervent, leaving him uncertain about how to allocate his time. Xia, perhaps it would be wise to wait until you reach the 7th level of qi refinement before making preparations? After all, if you were to conceive at this moment, your breakthrough in cultivation would be delayed. Within the arrangements made by Xia Changge, Xia was the last in line, as her advancement to the 7th layer of the qi refinement stage required time. During this period, naturally, Xia Changge planned for Lin Meishan to take her place. Lin Meishan had previously boasted of her desire to bear 10 children, and Xia Changge was more than willing to fulfill her wish. However, it must be noted that Lin Meishan ought to possess a lifespan of at least 100 years and reach the foundation establishment stage before contemplating such an endeavor. After all, living long enough would allow her to easily spare 10 years for this purpose. In the meantime, while still immortal, 2 or 3 children would suffice. It would be unreasonable to overburden his woman. During the mortal phase, there was a significant likelihood that the children would lack spiritual roots. Thus, it was prudent to exercise caution. Xia Changge had come to understand the complexities involved in allowing mortals to possess spiritual roots, and it was indeed a troublesome matter. Xia Changge's words left Xia in a state of contemplation. Indeed, if she were to proceed with this, it would render her efforts over the past few years futile. Was it worth it? Yet, upon reflection, Xia deemed it worthwhile. Her experiences were akin to those of Zhang Miaoi, which was precisely why she was so determined. She could not afford to yield easily. If she were to succumb to Zhang Miaoi under such circumstances, Xia would have to accept that it might be fate before a century had passed for Zhang Miaoi. She would not dare to act recklessly. Sigh, well, you know I am a soft-hearted person. Given your earnestness, it would be unreasonable for me to refuse. Observing Xia's seriousness, Xia Changge felt a sense of helplessness. It was imperative to satisfy his woman properly. For the past 2 months, Xia Changge had been preoccupied with this matter. Only after confirming Xia's success did he finally relax. Miss, what brings you to me? Xia Changge, aware that his cultivation was unlikely to advance in the short term, shifted his focus to enhancing his capabilities in other domains. He was perusing materials related to artifact refinement. Xia Changge understood the principle of not biting off more than he could chew. He had no intention of pursuing a long-term path in artifact refinement at this time. His goal was merely to acquire a rudimentary skill set, akin to his past experience in alchemy. Then, he would seek a disciple, like in Rushui, to pass on this simple legacy. In essence, Xia Changge aimed to establish a family department for artifact refinement, investing a modest amount of spirit stones to lay the groundwork and then adopting a relaxed approach to its development. Who knows what opportunities may arise in the future? His family might eventually cultivate a dedicated hall for artifact refinement. That was all there was to it. During this period, Xiao Wan sought out Xia Changge. Do you wish to broaden your horizons? She inquired mysteriously, leaving Xia Changge somewhat perplexed. Xiao Wan elucidated that in a few days, within the enchanting realm of Yunnan Xianqing, a grand auction will be jointly hosted by the Foundation Establishment Cultivators, marking a momentous occasion for the city. It is anticipated that a plethora of Foundation Establishment practitioners, possibly numbering in the double digits, will grace the event, and even cultivators from the neighboring celestial cities may join in the festivities. The items up for auction are expected to be exceedingly rare and valuable. Xia Changge shook his head, amused at the notion. I see. But this holds little significance for me. As you have observed, my resources are rather meager. What could I possibly use to procure those precious items? Moreover, I find myself in no pressing need of anything at present. He thought to himself that such merriment was not for him. Indeed, his supply of spirit stones had dwindled to a mere few hundred, reserved solely for the purpose of refining qi pills, as he had borrowed spirit stones from the children. His principal assets had largely been entrusted to his daughter, Xia Jiao. Furthermore, Xia Changge had no desire to mingle with the foundation establishment cultivators, lest he attract unnecessary complications. Xia Changge was acutely aware of a prevailing truth. Many purchases are often made on a whim, with little practical application. Thus, regardless of their exorbitance or rarity, if such items prove useless, one merely needs to endure, and after a time, they will come to recognize the wisdom of their restraint. Presently, Xia Changge's sole ambition was to cultivate steadily, and only upon achieving the foundation establishment himself did he intend to muster the courage to engage in ventures within Yunnan Xiansheng. After all, the elite within Yunnan Xiansheng were merely foundation establishment cultivators. You are truly a bore, why not indulge in the spectacle? Taiyuan Town has welcomed its new lord, a foundation establishment family that has migrated from the coast. We have sold our share of the Tai family's spiritual fields at a premium to them. They are quite affluent. The auction has been hastily organized due to their arrival, and surely there will be treasures from the seaside. Do you truly not wish to take a look? Xia Changge's refusal left Xiaowan feeling somewhat disheartened. When he piqued her interest, she felt an overwhelming desire to draw him closer, yet during moments of disinterest, he became insufferably dull. Nevertheless, having gone this far, to refuse again would seem ungrateful, even though Xia Changge's lack of appreciation was evident. Xiaowan was unable to compel him otherwise. They were friends, after all, and she decided to let him accompany her to witness the event. Even if he wished to indulge whimsically, he lacked the means. After Xia Changge nodded in agreement, Xiaowan relented, indicating she would return to find him when the time came. Are there outsiders in Taiyuan Town? After Xiaowan departed, Xia Changge began to ponder this remark. He had assumed that following the fall of the Tai family, Taiyuan Town would enter a state of abandonment. After all, neighboring celestial towns typically housed a single foundation establishment family each. The occurrence of two such families coexisting within one town was rare. These foundation establishment families maintained a delicate balance among themselves, never permitting rival factions to expand their influence unchallenged. Thus, this presented an opportunity for Xia Changge. He had contemplated whether, upon reaching the foundation establishment, he could claim a portion of that territory. However, it now appeared that such aspirations were unattainable. By the seaside, it seems worthwhile to investigate the situation. Xia Changge has only gathered that this vicinity belongs to the Zhao kingdom. As for the rest, it would be an exaggeration to claim complete ignorance, but to describe his understanding as superficial would be generous. Perhaps the newly arrived outsider might possess some insights. Unfortunately, that outsider also hails from a foundational family, venturing there might be beyond his reach. 5 days later, before attending the auction house, the sisters Xiaowan and Xiaolin summoned Xia Changge. The auction was to be held in Yunnan Immortal City, a location quite nearby, requiring little time to reach. Participants in this auction were certainly not limited to foundational cultivators. Many qi refining practitioners would also be present to generate a lively atmosphere. After all, fortunate qi refining cultivators might possess treasures that could captivate foundational cultivators. With the auction house overseeing the event, the identity of qi refining practitioners as the owners of auctioned items could remain concealed. Foundational cultivators enjoyed exclusive VIP rooms, while qi refining cultivators had to find their places outside in rows. Had it not been for Xia Changge managing to join the Xiao family's VIP room, he too would have been relegated to mingling with the crowd of qi refining practitioners outside. Within the Xiao family's VIP room, Xia Changge sat quietly in a corner, maintaining silence. It was only when the auctioneer arrived that he perked up. To his astonishment, they had chosen such a young and beautiful female foundational cultivator as the host. Women, beautiful women, are forever the spice of life for men. Humph. Noticing the change in Xia Changge, Xiaowan let out an unceremonious huff, reflecting on how these men tended to react in a rather uniform manner at certain moments. From their vantage point in the VIP room, they could clearly observe the scattered cultivators below, each reacting dramatically and whispering amongst themselves. After all, this foundational female cultivator was a newcomer. None of them had ever seen her before. Perhaps it was due to her coastal origins, but her attire was notably different, with certain revealing elements that drew the attention of many scattered cultivators. Xiaowan's huff prompted Xia Changge to compose himself. With seniors present, he needed to be mindful of his demeanor. Strangely enough, at first, Xia Changge had indeed felt a twinge of envy towards Xiaowan's figure. However, as their relationship deepened, it had grown to a point where he felt embarrassed at the thought of undressing her. This dilemma troubled him. Perhaps their personalities were compatible enough to be considered as opposite-gender best friends? If it weren't for you, I would have been a foundational cultivator 5 years ago. Once again feeling deeply disheartened by her peers, who were of similar age but had already reached foundational status, Xiaowan shot an exasperated glance at her mother, seemingly questioning her motives. Xiaoyun explained, "Ah, my dear, I have only done this for your own good. However, circumstances have changed. If you wish to break through, there is no reason you cannot. Prepare yourself properly." Xiaowan had waited 5 long years for this affirmation. Her eyes gleamed with joy. "So I don't have to bear children anymore?" Xiaowan's words served as a reminder to Xiaoyun, prompting her to quickly amend her statement. "Indeed, if we do not impose strict expectations upon you now, the prospect of your success in the foundation establishment realm may become even more elusive. Alas, my daughter, I voiced these concerns with the family's welfare in mind. You wouldn't wish to witness the decline of the Xiao lineage, would you? Therefore, the rules remain unchanged. My dear, this is simply unavoidable." Xiaowan felt as though she could slap herself for her own audacity. Why was it that her mother seemed to focus solely on her, unlike her second and third sisters? She continued to plead in an exaggerated manner. "This is not merely a demand. My expectations of you all are uniform, yet yours are simply higher. If you possess the capability to procure a foundation establishment pill on your own, you may disregard your mother's counsel." Xiaoyun found amusement in the exchange. Xiaowan, incensed, thought to herself that if she could acquire a foundation establishment pill, she would not be in such a helpless state. Witnessing her daughter's exasperation, Xiaoyun offered further consolation. "Wanner, I too have traversed this path. I initially resisted as well, which is why it took me so long to have you. With the birth of you 3 sisters, I implore you to contemplate this. It is merely a matter of dedicating a year of your life. The child requires no effort on your part to raise. Will you sacrifice many years to gain one? Or will you forsake a year for the sake of a prosperous future? The choice is yours." Once again, Xiaoyun recounted her own experiences. This particular lesson had been imparted to her daughter numerous times. Remarkably, this time Xiaowan did not exhibit impatience, seemingly resolved to make a concerted effort. The auction commenced swiftly, presenting items of remarkable rarity. Over a dozen high-quality magical artifacts were brought forth, each possessing exceptional functionality, valued at no less than 2,000 spirit stones. These artifacts, with their unique capabilities, were exceedingly enticing to Xia Changge. He mused that had he possessed ample spirit stones, he might have succumbed to the allure of these treasures. However, lacking the necessary funds, he realized that he likely would not require even one of these artifacts. In addition to the magical artifacts, foundation establishment pills emerged, igniting fervor throughout the venue, with prices soaring to 94,000 spirit stones each, leaving Xia Changge in silent astonishment. Alas, only major sects could refine foundation establishment pills, and they were exceedingly scarce, primarily reserved for internal use. Among the numerous foundation establishment cultivators present, a staggering 97 or 98% were likely to take the plunge out of sheer determination. After all, there were plenty of 9th-layer Qi refinement cultivators from foundation establishment families, dozens. In fact, given their numbers, even with a high failure rate, 1 or 2 might succeed. Not only these foundation establishment families, but disciples from major sects, lacking substantial backgrounds, were also striving for self-breakthroughs into the foundation establishment realm, with success rates pitifully low. Even Xiaoyun, a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, could manage to procure only one foundation establishment pill for her daughter, illustrating the scarcity of such resources. This particular pill had been part of the auction, yet ultimately fell into the hands of a family with the surname Zhu. After all, the price proposed by the other party could indeed be described as exorbitant. As the auction approached its conclusion, a female cultivator at the foundation establishment stage produced 6 transparent containers, each containing a fish demon approximately 5 to 6 feet long, exhibiting cultivation levels around the 6th to 7th layer of the Qi refinement stage. This perplexed Xia Changge, who wondered why one would auction off beasts of the Qi refinement stage, particularly in the latter part of such an event. Was there a deeper significance behind this? Not only Xia Changge, but others also felt that the timing was rather inappropriate. The host, Yukiching, quickly provided clarification. She expressed gratitude for the generous donations from various patrons, including one with a rather ample physique who contributed 100 spirit stones, and a friendly critic who also offered 100 spirit stones. She thanked a prominent figure from the foundation establishment stage for 500 spirit stones, as well as another contributor, Aios Russ, for the same amount. Furthermore, she acknowledged the support from numerous esteemed individuals in the form of monthly votes, recommendation votes, and continued reading support. Esteemed guests, what we have here are special fish demon species from the coastal regions, the Chi fish, which can also thrive in lake waters. However, due to the considerable distance from the sea, it is challenging for these fish to swim upstream to this location, which is likely why many of you have yet to encounter them. After a brief introduction to this species of demon beast, Xia Changge began to explain her rationale. This fish possesses exquisite flesh, a robust reproductive capacity, and can lay hundreds to thousands of eggs at once. They are remarkably easy to care for, typically reaching a foot in length within 3 to 5 months. And there is a substantial chance that they can evolve into chi refinement stage demon beasts. The potential profits from farming these creatures are immense, and I would not present them for auction if the waters near Taiyan town were not less than ideal. Thus, we have 6 Chi fish, 2 males and 4 females, with the females now on the verge of laying eggs. The starting bid is set at 10,000 spirit stones. Xia Changge's explanation left Xia Changge genuinely astonished. In coastal regions, a single fish could fetch only a few dozen spirit stones, considering they are merely chi refinement stage beasts. Yet here, the starting bid was an astounding 10,000 spirit stones. It was as if spirit stones were of little value. However, given the distance from the coastal waters to Yunnan Immortal City, transporting these fish demons must have posed considerable challenges. There was indeed a wealth of opportunity here. Yet Xiaoyun remained unfazed. After all, with the resources available to the Xiao family, engaging in such endeavors was not feasible. The 6 breeding fish were ultimately purchased by the renowned Ren family, a long-established foundation establishment clan in Yunnan Immortal City, for a staggering 78,000 spirit stones. The Ren family's aquatic industry was particularly prosperous, making such a purchase unsurprising. Xia Changge found it difficult to label the Ren family as foolish. For if they desired these creatures, their foundation establishment cultivators could easily venture to the sea. Perhaps the Ren family was genuinely affluent, leading Xia Changge to dismiss further concern. The final highlight of the auction was, as anticipated, a heart method from the Golden Core stage, a scroll titled Sangshui Jingshu. Under normal circumstances, Xiaoyun would have been captivated by such an offering. However, having recently acquired a method for forming a core due to matters concerning Xia Jiao, she found herself no longer burdened by the need to pursue this particular item. Currently, Xiaoyun harbors a somewhat detached curiosity, observing her former peers exerting themselves to the utmost for a mere advancement technique, while she remains comfortably at ease. The mounting pressure now shifts to the other foundational realm clans, as well as the princess. After all, acquiring this technique signifies a glimmer of hope for any foundational realm family to break into the Golden Core stage, albeit a hope that is exceedingly faint. Should that time come, Yunnan Immortal City would not be limited to a single Golden Core cultivator, thereby jeopardizing the princess's interests. Friend Xiaoyun, might I borrow some spirit stones? The competition is fierce, and the price for the technique has rapidly escalated to 370,000 spirit stones. However, the value of the Golden Core techniques far exceeds this figure. Yet, since the auctioneer has brought it to Yunnan Immortal City, the price is unlikely to soar much higher. 500,000 spirit stones may well be the ceiling. A foundational realm cultivator, who shares a reasonably good rapport with Xiaoyun, beseeches her for assistance. Clearly, he is willing to sacrifice everything for the sake of the Golden Core technique. Despite his limited resources, he is prepared to incur debt to seize this opportunity. Very well. You may proceed with the bidding. Xiaoyun nodded in agreement. This wuxia is one of the few cultivators in Yunnan Immortal City with whom she has a favorable relationship, and she is more than willing to assist if she can. After all, spirit stones are merely a commodity, and she harbors no concerns about wuxia's repayment. She refrains from discussing interest rates. After all, even if she lends her friend the stones, he may not necessarily secure the Golden Core technique. Ultimately, he might find that borrowing spirit stones is unnecessary. When the time truly comes, discussions about interest can be deferred. With Xiaoyun's support in spirit stones, the foundational realm cultivator indeed succeeded in acquiring the technique. The final bid reached 520,000 spirit stones, with Xiaoyun lending 14,000, requiring the Wu family to return 16,000 spirit stones to the Xiao family within 5 years. With the Golden Core technique auctioned, this event is effectively drawing to a close. Before the curtain falls, Xia Changge humbly addresses the audience, expressing the Yu family's request for the esteemed elders of Yunnan Immortal City to extend their guidance. Her tone is marked by sincerity and humility, devoid of any airs. In addition to appealing for leniency from certain foundational realm families, Xia Changge announces that the Yu family has prepared a plethora of discounted goods in their immortal town, inviting all cultivators to take a look. Naturally, There is also information about the Yu family's recruitment of loose cultivators. Given that the Yu family is newly arrived, having brought only a handful of people, the need to recruit additional cultivators is quite reasonable. The benefits offered by the Yu family sound appealing, and many loose cultivators are indeed tempted to forsake their independence in favor of becoming household servants. Xia Changge, along with Xiaowan and Xiaolin, is free to depart. But Xiaoyan remains behind. Although the auction has concluded, there is still a gathering exclusive to foundational realm cultivators, which is not an auction, but rather a trading event where precious items are exchanged for one another. Xiaoyan still needed to test her luck and see if there were any items that could captivate her heart and aid in her cultivation. Naturally, Xia Changge had little to say and prepared to return with the two sisters from the Xiao family. "Miss Xiao, please wait." Just as the trio exited the auction house, they were halted by a voice from behind. It belonged to a male cultivator at the 9th level of the Qi refinement stage. His appearance was relatively handsome, yet his skin bore a slightly brownish hue, lacking the fair complexion of other cultivators. "Are you a friend from the Yu family?" Xiaowan recognized the young masters from the nearby foundation establishment families, as they often crossed paths. The man before her, however, was unfamiliar, suggesting he was a newcomer from the Yu family. "I am Yu Haoran. It is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Xiao." He introduced himself, his expression filled with anticipation. "I would like to invite you to our family's restaurant for a discussion. The seafood we serve is a delicacy you've never tasted before." Upon hearing this, Xia Changge instantly understood the implications. It seemed that one must indeed consult the almanac before stepping out. Encountering a suitor so soon? Or perhaps it was love at first sight, or merely lustful intent. The Yu family, having just arrived, appeared to be seeking alliances with certain foundation establishment families to solidify their own standing. The Xiao family, with its powerful cultivators yet lacking in deep-rooted heritage, was undoubtedly an ideal candidate. "Apologies, fellow cultivator Yu, but we have pressing matters to attend to. We must take our leave." Xiaowan declined Yu Haoran's invitation. It seemed she detected a hint of arrogance in his gaze, which her pride could not abide, and she found it quite distasteful. After all, the Yu family boasted only 3 foundation establishment cultivators. Within 2 years, she too would ascend to that realm. Why should the Yu family presume superiority before her? After uttering her sentiments, she turned on her heel and departed, with Xia Changge and Xiaolin promptly following suit. Yu Haoran was left with a smile frozen on his face, ultimately retreating in dismay. "Miss, what should one do to cultivate upon reaching the foundation establishment stage?" On their way back, noticing Xiaowan's apparent displeasure, Xia Changge sought to divert her thoughts with a new topic. After all, he was not well versed in this realm. Though he lamented that his own puppet, despite its foundation establishment cultivation, had stagnated and could not progress further, Xiaowan explained, "Did you not read the contents following the heart method? The cultivation of a foundation establishment cultivator involves refining one's spiritual essence to achieve greater purity. The process is quite simple. First, fill your dantian with spiritual essence, then refine that abundance into a single strand, and continue to fill and refine." Xia Changge was taken aback. "Isn't that the procedure for breaking through from Qi refinement to foundation establishment?" Xiaowan nodded and continued, "That is one way to put it. However, the difficulty is somewhat less. Yet the process is considerably more intricate. Once you have refined your spiritual essence 27 times, you will attain the mid-stage of the foundation establishment realm. Upon refining 54 times, you shall reach the late stage of foundation establishment. After successfully refining a total of 81 times, congratulations, you will possess the basic qualifications to aspire to the golden core realm. Each successful refinement can be regarded as the first transformation of your power." Xia Changge felt a chill run down his spine at the thought. 81 times? Is that even feasible? Can spiritual essence truly be refined 81 times? Xiaowan smiled gently. "It is indeed achievable. Naturally, those who reach the mid-stage or late stage of foundation establishment, or even the golden core realm, can accomplish it. Those who cannot will remain in the initial stage of foundation establishment until the end of their days. Such is the nature of our cultivation. After all, our physical forms are limited. To unleash greater and more formidable power, one must find ways to contain more within their body, which necessitates refinement. This is the very reason for the insurmountable gap even between the slightest stages within the foundation establishment realm. The power unleashed by other spiritual essence may be tenfold or 20-fold compared to yours. To bridge such a chasm requires immense skill and calculation." Xiaowan's explanation provided Xia Changge with a clearer understanding, yet a sense of concern began to brew within him. It seemed that once he reached the Foundation establishment realm, employing cunning tactics and surprise attacks would not be as straightforward as he had hoped. Furthermore, his puppet could likely only contend with cultivators at the 9th level of Qi refinement, at most sparring with those who had just attained the Foundation establishment. Should he encounter someone like Xiao Yun, a proficient cultivator at the late stage of Foundation establishment, his puppet would likely be shattered with a mere flick of her hand. Senior Xiao Yun, how many times have you refined your spiritual essence? Xia Changge inquired cautiously. My mother has remained in the Foundation establishment realm for over a century, and she has only refined her spiritual essence about 70 times, though she has not disclosed the exact number, Xiao Wan replied frankly. Xia Changge nodded lightly. It seemed that Xiao Yun was not far from reaching 81 refinements. Upon returning to Huaying Town, Xia Changge parted ways with the two sisters of the Xiao family. He casually tossed 10 pounds of demon beast meat into the cage of his eagle, ensuring the creature was well fed. Perhaps soon it would be fish that he would be feeding it. Observing the wind-riding divine eagle, which had grown several inches since he purchased it, Xia Changge contemplated. The Qingluo fish would likely be ready for cultivation soon. When the time comes to feed his wind-riding divine eagle with the Qingluo fish, it might yield significant benefits. He wondered whether the Ren family would eventually propagate female Qi-luo fish, allowing for personal cultivation. Yet, he felt the chances were slim. The Ren family would likely delay such actions to reap their rewards first. After 4 days of simple cultivation, his disciple, and Ruoshui, sought him out. Master, my mother and I are prepared. Shall we attempt the refining of the gathering Qi pill? And Ruoshui's face radiated confidence, while her mother, Su Baicha, stood by, unable to interject. Very well, since you are so assured, let us commence. Xia Changge's current stable source of income comes primarily from the cultivation of several hundred acres of spiritual rice, yielding approximately 2,000 spiritual stones annually. Given that the Ren family intends to raise Qi-luo fish, the demand for spiritual rice is likely to surge significantly, alleviating Xia Changge's concerns about selling his produce. He has already instructed Lin Meishan to organize personnel to expand the cultivation of more spiritual fields, preparing to increase the scale of planting. Should the family alchemy hall that Xia Changge has established achieve substantial breakthroughs in alchemy during this period, he would certainly welcome an additional source of income. Upon Xia Changge's command, and Ruoshui promptly began to take action. In fact, Xia Changge possesses a mid-grade alchemical furnace, a relic left by the venerable Yang Jia, which he naturally intends to utilize. The success rate of refining elixirs with this furnace would undoubtedly be higher, as the appropriate tools provide significant assistance in the alchemical process. However, Su Baicha and Ruoshui are accustomed to using the low-grade furnace that Xia Changge initially purchased. Moreover, both of them lack considerable cultivation. One does not possess any at all. Consequently, Xia Changge must collaborate with them using the same low-grade furnace he originally acquired. The preliminary steps for crafting the gathering Qi pill, such as ingredient preparation, flame control, and material purification, are entrusted to Ruoshui and Su Baicha. Su Baicha manages the flame, while Ruoshui undertakes her designated tasks. During the refinement of the medicinal materials, Ruoshui must indeed exercise greater care. Alas, if Su Baicha were also cultivation ally adept, the success rate would surely increase. Observing the bustling scene before him, Xia Changge couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. If only they had cultivation. Controlling the flames would be a far simpler task. Master, I apologize, my first attempt has failed. I became anxious and made a mistake. After approximately 20 minutes, Ruoshui's initial endeavor ended in failure, leaving her quite embarrassed as she bowed her head in contrition before Xia Changge. In a comforting gesture, he patted her head and reassured her, when it comes to alchemy, if you succeed on your first try, that would be concerning. Keep going. Xia Changge was certainly unperturbed by this minor setback, offering encouragement to Ruoshui, who then rallied her spirits to continue trying. Attempting again, for the second, third, and fourth times, she faced continuous failure on 7 occasions without even reaching the point where Xia Changge would need to intervene. Theory remains just that. Once action is taken, one realizes the multitude of obstacles that lie ahead. All right, let's halt for now. Xia Changge exclaimed as he noticed Ruoshui's eagerness to continue. Ruoshui's face turned pale as she stuttered. I'm so sorry, Master. I am such a failure. This suggestion had been Ruoshui's own. She initially believed in its potential, yet through practical application, she came to recognize the magnitude of the challenges. Xia Changge gently pulled her closer. Enough for today. We shall try again tomorrow. Your mother is also in need of rest. With that, he placed his hand on Enruashue's head, adjusting her position so that she could properly observe her mother. Subaicha. Subaicha is merely a mortal, toiling for several hours, managing the flames. Even if he were made of water, he would find it unbearable. Not knowing how much he has perspired, his clothes thoroughly drenched. Xia Changge fears that if this continues, Subaicha may soon appear aged, his once youthful visage transformed. Ah, I understand now, master. I shall not let you down. Enruashue also realizes that her master does not blame her, and her burden lightens considerably. She hastily urges her mother to take a proper rest. The esteemed cultivator Jaxes in the Foundation establishment realm has contributed 1,500 spirit stones, while fellow cultivators Qiliang and DJ have gifted 100 spirit stones each. If only your mother possessed spiritual roots and cultivation. After Su Baicha's departure, Xia Changge feels a tinge of regret. Enruashue kindly wipes the sweat from her master and inquires, "Why is that?" Xia Changge explains, "Your cooperation is indeed commendable. If your mother had cultivation, many flaws could be better avoided, and her stamina would keep pace. Of course, there are other reasons as well. Perhaps then, Xia Changge could enjoy the process of alchemy without so many concerns." Presently, Xia Changge's requirements for a partner are modest. Beauty and spiritual roots are the bare minimum. Anything beyond that is simply a matter of mutual attraction. If those two criteria cannot be met, then even mutual attraction would be futile. And Ruashue thinks to herself, so it is this reason. She shares the same sentiment, yet her mother lacks spiritual roots. However, master, resolving this issue is not insurmountable. And Ruashue's mind begins to devise a plan. Xia Changge closes her eyes in contemplation. Speak your thoughts. Her disciple always manages to conjure new ideas. It is quite simple. Really, although my mother has only me as her daughter, it is evident to you, master, that she is quite fit for motherhood. If you were to encourage her to bear another daughter, she would surely possess spiritual roots, given your powerful lineage. In 10 years' time, that girl could assist me in alchemy alongside you, master. At that point, we would share a fourfold bond as sisters, teacher and student, father and daughter, mother and daughter. The mere thought of concocting chi gathering pills would be trivial, and even Foundation establishment pills would pose no challenge. And Ruashue enthusiastically shares her idea, becoming increasingly immersed in her delightful fantasy. This prompts Xia Changge to shake her head and chuckle. Oh, if you were to indeed have a sister, do you think you two could achieve a harmonious cooperation? And Ruashue nods confidently. Absolutely. At worst, we could train together all day. However, Xia Changge does not share her enthusiasm. I believe it would be better if you bore a daughter. That way, the two of you could assist one another, and your cooperation would surely be seamless. This, of course, is said in jest. Xia Changge is not a heartless individual. If a mortal woman were to become his wife, he would find it difficult to watch her grow old and pass away in a few short decades. How would they face each other then, after years or even decades? When she becomes an elderly woman, in her youth, to indulge and then eliminate her would mean the absence of old age, an obviously unattainable notion. Yet, the difficulty of a mortal possessing spiritual roots is exceedingly great, and Xia Changge would undoubtedly impose stringent standards upon himself. It would be acceptable, however, if my esteemed master were to assist me in this endeavor. I would have no objections. And Ruo, with her enchanting eyes fixed upon Xia Changge, was filled with allure. Ultimately, I have not descended to the level of subjecting my daughter to arduous labor at such a tender age. This suggestion can only be deemed mediocre. If such actions were to be undertaken, they would have to wait another 20 years. By then, Xia Changge might very well be capable of concocting potions independently, rendering such complications unnecessary. Humph. So you would willingly let your disciple endure hardships, would you? After all, she is not your own. It is easy to manipulate her without remorse. And Ruo suddenly leapt up, seemingly disdainful of Xia Changge's unprincipled behavior of not sharing the burden equally. Xia Changge smiled, expressing, "As long as you are happy, my mischievous disciple." His expectations for female disciples were naturally not high. He allowed her to be unruly and retain her individuality. After their playful banter, Enruo dutifully departed, as Xia Changge's sister-in-law had arrived, causing Enruo to hurriedly make her exit. Currently, Enruo resided next to Xia Changge's estate. Upon returning home, she found her mother, Su Baicha, having just finished bathing. "Mother, master said that after the alchemy session tomorrow, he would like you to attend to him." Observing her mother's freshly bathed appearance, Enruo couldn't help but speak up. This statement startled Su Baicha. her expression tinged with surprise as she instinctively replied, "Really?" And Ruoa burst into laughter. "Mother, did you not say you had no such intentions? Why do you appear so delighted?" Su Baicha, realizing she had been teased by her daughter, felt a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. Wishing she could spank her daughter for her mischief, though regrettably lacking the strength to do so. "Ruoa, do not harbor such expectations. I am hardly worthy." Ultimately, they were mother and daughter, and since her daughter was merely seeking to ensure a better life for her, Su Baicha quickly dismissed her earlier embarrassment and addressed Ruoa seriously. She felt it best not to indulge in daydreams. "Mother, do not be disheartened. As long as you present yourself beautifully and make frequent appearances before my master, he will inevitably be unable to resist and will surely be captivated by you." Men are predictable. Once that feeling arises, even a village girl would seem like a celestial being. If it comes to that, I can always enhance the potion I am concocting. It would be no issue. And Ruoa, displaying a knowing demeanor, sought to encourage her mother. Su Baicha could only helplessly chuckle at her daughter's antics. If you were to do that, it might affect the head of the household during his alchemy. Just see if he doesn't take it out on you, my mischievous disciple. The following day, the alchemy session was set to commence. Perhaps due to a reduction in pressure, and Ruoa and Su Baicha's collaboration astonishingly yielded an opportunity for Xia Changge to intervene by the third attempt. Having reached this juncture, it can confidently be stated that the Gathering Spirit Pill has been successfully crafted to a third of its potential. No, at least two-thirds. This is owing to Xia Changge's profound understanding of the subsequent steps in the spirit gathering process. After all, the Sacred Heart technique that Xia Changge practices contains elements that allow for the absorption of others' power. Xia Changge has indeed turned the act of siphoning energy into an art form. While the spiritual energies may differ, they share underlying similarities. With merely a few more training sessions, success is within reach. The initial collaboration ultimately concluded in failure. Yet, the trio exhibited palpable excitement, for this marked a significant advancement. Following this, they continued with 4 more attempts, and the synergy between Ruoa and Su Baicha successfully enabled Xia Changge to take action once again. This time, with experience under his belt, Xia Changge did not encounter failure in the refinement process, but neither did he achieve success. Instead, he produced 6 pitch-black pills. Xia Changge compared his creation with the solitary gathering spirit pill he had purchased, and it was evident that they were entirely different in appearance. Could it be that the discrepancy arose from the fact that they were not crafted by a single hand? Even if successfully refined, would the pills still be flawed? In light of this outcome, Xia Changge could only speculate. "Master, if you wish to know, it is quite simple. Just taste it. Allow me to have the test subject." "Your apprentice, try it." If it were those inferior pills tested previously, Xia Changge would have no reservations about letting Ruoa sample them. However, this gathering spirit pill was composed of materials not particularly beneficial to the human body. It would certainly not be wise to have Ruoa consume it. Noticing Xia Changge's hesitation, Ruoa promptly swallowed one of the pills that Xia Changge had refined. "You reckless girl." Xia Changge felt a sense of helplessness, yet at this point, all he could do was prepare for the worst. The pill reacted within Ruoa's stomach, causing her to feel an intense turmoil, as if her stomach were churning and boiling, leading her to clutch her abdomen and cry out in distress. What on earth had her master concocted? It felt as if it were taking half her life. After enduring considerable discomfort, she finally began to recover. It was evident that Xia Changge's pill had gone awry. This could hardly be deemed a success. "Master, let us wait 2 days before trying again." Ruoa offered comfort, concerned that this failure might undermine her master's confidence, which would be truly unfortunate. Xia Changge nodded gently. Indeed, this gathering spirit pill had not succeeded, as the circumstances during the refinement deviated from those recorded in the recipe. It was likely that a minor error in one of the steps had led to this outcome. Such trivial setbacks would not deter Xia Changge, a resolute spirit. "Let us rest for now. We shall reconvene tomorrow." His mood was uplifted by the encouragement of his apprentice. If successful, with a reasonable success rate, he could potentially craft a dozen gathering spirit pills each day, with a steady income of over 100 spirit stones daily. That would amount to an annual profit of 30 to 50,000, far surpassing the meager earnings from farming. Such matters, how could Xia Changge possibly refuse? After a decade of toil, perhaps the foundation elixir could finally be procured. Subsequently, the trio joined forces, resolutely laboring for another 12 days. After nearly 100 failures, they ultimately succeeded in refining a batch of gathering chi pills. The finished products, 7 in total, bore a striking resemblance in both appearance and aroma to the gathering qi pills purchased by Xia Changge. It was decided that Ruoshui would serve as the test subject for these pills. With the prior success in mind, Xia Changge felt a sense of ease regarding Ruoshui's trial. Ruoshui consumed both the purchased and the self-refined gathering qi pills in succession. After a meticulous examination lasting half a day, she exclaimed with uncontainable joy, "Master, they are nearly identical. Truly, they are quite similar." At this moment, Xia Changge felt an immense relief. The diligent training of his disciple over the past few months, coupled with his own contributions, had finally borne fruit. Regardless of the effort expended, the reward was indeed sufficient. This success illuminated a new path for Xia Changge in the art of alchemy, deconstructing the process of pill-making into manageable steps and addressing each component systematically. While this method may not be universally applicable to all elixirs, its efficacy in certain cases would significantly bolster the development of the Xia family. With the first success achieved, drawing from the experience gained and practicing for a few months, the likelihood of future success appeared promising. Observing the remaining 6 gathering qi pills, a sense of satisfaction filled Xia Changge's heart. After investing over 1,000 spirit stones, he finally saw progress. Had it not been for the hope of earlier successes, he would have long abandoned the endeavor, as it was a considerable drain on resources. "Truly, Master, you are the most remarkable." And Ruoshui expressed her heartfelt admiration. Attributing the credit to Xia Changge, he graciously accepted, recognizing that he indeed played a pivotal role. "Now, take these gathering qi pills with you. If your strength can reach the 3rd layer of qi refinement, the success rate will be even higher. First, elevate your cultivation, and then we shall refine more gathering qi pills." He entrusted her with the remaining products. However, Ruoshui appeared somewhat anxious. "Master, we have just found our rhythm. I believe we should seize the moment and enhance our proficiency further." She understood her master's intentions were for her benefit, yet she yearned to refine her skills without delay, fearing that another delay might diminish their success rate. "Very well," Xia Changge conceded, within Ruoshui's insistence. Su Baicha seemed equally determined to prove her worth and was eager to continue their efforts. With no objections from Xia Changge, he joined in their quest for mastery. From initial clumsiness to growing proficiency, they traversed the journey from unexpected setbacks to a familiar routine. A fortnight of practice later, the 3 of them managed to consistently refine 2 batches of gathering qi pills over 3 stable days. This yield was already quite commendable. "Very well. Now you may rest assured. Focus on enhancing your cultivation for now. We shall discuss matters again once you reach the 2nd layer of qi refinement." At this point, Ruoshui has no grounds to refuse. "Madam Su, you two should take the opportunity to rest well." Xia Changge offered words of comfort to Su Baicha as well. Su Baicha, adjusting her hair, smiled and said, "The head of the family will soon begin to harvest the spiritual rice. I shall assist the 3rd lady there. I am not fatigued." This mother-daughter duo was so considerate and dedicated in their service to him that it made Xia Changge feel somewhat embarrassed, as though he were a heartless oppressor. He was, in fact, quite humane, treating his own with great kindness. Since they insisted on their course of action, Xia Changge chose to refrain from further objections. He had been refining pills for quite some time and had planned to take a proper rest. Regarding the harvest of qi-gathering pills, after all this time, Xia Changge had only managed to produce a total of 67 pills. In terms of quality, they might be slightly inferior compared to other qi-gathering pills. A slight reduction in price would suffice. 67 qi-gathering pills would barely recoup his costs. By the way, this matter should remain confidential for the time being. Before departing, Xia Changge cautioned Ruoshui and Su Baicha. Both acknowledged their understanding and assured him they would keep it a secret. It was not that Xia Changge harbored any ill intentions or wished to conceal anything from the Xiao family. In order to continue refining qi-gathering pills, he needed to sell some to procure raw materials. However, such actions would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Xiao family. In the coming months, Xia Changge intended for his disciple to focus on diligent practice and elevate their cultivation levels. Without Ruoshui, Xia Changge would be unable to refine qi-gathering pills for several consecutive months. Thus, revealing this information to the Xiao family would serve no purpose. Patience is key. Xia Changge felt a deep sense of satisfaction with the progress he had made in such a short time regarding pill refinement. With the 67 qi-gathering pills in hand, he planned to sell 30 to acquire raw materials using the spirit stones. The remainder would be reserved for some of his students' use. Xia Changge also took a moment to inquire about the harvest of his spiritual fields. Although recent disturbances had calmed and the likelihood of incidents was minimal, He still instructed his foundation-building puppet to remain stationed here, ensuring absolute safety.